Fiona Black Lestrange, the most cherished daughter of Bella and Rodolphus, the most beloved goddaughter of Voldemort, to be held delicately, fearing it may melt, to be cradled gently, fearing it may fall, to have stars if one desires stars, to have the moon if one desires the moon. Chapter 1. The Entrance Feast. The banquet hall of Malfoy Manor was suffused with the sweet aroma of cream puffs. The light refracted from the crystal chandelier danced upon the gilded tableware, warming the eyes. At the end of the long table stood a towering three-tiered chocolate cake, adorned with 11 slender candles flickering brightly. The light cast a golden hue upon Draco Malfoy's hair, resembling a sprinkle of crushed gold. "I'm definitely going to Hogwarts," he declared, adjusting his bow tie with a proud tilt of his chin. "Father said that the Slytherin table there will always reserve a spot for the Malfoy family." Pansy Parkinson immediately nodded, her ribbon headband swaying with emotion. "I will accompany you, Draco. Mother says the embroidered robes at Hogwarts will complement my emerald necklace beautifully." Blaise Zabini chuckled softly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the long hair of the girl resting on his lap. Fiona was curled up on his knee, her fingertips twirling the second pearl button of his shirt, which she had polished to a shine. "I shall go as well." Theodore not adjusted his glasses, his voice calm. "The books at home say that Hogwarts boasts the oldest manuscripts on dark magic in its library." "Oh, are you off to bury your nose in books again?" Blaise raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching Fiona's cheek. "What about our dear Fiona? Do you wish to join?" The girl finally released the button, her pale lavender eyes sparkling like they were drenched in moonlight as she looked up. "Yes." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable conviction. "Auntie says that the ceiling at Hogwarts turns into stars. I want to see it." Draco immediately interjected, a hint of pride in his tone. "My godfather teaches there." "Uncle Severus says that the Slytherin common room is hidden beneath the lake, where one can see the giant squid through the windows." "Cousin," Fiona suddenly interrupted him, poking Blaise's knee with her fingertip, "does the giant squid bite?" "Perhaps, but it won't bite purebloods." Blaise replied with a sly grin, casually tucking her stray hair behind her ear. Nearby, Goyle and Crabbe were jostling for a piece of pumpkin pie, grumbling that they too wanted to go to Hogwarts, citing the reason of being able to beat up mudbloods alongside the young master. Astoria Greengrass, a year younger than Fiona, clutched a stuffed toy and whispered, "I will go next year too. Fiona's sister must wait for me." "Of course," Fiona winked at her. "I will save you a seat by the window." Daphne, sipping juice beside them, chuckled. "Are you all heading to Slytherin? What if you were sorted into another house?" "Impossible." Draco immediately scowled, as if he had heard a ridiculous jest. "We are Malfoy, Black, Lestrange, not Zabini, and Parkinson." He enumerated the names, finally resting on Fiona, his tone unconsciously softening. "And Fiona, we are destined to be in Slytherin." Fiona remained silent, lowering her gaze once more, her fingers once again fiddling with the buttons on Blaise's shirt. She was aware of the whispers among the adults regarding her parents in Azkaban and the mention of her godfather, whom she had never met. Yet here, at Draco's birthday celebration, surrounded by those with whom she had climbed trees and snatched candy since childhood, those heavy surnames signified but one thing. They were united front. In the banquet hall of Malfoy Manor, 11 candles flickered brightly atop the chocolate cake, illuminating Draco's golden hair even further. He picked up a cream biscuit and, chewing, declared, "Once we get to Hogwarts, I shall surely torment those new first years." "You are a first year too." Pansy jabbed his arm, the rhinestones on her headband glimmering. "That is different." Draco brushed the crumbs off. "We have been together since childhood. How could we possibly be compared to those unfamiliar little brats?" Fiona, resting on Blaise's lap, twirled her fingers around the buttons of his shirt, looked up at this remark and inquired, "I heard first years have to take a boat to school?" "Indeed." Theodore adjusted his glasses, having just read it in an old book at home. "The book states that the boat departs from the Black Lake. Only second years can ride the flying carriage." "Is it fun to ride a boat?" Astoria, clutching her stuffed toy, asked Fiona in a hushed voice. She was a year younger and would have to wait until next year. "It should be more exciting than the carriage." Fiona smiled at her. "I will write to you about it." Blaise leaned down and pinched her cheek. "Don't just focus on playing. If the boat rocks, hold on tight to me." "I won't need to," Fiona huffed, returning to her fiddling with the button. "I have better balance than you." Goyle and Crabbe were tussling over the last piece of pie, mumbling, "We are with the young master. Anyone who misbehaves will," and they shook their fists. "Stop thinking about fighting all the time." Daphne rolled her eyes at them and then turned to Draco. "Are you really going to torment the first years? What if a professor sees you? What is there to fear?" Draco shrugged nonchalantly. "My godfather is a professor there. Besides, who dares to truly interfere with the children of our families?" Theodore remained silent, quietly pushing a plate of strawberries toward Fiona. She picked one up, took a bite, and juice dribbled on her chin. Blaise reached over to wipe it away, his actions as natural as if he had done it 1,000 times before. "Regardless of whether we take a boat or a carriage," Fiona said with a strawberry in her mouth, "as long as we are together, it is all that matters." Draco grimaced, but did not argue. The candle flames danced amidst their laughter as they spoke of the castle they had yet to see, speculating about whether the professors would be strict, feeling that going to Hogwarts was akin to embarking on a grand adventure, and they were certain to have the most fun together. Draco had just unwrapped a silver quill engraved with the Malfoy crest when he heard Fiona's words. He immediately lifted his chin, deliberately elongating his tone. "Those antiquated gifts? They are rather mundane. Can a solid gold inkpot compete with the flying broom model my father gave me?" Despite his words, his fingertips could not resist caressing the exquisite serpent-patterned carving on another gift box, a token from a branch of the Black family. At that moment, Fiona had already sat up from Blaise's lap, her hands clasped behind her back as she swayed slightly, her pale lavender eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "Cousin Draco, our gift is far more impressive than these. I assure you, you have never seen anything like it." Blaise chuckled softly from beside her, ruffling her hair. "What is the rush? Wait until after we blow out the candles to reveal it. 5 more days." Draco raised an eyebrow at Fiona, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. "Your birthday gift?" "Ah," he paused deliberately, noticing Fiona nervously clutching her skirt, and then continued leisurely. "It will surely be more interesting than that screeching canary you secretly hid last year." "Don't mention that." Fiona shot him a glare, her cheeks slightly flushed. Last year, she had thought she had hidden her pet exceptionally well, only to have it discovered by this group, who had conspired to help her keep it from the housekeeper. "Dare you?" Draco immediately shielded his cake, but upon catching a glimpse of Fiona's mischievous gaze, he reluctantly added, "I can save a small piece for you." Blaise drew her closer, whispering, "Your gift is guaranteed to make you leap with joy when unwrapped." Fiona blinked, refraining from pressing further, as she resumed her examination of the buttons on Blaise's shirt, while secretly counting down the days in her mind. 5 days hence. I know. No need to rush," Draco grumbled, yet his body eagerly leaned toward the cake, stealing a glance at the creamy layers. Confirming the absence of mango chunks, he tilted his chin toward Fiona, assuring her, "Rest assured, the housekeeper is diligently monitoring the kitchen. Should mangoes be found, I shall have him pack his belongings and depart." Only then did Fiona exhale in relief, inching closer behind Blaise, her fingertips rhythmically tapping on the buttons of his shirt. Blaise glanced down at her, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "What are you anxious about? If he dares to dislike your gift, we shall snap his new feather quill in half." "Who would not like it?" Draco scoffed, yet he had already closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in preparation to blow out the candles. The flames danced upon his elongated eyelashes, casting a serene atmosphere around them. Huff! The moment the candles extinguished, Pansy immediately clapped her hands. "Quick! Unwrap the gifts." Fiona spoke first. Hers must be opened first. Fiona slid off Blaise's lap and hurried to Draco, presenting a wooden box tied with a deep green satin ribbon. The box was modest in size, but weighed heavily in her hands. "I carved this," she declared, a hint of pride mixed with nervousness in her voice. "Take a look." Draco raised an eyebrow as he opened the box, revealing a silver badge nestled within. Serpentine patterns entwined around the letter M, with the scales intricately etched to life, and 2 minuscule emeralds embedded in the serpent's eyes, glimmering coldly under the light. He lightly touched the serpent's head, suddenly lifting his gaze to Fiona, and surprisingly refraining from sarcasm. He murmured, "The craftsmanship is commendable. It surpasses last year's crooked serpent bookmark by far." "Of course." Fiona straightened proudly. "I practiced for 3 months." Theodore timely presented his gift, a gilded edition of the Origins of Ancient Dark Magic, with a silver inscription on the title page reading, "To Draco, do not let Crabbe and Goyle tear it apart." Blaise gifted a wand handle adorned with black gemstones, reputed to enhance spellcasting stability. Pansy proudly displayed a silk scarf embroidered with a Malfoy family crest, while Daphne provided a storage box equipped with automatic sorting scrolls. Goyle and Crabbe bore a colossal gift box, which upon opening revealed a toy dragon model that breathed fire. It nearly scorched the tablecloth upon activation, prompting Draco to disdainfully toss it to the housekeeper. After a cacophony of gift unwrapping, Draco pinned Fiona's badge onto his tie, finding it a perfect fit. Suddenly recalling something, he tilted his chin toward Fiona. "For your birthday, 5 days from now, if your gift does not surpass mine." "Impossible," Fiona promptly interrupted, then remembered something and added, "By the way, my birthday cake must not contain mangoes, do you hear?" "Understood. Little nuisance." Draco rolled his eyes. Yet as he turned to distribute the cake, he deliberately selected the piece with the most strawberries to hand to her. Her birthday seemed to promise even more anticipation than Draco's grand banquet. Chapter 2. Fiona's birthday celebration. 5 days swiftly passed, and Fiona's 11th birthday celebration was held with great fanfare at the Lestrange Manor. The grandeur of the occasion surpassed that of the Malfoy estate, with shimmering silk tablecloths, crystal goblets, and plates adorned with gilded edges. It was well known that Fiona was the last remaining child of the Black and Lestrange families, and thus, this banquet was destined to be splendid. Dressed in a delightful little gown made from exquisite fabric, Fiona occupied the central position at the long dining table, which was laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. Draco, Theodore, and Blaise were seated beside her in an orderly fashion, while Pansy, Daphne, and a younger Astoria sat close by. Goyle and Crabbe, seated a little further away, fixated on the roasted meats before them. On the carpet beside Fiona lay a heap of elegantly wrapped gift boxes from other pureblood families, each exquisitely packaged and exuding an air of opulence. "Do try this pudding. It's sweeter than the one from the Malfoys," Blaise offered, scooping a bit with a small spoon and bringing it to Fiona's lips. She opened her mouth to receive it, nodding in approval. "It is quite delicious." Draco, seated nearby, scoffed, pushing a plate of strawberries towards her. "Don't indulge in sweets all the time. It's rather sickening." He had never permitted Fiona to refer to him as cousin, and she always addressed him directly as Draco, a practice shared by those around them without any hint of impropriety. Theodore remained silent, merely retrieving a small box from his pocket and placing it beside Fiona. It bore no name, yet Fiona recognized it instantly as her gift. "Have you all prepared your gifts?" she inquired playfully, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Wait till open them," Blaise chuckled, ruffling her hair. "First, have some food. Or you want to have the energy to unwrap your presents later." With a smile, Fiona nodded and picked up a fork to slice into a piece of cake. Surrounded by familiar faces, engaging in laughter and merriment, with the aroma of food and a hint of perfume wafting through the air, she felt this birthday was even more joyous than the last. Suddenly, Fiona felt a surge of mischief and decided to tease them, her voice tinged with a faux sob. "Have you all found other friends? In previous years, the gifts you gave me were handmade, but this year, have you purchased them from outside, just to fool me?" As her voice echoed through the bustling banquet hall, an abrupt silence fell. Draco's silver fork clattered onto his plate as he shot his head up, his gray eyes wide with disbelief, as though he had heard some absurdity. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He leaned in closer, his tone rising in pitch. "Who would buy some outside trinket to deceive you?" Blaise's hand froze in midair, the cherry he intended to feed Fiona lingering at her lips. He gazed at the tears glistening on her eyelashes, his heart tightening with an unfamiliar pang, his voice softening. "Fiona, look at me." He reached out to wipe the tears from her cheek, his warm fingertips brushing her skin. "If my gift were store-bought, I would have Goyle consume his entire plate of sausages until he bursts." Goyle nodded vigorously, his mouth full of meat, mumbling in agreement. Theodore had already opened the small box he placed beside Fiona. Inside lay not a grand ornament, but a small serpent figurine crafted from obsidian, its scales painstakingly engraved with fine needles, uneven edges revealing the warmth of handmade artistry. "This is the 4th one. I ruined 3 last week in the study." He adjusted his glasses, a slight tremor of anxiety in his voice. Fiona's tears continued to fall, yet she couldn't help but steal a glance at the serpent. Pansy, growing anxious, pushed her own gift towards Fiona. "Look, I strung each of these pearls by hand, and my fingers turned red from the thread. Who told you we have new friends? Those unfamiliar little wizards can't compare to you." Draco suddenly remembered something and pulled out an object from his pocket, thrusting it into Fiona's hand. It was a small silver snitch, its wings capable of movement, and upon closer inspection, the inner sides of its wings bore the tiny letter F. I spent half a month learning metal spells from my father to make this. He turned his head awkwardly, his ears flushing. It's 100 times sturdier than those foolish things you buy. Fiona clutched the cool snitch, her fingertip tracing the engraved markings. Tears streamed down her face even more vigorously, yet she burst into a laugh, her voice still tinged with sobs. Why didn't you say so earlier? Blaise sighed helplessly, pulling her into his embrace and using a napkin to dab at her tears. You little scamp, were you deliberately trying to tease us? He lowered his gaze to her reddened eyes, his tone softening again. Next time you scare us like that, I'll make you share your strawberry cake with Crab. Crab immediately perked up, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Draco. Theodore quietly placed the obsidian serpent beside Fiona, offering her a handkerchief. Draco awkwardly added a few more strawberries to her plate, as if making amends. Leaning against Blaise, Fiona secretly glanced at them, her initial delight at the prank replaced by guilt. Clutching the silver snitch, she murmured, I'm sorry. It's good that you realize your mistake, Draco huffed, but he reached out to smooth her tear-dampened bangs. Now open your gifts, otherwise, you'll ruin your pretty face with tears. Chapter 3. Soaking in the hot springs as Fiona's words faded. Draco almost immediately set down his knife and fork, his gray eyes sparkling with excitement. Stay here? Of course. He surveyed the opulent decor around him, deliberately lifting his chin. Your guest rooms are certainly more comfortable than mine. Though he spoke casually, his fingertips began to tap rhythmically on the table, revealing his barely contained anticipation. Blaise chuckled softly, ruffling Fiona's hair. A hot spring? That sounds far more entertaining than holding one's breath in the Malfoy swimming pool. He turned to the girl, his eyes twinkling with indulgence. But are you sure there's enough space for all of us? I wouldn't want to be cramped like pickles in a jar. Absolutely enough. Fiona straightened her posture, puffing out her chest. My godfather said that pool can fit 10 of me. Theodore nodded, adjusting his glasses. I've made a list of things we need to buy in Diagon Alley. We can check it together. He pulled out a small notebook filled with densely packed notes. Cauldron, wand, daily profit subscription. Oh, spare us the reading. Pansy snatched the notebook and closed it. We can discuss it tomorrow when we go. She turned back to Fiona, her eyes sparkling. My mother said the candy store in Diagon Alley has singing sweets. We must buy a big bag. Astoria, clutching her stuffed toy, asked eagerly yet quietly. Can I really go with you? I've never been before. Of course. Fiona reached out her hand. I'll buy you a Honeyduke's chocolate frog. You might even get a card featuring Dumbledore. Goyle and Crab had long lost interest in eating, nodding vigorously while muttering about the latest wizard chess set and wanting to see broomsticks. Clearing his throat, Draco feigned nonchalance. Since we're staying over, we'll need to split the rooms, right? I refused to share with Crab. His snoring could bring down the ceiling. Who snores? Crab immediately retorted, while Goyle chimed in. It's Goyle who snores. I do not. Watching them bicker, Fiona laughed uncontrollably. Blaise pulled her closer to prevent her from falling over in laughter. All right, enough of that. The house elf will arrange the rooms, ensuring no one disturbs our little birthday girl. He leaned down to look at Fiona, his voice softened. But is the hot spring really as large as you claim? To deceive you would be a puppy-esque trick. Fiona scrunched her nose, suddenly leaning closer to whisper in his ear, and I secretly added some glowing water plants to the pool. It'll look stunning when we soak in it at night. Blaise's smile deepened as he playfully pinched her cheek. We should secure our seats early. Theodore was already conferring with the house elf about room arrangements, while Draco directed Crab to transport their gifts to Fiona's chamber. Pansy was engaged in animated discussion with Daphne regarding their attire for the following day. The flickering candlelight in the banquet hall dimmed slightly, yet the atmosphere grew more vibrant than before. Fiona observed the lively group around her, a comforting warmth enveloping her heart. She was acutely aware that their excursion to Diagon Alley the next day, the anticipated night at the hot springs, and the forthcoming Hogwarts experience would all be splendid journeys. As long as these cherished companions were by her side, I've arranged for the cleaning of your old rooms. And the bedding is the same as the sets you adored last year, Fiona said, swinging her legs playfully. Suddenly, she called out to a corner, Creature. A diminutive house elf promptly apparat, bowing deeply, his voice sharp yet respectful. What is your command, young mistress? Fetch the new bathrobes from the storeroom. Fiona counted on her fingers. I need 5 in colors. Emerald green, silver gray, deep blue, dark purple, and, oh yes, the wine red that Blaise mentioned last time. Let them choose. And then deliver them to their respective rooms. Yes, young mistress, Creature replied with another deep bow, his gaze briefly flitting over the pure-blood wizards at the table. A hint of barely perceptible trepidation in his demeanor before he vanished with a snap. Draco raised an eyebrow. You even remembered the colors Blaise favors? How could you forget that I mentioned silver gray suits blonde hair best? Who says I forgot? Fiona teased, sticking out her tongue. Otherwise, How could I have specifically listed silver gray? Blaise chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Indeed, our Fiona is quite attentive. He turned to the others. Perfect. Wearing new bathrobes while soaking in the hot springs is only fitting. Theodore adjusted his glasses, silently noting down the wine red, though Fiona had not mentioned it. He surmised she would likely choose dark purple to match her eyes. Pansy had already begun tugging Daphne along to guess colors. I want emerald green. It matches the Slytherin crest. I'll choose deep blue, Daphne replied with a smile. Goyle and Crabbe were still debating, one insisting that silver gray was flattering while the other argued that wine red appeared warmer. Their bickering sent Fiona into fits of laughter. She gazed at the lively group, suddenly realizing that tonight's hot spring would be even more festive than she had anticipated. Understood, our little housekeeper. Draco waved his hand dismissively, his fingers already twirling a lock of his golden hair. My hair far exceeds your treasures, it won't be falling in. Blaise laughed, gently nudging Fiona's head. Go on and tidy up, we shall join you shortly. He cast a glance at Theodore, who was silently gathering the gifts toward Fiona's room, and decided to lend a hand by heading off to stow away their belongings. Pansy hurried after Daphne, still murmuring, I need to find a lovely ribbon to tie my hair. Astoria, clutching a stuffed toy, skipped behind them, softly chirping, I brought a pink hair tie too. Goyle and Crabbe, carrying their jackets, argued about which color bathrobe to choose, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Fiona stood watching them for a moment before turning towards her room, a smile still gracing her lips. The wall sconces in the corridor cast a warm yellow glow, illuminating her light purple skirt as it swayed gently. She had begun to look forward to the evening as hot spring adventure and the inevitable jokes about the hair that had been specifically advised to be tied up, surely creating a flurry of laughter amidst the steam. The hot spring at the Lestrange Manor was concealed within the warm house nestled deep in the garden, the mist rising to the glass ceiling, diffusing the moonlight into a hazy white. Fiona was already immersed in the pool, her dark purple bathrobe draped over the jade stone edge. Leaning against the smooth wall, her fingertips glided across the water's surface, watching droplets cascade from her chin back into the pool. What did I say? She looked up at the group that had just entered, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Isn't it spacious enough? Don't even think about swimming. You could play Quidditch in here. Draco, clad in a silver-gray bathrobe, had just undone his belt when the heat made him squint. He approached the edge to test the water temperature, grunted in approval. Not bad. Better than my home's heated tub. With that, he gracefully slid into the water, the splashes nearly drenching Fiona. Hey, Fiona protested, splashing back at him, but was caught by Blaise's laughter as he held her back. He had chosen a wine-red bathrobe and was leisurely rolling up his sleeves, long legs stepping into the pool, causing the waves to push Fiona gently towards him. Stop it, he admonished, steadying her shoulders. Be careful not to swallow water. Theodore, donned in deep blue, did not rush into the water like the others. Instead, he strolled around the pool, his gaze sweeping over the smooth pebbles at the bottom, then landing on the luminous water plants Fiona had mentioned. Sure enough, the plants glowed softly beneath the surface, casting a gentle blue hue around them. It is indeed quite spacious, he remarked as he adjusted his glasses and slid into the water with a soft splash. Pansy's emerald green bathrobe blended seamlessly with the turquoise water as she pulled Daphne, in dark purple, echoing Fiona's robe, towards the far side of the pool, exclaiming, Come on. The water here feels warmer. Goyle and Crabbe had already shed their bathrobes and splashed into the water, their exuberance creating bigger waves than Draco's. They floundered about like two clumsy waterfowl. Astoria, in a pink bathrobe, cautiously perched at the edge, dipping her feet into the water. Fiona playfully urged her down. It's fine. The water isn't deep. Fiona glided through the water to the center of the pool, twirling to observe the playful figures around her. Draco and Blaise were competing and holding their breath, Theodore leaning against the edge watching their antics, while Pansy and Daphne chased after the glowing water plants. And Goyle and Crabbe's laughter resonated through the air. How about it? I didn't deceive you, did I? She called out, her voice ringing through the mist with a hint of pride. Blaise emerged from the water, wiping droplets from his face, his gaze bright as if imbued with light. You didn't deceive us, it truly is spacious. He reached out his hand. Come here, let me take you for a swim. Fiona laughed as she swam towards him. But just as she grasped his hand, Draco splashed her face with water from beside her. The laughter in the warm house mingled with the sounds of splashing, while moonlight filtered through the steam, casting a glistening halo upon each face. It was indeed vast enough to encompass all their noise and anticipation, just like the forthcoming Hogwarts experience. As Fiona's voice echoed through the mist, the cacophony in the pool momentarily stilled. Draco scoffed, rising from the water, his silver-gray robe hanging loosely from his shoulders, his tone dripping with disdain. Harry Potter? Merely the fortunate offspring of a mudblood. The moment the words left his lips, he seemed to remember something, casting a glance at Fiona, who had just cautioned him against mentioning that term. He promptly fell silent, chastened. Blaise drew Fiona closer, his fingertips gliding over the water's surface, creating ripples. Indeed, there's no merit in discussing it. A fellow who survives due to his parents' protective spell. Does he truly believe he is a hero? His tone was casual, yet tinged with an imperceptible chill. Besides, matters of pure-blood families are not for a half-blood son to comment upon. Theodore leaned against the edge, his fingers unconsciously tapping the smooth stone wall, his voice flat. Books say he was raised by muggles for a decade. Perhaps he couldn't even manage to hold a wand properly. He pushed his glasses up, gazing at Fiona. You're right. That term is too crude to escape our lips. Pansy immediately nodded in agreement, her emerald robe floating like a leaf. Exactly. We are pure-blood aristocrats. Engaging with such individuals would only tarnish our image. Moreover, once we reach Hogwarts, let us see if he dares to oppose Slytherin. Daphne gently stirred the water and added, Mother always says that true elegance does not require belittling others to elevate oneself. However, she quickly shifted her tone, but if he lacks discernment, there is no need to offer him our goodwill. From a distance, Goyle and Crabbe listened in, though the exact meaning of the mud comment eluded them. They nodded in agreement, muttering that both Master and Fiona were indeed right. Astoria sat in the shallow end, hugging her knees, and quietly remarked, What my sister means is that we should behave like the nobility we are. Fiona's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she glided to the center of the pool, the moonlight filtering through the mist and illuminating her face, her light purple eyes gleaming with clarity. This is precisely the point. We are Black Lestrange Malfoy not. Our surname alone is sufficiently dignified, and we need not adopt the manners of the uncouth. She paused, casting a glance at Draco, especially you, Draco. Do avoid uttering those coarse words, lest you appear as an unsophisticated ruffian. Draco huffed, but did not retort. Instead, he swam closer to her, his tone awkward. Understood. If that fellow dares to come to Slytherin, I shall teach him what decorum truly means. Blaise chuckled softly, ruffling Fiona's hair, droplets cascading from her strands like scattered diamonds. All right, enough about him. It's rather dull. Shall we have a breath-holding contest? The loser must buy sweets for the winner in Diagon Alley tomorrow. Let us compete. Draco immediately interjected, dismissing the topic of Harry Potter from his mind. The mist rose again, and the sound of their playful banter filled the warm spring. Discussions about the savior fizzled like bubbles at the pool's bottom, bursting without a trace, for these pure-blooded aristocrats who had grown up together. The boy living in legend paled in significance compared to the merriment before them and the impending journey to Hogwarts. Who fears whom? Draco retorted defiantly, wiping droplets from his face as he leaned closer to Fiona. If you lose, don't sulk. You'll only watch us indulge. Blaise chuckled again, teasingly flicking Fiona's nose. Is it chocolate-flavored? If you win, I shall ensure they buy you one of every flavor. He turned to Goyle and Crabbe, raising his chin. As for the extra spicy chili flavor, if either of you dares to leave even a morsel, do not expect to purchase Wizard Chest tomorrow. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances, promptly pounding their chests in assurance. No problem. We'll savor every bite. Though the thought of chili mixed with ice cream was somewhat daunting, they were willing to risk it for Wizard Chess. Theodore adjusted his foggy glasses, speaking softly. I'm not skilled at holding my breath, but I can help you keep time. He glanced at Fiona, his eyes reflecting a hint of indulgence. If they try to cheat, I'll make a note and inform the housekeeper. Pansy had already pulled Daphne aside to act as a judge, clapping her hands. Ready, set, go. Fiona took a deep breath, plunging her head underwater alongside Draco and Blaise. The bioluminescent water plants swayed gently before her eyes, and she could hear the muffled giggles of her friends, as well as Goyle and Crabbe's anxious inhalations. Holding her breath, she secretly plotted, once victorious, she would make Draco taste that chili ice cream first and see if it would make him jump. The moonlight danced upon the water's surface, enveloping this ice cream wager in a warm, sweet embrace. Fiona suddenly shot up from the water, gasping for air, droplets splattering down from her hair, wiping her face. Her cheeks flushed from the effort. She pouted, I can't take it anymore. The water is both hot and stifling. My lungs feel like they might burst. Draco followed suit, emerging with a triumphant shake of his golden hair, droplets flying off. Can't last even a moment? How delicate. That said, he swam closer to Fiona, observing as she coughed twice and frowned. Is it really necessary? No one is forcing you. Blaise surfaced last, his breath somewhat ragged. Yet he first reached out to steady Fiona's arm, soothing her back. All right, we know you did your best. Don't choke. He called out to Goyle and Crabbe, still floundering in the water. Are you two still holding your breath? Planning to take root at the bottom? Only then did the two hastily pop their heads up, their faces as red as ripe tomatoes, coughing incessantly. Pansy laughed so hard she could barely stand. Is that all? You think you can compete with us? Fiona regained her composure and shot Draco a glare. You're so impressive. Then you can have 3 large scoops of that chili ice cream. Who fears whom? Draco raised an eyebrow, but upon seeing Fiona's still red eyes, his tone softened. Fine, I'll eat it. But I'll have Blaise buy you a double portion of your chocolate flavor. Blaise chuckled, pinching Fiona's cheek. Did you hear that? Someone is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He glanced outside at the dimming light. It's getting late. Let us wrap up and change clothes to avoid catching a chill. Fiona nodded, and with Blaise's support, she climbed out of the pool. Just as her foot touched the ground, she stumbled slightly, and Draco quickly caught her, only to release her immediately, feigning nonchalance as he turned to fetch a bathrobe. The moonlight streamed through the glass ceiling, enveloping the damp silhouettes in warm mist, rendering the earlier breath-holding contest a mere jest, leaving only the lingering warmth on their noses and the anticipation of tomorrow's Diagon Alley trip. Astoria's eyes brightened as she tightened her grip on her plush toy, her small voice brimming with excitement. Can I? I want to sleep with Sister Fiona. She looked up with her cherubic face, her light golden hair still dripping, droplets sparkling like tiny diamonds. Of course you can, Fiona replied with a smile, ruffling her hair and taking her soft little hand. My room has freshly changed velvet blankets. Much cozier than your own bed. Then I'll go get my bedtime storybook. Astoria immediately broke free, clutching her toy as she scampered down the corridor, her skirt sweeping the floor and creating a breeze. Draco huffed nearby. The little one is such a nuisance. Yet as Fiona turned around, he awkwardly added, Good night. Good night, Draco. Fiona waved at him before turning to Blaise and Theodore. You two should rest early as well. We need to rise early tomorrow. Blaise nodded with a smile, adjusting her damp collar. Go on, don't chat too late. Theodore pushed up his glasses, also bidding her good night. The mist in the warm room gradually dissipated, and the moonlight cast its glow over the now empty hot spring, leaving only an array of bathrobes draped over the jade stone table, quietly awaiting the bustle of tomorrow. Hand in hand with Astoria, Fiona walked toward her room, the wall sconces elongating their shadows, the little one chattering excitedly about the sweets to be purchased in Diagon Alley. Her voice as sweet as honey. This evening in the hot spring may have concluded, but their story was just beginning. Chapter 4. The Journey to Diagon Alley. Sister Florin's skills have improved remarkably. Fiona twirled before the dressing mirror, the silver threads on her skirt shimmering in the morning light. She reached up to touch the exquisite serpentine headband adorning her hair, then glanced down to kick at her small high heels. Although she was still getting used to walking in them, the urge to skip was irresistible. Slow down, don't trip, Florin chuckled, adjusting her collar with a look of indulgence. Today, our little lady is simply stunning. Fiona stuck out her tongue, clattering towards the dining hall in her heels. As she reached the doorway, the crisp sound of chess pieces colliding echoed from within. Checkmate. Theodore's voice was calm and steady as he placed a black piece precisely in the corner of the board. Blaise chuckled softly, tapping a white piece against the table with his fingertips, quite intriguing. Draco, seated nearby, grew impatient watching the game. He reached out to fiddle with the pieces but was swatted away by Blaise. Don't disrupt. He glanced up at Fiona, raising an eyebrow, finally decided to rise. If you linger any longer, breakfast will be cold. Fiona dashed to the dining table and promptly took the vacant seat beside Blaise, seizing a buttered roll and shoving it into her mouth. It's all because Sister Florin took ages to braid my hair, she mumbled, her eyes darting towards the chessboard. Has Theodore won again? Not yet, but it's only a matter of time, Blaise replied, sliding a cup of hot milk towards her. Just then, Astoria entered, led by a maid, clad in a pink frock. Upon spotting Fiona, she scampered over, her sweet, high-pitched voice ringing out. Good morning, sister. Morning, Fiona replied, freeing one hand to ruffle her hair. Come have breakfast. Once we're done, we'll head to Diagon Alley. Theodore and Blaise cleared the chessboard, while Florin directed the maids to set the breakfast spread, smoked sausage, fried eggs, jam on bread, and a large pot of hot cocoa. Draco picked up a silver fork and first placed a piece of strawberry cake, Fiona's favorite, onto her plate. Hurry up and eat, don't dawdle. Fiona made a face at him but obediently picked up her fork. Sunlight streamed through the dining room's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon everyone. The chatter at the table mingled with the clinking of cutlery, creating a light-hearted melody as the doors to Diagon Alley awaited their push. The majestic owl indeed had an impressive presence, its wingspan capable of covering half a wall, and when it perched on someone's windowsill to deliver a letter, it surely startled younger students into compliance. Blaise chuckled, adjusting the wind-tousled headband in her hair. As for a pet, why not consider a white ferret? Its sleek, shiny coat would complement the silver threads of your dress splendidly, perched upon your shoulder like a true Slytherin queen. Draco scoffed, but leaned in to add, a white ferret is far too commonplace. If you ask me, a black cat would be ideal. A solid black one, with green eyes, trailing behind you at night. Exuding an air of mystery far superior to Pansy's plump canary. Pansy shot him a glare. My canary can sing the Hogwarts school song. Your smelly ferret can only steal bread. Theodore adjusted his glasses and pointed towards a nearby pet shop. They have a silver snake inside, harmless, with reflective scales. You could sneak it out in your sleeve during class. It would surely send the nearby Gryffindors into a frenzy. He paused, glancing at Fiona. And it would match your serpent-shaped brooch perfectly. A snake sounds splendid. Fiona's eyes sparkled, just like the Slytherin emblem. Blaise tousled her hair again. I'm glad you like it. As for us, he gestured with his chin, I'm planning to buy a hawk, faster than an owl, to deliver messages to you, ensuring they arrive first. Draco raised an eyebrow. I've already ordered one, a snow-white owl, more beautiful than any at Malfoy Manor. Pets. I don't need those clingy creatures. This is more than enough. Theodore had already circled the gray owl on his list. No need for pets, an owl suffices. Pansy huffed. I want my canary, and I'll also get one with a lace collar, just to vex you all. Fiona watched them bicker, then suddenly clapped her hands. It's settled. A majestic owl paired with a silver snake. I'll be the most fashionable Slytherin. After we buy wands, we're headed to the pet shop. No one is escaping. Draco rolled his eyes, but was the first to stride towards Ollivander's. Hurry up, don't delay my ice cream. The sunlight glinted off his golden hair, dazzlingly bright, yet no one could miss the hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Understood, no need to rush. He replied, adjusting his cuff as he approached the fireplace. Creature, Floo powder. Creature promptly handed him a petite silver box, within which sparkled the Floo powder. Draco pinched a handful, tossing it into the fireplace, where green flames erupted, reflecting off his golden locks. Ollivander's wand shop, he clearly announced, turning to Fiona, come along. Fiona inhaled deeply, mimicking his actions as she grasped the Floo powder, watching the green flames dance before her, suddenly feeling a flutter of nerves. Blaise gently nudged her from behind. Don't be afraid, just like usual. Ollivander's wand shop, she proclaimed loudly, stepping into the flames. The familiar sensation of spinning enveloped her, and the next moment, she landed steadily in the fireplace of Ollivander's shop. The air was filled with the scent of wood and dust, shelves brimming with slender boxes, the ceiling soaring out of sight. A tall, thin old man emerged from the shadows, his eyes sharp as a hawk behind his spectacles. Ah, pure-blood children, welcome, he greeted. His gaze swept across everyone before resting on Fiona. The little girl from the Lestrange family, here to choose your wand? Fiona nodded, her heart racing. Ollivander retrieved a wand from the shelf, presenting it to her. Try this one, hawthorn wood, phoenix feather core, 10¼ inches. The moment she grasped the wand, sparks flew from the tip, startling her into dropping it. Not quite right. Ollivander shook his head, fetching another. Ebony wood, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. This time it was worse. As the wand touched her hand, it seemed to come alive, twisting and flying out, crashing at Draco's feet. TSK, unruly thing, Draco muttered. Bending to retrieve the wand and toss it back, but upon seeing Fiona's slightly dejected expression, he held his tongue. Blaise leaned in close and whispered, don't fret. The one meant for you is waiting. Ollivander slowly climbed a ladder, rummaging for a while on the highest shelf before finally retrieving an old box. Try this. He opened the box to reveal a silver-gray wand, intricately entwined with serpent motifs, wood, and a core of thestral tail hair, measuring 10½ inches. A rare combination, suited only for a powerful owner. Fiona trembled as she reached out. The moment she held the wand, a warm energy coursed through her arm, illuminating the tip with a gentle white glow. This is it. Ollivander smiled. You would with the night. Thestral tail hair can master the most secretive of magics. It has chosen you, my dear. Fiona tightened her grip on the wand, her fingertips tracing the serpent carvings, and a sense of calm washed over her. She knew this wand would accompany her on a long, arduous journey. It's your turn now. She looked up at Draco and the others, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Their wands were soon to make their grand debut. Ollivander turned his attention to Draco, retrieving a wand from a nearby shelf. Here, try this one, Malfoy, hawthorn wood. Unicorn hair core, 10 inches. Draco accepted it, and as he steadied his grip, a small plume of silver mist emerged from the tip, appearing quite promising. Ollivander nodded, yes. Quite fitting for you. Draco raised an eyebrow, twirled it in his wrist, feeling it comfortably, and decided not to switch. Next was Blaise. Ollivander found a walnut wand with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 11 inches. When Blaise grasped it, the tip glimmered with a brief flash of golden light. Not large, but it seemed very stable. This suits you well, Ollivander remarked. Blaise smiled, tucking the wand into his belt. Then it was Theodore's turn. Ollivander sifted through the shelves for a while before producing a wand of ebony wood, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 9¾ inches. Theodore took it, and while it didn't create much of a spectacle, the The tip faintly glimmered, reminiscent of a twinkling star. Steady, suited for a bookish child, Ollivander commented. Theodore adjusted his glasses and tucked the wand into his pocket. Pansy could hardly contain her excitement, urging Ollivander to hurry with her selection. The old man leisurely retrieved a wand of hazel wood, with a unicorn hair core, measuring 9 inches. The moment Pansy grasped it, the tip bloomed with a small pink flower, her eyes lighting up. This is lovely. I adore it. Ollivander chuckled. It seems it adores you as well. Astoria, still too young for a proper wand, was specially given a toy wand by Ollivander. Little witch. Next year, you'll be able to have a real wand of your own. At last, everything was in order. Ollivander received the payment and waved his hand, wishing them good fortune at Hogwarts. As they emerged with their new wands, Fiona could not resist waving hers, feeling warmth radiate from her palm. Where do you keep your headpieces? And where are the robes for everyday wear stored? You do have our measurements, don't you? And the house robes must be embroidered with gold thread, adorned with our family crest outlined in silver. Madame Malkin, perched on a ladder, was retrieving a box of headpieces when she heard this and poked her head out, holding a pearl-studded headband. The headpieces are over at the eastern counter, miss. Feel free to help yourself. The everyday robes are just behind the pink curtain. Our soft silk is most suitable for daily wear. She squinted at the group with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. How could I forget the measurements? I've been keeping track of those for the families of Lestrange. Malfoy, and not for 3 generations. Swiftly, she descended the ladder and pulled out a gilded order form. Gold-threaded edges and silver outlines for the family crest? Consider it done. The young lords and ladies of Slytherin deserve nothing less than this level of craftsmanship. As Fiona turned to select a headpiece, her gaze collided with a pair of green eyes. The boy stood in the corner, clad in a faded old coat, being measured by Madame Malkin's assistant. Are you the chosen one? She lifted her chin, her tone dripping with an innate arrogance that wrapped around him like a vine, both delicate and tight. Draco immediately stepped forward, sizing Harry up with a glance, snorting disdainfully. I can't believe he is going to buy used robes. Theo adjusted his glasses, his gaze landing on Harry's frayed cuffs, speaking in a monotone. I doubt that. The Potter family, despite their decline, surely can afford a few galleons. Come now, let us not be so harsh on him. It was just a casual remark, not of great importance. Aren't you supposed to accompany me to buy a pet? Let us not dwell on it. Harry clenched his fists, his face flushed. He caught the girl's glance of gratitude, and she winked at him before turning away. Fiona turned to Madame Malkin, lifting her chin. 4 summer robes and 4 winter robes for Hogwarts, made from the finest velvet and patterned silk. All garments to be delivered to the Lestrange manor. She shot a glance at Harry, whose snake-shaped headband glimmered coldly. Draco, she smirked. Surely you wouldn't wear a Muggle-esque tattered coat to Hogwarts, would you? Draco, enough, she interjected. Madame Malkin, please wrap up everything I've chosen, as well as what Draco and the others have selected. Madame Malkin was momentarily taken aback by the sudden bustle, then hurriedly called to her assistants. Quick, wrap up all the headpieces from the eastern wall except for the headband rack, and the male robes from the 12th to the 16th rack on the left. Do not miss a single piece. As she rifled through the orders, she muttered. The family crests must be embroidered in order, boys every 4 racks, girls the same. Lestrange, Malfoy, not Zabini. Don't mix them up. As the assistants scrambled to carry boxes, Fiona had already turned her attention to the shoe rack. Draco was inspecting a pair of crocodile leather boots with the tip of his silver wand. The shoes are in the innermost row, separated by gender. He glanced at the corner where Harry had just stood. Don't tell me you plan to buy all the shoes here too? Why not? Fiona approached the women's shoe section, her fingertips gliding over a pair of pointed boots embellished with tiny diamonds. Slytherin boots must not be inferior. She called to Madame Malkin. From the 3rd to the 7th row on the left for men's shoes, and from the 2nd to the 6th row on the right for women's shoes, all to be packed according to size, and sent to the manor along with the robes. Blaise leaned against the shoe rack, chuckling softly. Are you planning to move Diagon Alley home with you? One must have new clothes for every occasion at Hogwarts. Fiona stated matter-of-factly, suddenly remembering something. She waved to Pansy. Come quickly and pick a pair of dance shoes. I hear you must wear them to the Christmas ball. Theo was already verifying the orders, his quill scratching the paper audibly. According to the family order, the Lestrange crest will be outlined in silver with gold patterns. Malfoy in pure silver against dark green. Not in Zabini. He looked up at Blaise. Do you prefer matte silver or shiny silver? Shiny silver, to match my bathrobe. Blaise replied casually, yet his gaze lingered on the door through which Harry had just exited. The chosen one isn't so impressive after all. He left so quickly. Draco scoffed, tossing the chosen boots to an assistant. He is probably intimidated by our grandeur. Good riddance. Madame Malkin rushed over, her forehead glistening with sweat. All noted. Everything will be delivered to the manor within 3 days, and the embroidery will be exquisite. Fiona nodded in satisfaction, removing the snake-shaped headband from her head and placing it back on the counter. She had already selected 3 new ones. The old one could remain here. "Let us go," she declared, leading the way outside, the sound of her boots ringing crisply against the ground. Sunlight streamed through the shop windows, illuminating the piles of packages behind them. The silver threads of the family crests shimmering on the fabric, silently proclaiming the pride of pure-blood aristocracy. The pet shop was filled with the scents of feathers and scales. The moment Fiona stepped inside, she was captivated by an eagle owl in the corner. The magnificent creature spread its wings, spanning nearly 2 meters, its amber eyes sharp as a hawk's. "That one," she pointed at the eagle owl, then turned towards the reptile section. "Where's the silver snake? I want one whose scales reflect light." The shopkeeper hurriedly led her over, where a small silver-gray snake lay curled up, dozing in the glass case, its scales glistening under the light. "This is a moonlight serpent. It's quite gentle." Fiona nodded, just as she heard the flapping of wings behind her. Harry was standing in front of the owl cage, cradling a snow-white owl, Hedwig. "What a coincidence. Chosen one." Draco strolled over, arms crossed, his tone dripping with derision. "Buying a snowy owl? Far more presentable than your old robes." Harry ignored him, gently stroking Hedwig's feathers. Fiona, disinterested in the exchange, called to the shopkeeper. "I need 7 diamond glass display cases, all different styles, 1 eagle owl and 1 silver snake, and the rest for them." She gestured towards Blaise and the others. "All varieties of owl treats, along with the heating lamps and bark mats for the silver snake. Each style, no duplicates." The shopkeeper scrambled to take notes. "Oh right. Have everything delivered to Lestrange Manor. By the way, Draco, there are still 3 months until school starts. Why don't you all stay at my house for a while? It would be fun to have company." Blaise had already picked out a falcon, amusing himself by ruffling its feathers. "Staying at your house sounds wonderful. The Lestrange Manor's shooting range is far superior to mine." "I have no objections," Theo added, holding a recently chosen gray owl, his fingers being gently pecked by the bird's beak. "I could certainly borrow your family's library." Draco snorted. "Stay if you wish. But I'm bringing my new broom along, so I won't have to endure those old wooden ones at school." He glanced at Harry. "Some people probably haven't even seen a broom before." Harry shot his head up. "I can ride a broom." Fiona raised an eyebrow but chose not to engage further, pulling Astoria towards the counter. "Let us hurry up and check out. We still need to get ice cream." When she emerged, Harry was still standing at the entrance. As Fiona passed by him, she suddenly halted, shaking the glass jar containing the silver snake. "By the way, chosen one, the dungeons at Hogwarts are far more interesting than your little attic in Slytherin." The sunlight cast her shadow on the ground, the silver snake flicking its tongue within the jar, a silent provocation. Draco scoffed and followed, while Blaise handed Fiona the cage containing the falcon. The laughter of the group mingled with the hoots of owls, gradually fading into the distance at the end of Diagon Alley. Only the 7 uniquely styled diamond display cases remained, shimmering under the sunlight, as if heralding the vibrant summer that awaited Slytherin. "Farewell. Do not forget the words you uttered last night, Draco. You must uphold your promise and not allow me to look down upon you." I know. Who would concede defeat?" Draco adjusted the hem of his robe, yet his strides did not falter as he led the way towards the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Goyle and Crabbe trailed behind, their voices booming in unison. "We want a strawberry bucket." Astoria tugged at Fiona's sleeve, her soft voice chiming, "I want rainbow flavor, like jelly beans." Pansy had already taken Daphne by the hand, sprinting ahead while calling back, "Wait for me. I want mint chocolate. The most refreshing." Blaise caught up with Fiona, brushing a stray strand of hair from her cheek. "I'll have what you're having, chocolate double scoop." "What about Theodore?" Theodore adjusted his glasses, leisurely ambling at the rear, lemon sorbet. As the group burst through the doors of the ice cream shop, a rush of cool air mingled with the sweet fragrance enveloped them. Fiona's eyes immediately fell upon the colorful array of ice cream tubs behind the counter. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Draco had already placed money on the counter, declaring, "Give me 3 big scoops of chili pepper ice cream. And be generous with the chili flakes." The server, taken aback, dutifully scooped 3 hefty portions of the fiery red ice cream into a sundae glass, which appeared so hot it could make one sweat just by looking at it. Fiona, cradling her chocolate double scoop, tilted her chin toward Draco. "Dare you to eat it right now?" Draco raised an eyebrow and scooped a large mouthful into his mouth. In the next moment, his face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he bravely stifled a cough, mumbling, "And nothing at all." Blaise doubled over with laughter beside him, while Theodore silently offered a cup of ice water. Astoria, licking her rainbow ice cream, tilted her head and inquired, "Isn't your ice cream too hot, Draco?" Fiona erupted into laughter, just as she bit into her chocolate ball, catching sight of a familiar figure at the entrance, Harry, holding a simple vanilla cone. Standing at the street corner, seemingly awaiting Hagrid. "What are you looking at?" Draco followed her gaze, scoffing, and scooped another hefty spoonful of chili ice cream, dismissing it with, "Let him be, we'll enjoy our ice cream." Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, cascading over the ice cream, chocolate sauce slowly drizzling down, while the chili flakes sparkled atop the red treat. Fiona licked the chocolate off the corner of her mouth, suddenly realizing that the flavor of this summer was far more vibrant than she had anticipated, sweet, spicy, and tinged with an indefinable sense of expectation. "Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we're heading to the Quidditch shop." She nudged Draco's arm, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Don't cry from the spice before we buy the brooms." Yet, in a moment of tenderness, she softened. "If it's too spicy, perhaps you shouldn't eat it." Draco, gasping from the heat of the third spoonful of chili ice cream, abruptly shoved his spoon deep into the cup, his ears flushed as if they might bleed. Who can't finish it? Although he feigned bravado, he honestly pushed the fiery concoction a bit further away. "Get him a large tub of vanilla snowballs, with extra chocolate bits." The server, perceptive to the need, presented a large tub of vanilla, generously topped with chocolate bits, the sweet aroma swiftly overpowering the lingering spiciness. Draco scooped a hefty portion into his mouth. The icy sweetness melted on his tongue, finally allowing him to regain his composure as he muttered, "At least you have a bit of decency." Fiona, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, offered a small spoonful of her chocolate double scoop to him. "Try this. It will counteract the spice." Draco shot her a glare but obediently opened his mouth, unaware that chocolate sauce had smeared the corner of his lips. Blaise, observing the scene, chuckled and wiped it away with a napkin. "All right, no more pretending. Your face was nearly as red as a Weasley's hair. You're the one resembling a Weasley." Draco retorted, yet he no longer touched the chili ice cream, focusing instead on the vanilla snowballs. Goyle and Crabbe had already devoured their strawberry bucket down to the bottom, their eyes eagerly fixed on Draco's tub. With a fierce glance, he shot them a warning, and they instantly withdrew their hands. Astoria's rainbow ice cream was nearly melting, and Fiona helped wipe the pink cream from the corner of her mouth. "Take your time eating, no one is going to snatch it away." The little one nodded, pointing outside. "Look, sister, that big brother is still out there." Everyone turned to follow her gaze. Harry remained at the street corner, his vanilla cone close to being finished, gazing up at the sign of the Quidditch shop. "You probably can't afford a broom inside," Draco scoffed, scooping another generous spoonful of ice cream. "Let us go. After this we'll pick out brooms and let him watch closely." Fiona popped the last bite of her chocolate double scoop into her mouth, licking her spoon. "Let us go?" The sunlight elongated the shadow of the ice cream shop, blending the sweet aroma with the laughter of the youths as it wafted out, brushing past that solitary figure at the corner. As for the unfinished cup of chili ice cream, it had already faded from memory, in comparison to winning or losing. The sweetness in their hands and the anticipation of soon grasping a new broom were clearly of far greater importance. The Quidditch shop was filled with gleaming brooms and vibrant Quidditch balls. Upon entering, Fiona was immediately captivated by a pure gold model of the Quidditch Cup trophy in the corner, reaching out to touch it. "This one is splendid, quite dazzling." Draco leaned closer, his fingertips gliding over the handle of a Nimbus 2000, excitement sparkling in his eyes. "This year's model is 3 seconds faster than last year's, with even better balance." "Perfect." Fiona turned to the shopkeeper, raising her voice. 6 of the latest Nimbus 2000s, the top configuration. She glanced at Astoria, who was gazing longingly at the brooms, ruffling her hair. "You won't start school until next year. I'll help you choose an even better one then." "Faster than this, all right?" Astoria nodded vigorously, her little face alight with anticipation. "Okay." Blaise, tossing a quaffle model in his hands, chimed in. "Looks like next year's Quidditch tryouts will be entirely yours." Naturally, Draco raised an eyebrow, testing the feel of a Nimbus 2000, determined not to let those Gryffindors gain the upper hand. Fiona pointed at a whole shelf of Quidditch models against the wall, from miniature fields to team emblems. "I want them all from this shelf, every style packed up." She added, "All brooms should be engraved with our names and family crests, and sent to Lestrange Manor with the previous items." The shopkeeper beamed widely, quickly calling over his assistants to pack. "We have 6 Nimbus 2000s left in stock, just for you. The engraving and crests will be exquisite. Guaranteed to be delivered within 3 days." Theodore was perusing a Quidditch tactics manual when he suddenly looked up. "I remember the Seeker from Slytherin graduated last year. Which of you two wants to try out?" "Of course it's me," Fiona and Draco chorused, immediately locking eyes in a fierce glare. "I fly steadier than you," Draco challenged. "I react faster than you," Fiona shot back, unwavering. Blaise, enjoying the spectacle, remarked, "We'll know for sure when school starts." Both huffed in response, but offered no rebuttal. Fiona picked up the pure gold trophy model, her fingers tracing the engravings. "One day, I shall bring the real trophy back to the Slytherin common room." Draco nodded in agreement. Together, Sunlight streamed through the shop window, glinting off the silver handles of the Nimbus 2000s, reflecting fragmented light as if scattering stars across the floor. The packed models and brooms piled in the corner, adorned with names and crests soon to be engraved, seemed to foreshadow the proud and soaring figures of Slytherin on future fields of competition. Chapter 5. Departure. On the eve before their journey to Hogwarts, the living room of Lestrange Manor was piled high with boxes, house elves tiptoeing through the chaos, while steaming trays of owl treats and serpent nutrients filled the air with warmth. Fiona stood before the long table, her fingertips gliding over the suitcases adorned with labels, the sound as crisp as the chime of silver bells. Jean, this suitcase marked for Olus requires 3 layers of velvet padding. Do ensure the glass display case remains unscathed. The little house elf in a gray uniform promptly bowed. At your service. Mississippi Draco leaned against the fireplace, observing her as she carefully placed a tiara embellished with obsidian into a velvet box, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. With all this jewelry, are you planning to open a jewelry shop at Hogwarts? Beside his feet, a suitcase contained a shrunk-down Nimbus 2000, resting quietly within its velvet lining. One cannot simply flaunt only school robes or formal wear like some individuals, he added. Fiona shot him a glance, pointing to the intricately carved wooden chest in the corner. Have the fox fur chair and leather seat also been reduced in size? The Slytherin common room cannot lack my designated seat. Blaise was busy placing his falcon, Kalis, into a gem-encrusted cage, chuckling at her words. Fear not, the house elves are even more meticulous than you. My Quidditch strategy charts have been organized by page number. Theodore's suitcase was the most orderly, with books neatly arranged by subject, the wand box perched on top, accompanied by a small bottle of anti-fog solution evidently meant for his glasses. My books are categorized. He adjusted his glasses. I shall merely conduct a final check before boarding tomorrow. Pansy, cradling a colossal jewelry box, was trying on a pearl headband in front of the mirror. I must bring this evening gown. It will surely come in handy for the Christmas ball. She glanced at Fiona. May I borrow your fox fur chair for a few days? My canary, Seraphina, requires a comfy vantage point. Not a chance. Fiona inserted the final feather quill into the ink pot, the ink infused with Lily of the Valley essential oil, leaving a faint fragrance in the words written. She turned to the doorway where Astoria stood, clutching a willow box containing the spare wand core Fiona had gifted her. Oh, by the way, do help me pack another box for the shelving unit. It needs to be easily portable, or I shan't manage it myself. This time next year, it will be your turn to pack. Fiona approached and tidied Astoria's hair. Astoria nodded, her eyes sparkling. By then, I shall bring the scarf my mother knitted and insist on sharing a dormitory with my sister. As night deepened, the manor's lights spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the lawn, merging with the stars above. A lion was confined within a gilded cage, preening his feathers with his beak, while Olus's glass display case was wrapped in soft cloth and placed in the most secure suitcase. Fiona conducted a final review of the checklist, her fingertips brushing over the No Trace extension charm scroll when she suddenly smiled, anticipating the sight of the Hogwarts Express come morning, and the stone towers and winding corridors that awaited her. Best get some rest, she declared, closing the list. The carriage departs at 7. Those who are late can walk to King's Cross Station. Draco scoffed, but was the first to turn and ascend the stairs, his suitcase trailing gently behind. The shrunk Nimbus 2000 glinting coldly in the moonlight. The suitcases in the living room were gradually being moved to the hallway, leaving only the rustling sounds of the house elves tidying up, as if heralding the final overture of the magical journey about to commence. Chapter 6, Platform 9 3/4. The following day, everyone rose early, with the maids assisting the girls in their preparations. As the girls descended the stairs, they found themselves momentarily lost in thought in the center of the living room. Blaise inquired curiously why the days. There's simply too much to carry. I cannot manage it all alone, and am contemplating how to transport everything to Hogwarts. The girl frowned. Pansy teased from the side. Did you remember the shrinking charm when you shrunk the sofa, but now you've forgotten it? Oh, right. The girl's eyes lit up with realization. Then turned to Blaise. Blaise, since she just mocked me, you are hereby punished to help me shrink my luggage and place it in your pocket. And you must carry it onto the Hogwarts Express. Blaise responded with a bow, grinning. At your command, my lady. The girl huffed lightly. That's more like it. How annoying. Why must the entrance to Hogwarts be located in the Muggle world? Someone grumbled. We can only have the house elves use apparition to transport us to the nearby empty restroom, then enter the train station and locate platform 9 3/4. Oh, by the way, is this our first time on the Hogwarts Express? Someone asked. Draco interjected. The Malfoy family has a private compartment at the end of the train. It's been enchanted with the No Trace extension charm. Even if 30 Goyle and Crabbe were stuffed inside, it wouldn't feel cramped. Enough chatter. If we don't leave soon, there will be more people, and we'll have to squeeze onto the train. I certainly do not wish for that. The girl adjusted the silver-threaded embroidery on her cuffs, her tone carrying a hint of playful annoyance. We dressed in our house robes early this morning to exude elegance, and I do not want my hair or attire to be disheveled. That would be most unbecoming. Besides, this headpiece I am wearing is my favorite, and I do not wish for it to be damaged. She raised her hand to touch the silver adornment threaded with pearls nestled in her hair. The morning light filtering through the windows, casting a delicate glow upon it. Hurry up and have the house elves prepare for apparition. We must reach the platform before the muggles and those unruly little wizards. Draco adjusted the badge on his chest, a familiar smirk gracing his lips. What is the rush? The Malfoy family compartment always awaits its master. But since you fear for your hairstyle, he gestured to Blaise. Shouldn't you hurry and stow her suitcase into your pocket? Blaise had already neatly stacked the shrunk luggage into a suede bag, shaking it playfully at the mention. It's all ready, my ladies. Shall we depart? The girl nodded in satisfaction, leading the way toward the door of the living room, her skirt swaying gently with each step. Let us go. We cannot allow those mediocre individuals to ruin our splendid mood. Before long, they entered the Muggle train station. Arriving early, the station was eerily quiet, devoid of much activity. Thank goodness we're not late. I detest crowds, the girl sighed, smoothing a stray hair into place. She turned to Draco, deliberately elongating her tone. Now, may we have our dear Draco lead the way to our exclusive compartment? Draco lifted his chin, striding ahead with long strides, his platinum hair glimmering coolly under the station lights. Stay close. Do not wander about like lost house elves, or you'll bring shame to the Malfoy name. Blaise, trailing behind the girl with the shrunk luggage, chuckled softly. He was just boasting about how spacious the compartment was yesterday, and now he is acting all high and mighty. Pansy scoffed. Do you expect him to bow like a steward? The girl couldn't help but smile, quickening her pace to match Draco's. A deep crimson steam train stood on the tracks, emblazoned with the words Hogwarts Express, white mist billowing from its chimney, creating a hazy ambience in the morning air. Upon reaching the door of the last compartment, Draco pushed it open, stepping aside to allow them entry, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible pride. What do you think? Quite splendid, I assent it. My father specifically arranged it to our liking. Indeed, the compartment was markedly different from the ordinary ones. The velvet seats were adorned with silver-green embroidered cushions, dark patterned tapestries hung on the walls, and a small table in the corner displayed an exquisite silver tea set alongside an array of wizarding delicacies, honeyduck's cream hard candy, and rogue daisies, and a small basket of buzzing bee sweets glistening in the sunlight. A chilled bottle of pumpkin juice, perspiring with fine droplets, rested on the shelf by the window. I'll concede he has a bit of taste, Pansy remarked, taking the window seat first, her fingertips brushing against the cool window ledge. At least this is far better than those crammed, ordinary compartments where one would gnaw on stale bread. The girl approached the small table and picked up a sugar-coated daisy, the pearls adorning her headpiece gently swaying with her movements. It was indeed better than she had imagined. It seemed her father had invested considerable thought into this. Blaise placed the bag containing their belongings in the corner and slumped onto the sofa. At last, I can catch my breath. Had I known that the apparition to the restroom would be so awkward, I would have preferred to walk an extra half hour. Draco closed the door and cast a locking charm before leisurely taking a seat. Now do you understand how meticulously the Malfoy family arranges things? As he spoke, he poured 4 cups of pumpkin juice, encouraging them to sample this, which had been chilled with a freezing charm. Draco also specifically pushed a cup of jasmine tea towards Fiona, his tone softening somewhat. This is for you. I know you are not fond of pumpkin juice. Thank you. Fiona took the teacup and sipped, immediately furrowing her brow. But this train is incredibly slow. It takes from morning until night to reach Hogwarts. I think I'll take a nap. I was too excited last night and couldn't sleep at all. With that, she removed her shoes and naturally lay down on Blaise's lap, quickly falling into a steady rhythm of sleep. Blaise instinctively adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, and the surrounding chatter and sounds of Wizard's chess quieted considerably, as if they feared disturbing her. However, less than an hour after boarding, the compartment door was abruptly pushed open. Hermione stood at the doorway, a hint of arrogance in her voice as she inquired, "Have you seen Neville's Toad?" Her voice was not particularly quiet, nearly waking Fiona. Blaise swiftly covered Fiona's ears, his expression instantly turning cold. Draco raised his eyes without reservation. "We do not have the toad you are looking for." Theodore's tone was even colder as he glared at Hermione. "And by the way, do you not know how to knock? Haven't your parents taught you about manners? Now leave." Only then did Hermione notice the occupants of the compartment. Realizing they were the scions of several pureblood families she had seen just days ago in the wizarding forecast. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face, but she still forced herself to remain. Fiona, thoroughly awakened by the commotion, rubbed her eyes and sat up. Upon recognizing the person at the door, She spoke with a languid tone that brooked no argument. Did you not hear us say that we do not have the toad you seek? Now please leave immediately. You've woken me. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and the pearls on her headpiece swayed gently with her movements, her gaze reflecting her displeasure at being disturbed. Blaise reached out to smooth her fringe, silently conveying his reassurance. Draco let out a cold laugh, rapping his knuckles against the doorframe. Did you not hear what Fiona said? This is not a place for you. While we have yet to summon the caretaker, I suggest you disappear. Theodore had already set down his wizard's chess, his fingers gently stroking the handle of his wand, clearly running out of patience. Hermione felt somewhat flustered by the scene, especially when meeting Fiona's frost-laden gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Ultimately, she bit her lip and quickly turned to leave, muttering a soft apology as she exited. The compartment door was slammed shut by Draco, who cast a stronger locking charm before turning to Fiona. Did I wake you? Would you like to sleep a bit longer? Fiona shook her head, snuggling closer to Blaise. I can't sleep now. It's all her fault. Blaise naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders, whispering, Don't be upset. Shall I fetch you some fizzing Whizbee candy? I heard the Savior is also on this train. Fiona suddenly straightened, a glimmer of interest in her eyes. Did we not see him in Diagon Alley? Let us see what sort of friends he has made, and let others know that this compartment is not to be trifled with, so that we can avoid further interruptions. She adjusted her slightly rumpled skirt and added, By the way, where are Goyle and Crabbe? I had them follow us. It would be perfect to have them standing behind us now to enhance our presence. Draco raised an eyebrow, retrieving a small communicator from his pocket. I told them to wait at the carriage junction, always ready to respond. He stood up, straightening his robes. Let us go meet that illustrious figure. Blaise rose first, naturally assisting Fiona, and quietly remarked, If trouble arises, you need not lift a finger. Theodore followed closely behind, his fingers still resting on his wand, his expression maintaining its habitual aloofness, yet subtly conveying a protective demeanor towards Fiona. As the four exited the compartment, Goyle and Crabbe approached like two small mountains, asking in deep voices, Master, what are your orders? Follow closely behind us. And do not speak. Draco glanced at them and took the lead towards the front of the carriage. Fiona walked in the middle, flanked by Blaise and Theodore, with the two towering bodyguards behind them. As they passed through, the previously noisy carriage fell into a hushed silence, young wizards glancing their way before hastily lowering their heads. They casually inquired a few questions and, upon learning which compartment Harry was in, made their way there directly. Just as Draco was about to push open the compartment door, Fiona gently called out to him, Knock before entering. We are Slytherins, and we must maintain our elegance. Draco paused, raising his hand to knock on the door. A voice from within called out to enter, and he pushed the door open. You are the Savior, Harry Potter? Draco scrutinized Harry from head to toe, his tone laced with disdain. He isn't much to look at. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He stepped aside to allow room and introduced the people beside him in turn. This is Fiona. Then gesturing to Blaise and Theodore, he continued, Blaise Zabini, Theodore not. Finally, he extended his hand to Harry. I would be delighted to be your friend. Ron, seated beside Harry, suddenly snickered. Draco instantly turned his head, his gaze piercing like ice. Red hair, shabby robes. You must be from the Weasley family. After all, among all purebloods, your family is the most impoverished. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the compartment became tense. A crowd of curious young wizards had gathered at the doorway, whispering to one another as if a tide had surged in, yet no one dared to speak loudly. Fiona stood to the side, her fingers lightly stroking the adornments in her hair, her expression indifferent as she scanned Ron. She had no interest in watching the two boys argue publicly. But Draco's words had hit a sensitive spot. Just as the two were nearly on the verge of fighting, Fiona suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet undeniably authoritative. Draco, there is no need to bicker with them. She glanced at Ron, whose face was flushed, and Harry, who was frowning, her tone dripping with disdain. Arguing with them is simply beneath our dignity. Then, she raised her hand to loosen her collar, as if feeling somewhat impatient. Besides, it's too stuffy in here. No one has even cast a cooling charm, and I feel hot. The train is about to arrive at the station. Let us return to our compartment. I wish to rest. Draco, still eager to say more, immediately quelled his temper upon hearing Fiona's words. Scoffing as he turned to Ron, Consider yourself fortunate. Blaise stepped forward, naturally positioning himself beside Fiona to avoid the crowded doorway. Let us go back and have a chilled fruit juice. Theodore, in silent agreement, followed on the other side. As they turned, Goyle and Crabbe parted the crowd like two imposing sentinels, clearing a path for them. The young wizards, seeing this, retreated, none daring to utter a sound. As Draco passed by Harry, he intentionally bumped shoulders with him, strutting confidently alongside Fiona as they headed back, leaving behind a compartment filled with silence and Ron's disgruntled mumblings. Upon returning to the compartment, Fiona took a seat by the window, her fingers unconsciously gliding over the cool glass. Pansy and Daphne looked up at them, casually asking, "Back already? How was it? What did you say? Is everything all right?" Draco plopped down onto the sofa, his tone clearly irritable. "Not great at all. The so-called savior is utterly oblivious to the hearts of good people. Had it not been for Fiona's remark about the sweltering heat, I would have been inclined to take matters into my own hands." Blaise offered Fiona a freshly chilled cup of jasmine tea, softly advising, "Do not take it to heart. They are unworthy of your consideration." In a corner, Theodore added nonchalantly, "The Weasley boy is also present, mingling with the savior, which comes as no surprise." Fiona sipped her tea, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, and casually remarked, "Let them be. After all, our paths may not cross significantly in the future. The carriage is nearing its destination. We should contemplate our journey to the castle." Pansy leaned closer, smiling as she linked her arm with Fiona's. "Rest assured, the Malfoy family has everything arranged. Besides, with the likes of us around, how could you possibly be wronged? By boat?" Fiona raised an eyebrow, glancing at Blaise. "But a single boat accommodates only 4 individuals. We can conveniently divide ourselves into 2 groups." Pansy immediately chimed in, "I wish to be in the same group as Fiona." Draco shot her a glance. "What's the rush? Is there a need for selection?" Nevertheless, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Fiona, clearly wishing to share the same vessel. Meanwhile, Theodore quietly polished his wand before suddenly interjecting, "Hagrid, of half-giant descent? I've heard he was expelled from school and has now become the keeper of keys and grounds." Blaise reclined on the sofa, tapping the armrest with his fingers. Indeed, there were whispers of his past entanglements with the dark arts. Yet, Dumbledore has always stood by him. Fiona observed the darkening sky outside, where the glimmering surface of the lake and ominous mountain silhouettes came into view. She murmured, "Regardless of his lineage, all that matters is that he safely transports us to the castle." She turned to the group. "Shall I be in the same group as Blaise and Theodore? The remaining 4 will fit perfectly into another boat." Draco opened his mouth to protest, but upon seeing Fiona's resolution, he resigned himself to silence, grumbling, "Very well. After all, we won't be on the boat for long, and there will be ample opportunities to act together once we reach the castle." Pansy chuckled, nudging Fiona's shoulder. "You truly know how to organize things, sparing us from unnecessary disputes. Isn't this splendid? 3 individuals per boat." Fiona nodded, "Given our status, no one would dare to encroach upon us. We can leave our luggage in the carriage. The house elves will ensure it reaches our dormitory." Just as she concluded, the carriage's announcement system chimed, urging everyone to prepare to disembark. As they stood and adjusted their robes, they followed the flow of people outside. The moment Fiona stepped onto the stone-paved platform, her foot unexpectedly slipped, as if she had stepped onto something slick, causing her to lose her balance and nearly tumble. "Be careful." Almost simultaneously, Blaise and Draco reached out to steady her, while Theodore stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Ultimately, Blaise acted swiftly, wrapping his arm around her waist to regain her stability, his tone laced with concern. "How careless of you." Regaining her footing, Fiona patted her chest, glancing down to discover a puddle of rainwater beneath her. "I'm fine. I simply wasn't watching my step," she said, freeing herself from Blaise's grasp and adjusting her wrinkled skirt. "Let us go. It's time to board the boat." Draco cast a sidelong glance at Blaise's lingering hand, scoffing as he stepped forward. "Stay close. Don't fall again. Slytherin's reputation is at stake." Though he spoke thus, his pace unconsciously slowed, matching hers. Theodore quietly followed behind, discreetly scanning the ground around them, as if assessing for further hazards. They soon discovered 2 boats tethered together. As Fiona lifted her skirt, preparing to board, Blaise extended his hand from the boat, ensuring her safe ascent. "Thank you, Blaise." Meanwhile, Theodore gazed intently at the dark tunnel's entrance. Unable to contain her curiosity, Fiona asked, "Theodore, what captivates your attention?" The tunnel was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fiona retrieved her wand, softly incanting, "Lumos." The tip of her wand ignited with a gentle glow, illuminating the shadowy waterway ahead. The small boat gently glided forward, the only sound being the soft splash of the oars. After a considerable time, Draco's voice suddenly emerged from the adjacent boat, tinged with barely concealed excitement. "Look, Hogwarts Castle." Fiona lifted her gaze to behold the colossal castle emerging from the darkness, its multitude of windows radiating warm light. The spires etching a majestic silhouette against the night sky, akin to a slumbering behemoth poised atop the mountain. The shimmering glow reflected in her eyes, revealing her awe. This was to be her home for the next 7 years. Shortly after catching sight of Hogwarts, the boat reached the shore. Blaise and Theodore leapt from the boat first, turning to assist Fiona with a steady hand as she disembarked. Fiona raised her wand, still aglow with light, to illuminate the stone steps they were about to ascend, discovering them slick with moss and mud, some areas damaged, and the steps notably narrow. Her brow furrowed instinctively, and she tugged at her skirt, her voice laced with concern. What manner of stairs are these? Will my skirt and dress get soiled? I certainly do not wish to arrive at school covered in mud. Draco, following closely behind, immediately drew his wand, gently pointing it at Fiona's skirt. A simple waterproof charm will suffice. If you cannot handle such trivial matters, what merit is there in being a Slytherin? He spoke with bravado, yet his gaze meticulously ensured the spell took effect. Blaise approached Fiona, slightly bending at the waist. If you truly feel uneasy, I could carry you up. Fiona hesitated but ultimately shook her head. No need. With the charm, I should be fine. She cautiously stepped onto the first step, relieved to find her skirt remained unstained, and proceeded to ascend alongside her companions, with Blaise and Theodore flanking her, occasionally reminding her to mind the damaged areas underfoot. Chapter 7. Arrival at Hogwarts. After a short while, they arrived before the castle's grand entrance. A tall witch adorned with a pointed hat awaited them, none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall. With a solemn expression, she led the newcomers through the magnificent foyer into a spacious stone chamber. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated clearly and powerfully. Before you enter the dining hall, we must first conduct the sorting ceremony to determine which house you will be assigned to. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the anxious first years. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Each house possesses its own glory, and you will learn and live here, earning points for your house. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. A brown toad leapt from the robes of a bewildered first year, frantically scurrying behind Professor McGonagall. It was the very creature Neville had been searching for. Neville's face flushed crimson as he rushed to capture it, only to be halted by a stern glance from Professor McGonagall. Fiona observed this scene and turned to Pansy and Daphne, whispering with a chuckle, "Shall we place a bet? I wager he will be sorted into Hufflepuff. If I lose, I'll gift you my pearl headdress." Pansy raised an eyebrow. "I accept the wager, though I suspect he might just make it into Gryffindor. If I lose, I'll relinquish my newly acquired box of Honeydukes chocolates to you." Daphne chuckled lightly. "I want to compete with you too, but I lean toward Fiona's assessment. He certainly embodies Hufflepuff traits." Professor McGonagall bent to retrieve the toad, handing it back to a now pale-faced Neville, her tone softening. "All right, keep a close watch on your pet. Now line up and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to commence." The first years promptly formed a line, with Fiona and her friends positioned near the front, their curious eyes fixed upon the entrance to the dining hall, where a faint clamor could be heard, indicating that students from other houses had long been awaiting their arrival. Professor McGonagall led the new students into the dimly lit dining hall, where the long tables of the four houses were filled with eager faces. The ceiling was bewitched to resemble a night sky, adorned with twinkling stars. The sorting hat rested upon a high stool, and as Professor McGonagall unfurled the list, it suddenly burst into song, provoking a flurry of whispers among the first years. First up, Hermione Granger. Hermione nervously approached and donned the sorting hat. Moments later, it boomed, "Gryffindor." Following her was Neville Longbottom, who nearly stumbled as he dashed to the stool. The hat hesitated atop his head before announcing, "Gryffindor." Fiona raised an eyebrow and silently shrugged at Pansy, realizing that she was likely to lose this wager. Draco Malfoy. Draco strode forward with confidence, and before the hat even touched his hair, it declared, "Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted in applause, and Draco proudly lifted his chin as he took his designated seat. Theodore Knott. Slytherin. Blaise Zabini. Slytherin. Pansy and Daphne were subsequently sorted into Slytherin as well, waving at Fiona to join them. The list continued, and when Harry Potter's name was called, the hall fell into a momentary hush. Ultimately, he chose Gryffindor, eliciting a chorus of displeased boos from the Slytherin table. Finally, after a few more names, Professor McGonagall announced, "Fiona Lestrange." Fiona adjusted her skirt and approached the stool with poise. As soon as the hat touched her hair, it gasped. "Ah, a keen intellect, innate pride, and a clear understanding of power. Without a doubt, Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause, and Draco even stood to wave at her. Fiona smiled as she made her way to the table, where Pansy and Daphne ushered her into the midst of their group. Blaise handed her a glass of pumpkin juice, whispering, "I told you you'd end up here." Theodore rarely smiled, but he placed a roast potato on her plate. As the list dwindled, Fiona glanced at an excited Neville at the Gryffindor table and said to Pansy, "It seems my pearl hairpiece will belong to you." Pansy winked with pride. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of it." After the sorting ceremony, Professor Dumbledore delivered a brief address, reminding everyone to adhere to school rules, especially avoiding the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor. Soon, lavish food appeared on the long tables. and Fiona and her friends enjoyed roast chicken and Yorkshire pudding while listening to Draco lament about Harry Potter's foolish choice of Gryffindor. Once dinner concluded, the prefect led the new students to their respective common rooms. The Slytherin prefect, a sixth-year boy, expressionless, guided them through the dim corridors, descending several flights of stone steps. As the air grew increasingly damp, the Slytherin common room lay beneath the lake. The prefect coolly instructed, "Remember, the password is pure blood, and it will change daily." He halted in front of a stone wall adorned with a coiling serpent. After they spoke the password, the wall slowly slid open, revealing a brightly lit common room. Green tapestries hung on the walls, the carpet was soft as velvet, and the flames in the fireplace danced gently, casting a shimmering glow on the surrounding silverware. However, Draco did not lead them to the crowded main common room, but rather toward a small door in the corner. "Follow me," he said. "My parents have already made arrangements. We have our own special place." The door bore no handle, only a smooth black stone. Draco stepped forward first, and the stone emitted a faint red light that scanned his eyes before the door clicked open. "Only our pupils can open it," he explained. "Inside, the soundproofing charm is the most effective. You won't hear a thing from outside." Upon entering, they found a space more exquisite than the main common room. Deep green velvet sofas lined the walls, and Fiona's designated sofa was adorned with a silvery soft cushion, evidently tailored to her preferences, alongside a pillow embroidered with the Lestrange family crest. In one corner stood a small bar stocked with various drinks and snacks, and even a petite bookshelf containing several rare magical tomes. "What do you think?" Draco asked proudly. "Much more comfortable than being crammed out there, isn't it?" Blaise settled beside Fiona on her sofa, patting the space next to him. "Indeed, it's quite nice. At least we won't have to endure the noise from those lower years." Theodore wandered to the bookshelf, picking up a book to peruse, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Fiona sank into her sofa, the soft texture inviting a relaxed sigh. At last, a decent place to rest. She glanced out the window, which faced the inky depths of the lake, where silver fish occasionally swam past the glass. It seemed that for the next 7 years, this would be their most frequented abode. Pansy and Daphne had already begun to examine the candies on the bar, while Draco leaned against the fireplace, plotting how to assert dominance in the upcoming classes. The warm, quiet light of their small common room shielded them from the outside clamor, creating their first secret nook. "So, does this mean we each get our own room?" Fiona furrowed her brow, worry evident in her tone. "What will I do? Without a house elf to help, I surely won't get out of bed." She shook Blaise's arm, then turned to Draco and Theodore. "You must help me come up with a solution." Draco scoffed, but then produced a small silver alarm clock from his pocket. "I had this ready for you," he stated. "It's enchanted. When the time comes, it won't just ring, but it will also flick feathers at your face, ensuring you wake up earlier than a house elf." Blaise leaned back on the sofa, leisurely adding, "If all else fails, I can knock on your door every day. Our rooms are close enough. I can wait a few extra minutes." Theodore looked up from his book, calmly interjecting, "I can cast a wakefulness charm on you. It will last until breakfast ends, ensuring you don't miss class." Pansy teased from the side. "Who would have thought Our Lady Fiona has a penchant for sleeping in? Perhaps I should move in with you? I guarantee I'll drag you out of bed every morning." Fiona shot her a glare but accepted the alarm clock Draco offered, weighing it in her hand. "Is this thing truly reliable? If it fails to wake me, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Despite her words, the frown on her face lessened considerably. "Well, let us give it a try first. If it doesn't work, I'll be counting on you." She glanced at Blaise. Blaise nodded immediately. "At your service, milady." Seeing this, Draco cleared his throat, dissatisfied. "Don't forget about my alarm clock. It's far more dependable than some people us knocking." The small common room erupted in soft laughter as Fiona tucked the alarm clock into her bag, finally feeling reassured that even without a house elf, she wouldn't be late on her first day of classes. "All right, everyone, let's head back and rest," Fiona declared as she stood, smoothing her skirt. "I don't want to risk not waking up tomorrow. I still have to unpack." Thankfully, a simple restoration spell would suffice. Suddenly, she remembered something and frowned slightly. "Oh, right. That means Astoria won't be able to join us here either." Draco leaned against the doorframe, nonchalantly responding, "What is the difficulty? I can have my father make another request. We can simply record her pupil information later. One more person in the small common room won't make a difference." Blaise nodded in agreement. "Exactly. There's plenty of space. We can just add another sofa for her. Besides, she is a green grass. She belongs with us." Theodore closed the book in his hands and remarked lightly, "Just give the head girl a heads up in advance. When she arrives, you can bring her straight in, saving us the hassle of those procedures." Only then did Fiona feel at ease, a small smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, I was overthinking it. Well then, let us all retire early. We have classes tomorrow." Pansy and Daphne had already begun to walk towards the door, and as they departed, they reminded her, "Make sure to set your alarm. We don't want to have to send Blaise to knock on your door. Draco was the last to leave. And just before closing the door, he tilted his chin at Fiona. If the alarm proves ineffective, just call out. I wouldn't mind employing a more effective spell. Get lost, Fiona chuckled, playfully pushing him away. After shutting the door, she turned to gaze at her room, where the soft bed was adorned with silver-green sheets. Her vanity displayed her hair accessories and wand, while the restoration charm had already neatly organized the clothes in her suitcase. Stretching lazily, she contemplated the classes awaiting her the next day, slowly lying down on the bed, and soon succumbed to the tranquil depths of slumber. Chapter 8. The first day of school. On the following morning, Fiona was awakened by the feathers that sprang forth from her silver alarm clock, as a faint, hazy light crept in from the lake outside. She cast a charm to smooth her school uniform, tidied her hair in the mirror, and then stepped out of her room with her backpack in hand. Outside the common room, Draco and the others were already waiting. Blaise had a piece of chocolate dangling from his mouth. Theodore was flipping through the Transfiguration textbook, while Pansy and Daphne discussed what sweet treats might be available at breakfast. At last, I'm not late. Draco raised an eyebrow at Fiona. It seems my alarm is more effective than someone else knocking. The group made their way through the main common room, descending the stone steps toward the great hall. The long breakfast table was laden with fried eggs, bacon, and toast, while steaming pumpkin juice wafted through the air. Just as they settled at the Slytherin table, Professor McGonagall entered, clutching a stack of books. Her expression graver than the previous day. The first class was Transfiguration, held in a second-floor classroom. Blaise bit into a sausage, recalling that Professor McGonagall detested tardiness. Fiona scooped up some porridge, casting her gaze across the Gryffindor table, and not spotting Harry and Ron. She couldn't help but chuckle. It seems someone is in for a rough time. Indeed, when they arrived punctually at the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall was already standing at the lectern. Several minutes passed before the classroom door was suddenly thrust open, revealing Harry and Ron, panting, with Ron's robe awkwardly tucked into his trousers. Sorry, Professor, we got lost, Harry stammered, his face flushed. Professor McGonagall glared at them coldly. 5 points from Gryffindor. Now, find a seat. If you are late again, don't expect to enter my classroom. Ron mumbled as he made his way to a seat at the back, accidentally bumping into a desk, which elicited a ripple of laughter from the Slytherin side. Draco made a face at them, while Fiona turned her attention back to Professor McGonagall, who was now raising her wand to demonstrate how to transfigure a match into a needle. Observe closely. Her voice was clear and commanding. Transfiguration demands precise wand movements and focused intent. Even the slightest error can result in failure. The match in her hand quivered gently before transforming into a gleaming silver needle. The Slytherin students erupted into applause, and Fiona nodded slightly. Though the professor was stern, her abilities were indeed impressive. Gripping her wand tightly, she began to contemplate how to successfully execute the spell. During the transfiguration lesson, Professor McGonagall instructed the students to attempt turning matches into needles. Ron clumsily waved his wand, mispronouncing the incantation, resulting in the match not only failing to transform, but also emitting a cloud of black smoke, prompting a frown from Professor McGonagall. In stark contrast, Draco raised his wand first, smoothly reciting the spell. The match in his hand reliably morphed into a slender needle. Although the tip was not particularly sharp, it was satisfactory nonetheless. Well done, Malfoy, Professor McGonagall acknowledged with rare approval. Blaise followed suit, producing a needle even more exquisite than Draco's, while Theodore executed the transformation with remarkable efficiency, garnering a few extra glances from Professor McGonagall. When it was Fiona's turn, she flicked her wrist lightly. A glimmer of silver danced at the tip of her wand, and the match instantaneously transformed into a delicately patterned silver needle that landed on the table with a crisp sound. Lestrange, very good. Professor McGonagall's tone held a note of commendation. The Slytherin students wore expressions of pride that seemed altogether natural. They had long been tutored by private instructors at home, having covered the entire curriculum from 1st to 7th year, making these fundamental spells a mere formality. Watching as some Gryffindors struggled with their smoky matches, Draco couldn't help but snicker softly. A bunch of fools, unable to master even such a basic spell. Fiona covered her mouth with her textbook and whispered, "Don't be too loud. Be careful not to draw the professor's attention." While she too found the task simple, she refrained from flaunting it like Draco. After all, in her view, having studied ahead was an advantage not worth boasting about. After class, they exited the classroom and encountered Harry and Ron. Ron was still lamenting his failure in Transfiguration, while Harry was attempting to console him. Draco deliberately bumped into Harry, his tone dripping with disdain. It seems the Gryffindor hero isn't all that impressive, unable to even transform a needle. Harry frowned. At least we learned it ourselves. Unlike some people who only rely on private tutors. Better than not learning at all, Draco retorted defiantly. Blaise and Theodore moving to stand beside him as the atmosphere grew tense. Fiona tugged at Draco's sleeve. "Let us go. Our next class is potions. And Professor Snape certainly won't wait for us." She understood that arguing with Harry was futile. Rather than waste time, it was more prudent to prepare for potions, which was truly their forte. Draco huffed, no longer pursuing the argument, and turned to follow Fiona down to the dungeons. A glare from Ron could be felt behind them, but neither turned back. For the Slytherin squad, well-versed in the 7th-year curriculum, these minor skirmishes were merely trifles of the new term. The first day of school had a relatively light schedule, averaging just 2 classes a day. Fiona hurried to the dining hall, calculating that she needed to finish her meal quickly, as the afternoon held potions class with their head of house, Professor Snape, and they absolutely could not be late. Not long after sitting down, she overheard a heated argument from the neighboring table. Neville Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan were embroiled in a passionate dispute over a particular step. Fiona glanced over but quickly diverted her gaze. The Slytherin clique typically had little interaction with Gryffindor, and she focused on discussing the upcoming potions class with Draco, Theodore, and Blaise. The afternoon potions class commenced as expected, and as Professor Snape entered the classroom, he began lecturing in his signature icy tone. Today's lesson was on the swelling solution. He called on several students to answer questions, and when it was Harry Potter's turn, he stumbled over his words, earning a merciless reprimand from Snape. Fiona sat quietly at the Slytherin table, observing the spectacle, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. Subsequently, Snape meticulously detailed the herbs, tools, grinding methods, and the order and timing of ingredient additions required for the swelling solution on the blackboard, each step precise to the second. After finishing, he instructed the students to begin their work while he prowled the classroom. Fiona was paired with Theodore, and the two were intensely focused on brewing their potion. Her slender fingers gripped the stirring rod, diligently following the steps in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the classroom's tranquility. Neville's cauldron had exploded. Shards of debris instantly grazed Fiona's cheek and arm, leaving several small cuts that quickly began to bleed. Even worse, the scalding potion splattered onto her left arm and calf, causing unsightly blisters to form where it made contact with her skin. "Damn it," Fiona muttered under her breath, swiftly retrieving a vial of transparent potion from her small satchel, uncapping it, and downing it in one go. After a brief moment, the wounds on her face began to heal, and the abscesses on her arms and calves visibly receded at an astonishing pace. She lifted her gaze to the flustered Neville, her eyes glinting with frost. "You are the heir of the Longbottom family. No wonder you are so foolish. Like your parents, you will never learn to be content." Her voice, though soft, pierced the air with a chilling sharpness. "You should be aware of what my parents have done to yours, if you comprehend that. You ought to keep your distance from me. What my parents are capable of, I am equally capable of." Just then, Snape approached, and upon seeing the marks on Fiona's body, he slightly furrowed his brow. He had once tutored Fiona and greatly admired her talent in potions, especially given her unique status, which led him to be particularly lenient with her. He even entertained a fleeting thought of making her his goddaughter, were it not for her godfather being Voldemort. Perhaps such a possibility might have existed. In that moment, he merely shot a cold glare at Neville, assigning him the task of cleaning the classroom without uttering another word. Fiona turned away from Neville and addressed Theodore. "What progress have we made with our potion? I apologize for zoning out. There weren't any issues, were there?" Upon seeing Theodore shake his head, she breathed a sigh of relief. "After class, would you accompany me back? I'm not quite inclined to linger outside." Draco and Blaise immediately cast concerned glances her way. Draco frowned. "Do you need me to speak with Snape? Leaving early is perfectly acceptable." Blaise nodded in agreement, while Pansy and Daphne busied themselves tidying the potion-splattered cuffs of Fiona's robe. Theodore quietly replied, "No problem. I'll help you gather your things." Fiona smiled at them and redirected her focus to the cauldron. The Slytherin group always functioned this way, uniting in the face of any occurrence, as if they would wait for one another even outside the lavatory. This camaraderie had been ingrained in them since their first day at school, and even Astoria, who would not enroll until next year, was already regarded as one of them. The potion in the cauldron bubbled uniformly as Fiona observed Theodore diligently stirring, the irritation stirred by Neville gradually dissipating. As long as she was with her fellow Slytherins, it seemed that even the most distressing matters could swiftly fade away. Soon, Fiona and Theodore's potion for reducing swelling was complete. Fiona retrieved her glass vial and, with Theodore's assistance, carefully poured the potion into the bottle before submitting it to Professor Snape. Before long, Draco, Blaise, Daphne, and Pansy also finished their potions, and they efficiently tidied their tools before leaving the classroom together. They headed to the Great Hall for dinner, but Fiona lacked an appetite, merely picking at her food before setting down her cutlery. "I think I'll head back first," she murmured, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cool glass of her cup. Draco immediately set down his utensils. I'll walk with you. Me too. Theodore and Blaise chimed in almost simultaneously, and Pansy and Daphne prepared to rise in unison. Fiona shook her head. There's no need for all of you to go. Theodore can accompany me. You all can finish your meal and return later. She paused before adding, I just want to spend some time in the dormitory. The Slytherin group always respected one another's wishes, and seeing Fiona's insistence, Draco and the others did not press further, merely reminding her, we'll head back later. Call us if you need anything. Fiona nodded and stood up with Theodore, making their way out of the Great Hall towards the Slytherin common room. Before long, Fiona and Theodore arrived at the Slytherin common room. Fiona walked directly to the leather sofa she had brought from home, the one adorned with fox fur, which she had ordered her house elf to stow away, as sitting on it during the summer was unbearably stifling. She lay down despondently on the sofa, her cheek pressed against the cool leather, too lethargic to move. Not long after, Draco, Blaise, and the others returned from their meal. As they pushed open the door, they found Fiona maintaining her posture, resembling a wilted flower. Blaise was the first to approach, leaning against a nearby armchair, his tone teasing yet laced with concern. What's wrong? Who has offended our young lady? It's quite a rarity to see you so downcast. Pansy and Daphne joined, with Pansy gently brushing Fiona's hair from her face. Is it that incident from this afternoon that still troubles you? That Longbottom is a fool. Don't let him get to you. Draco stood at the opposite end of the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. Do you need me to remind him of his place? The chill in his voice was unmistakable. In Slytherin, no one who bullied a member of their group ever fared well. Chapter 9. Departure, Quidditch Pitch. That won't be necessary. Fiona lifted her head from the sofa, her cheeks still tinged with the marks left by her earlier irritation. I just suddenly feel quite bored. We've only had 2 classes today, and I'm growing restless. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, as if an idea had struck her. Oh, isn't there a Quidditch match coming up? Surely our team is training, right? Why don't we go watch? She sprang upright, clapping her hands excitedly. I'll go fetch my Nimbus 2000. I want to join in. Let me be the seeker, Cousin Draco. She turned to him, her tone playful and slightly pleading. Will you let me take the seeker position? Before Draco could respond, she glanced at the others. You all should bring your brooms too. We're not lacking in skill. Let us go see how they practice, and when we're in second year next year, we can all join the team. Draco raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Who can deny you, being my cousin? I suppose it's only fair to let you. He added. But if we lose, don't try to blame me. How could I? Fiona exclaimed, already on her feet. I'll grab my broom. You all hurry up and follow. With that, she dashed toward the dormitory, her earlier gloom completely forgotten. Blaise chuckled, shaking his head. Only she could change her mood this rapidly. Theodore had already turned to retrieve his broom, a barely noticeable smile gracing his lips. Let us go. We don't want her to be left waiting. The group quickly fell in step with Fiona, as the Slytherin cohort was always in unison. Once a decision was made, they would naturally go together, lively and spirited. Fiona, clutching her Nimbus 2000, led the way, her steps light as if she were walking on air. Glancing back at her companions with bright eyes. I'm going to be the seeker. What about you all? What positions do you want on the team? Draco tilted his chin, confidence radiating from him. Of course, I'll be the seeker as substitute. Should someone falter, someone must be there to save the day. He feigned retort, yet his eyes twinkled with mirth. Blaise draped an arm around Theodore's shoulders, leisurely suggesting, how about we be beaters? We'll need a couple of quick thinkers to deal with those bludgers. Theodore nodded, adding, beaters require coordination. We've always had great synergy. Pansy chimed in immediately, then I'll be a chaser. I scored more points than either of you during practice. Daphne giggled in agreement from beside her. I'll be a chaser too, partnering with Pansy. Fiona felt her excitement swell even further, quickening her pace. Perfect. That makes us a complete team. Once we join the team next year, we'll surely trounce Gryffindor. As she spoke, she raised her broom and waved it. Sunlight streaming through the corridor windows, illuminating her face. All traces of her previous discontent vanished, replaced solely by youthful anticipation and exhilaration for Quidditch. Upon reaching the Quidditch pitch, they heard a cacophony of raised voices. Fiona and the others hurried closer, only to find the Slytherin team and the Gryffindor team standing at a standoff. Tension palpable in the air. Upon noticing their approach, the Slytherin players parted to make way, their expressions unmistakably filled with deference. Fiona strode at the forefront, her hands gripping a Nimbus 2000, her gaze sweeping over Gryffindor with unabashed disdain. As the captain of Slytherin, she turned to the senior student leading her team and declared, "We are quite enthusiastic about Quidditch and have come here to practice with you. We intend to join the team next year." She cast a cold glance at the Gryffindors, her tone sharper. What business do they have meddling with us? If they truly cannot compete, I could easily procure a note from Professor Snape right now. Let us see how they fare then. They should go request a note from Professor McGonagall as well. With that, she raised her hand, passing her broom to Blaise beside her. Let us get started quickly. I have no desire to bask in this glaring sun and risk getting a tan. Her attention shifted to the Slytherin captain, whose badge indicated his name was Oliver. You're Oliver, aren't you? Fiona frowned slightly. Next time, try not to quarrel so brazenly with Gryffindor. It's quite unbecoming of us Slytherins. As pure-blood nobles, where has your elegance and civility gone? After a brief pause, her tone softened. I do support you, but just look at your uniform. It's a disheveled mess. Does it even resemble Slytherin? Arguments aside, one must always maintain a semblance of grace. Finally, she turned her gaze to the entire team. We are all novices, having only played with toy brooms in our childhood. We've hardly had any real experience. I would appreciate it if you could teach us a few things. Draco chimed in from the side. The professors always say that practical experience is the best training. Since we intend to join the team, familiarizing ourselves in advance can only be beneficial. Theo and Blaise nodded in agreement. As is customary with the Slytherin cohort, once they decide to pursue something, they never do so half-heartedly. The Gryffindors watched this unfold, their expressions shifting from green to pale, but due to Fiona's status and Snape's intimidating presence, they ultimately retreated to the other side of the pitch, tacitly allowing Slytherin to use the field first. Oliver, you must be the team captain? Fiona inquired, her tone gentler than during her earlier reprimand, yet still imbued with undeniable authority. Would you kindly guide us? She clearly delineated their roles. I will be the seeker, Draco is the reserve seeker. Blaise and Theo will serve as beaters, while Pansy and Daphne will be chasers. Judging by your position, you must be the keeper. This way, we can form a complete team. As she spoke, she slightly lifted her chin and added, additionally, could you arrange for us to have a set of team uniforms and corresponding gear? We can't very well practice in our school robes. Oliver, taken aback by the directness of these first-year students, nonetheless nodded in agreement, recognizing Fiona's standing and Snape's influence. Of course. I will fetch some spare uniforms and protective gear right away. As he turned to instruct the team to retrieve the items, he mused to himself about the audacity of first years demanding positions so boldly. Yet, when the actual instruction commenced, Oliver realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Once Fiona mounted the Nimbus 2000, she seemed destined for the skies, her eyes sharp and focused. After only a few demonstrations of basic seeker techniques, she exhibited remarkable speed and reflexes, seamlessly tracking the practice snitch as deftly as Draco. Blaise and Theo displayed impeccable coordination as they wielded their bats to intercept the bludgers with precision, while Pansy and Daphne moved with agility that left seasoned players in awe. In a mere half hour, these self-proclaimed novices had managed to engage in a rudimentary scrimmage. Oliver, stationed at the goal, observed in amazement as the agile figures danced through the air, conceding that indeed, not a single member of Slytherin's pure-blood clique was mediocre. Before long, under Oliver's guidance, Fiona and her companions progressed at an astonishing rate. Within just one afternoon, their teamwork and skills had begun to rival those of players who had trained for several years. Fiona pursued the snitch like a streak of black lightning, with Draco always timely positioned to back her up, while Blaise and Theo's timing and intercepting was as precise as though measured with a ruler. Pansy and Daphne's efficiency in scoring drew the admiration of veteran players. The Gryffindor team had not left. They had crowded onto the stands, their eyes fixed intently on the Slytherin newcomers. Oliver would furrowed his brow, tracking Fiona's movements, and whispered to his teammates, their talent is extraordinary. If they truly join Slytherin, we will need to double our training intensity. Beside him, Elias Spinnet nodded in agreement. That seeker named Fiona has reflexes faster than anyone I've ever seen, and those two beaters work together as if they were one. Let us not inflate their egos. Fred Weasley clapped Oliver on the shoulder. We won't be intimidated once they officially join the team. Yet, despite his words, his gaze remained fixed on the pitch, clearly impressed by the performance of the Slytherin group. On the field, just as Fiona caught the snitch, she raised her arm towards the stands in a gesture of triumph, a smirk of challenge gracing her lips. The Slytherin veterans erupted into cheers, while Draco and the others gathered around her, exchanging fist bumps in a display of camaraderie that suggested they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. The expressions of the Gryffindor players darkened further, and Oliver took a deep breath. Let us go. We need to practice more. As the setting sun bathed the pitch in golden hues, Fiona and her team finally ceased their practice. The gazes of the veteran Slytherins had transformed from initial disdain to recognition. Oliver approached, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Your performance today exceeded expectations. I will have the uniforms delivered to your dormitory. You can wear them for practice tomorrow. Fiona accepted the water Theo offered, taking a sip and smiling. Thank you, Captain Oliver. Draco slung an arm around her shoulders. It seems the Quidditch Cup is ours for the taking next year. Blaise whistled in agreement, Naturally, with us around, Gryffindor will merely serve as the backdrop. The group bantered as they made their way back, the sun elongating their shadows. The laughter of the Slytherin clique echoing through the empty pitch, imbued with the pride of victors. Fiona twirled the snitch she had just caught on her fingertips, the metallic shell glinting with fragmented light in the sunset. She turned to Draco, her tone laced with casual curiosity. Draco, I've heard that catching the first snitch in a match is said to be a token for confession. If accepted, it signifies agreement. Even if not for that purpose, it would be a valuable collectible. She tossed the snitch into the air and caught it deftly, raising an eyebrow. What do you think? Should I keep it for myself? Or give it to someone? Draco paused, his steps faltering momentarily, a faint blush coloring his ears, but he quickly regained his characteristic arrogance. What sort of gift is that? Such a meaningful item should undoubtedly be kept for oneself. He glanced at the snitch in Fiona's hand, quickly averting his gaze, adding, besides, the person deserving of it likely hasn't even appeared yet. Blaise scoffed from the side. Malfoy, your words make it sound like you want it for yourself. Draco shot him a glare. Fool, I'm merely concerned that some people have poor taste and would squander it. Theo remained silent, but his gaze lingered on the snitch in Fiona's grasp, his fingers curling slightly. Fiona chuckled at their banter, tucking the snitch into her pocket. All right then, I'll hold on to it for now. I'll decide its fate when I figure things out. She bounded a couple of steps to catch up with Pansy and Daphne ahead, leaving 3 boys behind with a variety of expressions. After all, this was the first golden snitch Fiona had successfully captured. Who wouldn't desire to have it ultimately resting in their hands? What are you doing? Hurry up and catch up. Fiona called back to the few behind her, brushing aside the sweaty strands of hair from her forehead. Having just perspired profusely, she felt sticky all over and thought to herself, I must hurry back to shower and sleep. If you dawdle any longer, I might just leave you behind. As she spoke, she turned and quickened her pace. Perhaps due to her haste, she failed to pay attention to the steps beneath her. After taking just 2 strides, she stumbled with a sharp gasp, losing her balance as her ankle twisted painfully, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. Fiona! The voices of her companions rang out in unison. Theodore reacted the fastest, rushing forward to steady her arm, while Draco and Blaise quickly surrounded her. How are you? Where does it hurt? Theodore's voice betrayed his evident concern as he bent down to examine her ankle, which had already begun to show signs of redness. Fiona furrowed her brow and tentatively moved her foot, gasping in pain. It seems I've twisted my ankle. Draco immediately crouched down, cautiously touching her ankle, his tone turning serious. Don't move, let me take a look. He looked up at Blaise, instructing him to fetch a healing potion from a house elf and ensure they could get her home first. Blaise nodded and dashed toward the castle. Theodore effortlessly scooped Fiona into his arms, his movements steady. I'll carry you back to the common room. Don't squirm. Fiona hesitated for a moment, instinctively attempting to struggle free. I can walk on my own. Behave, Draco interjected sternly from beside her. Do you want to injure yourself further? Fiona pouted but reluctantly leaned against Theodore, her cheeks slightly flushed. This is all your fault for being so slow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed. Theodore glanced down at her, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. Indeed, it is entirely our fault. Draco walked beside them, occasionally steadying Fiona to ensure Theodore was holding her securely. The sunset cast long shadows of the 3, transforming what had been a hurried journey into a scene infused with a mixture of concern and care due to this unexpected mishap. Before long, they arrived at the Slytherin common room, where Theodore gently placed Fiona on a leather sofa. Barely settled, Blaise returned swiftly with the swelling potion and a clean cloth. Bear with it, Blaise said as he crouched before her, his tone softening as he carefully removed her shoes and socks. Fiona's ankle had swollen noticeably, showing an alarming shade of red. As he poured some potion onto the cloth and was about to apply it, Fiona instinctively recoiled her foot, causing him to chuckle. Blaise, be gentle, she protested, her voice trembling with a hint of distress. It really hurt. Understood, my lady, Blaise replied with a resigned shake of his head, his touch becoming more delicate as he gently dabbed the swollen area with the potion-soaked cloth. Just endure a bit. This potion works quickly. You'll feel better by tomorrow. Draco stood nearby, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the inflamed area. I told you to watch where you were walking. Now you understand the pain? Though his words were reproachful, his eyes were filled with concern. Theodore went to fetch a glass of warm water and handed it to her. Drink this. It might help divert your attention. Pansy and Daphne also gathered around, one holding Fiona's uninjured foot while the other offered soothing words. Blaise continued to apply the potion while murmuring, in the future, don't rush when walking. You might truly injure yourself. I know, you're so annoying. Fiona sniffed, yet she remained still, allowing Blaise to tend to her injury. The coolness of the potion against her skin gradually alleviated the pain. Leaning back against the sofa, She observed the concerned faces surrounding her, and the irritation caused by her injury seemed to dissipate. Fiona pouted, gazing at her swollen ankle with exasperation. How am I supposed to take a shower now? My foot is like this. I can't possibly limp to the bathroom. Can I? If I don't wash up, I'll feel all sticky and will surely be miserable. Draco interjected immediately. Just have a house elf bring the bathtub to your room, and have them prepare hot water and fresh clothes. You can sit and wash without needing to move your foot. Theodore nodded in agreement. I'll go tell Dobby. He is familiar with these matters and will arrange everything properly. Blaise had just finished applying the potion and gently secured her ankle with a bandage when he raised an eyebrow at her. Do you need any assistance? Perhaps handing you a towel or something, though only if you don't mind. Fiona's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly waved him off. No, it's sufficient to have the house elf help. I can manage on my own. She didn't want them to see her in such a vulnerable state. Not even her childhood friends. Pansy teased with a smile. Don't worry, we won peak. But if you need help halfway through, just call out. We'll be right here in the common room. I know, Fiona replied, slightly embarrassed by their banter. She nudged Draco. Go ask the house elf to prepare everything. I just want to wash up and lie down in bed. Draco acquiesced and promptly set off to find a house elf. Theodore then fetched a soft cushion and placed it behind her back. Rest for a bit. We'll let you know when the bathroom is ready. Watching them bustling around, Fiona felt a warm sensation in her heart. The irritation from her injury had completely vanished. With this group by her side, even the most troublesome matters seemed to become simple. The bathroom was soon prepared, the spacious tub filled with warm water, adorned with floating lavender petals. Fiona cautiously settled into the tub, the warm water enveloping her body, washing away the fatigue and stickiness of the day, eliciting a soft sigh of contentment. After soaking for a while, she felt it was time to get out. As she attempted to push herself up using the edge of the tub, she discovered that even the slightest pressure on her ankle sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through her. The nearby house elf, eager to assist, stood on tiptoe, but was simply too short to reach her arm. Resigned, Fiona tightened her bath towel and called out to the door, Daphne? Pansy, are you there? Could you come in and help me? No sooner had she spoken than the door gently swung open, and Daphne and Pansy stepped inside. What's wrong? Daphne quickly spotted Fiona's distressed demeanor as she sat in the tub and rushed over. Can't you stand up? Yes. I can't put any weight on my ankle, Fiona admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Could you please help me? Pansy hurried forward as well, and together, they carefully supported her arms, gently assisting her out of the tub. Take it slow, no need to rush, Pansy advised softly, grabbing a dry towel nearby to help pat her dry so she wouldn't catch a chill. Once they managed to seat Fiona on a nearby soft stool, they fetched her a clean nightgown. Fiona watched them bustling about, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here, otherwise I'd be stuck in the bathtub. Don't mention it, Daphne replied, gently combing through Fiona's damp hair. Hurry and change. We'll help you back to your room to rest. You look exhausted. Pansy twisted a warm towel and handed it to her. Wipe your face, perk up a bit. Fiona accepted the towel, feeling warmth spread through her. This was the essence of their Slytherin circle. No matter the time or situation, there was always someone ready to lend a hand. This bond and warmth were her most steadfast support at Hogwarts. So, dear Pansy and Daphne, after Fiona changed into her nightgown, the two of them helped her sit at the edge of her bed. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she looked at them, a touch of pleading in her voice. Will you stay with me tonight? We can chat and discuss the events of today. My bed is enchanted for expansion. Once enlarged, it can comfortably accommodate the three of us. In the morning, we can simply shrink it back down. It's quite convenient. Pansy immediately chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. I knew you would resort to this trick. Fine. Since there's nothing pressing to attend to back home, I shall keep you company. Daphne nodded in agreement, fluffing her pillow to make it softer. It's perfect. I've been wanting to discuss Quidditch. You were absolutely magnificent when you caught the golden snitch today. Fiona beamed at the compliment, shifting under the covers. Come on up. Let me tell you, when I caught the first snitch, my heart was racing. I was terrified the older players would snatch it away first. The three of them huddled together on the enlarged bed, sharing a single blanket, their voices hushed as they transitioned from Quidditch to their afternoon potions class, and then to their feelings upon being sorted into Slytherin. Moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting their shadows on the wall, resembling a delicate silhouette. Fiona nestled against Pansy's shoulder, listening to Daphne recount amusing tales about her owl, and the pain in her ankle seemed to fade considerably. The warmth of friendship was a comforting balm, especially in the unfamiliar surroundings of Hogwarts, instilling her with a profound sense of security. As their conversation dwindled, Fiona's voice softened. Her eyelids grew heavy, and before long, she had drifted off against Pansy's shoulder, her breathing even and gentle, a faint smile gracing her lips as if she were dreaming of something delightful. Pansy and Daphne exchanged glances, then quieted their movements. They gazed at Fiona's serene, sleeping visage, their expressions softening. When awake, Fiona often carried the distinctive pride of Slytherin, her gaze sharp and somewhat unapproachable, speaking with a nonchalant arrogance reminiscent of a prickly hedgehog. Yet in slumber, all her defenses and edges seemed to dissolve, leaving only the tranquil innocence of a child. Her sleeping posture was composed, curled up quietly, unlike some restless children who tossed and turned. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow upon her cheek, which radiated a healthy rosy hue. Entirely devoid of the unapproachable demeanor she exhibited during the day. "She is quite well behaved in her sleep," Pansy remarked softly, tucking the blanket around her with a tenderness that seemed almost hesitant to disturb a butterfly. Daphne nodded in agreement, her fingertips gently brushing a stray lock of hair from Fiona's forehead. She usually puts on airs, yet she is still just a little girl at heart. The two fell silent, surrendering to the embrace of the moonlight streaming in, gradually closing their eyes as well. The common room lay in tranquil silence, punctuated only by the soft, rhythmic breaths of the three girls, resonating with a unique warmth amidst the stillness of the night. Chapter 10, Herbology Class. The following morning, Fiona awoke to sunlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains, warming the blankets. Rather than rising immediately, she snuggled closer to Pansy, nuzzling against her arm and murmuring in a sleepy, soft voice, "Pansy, Daphne, wake up." As the two rubbed their eyes and sat up, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did you know? Our first class today is herbology. I heard from the older students that the greenhouse is filled with all sorts of peculiar plants. It should be quite entertaining." She paused, her tone brimming with anticipation. "And I also heard that we have our first flying class this afternoon, although we VE practiced at home. Learning alongside everyone at school will surely be a different experience." Pansy stifled a yawn and pinched her cheek. "Look at you, so energetic. Who was it that said they could hardly keep their eyes open last night?" Daphne chuckled while smoothing out Fiona's tousled hair. "Is your ankle feeling better? You were groaning about it yesterday, and now you're all about flying class." Fiona flexed her ankle nonchalantly and waved her hand dismissively. "It hasn't hurt for ages. Blaise's potion worked wonders. Now, let us hurry and wash up. We can't be late, especially not for Professor Sprout's class. I'd rather not get entangled in those moving vines." With that, she sprang out of bed, her steps light and carefree, showing no sign of the sprain from the previous day. Pansy and Daphne exchanged amused glances and quickly followed suit, ready to embark on another lively day as the Slytherin trio. As they made their way to the Great Hall, Fiona, flanked by Pansy and Daphne, noticed that the surrounding students were deliberately avoiding them. Some averted their gazes upon spotting Fiona, while others murmured softly, quickly dispersing when she caught their eyes. Blaise and Draco trailed behind, Blaise observing the commotion with mild interest. "I suppose news of yesterday's potions class has spread. The incident with the Longbottoms is always ripe for gossip." Fiona shrugged indifferently, her pace unbroken. "What is the big deal? Let them gossip. I couldn't care less." She even playfully skipped a few steps, her skirt fluttering. Pansy hastily grasped her arm. "Take it easy. You're wearing heels today. Haven't you learned anything from yesterday's lesson? If you twist your ankle again, no one will be there to soothe it." Daphne nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Where's the Slytherin elegance in this haste? Slow down. All right. Fiona's voice echoed back, already a few steps ahead. "You two need to catch up. I'm eager to see what we'll learn in herbology. Will there be any biting mandrakes?" Watching her lively retreat, Blaise chuckled helplessly. Only she could be so carefree, even while being avoided. Draco scoffed. "A bunch of cowards. What is there to be afraid of?" Theo remained silent, quickening his pace to keep up, his gaze fixed on Fiona's retreating figure, anxious that she might trip in her heels. The Slytherin trio remained steadfast together, unfazed by others' opinions, finding joy in their own camaraderie. As Fiona chatted with Draco about herbology, her plate was adorned with exquisite smoked meats and juice. Suddenly, Neville approached her, his face flushed, clutching a small box in his hands. "Fiona, I'm really sorry about yesterday. It was my fault. If my cauldron hadn't exploded, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Here, my grandmother baked these cookies for you as an apology." Fiona lifted her gaze, casually opening the box to glance inside before snapping it shut. "Thank you," she said flatly, yet in the blink of an eye, she tossed the box, along with its contents, into the nearby trash bin, her motion brisk and decisive, as if discarding a mere scrap of paper. She then turned back to her conversation with Draco, seemingly unperturbed by the incident. "How could you do that?" A clear voice, tinged with anger, interjected. Hermione approached swiftly, her brows knitted in disapproval. "Neville was being kind to apologize and even brought cookies baked by his grandmother, and you simply threw them in the trash? That is outrageous." Fiona raised an eyebrow, a light laugh escaping her lips, her tone dripping with disdain. If I wanted cookies, would I resort to such cheap offerings? The cookies Aunt Narcissa bakes are made with ingredients far superior to his. Furthermore, I never partake in such poorly made treats. It's generous enough that I accepted his apology. She paused for a moment, glancing toward the trash bin, and added, besides, there were mango bits in there. And I'm allergic to mangoes. Would you have me risk my life for a cookie? Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Observing Fiona's nonchalant demeanor and then glancing at the pale-faced Neville, rendered speechless by her response. Draco chuckled derisively from the side. Gryffindors just love to meddle. Why should you concern yourself with others' affairs? Blaise nodded in agreement. What Fiona chooses to eat or not eat is none of anyone's business. Fiona disregarded Hermione further, sipping her juice and waving at Neville. All right, I've accepted your apology. You can leave now. Neville's lips moved, but he ultimately lowered his gaze and quietly turned away. Hermione gazed at the scene before her, biting her lip in frustration as she returned to the Gryffindor table. However, the atmosphere at Slytherin remained undisturbed. Fiona had already engaged Pansy in conversation about the afternoon's flying broomstick lesson, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Let us go? I'm full, Fiona declared, setting down her silver fork and dabbing her lips with her napkin. As she rose, she smoothed her skirt and made her way to the herbology classroom. She cast a disdainful glance at the Gryffindor table nearby, her tone dripping with contempt. If I recall correctly, Gryffindor's first class is History of Magic, right? Well, at least I won't have to face them first thing in the morning. But for the afternoon flying lesson, I'll have to squeeze in with that bunch of fools. Just thinking about it is irritating. Indeed, Pansy chimed in as she stood up. I don't know how the school schedules classes, but it seems deliberate to place us so close to Gryffindor. It's as if they're looking to provoke us. Fiona paused, her tone softening slightly as she mentioned another house. Speaking of which, I actually quite like Hufflepuff. They're so innocent and kind. They just seem adorable. Last time, Cedric from the upper years even invited us for a picnic, but unfortunately, I had prior commitments. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she continued. I heard they're organizing another picnic soon. I should ask if I can join. I need to write to my family, Leong and Shan, to bake some pudding cookies and send over some cakes and candies to share with everyone. It would be delightful. The Hufflepuff picnic should be quite lively. Daphne remarked with a smile. They excel at preparing food. Draco scoffed lightly. Spending time with Hufflepuff is certainly preferable to dealing with that gaggle of Gryffindor imbeciles. Blaise patted Fiona on the shoulder, saying, feel free to let me know what you'd like to bring. I can have my family prepare a few items as well. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way toward the herbology classroom, sunlight streaming through the corridor's stained glass, casting vibrant patterns on the floor. For Fiona, the prospect of interacting with Hufflepuff was far more appealing than clashing with Gryffindor. After all, who would refuse a gathering of cheerful companions bearing delectable treats? In the herbology greenhouse, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth as Professor Sprout stood at the podium, patiently explaining the repotting techniques for mandrakes. After posing several questions about the characteristics of mandrakes, Fiona was called upon twice, responding with both speed and precision, prompting the professor to award Slytherin 10 points immediately. Now, everyone, go grab your earmuffs. Remember, they must be worn properly before you handle the mandrakes. As the professor's words faded, Fiona rose to fetch her earmuffs, only to be gently pushed back into her seat by Blaise. I'll get them for you, he said, striding over to the tool rack. When he returned, he held 2 pink earmuffs adorned with tiny bows. Fiona raised an eyebrow at him, her tone teasing. What's this? The illustrious Zabini has a penchant for pink? She took the earmuffs and placed them on her head, adding leisurely, by the way, I heard you've switched girlfriends again? That blonde from Ravenclaw was rather charming. Wasn't he she? Who's the lucky girl this time? You really are quite the heartthrob. She paused, her eyes scanning Blaise with a hint of seriousness. I wonder if the girl destined to marry you will mind our pure-blood family's emphasis on fidelity. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't appreciate your wandering ways. After all, who would fancy a fickle heart? As she spoke, she deftly uprooted her mandrake from its old pot, handing the clump of soil to Blaise. Hurry up and repot it. Do it quickly. Blaise accepted the mandrake, feeling the cool earth against his fingertips, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet he chose not to retort. Once the repotting was complete, Fiona leaned against the lab table, waiting for the others. Noticing that Blaise's movements had slowed, she remarked, I wasn't joking earlier. In pure-blood families, loyalty is paramount. Given my family's status, I can only marry someone who genuinely cares for me. I truly doubt anyone would want to marry someone who flits about so carelessly. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, pulling several pink envelopes from her pocket, each adorned with a glittering heart wax seal, and waved them about. Oh, by the way, would you like to take a look? I have plenty of love letters here. Perhaps they could inspire you. In truth, she was not entirely devoted herself, frequently surrounded by a cadre of exceptional young men, gradually adopting a bit of that playful arrogance. especially when mingling with a seasoned flirt like Blaise, her tongue often unrestrained. What gives you the audacity to look at those? Draco's voice cut through from nearby. He and Theodore having just approached, evidently having overheard Fiona's words. Draco frowned, his gaze sweeping over the pink envelopes with evident displeasure. Is this trivial nonsense truly worth boasting about? Theodore remained silent, but his gaze fell upon the envelopes in Fiona's hand, his fingers tightening around the handle of his trowel. Blaise, however, chuckled, reaching for the envelopes. Let me see. Who is the audacious soul who dares to pursue Our Lady? Don't touch them. Fiona tucked the letters back into her pocket, winking at them. Want to see? Beg me. Draco scoffed. Who would care? Though he said this, he did not move, clearly waiting for her to elaborate. Fiona observed their varying expressions, a sly smile flickering in her eyes as she patted Theodore's trowel. Let us go, let us go. The professor is about to check our repotting results, and if we dawdle, we might lose points. With that, she led the way toward Professor Sprout, the pink earmuffs bobbing among the green vines like a playful butterfly. Behind her, Draco's frown softened slightly. Blaise raised an eyebrow and followed, while Theodore tightened his grip on the trowel, hastening after that vibrant figure. Some thoughts were veiled in jest, others in silence. The scent of earth mingled with youthful musings, quietly fermenting under the sun. I certainly want to take it seriously. It's merely a game, Fiona remarked, shaking the Ravenclaw letter in her hand, her tone nonchalantly resolute. If all else fails, I could bring you along, or let you observe from the sidelines. I believe it would be quite entertaining. She lifted the letter, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Look at this one. It's from the top student of Ravenclaw. I've seen his handwriting before. It's identical. If I could toy with his emotions a bit, perhaps the title of top student would fall to me instead. What do you think of that idea? Noticing Draco and Theodore's expressions darkening, she quickly added, Don't spoil my fun with your dreary remarks. Otherwise, I might just ignore you. Primarily, she was observing Blaise and his peers, many of whom were already in relationships, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of longing. She paused, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the envelope. I find myself pondering what my own romantic relationship would be like. It undoubtedly must involve considerable wealth. I appreciate money, and those willing to spend it on me are certainly more attentive. However, the comment about being the top student was just a jest. If I aim for that position, it will be through my own merit. As she spoke seriously, her tone shifted. If one wishes to be my boyfriend, intelligence and wit are indispensable. While I enjoy fun, I also have a passion for studying ancient alchemy and magic. He must be able to engage in meaningful conversation with me. Moreover, he should possess high emotional intelligence, capable of discerning my thoughts. After all, I can't be expected to voice every little thing, can I? Blaise raised an eyebrow, deliberately teasing her. So, it appears I fit the bill quite well. Wealthy, charming, but alas, not exactly faithful. Get lost. Fiona swatted his hand away, but couldn't suppress a laugh. You're far from it. Draco, standing nearby, snorted in disapproval, yet quietly noted her words. Intelligence, emotional acumen, and a willingness to spend money. He could certainly meet those criteria. Theodore remained silent, merely observing Fiona's sparkling eyes, secretly reflecting. Ancient alchemy and magic were indeed subjects he had studied in depth. Sunlight streamed through the arched windows of the corridor, casting elongated shadows of a few individuals. The youthful hearts were akin to stars hidden behind clouds, faintly twinkling. Yet none dared to articulate their thoughts first. I pondered whether I should simply choose someone from Slytherin. Fiona toyed with the envelope in her hand, her fingertips gliding over the various colored wax seals. Look, each house's love letter bears its representative hue. Gryffindor's crimson, Hufflepuff's gold, and Ravenclaw's azure are indeed quite conspicuous. She turned to her companions, her tone casual yet tinged with seriousness. When we return tonight, could you assist me with some guidance? After all, the school year commences on Thursday, and tomorrow is the weekend, providing ample opportunity for a rendezvous. Perhaps by then, I shall not feel so tethered to our little Slytherin circle. At this juncture, she emphasized, however, I would rather not encounter any of your names within these envelopes. That would not be a surprise, but a shock. I consider you all merely good friends and have no intention of becoming romantically entangled with you. She paused, her gaze reflecting the distinctive pride of Slytherin. Moreover, should I enter a romantic relationship, I shall only pursue purebloods. I cannot abide half-bloods or those of Muggle descent. That is my unwavering principle. Draco's stride faltered imperceptibly before he scoffed. You do possess discerning taste. Only purebloods are worthy of you. Yet, beneath his tone lay a subtle tension. Blaise raised an eyebrow, deliberately teasing her. Rest assured, even if I were to write your name, I would not let you see it, lest we frighten our esteemed lady. Theodore remained silent, his hands resting at his sides, quietly clenching into fists. His gaze fixed on the envelopes in Fiona's grasp, lost in thought. Oblivious to their minute expressions, Fiona nonchalantly stuffed the envelopes into her bag. All right, let us head to the flying class. We must not keep that Gryffindor lot waiting. We can discuss the matter of dates later. The group followed her to the grounds, the sunlight intertwining their shadows. Though they were in close proximity, an inexplicable distance lingered, with unspoken sentiments concealed behind jest and pride, not easily articulated. Chapter 11. The Flying Lesson. Fiona strode ahead with buoyant steps, suddenly glancing back at her companions and playfully raising her chin. Speaking of which, seeing your names in the envelopes might not be entirely out of the question. She paused deliberately, observing the immediate tension in their expressions. Unable to suppress a laugh, though I would likely just incinerate it, treating it as if I had never seen it to spare us the embarrassment. As her words faded, the piercing sound of broomsticks slicing through the air echoed ahead, the vibrant green of the Quidditch pitch coming into view. Fiona's eyes sparkled, and she quickened her pace. Here we are. I must showcase my skills and demonstrate to Gryffindor what true flying prowess entails. She glanced back at Draco and the others, her Nimbus 2000 seemingly eager for flight. Especially you, Draco. Do not let yourself be outdone by Gryffindor's novices, or you will bring shame upon Slytherin. Fear not. Draco replied with an arrogant tilt of his chin. I shall show you who the true genius is. Blaise and Theodore followed suit, grinning at the Gryffindor players already warming up on the pitch, their eyes gleaming with determination. Fiona was the first to sprint towards the center of the field, the wind lifting her black robes like a bat ready to take flight. This was her forte. As the whistle for the flying lesson sounded, Madame Hooch's voice resonated across the grounds. Feet on either side of the broom, and now, rise. Fiona softly uttered the incantation, and the Nimbus 2000 obediently leaped to her side. She mounted it, catching a glimpse of Neville, whose face was pale with anxiety, awkwardly clutching his old broom, which soon spiraled downward, his crystal memory ball rolling into the center of the pitch. Draco, quick as a flash, dove on his broom to retrieve the glimmering ball, triumphantly shaking it in the air. Lombard's precious trinket? It appears you are indeed ill-suited for flying. Allow me to safeguard it for you. Return it to him. Hermione's voice rang with anger as she pursued Draco on her broom, her brow furrowed tightly. That belongs to Neville. Your actions are utterly uncalled for. Uncalled for? Draco scoffed, maneuvering his broom higher. If you have the ability, come and retrieve it yourself, Granger. Biting her lip, Hermione pivoted, spotting Fiona not far off, and hastily redirected her course. Fiona, you must stop Draco. This is wrong. That is Neville's most cherished possession, and you ought to reprimand him. Fiona, leisurely perched on her broom and swinging her legs, raised an eyebrow at Hermione, her tone indifferent. It is hardly a significant issue. Why should I chastise Draco for this? She appraised Hermione with a slight smile. Besides, we do not seem to be very acquainted. Do we, Miss Granger? She paused, as if recalling something, and added, initially, I intended to ask Draco to let me play with that crystal ball, but now I've changed my mind. With that, she gestured to Blaise. Blaise, go assist Draco. Give that savior a good tease. It's a pity she's wearing a skirt today, otherwise, I would join in the fun. Finally, she turned her attention to the quietly observing Theodore, her eyes sparkling. Theodore, would you give me a ride? I wish to see up close. Theodore nodded, smoothly mounting his broom. Fiona gracefully swung onto it, sitting sideways before him, easily leaning against his chest without obstructing his view. She wrapped her arms around Theodore's waist, her voice laced with mirth. Let us ascend. The higher we go, the clearer we see. Theodore's grip tightened slightly as he soared upward. The wind whistled past her ears, and Fiona caught a whiff of the faint cedar scent emanating from Theodore. She glanced up to see Draco and Blaise playfully taunting Harry, while Neville hopped anxiously below, and Hermione's face flushed with frustration. Yet, nestled in Theodore's embrace, Fiona found the entire spectacle delightfully amusing. After observing for a while, she grew weary of Draco and Blaise's antics, who had Harry spinning in circles. She tapped Theodore's arm, calling out to the two in the air. All right, Draco, Blaise. That's enough. Madame Hooch will deduct house points if she sees this. We still wish to claim the house cup. As the wind grew stronger, she tucked her tousled hair behind her ear, feeling slightly dizzy as she nestled closer to Theodore. Theodore, let us descend. He complied, skillfully guiding the broom downward. Blaise quickly followed suit, while Draco lingered in the air for a moment longer before reluctantly returning to the ground. No sooner had they landed than Draco suddenly flung the memory crystal ball towards the castle, precisely aiming for Professor McGonagall's office window, and then provocatively raised his chin at Harry. If you have the guts, go retrieve it, savior. Harry, indeed incensed, shot towards the window on his broom, catching the crystal ball with steady hands. This scene was clearly visible to Professor McGonagall, who not only refrained from reprimanding Harry, but also brightened with delight, immediately calling out to him. Draco smirked, choosing not to pursue further mischief. and turned to follow Fiona and the others towards the castle. In the evening, the Great Hall buzzed with activity as long tables filled with students. Just as Fiona and her companions settled in, jubilant cheers erupted from the Gryffindor side. It turned out that Professor McGonagall had announced Harry's exceptional inclusion in the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker. On what grounds? Draco clenched his silver fork tightly, his expression dark enough to draw water, a first-year student. What right do they have to join the Quidditch team? Blaise frowned in agreement. Professor McGonagall is clearly showing favoritism. Yet Fiona merely raised an eyebrow, a competitive smile gracing her lips. A seeker? How intriguing. It appears that next year's Quidditch Cup will be more spirited than ever. She cast a challenging glance at Draco, her tone laced with provocation. What's the matter, afraid? Draco snorted disdainfully, slicing a piece of steak with vigor. Just wait and see. I'll ensure he understands the might of Slytherin. The jubilant cheers in the Great Hall continued to resonate, with the crimson banners of Gryffindor fluttering exuberantly. Meanwhile, the young men at the Slytherin table were already ignited with competitive fervor. This contest had only just begun. Draco, I wish to join the Quidditch team, Fiona suddenly exclaimed, slapping the table, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Do you think I can do it? I plan to overhaul our Slytherin team. Just you wait. No sooner had she spoken than she clacked her high heels towards the staff table, striding directly to Professor Snape. Tilting her head slightly, Professor Snape, look, Gryffindor has violated the rules. The regulations clearly state that first years cannot join the Quidditch team, yet they allowed Harry Potter to join. We Slytherins wanted too. Is that permissible? Snape's black robes glimmered ominously under the candlelight as he cast a glance towards the Gryffindor table before turning to Fiona. His tone unusually lenient. Of course. But remember, do not bring disgrace to Slytherin. Otherwise, I shall replace you immediately. Thank you, Professor. You're the best. Fiona beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, and hurried back to the Slytherin table. As she settled down, Snape's voice boomed across the hall. In light of Gryffindor's breach of the first-year Quidditch participation rule, it has been decided that first-year students Fiona Black, Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, and Theodore not are permitted to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, effective immediately. The Gryffindor table erupted in outrage, with some raising their fists and shouting, unfair. The rules state that first years cannot join. Blaise immediately stood up, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What? Harry Potter can join from your house, but we cannot? Not satisfied? Go ahead and convince Professor Snape to revoke it. Hermione's face flushed with indignation. Just as she was about to retort, Ron held her back. Harry, sitting beside them, furrowed his brow, not anticipating that as soon as he joined the team, he would be targeted by Slytherin. Fiona surveyed the irate expressions on the Gryffindor side and flashed a triumphant smirk at Draco and the others, excitement glimmering in her eyes. It seems that this year's Quidditch Cup is ours for the taking. Draco's lips curled into a satisfied smile, while Theodore nodded silently in agreement. Blaise whistled softly. Slytherin's counterattack was swifter than anyone else's. The atmosphere in the hall crackled with tension, marking the official commencement of a rivalry between the two houses. While Gryffindor continued to fume about the Quidditch team situation, Fiona produced an object from her pocket, tossing it playfully in her hands. It was a model of a Quidditch set, crafted entirely of pure gold, so exquisitely detailed that every ball and broomstick on the field was distinctly visible, shimmering brilliantly in the candlelight, perfectly balanced in her palm. Theodore, seated beside her, gazed at the model. Fiona caught his eye, grinning as she raised her hand. Isn't it splendid? I bought it at the Quidditch specialty shop in Diagon Alley. It was quite expensive. She emphasized the word expensive with a light-hearted lilt, adding, let us not even mention pure gold. Some might have never even touched anything gold-plated. As she spoke, she retrieved several smaller models from her bag, a mechanism that could launch a mini golden snitch, a small stand that could eject a bludger, and a decorative piece featuring a pure gold broomstick, all functioning intricately and vividly, albeit only palm-sized. While toying with the broomstick model, she suddenly brightened. What if we commissioned someone to make a larger version in pure gold? It would be magnificent, just like real Quidditch equipment, displayed in the common room. Many students nearby were captivated by the glittering models, some with envy, some with jealousy, and whispers began to circulate among Gryffindor. However, Fiona remained unfazed, handing a model to Theodore. Here, try this. This snitch can launch half a meter. Theodore took the model, his fingertips brushing against the cool metal, and pressed the mechanism. Indeed, a tiny golden snitch, no larger than a fingernail, shot forth, only to be caught by Fiona's amused hand. Once we win the Quidditch Cup, I'll ask my father to procure a complete set of pure gold gear for each team member, Draco interjected, his tone filled with pride. Blaise whistled approvingly. That's a splendid idea. It'll surely make Gryffindor envious. Fiona tucked the models back into her bag, clapping her hands. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We must practice diligently starting tomorrow. After our first victory, I'll treat you all to honeydew sweets. In pure gold boxes, of course. A ripple of laughter spread across the Slytherin table, the expressions on the boys' faces radiating determination. The gleaming golden models seemed to symbolize their declaration of victory, glaringly conspicuous amidst the bustling hall. Draco, how many days until the Quidditch match? Which occurs just once each semester. Fiona's voice rang clear, brimming with unrestrained anticipation. I can't wait to compete. She paused, as if recalling something, and raised her voice. Oh right. Last time we practiced with old gear from the previous team, it was so shabby. I must write home and have them send me several sets of the finest Quidditch equipment, protective gear and uniforms, all the latest styles. And a new broom. Let me count, she said, her tone dripping with entitlement. I heard the Nimbus 2001 has been released. I'll buy a 2000 as my primary, and have two 2001s as backups. Just in case something goes awry. Draco raised an eyebrow in agreement. Let us go with silver for the protective gear. Gold is too slippery. It won't grip when wet with sweat. I agree. Silver sounds better, Fiona nodded, her voice booming across the hall. It's both respectable and practical. Far superior to the outdated iron contraptions used by some houses. The two of them bantered back and forth, completely oblivious to the glares directed their way. Gryffindor students clenched their fists, Hufflepuff students murmured quietly, and Ravenclaw students frowned in their books, seemingly disturbed by the ruckus. Yet, several Slytherin boys remained indifferent. Their pure-blood pride etched into their very essence, speaking with an air of audacity, as if oblivious to their surroundings. When the equipment arrives, let us practice an extra 2 hours daily. Fiona picked up a piece of cake, forking it into her mouth, determined to ensure Gryffindor's defeat would be resounding. Draco scoffed. Naturally. With me around, they shan't lay a finger on the trophy. Blaise and Theodore remained silent, but silently accepted this audacious proclamation. As the candlelight flickered throughout the hall, it illuminated the unrestrained ambition of the Slytherin table. And the air seemed thick with the scent of impending competition that would soon fill the Quidditch pitch. All right, enough about the match. Fiona clapped her hands, rising from her chair and deliberately stamping her high-heeled foot. Weren't you supposed to help me scout for my first boyfriend? Let us head back to the common room. My legs are tired from standing. She grabbed her small handbag and turned towards the exit. I need to carefully sift through the pure-blood aristocrats, especially those from Slytherin. TSK. The requirements are quite stringent. I wonder if I can find a suitable candidate. Blaise chuckled, catching up with her. With your standards? You'll probably need to sift through the entire Slytherin house. Let them search. It's better than settling for someone who isn't even pure blood. Fiona shot back with a playful grimace. Draco and Theodore trailed behind, both remaining silent, yet their steps unconsciously quickened. As Fiona traversed the corridor, the sharp click of her high heels resonated against the stone floor, as if striking a prelude for this extraordinary selection. Hurry up, she urged, glancing back with a hint of exhilaration. Perhaps there is something suitable waiting for us in the common room, but it better not be you three. Or I might just burn the letters. Blaise chuckled softly, Draco scoffed derisively, and Theodore discreetly lifted his gaze to her momentarily before quickly lowering his head again. The Slytherin common room lay just ahead, its warm, golden light spilling through the door crack, seemingly eager to bear witness to this proud and discerning choice of the young lady. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the flickering firelight danced upon the stone walls, casting serpentine shadows. Fiona unceremoniously dumped a pile of envelopes onto the coffee table, the pink, blue, and yellow missives rolling across the floor. She settled cross-legged on the velvet carpet, casually picking up an envelope adorned with a silver serpent seal, unmistakably Slytherin's. Let us start with my own house, she mused, her fingertip gliding over the wax seal, breaking it with a crisp crack. As she drew out the letter, her brow furrowed, and she read aloud with a hint of disdain. Your eyes are like the starlight deep in the black lake, and every blink makes my heart stop. Ugh, who wrote this? How utterly mushy. Blaise leaned in to glance at the signature and chuckled. Ah, the young lad from the Yaxley family. I heard he was utterly smitten after bumping into you in Diagon Alley last year. No recollection, Fiona replied dismissively, crumpling the letter into a ball and reaching for another envelope emblazoned with a family crest. This one looks decent. Draco, seated in an armchair across from her, appeared to be polishing his silver cufflinks, though his peripheral vision was fixated on the envelopes. As she picked up one with a gilded seal, he could not suppress a derisive snort. The Avery family? Their boy can't even pass potions. Are you really considering him? What's the rush? Fiona raised an eyebrow, leisurely unsealing it. I vow in the name of my family, I shall protect you alone in this lifetime. Ah, the oaths of pure blood nobility are as cheap as candy. She tossed the letter aside and picked up an unsigned one, featuring a small silver snitch. Now, this is quite special. Upon unfolding it, she found neat handwriting that simply read, See you at the Quidditch pitch on Friday evening. Theodore suddenly spoke up. That's Travers. His family has long-standing ties with yours. Fiona paused, placing this letter aside. I shall keep this one for now. As she sifted through the letters, she voiced her critiques, furrowing her brows or raising her eyebrows in amusement. Blaise interjected with humorous banter. Draco offered his cold jibes, and Theodore quietly sat beside her, occasionally whispering the names and backgrounds of the letter writers as she picked up each envelope. The flickering firelight in the common room illuminated the casual profile of the young lady alongside the varying expressions of the three boys. This seemingly casual selection resembled an understated contest. None spoke of it, yet all were acutely aware. Forget it, this is too much trouble. I'm done thinking, Fiona declared, shoving the remaining envelopes aside and brushing off the dust from her hands. After all, there is plenty of time on Saturday and Sunday. I can either lounge here or practice at the pitch. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a thought. Oh, I just remembered. Professor Snape agreed to let us go to Hogsmeade with the second years. With that, she stood and twirled on the carpet, her skirt gently billowing. It's so warm today. I want to wear a dress. Which one do you all think I should choose? How about that dark green silk dress? Pansy chimed in immediately. The silver serpent embroidery at the neckline suits you perfectly, and the fabric is light and comfortable for summer. Blaise raised an eyebrow. I think the burgundy one is better. The slit reaches the knee. It sways as you walk, sure to attract attention. Draco frowned, his tone tinged with critique. Burgundy is far too conspicuous. It resembles Gryffindor colors. Opt for the black, lace-trimmed one. Slytherin elegance calls for darker hues. Theodore, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, the light blue one is quite nice. There is a lake in Hogsmeade that would complement that color perfectly. Fiona tilted her head in contemplation before smiling. Light blue? That does sound refreshing. And think about it. If we wear something too eye-catching and run into Gryffindor, they'll say we're just showing off. She winked at Theodore. All right, I'll trust your judgment and go with the light blue. I'll pair it with a lovely pair of white shoes. That should look quite nice, right? But perhaps I'll decide for myself when the time comes. Just as long as you don't wear high heels again, Pansy remarked. You nearly twisted your ankle in herbology, remember? I know. Fiona waved her hand dismissively. Already plotting, the Honeydukes in Hogsmeade must have new candies. So I need to bring a bigger bag. The conversation in the common room quickly shifted to their plans for Hogsmeade. The crackling flames in the fireplace mirroring the warmth of the laughter shared among the young men and women. The unfinished love letters were forgotten in the corner. The anticipation of the day ahead clearly outshone any notion of first love. Chapter 12. Departure to Hogsmeade Village. The following morning, Fiona awoke before her alarm could ring. Dressed in a dark green silk nightgown, she stood before her open wardrobe, rifling through her garments while muttering to herself, this one is too plain. That one is too gaudy. Finally, her fingertips landed on a strapless, off-the-shoulder little white dress, its hem just shy of 10 centimeters above her knees, adorned with lace trim and scattered pearls that shimmered softly in the dim light. After changing into the dress, she slipped on a pair of white and black shoes with delicate bow ties that swayed gently as she walked. She pinned a pearl hairpiece into her hair, took up a matching pearl handbag, and donned a white canvas hat for sun protection. Her ears sparkled with round pearl earrings, and a pearl necklace adorned her neck, the central blue diamond catching the light brilliantly, while a crystal bracelet graced her wrist. Her hair flowed loosely, and as she turned, her skirt fluttered gently, her youthful form already beginning to reveal its graceful silhouette. As she stepped out of the dormitory, Pansy and Daphne were already waiting outside. Pansy wore a pale lavender knee-length dress tied with a satin ribbon, while Daphne donned a sunny yellow gown embroidered with delicate floral patterns. Both looked exquisitely beautiful, striking the perfect balance between understated elegance and refinement. On their way to the common room, they fortuitously encountered Draco, Blaise, and Theodore. Draco was clad in a silver-gray shirt with the top two buttons undone. Blaise sported a deep blue casual suit with sleeves casually rolled up, and Theodore opted for a simple white shirt paired with black trousers, radiating a cool, refined aura. The three had evidently put thought into their appearance, presenting a blend of formality and effortless charm. As they entered the common room, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds, all eyes turning towards them. Yet Fiona paid no mind, cheerfully raising her hand. Let us go. Breakfast first, then we're off to Hogsmeade. Pansy and Daphne immediately followed suit, and the trio of boys hastened to keep pace with her. Their figures disappeared through the doorway, leaving behind a buzz of whispers. This group of Slytherin youths was indeed the center of attention wherever they went. Upon entering the Great Hall, nearly every gaze at the long dining tables gravitated towards them. From the Gryffindor table, the Avery boy fixated on the pearls adorning Fiona's dress, his Adam's apple bobbing. The luster of those pearls was anything but ordinary. They were clearly sourced from the deepest vaults of Gringotts. Even Percy Weasley, typically composed, couldn't he help but steal a few glances, not to mention Ron's unabashed stare. My goodness, came a low gasp from the Hufflepuff table. Just as Fiona settled into her seat, a first-year Hufflepuff girl with braids approached, her cheeks flushed, timidly asking, "You all look so beautiful. What are you going to do?" Fiona picked up a sparkling crystal bracelet she hadn't worn yet, swirling it in the morning light. "Guess what? If you guess correctly, I'll give you this bracelet." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fidgeted with her fingers and pondered aloud. "Are we really going to Hogsmeade? I've heard that only students in their second year and above are allowed." Correctly deducing the answer, Fiona smiled and handed over the bracelet, her fingertips brushing against the other's warm hand. "Professor Snape made a special exception. We're going with the second years." Blaise chimed in. "After all, we must maintain Slytherin's dignity." As he spoke, he spread jam on his bread. The light glinting off the silver knife clashing with the shine of Fiona's pearl necklace, creating a dizzying effect. Draco huffed, but did not refute him. His mother's serpent cufflinks glinting coldly as he raised his arm. Theodore quietly sliced his egg, his gaze briefly drifting over Fiona's sapphire necklace before returning to his plate, his ears subtly tinged with a hint of crimson. A Hufflepuff girl clutched the bracelet, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, nearly colliding with a chair as she dashed back to her seat. Fiona watched her exuberant retreat, took a bite of pumpkin pie, and smiled at those beside her. "I'm determined to acquire the latest sweets from the Honeydukes." Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a golden hue over the exquisitely adorned young people at the table. The murmurs from the Gryffindor side drifted in, but Fiona chose to ignore them, tapping her fingers on the table as she hummed a cheerful tune. Today's good mood must not be disrupted by unrelated individuals. "We cannot leave just yet, Mr. Filch is still watching at the door, and we must wait for the designated time to head to Hogsmeade." Fiona prodded a strawberry on her plate with her silver fork and looked up at her companions. "Have you decided where to go first once we arrive?" Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she proposed. "I think we should start at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. I've heard their little cakes are exquisitely crafted. Although that place is often occupied by couples, surely we can sneak in for some desserts?" Blaise raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you eager to experience a dating atmosphere ahead of time?" "Oh, hush." Fiona playfully swatted at him before continuing. "Then we can stroll through Zonko's joke shop. Not only do they have prank items, but I've heard they've recently stocked some novel clothing and accessories. We might find something delightful." And, she added, "the second years mentioned that a new Quidditch specialty shop is opening in Hogsmeade. We must check if there are any new brooms that surpass the Firebolt 2001. Draco scoffed. "No matter how impressive a broom is, it ultimately depends on the wielder." Yet, his fingers drumming on the table betrayed his anticipation. Theodore nodded thoughtfully. "If the boutique has ancient Quidditch maps, it might be worth a look." Pansy and Daphne had already begun discussing the cream cakes at Madame Putafoot's. And as Fiona listened to their back and forth, she took a bite of her strawberry, her mind already mapping out their route in Hogsmeade. The sun was just right. Her friends were by her side, and they had an entire day to squander. Such days were a rare treasure. As they animatedly plotted their itinerary for Hogsmeade, Fiona had just remarked that Madame Putafoot's strawberry mousse was undoubtedly superior to the kitchen's offerings when a boy in a blue robe suddenly navigated through the gaps of the long table and stopped before them. He was a Ravenclaw student, silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, cheeks slightly flushed, tightly clutching a deep blue envelope in his hand. Fiona curiously lifted her gaze, her pearl earrings swaying gently with the motion. "May I help you?" The boy took a deep breath, suddenly shoving the envelope into her hand. His voice trembling with nervousness yet deliberately elevated. "Miss Lestrange, would you do me the honor of going out with me?" At this proclamation, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings, the clamor from Gryffindor subsiding a notch. Fiona raised an eyebrow, leisurely weighing the envelope in her hand, her tone nonchalant yet scrutinizing. "It's not entirely out of the question to consider being with me." She extended a finger. "First, you must be pure blood. I do not accept half-bloods or muggle-borns, ideally. You should hail from one of the 28 sacred families, though this would significantly diminish my chances of agreeing." "Oh," and she added, "when I mention pure blood, I mean both parents must be pure blood. Even a hint of other bloodlines disqualifies you." The boy nodded vigorously. "I'm a distant relative of the Ackerleys. Both my parents are pure blood." "Second," Fiona raised another finger, her gaze scrutinizing his glasses, "you must be intelligent, with a high IQ and emotional intelligence. You need to be able to tolerate my quirks and accept my status. Since you dare to approach me, you must know who I am, right?" She paused, a playful smirk curling her lips. "But since you're a Ravenclaw, I assume your intellect is commendable." The boy's face flushed deeper, yet he persisted. "I'm a candidate for head boy, and I excelled in all my OWLs." Fiona finally stood, her height barely reaching the boy's chest, but her presence was formidable. She pointed to Draco and his companions behind her. "Third, Do you see these 3 boys? They are my childhood friends. Tilting her head, she smiled mischievously, her eyes glinting with a hint of challenge. If you can defeat any one of them, I shall accept your proposal. 8 o'clock on Sunday morning at the dueling platform. Seeing the boy's face pale, she added, of course, if you cannot manage that, you may leave your love letter. I shall consider it over the next few days. Perhaps I might choose you. The boy clenched his fists, glancing at Draco's icy stare, then at Blaise's amused grin, and finally meeting Theodore's inscrutable yet imposing expression. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, I will go. With that, he almost fled in a panic. Fiona watched his retreating figure, casually tossing the envelope to Blaise. Keep it. It might come in handy. Draco furrowed his brow. Are you truly going to let him face the dueling platform? Why not? Fiona retook her seat. Biting into a piece of bread, we must see if he has the courage. She winked at the 3. You all wouldn't want to be outdone by a Ravenclaw. Would you? Let us move on. Sitting here is dreadfully dull. Fiona tossed her napkin on the table, standing up as her skirt brushed against the chair legs. If we don't hurry, we'll miss the time to leave. She swung her pearl handbag, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once we reach Hogsmeade, we'll visit the joke shop first, then head to Madame Putafoot's. I've got my eye on their couple S package, even if we're not a couple. It's perfectly fine to gather a table and try it, right? I've heard their ice cream is specially supplied by the Honey Duke, sprinkled with diamond-like sugar bits. Still thinking about the meteor shower? Draco followed closely behind, his tone somewhat skeptical, yet his pace quickened. The astronomy tower is quite high, and the wind can be fierce at night. Of course I want to go. Fiona flashed him a bright smile, her pearl hairpiece glimmering in the sunlight. It's said that wishing on a shooting star is particularly potent. If someone seizes the moment to confess, they might even be blessed. She deliberately elongated her words, her gaze flitting across her companions. Do you think someone will make a move tonight? Blaise immediately responded, perhaps, considering such a splendid opportunity. However, before he could finish, Pansy elbowed him. Theodore, walking silently beside them, suddenly murmured, Madame Putafoot's ice cream melts quickly. We should eat it fast. At least Theodore understands me. Fiona chuckled, giving his arm a friendly pat. Let us hurry. If we dawdle, we want to even get to enjoy the ice cream. The group bantered and laughed as they strolled towards the castle, the sun casting elongated shadows, their silver-gray school skirts and various dresses fluttering in the breeze. The distant sounds of Hogsmeade echoed, as if the very air was infused with sweet anticipation, be it the sweetness of ice cream or the secrets beneath the shooting stars. It was enough to keep one buoyant all day long. Just as their figures vanished at the hall's entrance, the previously suppressed chatter erupted like fireworks, filling the air with exuberance. Cedric was intently slicing sausages when, suddenly, a friend beside him jabbed him in the shoulder, grinning mischievously. Did you see that look in your eyes? You're clearly smitten. She's undeniably beautiful. Why not give it a try? The surrounding Hufflepuff students joined in the playful banter. Indeed, Cedric, Miss Lestrange is quite the catch. Dismissive murmurs emerged from the Gryffindor table, expressing skepticism about her seemingly excessive criteria for suitors, insisting on purebloods from the 28 sacred families. Utterly absurd. What do you know? Hermione interjected, crossing her arms with a clear and resonant voice. As the most cherished protégé of the Dark Lord, and the sole heir of both the Black and Lestrange families, it was only natural for her to have high standards. She may not even consider marrying outside her lineage. If she does, her conditions will be even more stringent. This isn't merely about choosing a partner. It's about the threshold for friendship. Have you not noticed the caliber of individuals surrounding her? Each one is a paragon in their own right. A Ravenclaw girl nodded in agreement. The Daily Prophet covered her birthday celebration. It was nothing short of opulent. Gifts from pure-blood families piled high. If she didn't fancy something, she simply tossed it aside. Furthermore, her companions were meticulously chosen by the Dark Lord himself, leaving no room for outsiders. At the Slytherin table, a boy scoffed. Think you can just slip in? Dream on. Did you not see the way Malfoy and the others look at her? Each one harbors ulterior motives. Recently, I heard she is considering romance. But she certainly won't settle for just anyone. Her sights are firmly set on pure bloods from the sacred families, with Slytherin at the top of her list. Who knows who will emerge as the chosen one? Another Slytherin girl chimed in. Look at those who stand by her side. Each is dazzling. Just her crystal bracelet alone is worth 200 million galleons. To be with her, one must possess not only status but also intelligence and emotional acuity. Someone capable of embracing her entirely and comprehending her lineage. All those around her belong to families that are wealthier than nations. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they control 99% of the wizarding world's wealth. Do you think they are merely affluent? After graduation, you'll see. Even securing an audience with them requires an appointment, and good luck with that. A girl of noble descent interjected with a tone of reverence. You truly have no idea how much the Dark Lord dotes on her. When she was young, he personally hoisted her onto his shoulders, declaring that his protégé ought to stand at the pinnacle, surveying the masses below. Her parents have indulged her as if she were a treasure in a gilded cage, among pure-blood aristocrats. She is merely a year older than the youngest of the Greengrass family, practically the darling of all. Even the Greengrass girl refers to her as sister. A top-tier pureblood from Hufflepuff added, when she casually remarked that she found the Hogwarts Board of Governors ring beautiful. The Dark Lord obliterated several families to procure 5 of them for her. She expressed a desire to appear in the Daily Prophet as the Minister of Magic, and he directly offered her the positions of both Minister and Deputy Minister for her choosing. She ultimately selected Deputy Minister simply because the minister's duties were too burdensome. There's even more to it, someone whispered conspiratorially. She once wished for a dress made of stars, and her professor scoured ancient magic, shrinking the stars from the heavens to fashion her a gown adorned with diamonds, with jewelry crafted from stars. When she stumbled at the manor and grazed her hand, the Dark Lord, furious, replaced all the flooring with pure gold and had unicorn hair woven into blankets throughout the estate, simply because she enjoyed walking barefoot. Do you know how precious unicorn hair is? To her, it was merely a footrest. Her fondness for Eastern dragons and jewelry prompted the Dark Lord to establish connections to the East. Now, all the Eastern products available to us are merely what she left behind. Some of the cosmetics she uses are even crafted from gold. When she wishes to avoid walking, heirs like Zabini, Nott, and Malfoy take turns carrying her. However, there are perks to dating her, someone quipped half-jokingly. I hear that even if you break up, she'll still grant you a hefty severance, provided you can reach the point of dating her. Gasps echoed through the crowd, as one Ravenclaw boy questioned whether the other was courting death by challenging her. Perhaps, another boy replied, considering that surviving the encounter is one thing. And given the clout of Malfoy and his ilk, they might not be able to take him down at Hogwarts, but they could certainly plot something later. Who knows? By the next time they meet, he might have transferred to Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. Chapter 12, Hogsmeade Village 2. The sweet scent of cream wafted through Madame Putafoot's tea house. As the pink lace curtains fluttered in the breeze, revealing passers-by on the cobblestone path outside. Upon entering, Fiona was instantly captivated by a gilded chair by the window. Making her way towards it and settling down, the pearls of her dress sweeping the carpet and leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. The menu offered 3 types of couples meals, and she waved the menu in her hand, lifting her chin towards the waiter. We have 3 boys and 3 girls. Just enough for 3 orders. But I heard a couple can only order 1. As the waiter began to respond, Pansy interjected with a laugh. Then let us share, since we're all friends. She exchanged a knowing glance with Daphne. Both understood Draco and the other's feelings towards Fiona and saw no reason to disrupt the camaraderie. Instead, playing along. Shall I and Daphne form a pair? Not quite, Blaise immediately countered, inching closer to Fiona. 2 girls pairing up doesn't quite fit. A proper mix of boys and girls is essential. Draco frowned, about to speak when Fiona decisively declared, simple. I'll share with Theodore, Pansy with Blaise, and Daphne with Draco. There? That makes 3 orders perfectly. She looked up at Theodore, her eyes glinting with mischief. You don't mind, do you? Theodore nodded silently, yet his ears betrayed a hint of crimson. Draco's expression darkened, but Daphne tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from spoiling Fiona's enthusiasm. Blaise, meanwhile, sported a smug grin, making a face at Pansy, who shot him an annoyed glare. The waiter soon arrived with 3 exquisite meals, a chocolate fountain accompanied by strawberry skewers, a cream puff tower, and a fruit tart dusted with powdered sugar, each presented as a work of art. Fiona picked up a strawberry, dipped it in chocolate, and offered it to Theodore. Want to try? Theodore hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened his mouth to take a bite. Nearby, Draco felt a twinge of envy as he shoved a cream puff into his mouth, nearly choking. Pansy and Blaise were in a tussle for the last strawberry, while Daphne leisurely poured a glass of juice for Draco, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement and subtle tension. Fiona savored her meal, blissfully unaware of the unspoken rivalry among the boys. Sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting a shimmering glow on her pearl-adorned hair, wrapping the entire tea house in an aura of sweetness that seemed to revolve around her. I'm done. How about you all? Fiona wiped her mouth with a napkin, popping the last strawberry into her mouth and clapping her hands as she stood up. Her skirt swayed gently with her movements, and the pearls glimmered softly in the warm light. Zog's joke shop must have new items in stock. Let us go check it out, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she began to count on her fingers. There's also the new Quidditch specialty store and that clothing shop over there. I need to see if they have any unique jewelry or dresses. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to her friends. How many galleons did you bring? We still need to buy some sweets. Furrowing her brow in thought, she asked, what is the name of that store again? Oh right, Honeydukes. I must stock up on their acid pops and chocolate frogs. Blaise rummaged through his pocket, jingling a heavy pouch. Don't worry, there's enough to clear out Honeydukes. Who said anything about clearing it out? Fiona shot him a playful glare before turning to Theodore. You brought some too, right? Last time you mentioned liking licorice wands. I'll grab a few extra for you. Theodore nodded, producing a small leather pouch from his robe pocket, the galleons inside chiming sweetly against one another. Draco scoffed, ostentatiously opening his money pouch, which was nearly overflowing with gold galleons. Don't expect me to lend you any, he declared with an air of indifference. Who would care? Fiona shot him a playful grimace and started toward the door. Come on, hurry up. If we dawdle, the shop will close. The group followed her out of the tea house, where the sunlight shone just right, casting dancing light spots on the cobblestone path. Fiona's white canvas hat was blown askew by the wind, and she adjusted it with a quick flick, her steps as buoyant as if she were dancing on notes in the afternoon air of Hogsmeade, with ample time ahead for them to squander. Let us go, let us set off. Fiona chirped like a lively little bird, bouncing ahead with her pearl handbag, her skirt sweeping across the cobblestones, stirring up a gentle rustling sound. She turned back to wave at her companions, her laughter ringing out like silver bells. Hurry up. Will you? I've still got a few kites in my bag. After we finish at the Honeyduke S and Zog S joke shop, we can fly kites on the lawn nearby. Isn't there a lake there too? Perfect for taking photos. I heard there are swans in it. Suddenly, she halted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, and I think we can row on the lake. But remember, only two can fit in one boat, she added playfully, sticking out her tongue. I can't row, so someone else will have to. Blaise caught up to her, deliberately lagging a step to walk beside her. Don't worry. I'm an expert at rowing. I'll ensure you have a smooth ride on the lake. Who said you could row? Draco interjected from the other side, a hint of defiance in his voice. The lake at my estate is much larger. Rowing is child's play for me. Theodore remained silent, but quickened his pace to walk nearest to her, his gaze lingering on the ends of her hair fluttering in the wind, as if in silent agreement. Pansy and Daphne followed behind, exchanging knowing smiles as they observed the subtle rivalry among the boys. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating Fiona's canvas hat as she skipped around the corner, her voice carrying back to them. Hurry up. If you dawdle, the limited edition candies at Honeydukes will be snatched up. The boys quickened their pace, their footsteps, laughter, and the soft clinking of galleons in their pouches merging into a lively melody that flowed through the streets of Hogsmeade on that sun-drenched afternoon. Inside Honeyduke's, a cloying sweetness enveloped the air, with jars of colorful candies glistening enticingly under the warm yellow lights. Fiona tiptoed, pointing at the rainbow sweets on the highest shelf. That looks delightful. Could you please fetch me a box? Turning to see Draco fixated on a jar of green apple-flavored sweets, she nudged him with a grin. Aren't those your favorite? Grab a few boxes. There's more than enough money. Blaise was drooling over a row of chocolate frogs, and Fiona cast a glance his way before addressing the shopkeeper. I'll have a few boxes of the chocolate-flavored ones. Make sure they come with collectible cards. Finally, she turned to Theodore, who was standing by the shelf of lemon drops, picking up a jar and handing it to him. Your favorite lemon flavor. This brand has just the right amount of tartness. Stock up on a few boxes. Theodore accepted the jar with a quiet thank you. Meanwhile, Fiona selected an assortment of peculiar candies. Popping candy that danced in the mouth, bubblegum that blew colorful bubbles, and jelly beans with prank designs on the packaging. That should suffice, she declared, placing her selection on the counter for wrapping. The shopkeeper chuckled as he began to package them, the galleons jingling on the counter. Draco observed Fiona's familiarity with everyone's tastes, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards before he quickly suppressed it, pretending to examine other candies. Blaise leaned in closer, playfully nudging her arm. What's with the sudden generosity today? I'm rewarding all of you for accompanying me on this outing, Fiona replied, raising an eyebrow as she unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth, the sweet flavor melting on her tongue. And naturally, my friends deserve the finest. Sunlight streamed through the shop window, illuminating the mountain of candies and the radiant smile on her face, casting an inviting warmth throughout the store. The grassy expanse at the edge of Hogsmeade resembled a verdant carpet stretching to the horizon, the air fragrant with the scent of clover. Fiona kicked off her shoes and reveled in the softness of the grass beneath her bare feet. A few steps later, she lay back, her arms behind her head. Her long hair fanned out around her. She inhaled deeply, the fresh aroma of grass mingling with the warmth of the sun, making her squint with pleasure. The air here was far more pleasant than that of the Great Hall. Blaise tossed aside the bag from the joke shop and lay down beside her, glancing over. Careful. There might be bugs in the grass that will crawl into your hair. What is there to fear? Fiona replied, playfully kicking her legs, the hem of her skirt whispering against the grass. Even if there are bugs, they'd surely make a detour out of respect for me. Draco stood nearby, frowning as he brushed the dust off the patch of grass before sitting down. Yet, As Fiona turned over, he discreetly shifted closer to her, just enough to shield her from the wind. Theodore remained quiet, retrieving a lemon drop from the bag and unwrapping it, offering it to her. Fiona caught it in her mouth, laughing with her mouth full of candy. When we fly kites later, whoever loses to me must fetch swan feathers from the lake to make me bookmarks. The wind rustled across the lawn, lifting her hair and skirt as the lake shimmered like scattered silver in the distance, where swans glided lazily across the surface. Sunlight kissed her face, casting lazy shadows even on her eyelashes. Fiona rolled over on the grass, sitting up to brush off the blades from her skirt. Let us go rent a little boat. It'll surely be fun. Her eyes flicked toward the swans by the lake, and she suddenly perked up. I want to feed the swans. I'm tired of the white peacocks at Malfoy Manor. It's time for something new. How about a contest? She proposed with a smile. A strand of grass still caught in her hair. Whoever fetches the most beautiful swan feather for a bookmark wins a golden snitch I caught last time. What do you say? Draco raised an eyebrow. That old snitch of yours has long lost its shine. Despite his words, he was already moving toward the boat rental area. The rented boat gently rocked on the lake's surface as Fiona kicked off her shoes again, dipping her feet into the icy water. A contented sigh escaping her lips as the coolness enveloped her ankles. Sitting at the bow and splashing like this is so refreshing. It's just how summer should feel. She turned to Pansy and Daphne, beckoning them. You two should try it. It's incredibly cooling. As she spoke, she pulled out a small loaf of bread purchased from Honeydukes, tearing it into pieces and tossing them into the water. The pristine white swans immediately glided over, their graceful necks creating beautiful arcs on the surface. Fiona beamed as she watched them compete for the bread, her eyes crescenting with delight. Look at that one. Its neck is so long. Theodore, could you grab that feather floating on the water for me? Theodore paused, his hand on the oar, then leaned over to retrieve the water-drenched white feather. Sunlight danced on the lake, the boat creating ripples that mingled with the laughter of the girl and the splashes of the swans, making Hogsmeade's afternoon feel like a sweet, honeyed confection. Shall we go fly kites later? Fiona wiggled her toes, creating ripples on the water's surface, and suddenly smacked her forehead. All right. Do you all remember what time the dueling club competition is tomorrow morning? I can't believe I forgot. She cast a glance into the distance as if recalling something, then chuckled lightly. Do you think that fellow could defeat any of you? I doubt that bookworm has what it takes. Noticing that the boat had drifted close to the shore, she nudged Theodore beside her. Theodore, it's time to row back. As she stepped onto the grass, she accepted the kite bag from Blaise with an air of excitement, eagerly unveiling its contents. Look, I've brought a delightful assortment of Slytherin-themed kites, all adorned in silver and green, some even featuring serpent patterns. Let us fly them together. Draco took hold of a kite emblazoned with the family crest, snorting disdainfully. Only you would find such childish pursuits novel. Yet, despite his words, his hands were already deftly untangling the kite string. Blaise selected one with a dark pattern and nodded towards Fiona. Let us see whose kite soars the highest. Theodore quietly chose the simplest silver-green kite, moving beside Fiona to help her untangle the knotted strings. A gentle breeze began to stir, and Fiona held the kite aloft, running a few paces as the silver-green fabric unfurled in the wind, resembling a soaring serpent eagle, swiftly ascending into the sky. Look, it's taking flight, she exclaimed joyfully, her face illuminated by the sun, more radiant than the kites above. Chapter 13. Hogsmeade Village. Once Fiona had finished flying her kite, she sprawled back onto the grass, her arms draped over her forehead to shield her eyes from the sun. Suddenly, she sat up with a start. Draco. She turned to the blonde youth who was busy organizing the kite strings. Where are Goyle and Crab? I haven't seen them all afternoon. She furrowed her brow in thought. Aren't they usually inseparable from you? The last I saw them was on the Hogwarts Express when we went to find Harry Potter. They were there providing backup. Since then, they seem to have vanished. Casting a glance at the shopping bags piled by her feet, filled with recently acquired jewelry and sweets, she sighed. I completely forgot to have them send everything back to Hogwarts while we were shopping. Now I have to carry it all myself. If they were here, they could have helped. Draco scoffed, wrapping the kite string around his wrist. Who knows where those two imbeciles have gone? They're probably hiding in some corner, indulging in cake. Although he feigned disdain, he discreetly took hold of the largest bag closest to Fiona. Blaise laughed from the side. Perhaps they realized they weren't invited to today's outing and decided to entertain themselves. Fiona pouted and settled back down, chewing on a blade of grass. Oh well. Their absence is a blessing. It saves us from their clumsiness. But this bag is quite heavy, so you all will have to take turns helping me carry it later. By the way, Draco, Fiona suddenly sat upright, brushing off bits of grass from her skirt with a hint of annoyance. Goyle and Crab could really use a diet. Don't you think? Look at their figures. They are nearly as round as two balls. Imagining the scene made her chuckle. I wonder if their broomsticks can even support them. If they were to sit on one, It might snap in half with a comical crack. Draco frowned slightly, as if struck by a thought, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a smirk. Those two do nothing but eat and sleep. Last time at Quidditch practice. Crabbe broke a spare broom, and Madame Pomfrey is still lecturing him about it. Blaise chimed in, not to mention the last time they snuck into the kitchen for cake. They got stuck in the pantry and needed a house elf to pull them out. Fiona laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the grass. That's too funny. The next time I see them, I should give them the diet sweets I bought from Honeydukes, though I suspect they just eat them as regular candy. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow on her flushed face, while the distant lake shimmered, and the air carried a playful, mischievous spirit. Oh right. Fiona suddenly stopped laughing, propping herself up on the grass with a hint of urgency in her voice. My silver serpent, Oryx, I haven't seen it for days. Have any of you spotted it? She touched the crystal bracelet on her wrist, her brow furrowing slightly. It usually loves to curl up by my pillow or coil around my jewelry box, but it hasn't shown up in 3 days. It couldn't have gone missing. Could it? Draco recalled. I think I saw it in the common room the day before yesterday, napping while wrapped around your pearl comb. I didn't dare touch it. Theodore nodded in agreement. Yesterday, when I was in the library, I saw it slithering out from behind the restricted section S shelves. It should still be in the castle. That's a relief. Fiona sighed, though she couldn't help but grumble. That little rascal is becoming increasingly wild. When I find it, I'll have to punish it by withholding its food. But if it dares to ruin my new dress, I'll give it to Neville as a pet. Blaise chuckled. Don't worry. Given how clingy Oryx is towards you, it's probably trailing behind us right now, just biding its time. Fiona glanced around the grass and foliage, but, indeed, saw no glimmering figure, so she pouted. I suppose I'll have to search again when we return. If I can't find it, I'll ask Madame Pomfrey to help sniff it out, though I'd rather not let Mr. Filch know I have a snake. Oh dear, in all the excitement. We completely forgot to take photos. Fiona exclaimed, smacking her forehead in frustration. I had intended to snap a few lovely pictures to flaunt to the Hufflepuffs back home, to show them how much fun we had today. She glanced back at the lake and the lawn, rearranging her pearl headdress. The scenery here is so beautiful. We should have captured moments from when we were rowing, feeding the swans, and flying the kites. Especially that time I splashed water, with the sun glistening on the surface. It must have looked stunning. Pansy, smiling, pulled out a compact camera from her bag. Don't worry, I brought this. I was so caught up in the fun that I forgot, but we can still take some pictures now. Fiona's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed Daphne's hand, pulling her towards the lake. Quickly, let us sit at the bow of the boat for a while, just like we did before. Theodore, you can take the photos, right? Make sure to capture the swans too. She kicked off her shoes and dipped her feet back into the water, beaming brightly at the camera as her skirt billowed in the breeze. Draco stood on the shore, pushed forward by Blaise, reluctantly joining them. But when Fiona called for him to look at the lens, he awkwardly rolled his eyes, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight smile. The sound of the shutter clicked repeatedly, freezing the joyous expressions of the young girls. The swans gliding serenely across the sparkling lake, and the boys feigning indifference, yet lingering close by, clearly wishing to join in on the moment. How is it? Did you get the shots? Fiona leaned over the edge of the boat, water droplets cascading from her ankles into the lake, creating tiny splashes. Seeing Theodore nod, she immediately waved him over. Why don't you hop down for a moment? Let us switch places with Pansy and Daphne. The 3 of us girls should take a few solo shots together, striking some lovely poses. Theodore silently complied, rising to exit the boat. Just as Pansy and Daphne gleefully hopped on, Fiona squeezed between them at the bow, sitting cross-legged, instructing Daphne to hold the camera. Just capture us smiling at the swans. And remember to include the kite in the background, especially the silver-green one that flew the highest. Pansy leaned in closer, playfully tucking a stray lock of hair behind Fiona's ear. Smile a little sweeter. Otherwise, how will we make the Hufflepuffs envious? I'm already sweet. Fiona huffed, yet couldn't help but grin even wider. The sunlight bathed their faces, the breeze lifting their skirts, while the distant swans seemed drawn to their laughter, gliding leisurely closer, becoming the perfect natural backdrop. With a click, the camera captured the 3 girls' radiant smiles, along with Draco and Blaise peeking curiously from the boat's edge. Their lips declaring the activity childish, yet their feet remained firmly planted, clearly eager to join the fun. The camera is filled to the brim with a roll of photographs. 3 individuals perched at the bow of a boat, feeding swans. The shimmering green fabric of a kite soaring through the sky, and Fiona, barefoot on the grass, her skirt brushing against the blades. Well, it's time to return. Fiona carefully tucks the last photograph into the album and places it gently into her bag. If they linger any longer, the shops in Hogsmeade will close. And if they find themselves stranded here, they'll have to seek lodging for the night, not returning to the castle until morning. Blaise hoists the heaviest shopping bag, deliberately shaking it. Staying here wouldn't be so bad. After all, the dual isn't until tomorrow morning. What's the harm in returning a bit later? Don't be ridiculous. Fiona hops onto the shore, slipping her shoes back on. That old codger, Filch, could very well be watching the school gates. Getting caught out after dark would be a hassle. Besides, I still need to find Oris. Draco has already taken the lead towards the village exit, but pauses after a few steps, glancing back at her. Stop dawdling. If you take any longer, we'll really be locked out. The sunset elongates their shadows, and the candies in the shopping bag occasionally clink together. Fiona trails behind, watching the silhouettes of the three boys ahead, when a sudden thought strikes her, and she calls out with a grin, "Wait for me. I need to share the photos with you, especially the one Theodore took. I believe it surpasses even the work of the prophet as photographer." The air is infused with the scents of grass and lake water, while wisps of smoke rise lazily in the distance. The evening in Hogsmeade resembles a melting caramel, sweetening their journey home. The castle's stone bricks glimmer with a cold light in the twilight. As Fiona steps onto the stairs, she instinctively touches her hair. Her pearl hairpin is still securely fastened at the back of her head. She exhales in relief and turns to the person beside her. "Is my hairstyle still intact? If it's a mess, I would have to redo it when we get back, and that would be such a bother." Pansy reaches out to smooth her stray hair. "Don't worry, it's even neater than when you left this morning. The wind didn't dare to disturb your hair." "That's good." Fiona claps her hands. "Let us head back to the dormitory first to put our things away, especially the candies and the new jewelry. I can smell roasted pumpkin. The kitchen must be preparing it for dinner tonight." Draco strides ahead, carrying her jewelry box with a lighter step. "Hurry up, if we're late. The roasted chicken will be snatched up by that bunch of Gryffindors." Blaise winks at Fiona. "Perhaps the Slytherin table has already saved the best piece for you." Fiona chuckles, playfully shoving him as she follows the group toward the dungeons. The flickering torches in the corridor cast moving shadows on the stone walls, and occasionally a candy rolls from the shopping bag, landing on the floor with a crisp sound, punctuating the joy of their day. The green flames of the Slytherin common room dance behind the stone walls, casting a soft glow within. As soon as Fiona enters, she flops onto the velvet sofa, resting her head on one armrest and draping her legs over the other, her fluffy skirt cascading down like a blooming black rose. She tilts her head, watching several boys arrange the Honeyduke's sweets in the glass cabinet, the silver-green wrappers glistening in the firelight. "Put the green apple candies on the left," she lazily directs. "And don't mix the chocolate frogs with the lemon drops. They spoil each other's flavors." Draco, placing a box of sour lollipops on the top shelf, turns to glare at her. "You really don't care about anything, do you?" "I'm tired, you know." Fiona wiggles her toes, her black satin bow slippers slipping to her ankles. "Rowing made my hands sore, and running around flying kites with Blaise was exhausting. Toss me that box of rainbow sweets." Blaise laughs, tossing a box her way, which lands perfectly in her lap. Fiona unwraps it and tosses a few candies into her mouth, mumbling, "Don't go too hard on the duel tomorrow. At least give Ravenclaw some respect." Theodore, placing her golden snitch beside the candy box as decoration, responds with a soft hum. The flames crackle, mingling with the sweet scent of candies and the boys' chatter, enveloping the common room in a cozy warmth. Fiona, savoring the candy, gazes at their busy figures, suddenly feeling a sense of comfort that surpasses the wild fun in Hogsmeade. Akin to returning to a sunny afternoon at Malfoy Manor, surrounded by familiar faces and the sweet aroma in the air. Abruptly, Fiona sits up from the sofa, her skirt slipping down to her knees, her tone tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. "Draco, I suddenly feel a bit homesick." She gazes into the flickering flames of the fireplace, her voice softening. "I'm reminded of our afternoon tea in the gazebo at Malfoy Manor, your mother's Earl Grey, and those little biscuits sprinkled with gold leaf." Before she can finish, her stomach growls audibly, prompting her to laugh and pat her belly. "Never mind that. Have you all put your things away? I'm starving. Let us go have dinner." Draco, just finishing arranging the last box of sweets, raises an eyebrow at her. "One moment you're all sentimental, and the next you're thinking about food. Is your stomach a bottomless pit?" Although he teases, he is already picking up his robe. Blaise leans closer, playfully nudging her shoulder. "The kitchen might have cream puffs tonight. If we're late, they'll all be gone. Then let us hurry." Fiona immediately stands up, the earlier pang of homesickness swept away by her appetite. Grabbing the shawl draped over the sofa, she heads out. "If there are no puffs, I'll just seize Draco's pudding." Draco frowns behind her. "You wouldn't dare." Laughter echoes down the corridor. The green flames in the common room continue to flicker quietly, concealing her earlier sigh of longing within their warm glow. In the corridor leading to the Great Hall, Fiona flits about like a joyful little bird, her steps light as she hops along, her skirt sweeping across the stone floor, creating a delicate rustling sound. The smile on her face has yet to fade, but as her fingers inadvertently brush against her wrist, she suddenly halts. She glances down and realizes that the bracelet adorned with tiny crystals is missing from her wrist. The earlier excitement drains significantly, and she spins in a small circle, her tone laced with dismay. "Draco, my bracelet is gone." Clutching her empty wrist, her voice falters. "Though it wasn't particularly valuable, I adored it. I can't believe I lost it after just one day." Blaise quickly tries to help her recall. "Did you perhaps leave it on the boat? You were waving your arms around while feeding the swans." Theodore also halts, scanning the path she has taken. "Or maybe it fell on the grass. You ran too fast while flying the kite. It could have snagged on a blade." Fiona pouts, kicking a pebble beneath her feet. "Well, it can't be helped if I can't find it. I'll just buy an identical one in Diagon Alley later. It's a pity, though, since I picked it out at the Eastern Jewelry Shop last time." Draco frowns, discreetly glancing back at their path. "Let us eat first. Afterward, I'll send someone to the lake and lawn to look for Slytherin's belongings. It's too soon to claim it's lost." Fiona is amused by his words, her eyes curving into a smile. Although she still feels a twinge of regret, her steps have quickened. "All right then, if it can't be found. It's not a problem. Getting another one won't be difficult." Yet as she steps into the great hall, she can't help but repeatedly touch her wrist, silently lamenting that sparkling bracelet, which had held a special place in her heart. Losing it leaves an emptiness within. The long tables in the great hall are laden with food, the glistening roasted chicken mingling with the sweet aroma of pumpkin juice. Fiona hastily devours a few bites of roasted potatoes before grabbing the candy bag meant for Hufflepuff, making her way briskly across the empty space in between. "Little badgers, look what I've brought." She beams as she stops beside the Hufflepuff table, placing the bag on the table. The candies tumble out with a delightful clatter, new stock from Honeydukes. "Let us share." The first-year wizards immediately gather around, murmuring their thanks, their fingers carefully selecting their favorite sweets. One of the little girls with round spectacles suddenly looked up and pointed to her wrist. "Fiona, where is your bracelet? I saw it glimmering this morning." Fiona, who was distributing lemon-hard candies to a red-haired boy, shrugged nonchalantly in response. "I probably lost it somewhere on the way to Hogsmeade." She unwrapped a candy and popped it into her mouth, her eyes curving in delight as the sweetness spread. "It's no big deal. I can just buy another one." "But wasn't that your favorite?" another young witch whispered. "I have many things I adore," Fiona replied, patting her bag. "Come on, eat up, or the upperclassmen will snatch it all away. By the way, we're heading to the dueling platform tomorrow morning. Would you like to come and watch the excitement?" The young witches nodded eagerly, their earlier conversation swiftly replaced by a new thrill. Fiona chuckled at their animated chatter as she turned and walked toward the Slytherin long table. The empty space on her wrist felt less awkward, for there were plenty of joyful moments ahead, and it was unnecessary to dwell on a mere bracelet. Upon returning to her seat, Draco was already piling roasted chicken onto his plate. Noticing her return, he discreetly added a pumpkin pasty to her bowl. "Did you not get pestered too long by that bunch of little chubby ones? They're far more endearing than you." Fiona took a bite of the pasty, its sweetness lifting her spirits further. "All right, let's head back and get some sleep. I'm already feeling drowsy." Fiona yawned, a glimmer of moisture at the corners of her eyes as she crumpled the empty candy bag into a ball and stuffed it into her robe pocket. "See you at the dueling platform at 8 a.m. tomorrow. You must not lose and bring disgrace to Slytherin, or I shall not forgive you." She tugged at Pansy's sleeve as they walked toward the door, her footsteps slightly buoyant. "Hurry up. There might be many spectators tomorrow, if we're late. We want to get good spots." Draco picked up the shawl she had left on her chair and quickly caught up with her. "What is the rush? The duel is at 8. We can wake up by 7 and still make it." Despite saying this, he reached out to smooth her wind-tousled hair. Blaise leaned in with a smile. "Don't worry. Even if a horde of Gryffindors comes, we can send them running home in tears." "Let us hope so," Fiona replied, turning back to wave at them, her yawn growing louder. "I'm heading back to sleep now. If anyone oversleeps tomorrow, I shall feed their breakfast to Mrs. Norris." The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded, leaving only the flickering shadows cast by the torches on the stone walls. Fiona's voice lingered in the air. "Good night. I look forward to watching you win tomorrow." Hogwarts settled into tranquility under the night sky, with only the green flames of the common room silently dancing, as if gathering strength for the impending duel. Chapter 14, The Duel. The morning dungeon was still bathed in a soft azure glow as Fiona emerged from the dormitory, her footsteps light and lively. She wore a frothy pink and white skirt, adorned with delicate silver thread patterns, her raven hair fashioned into 2 playful pigtails, the ends tied with matching bows. On her feet, she sported shiny black shoes that jingled like tiny bells with each step. "Good morning," she exclaimed, lifting the bag in her hand, from which candies made a delightful clattering noise. "I brought you some energy-boosting sweets. The breakfast in the Great Hall isn't ready yet, so if you get hungry, just let me know, and I'll toss some over to you." She twirled around, her skirt blooming like a flower. "What do you think?" I look splendid today, don't I? I dressed up just to cheer for you. Saying this, she pulled out several colorful sequin wristbands and pom-poms from another bag. And this, Daphne, Pansy, come on. Let us line up together, and we'll surely outshine that rowdy Gryffindor bunch. Pansy chose a deep green pom-pom flower to adorn her hair and nodded with a smile. All right, but if we lose, your cheering will have been for naught. Not a chance we'll lose, Fiona insisted, shoving a silver wristband into Draco's hand and handing Blaise a fizzing candy. Quick, eat something sweet to gather strength. Let us knock our opponents into disarray. Theodore watched her bounce with a shy reddening of his ears. Reaching out to adjust the crooked bow on her pigtail, your dress is beautiful. Fiona's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer. I senti it? I knew it. Now, let us hurry to the dueling platform and grab the best spots. She dashed out with the two girls in tow, her pigtails swinging behind her like two lively arcs. The candies in her bag clinking gently, as if heralding the forthcoming duel with a cheerful prelude. The dueling platform was already surrounded by a throng, the sunlight illuminating the magical barrier atop the stone stage. Crabbe and Goyle were indeed stationed at the front, awkwardly shifting to make way for them as they approached. A silver-green sunshade propped behind them. At least you're somewhat useful, Fiona quipped, laughing as she slipped beneath the canopy. Her gaze lifting to see someone from Gryffindor waving a lion flag, while Hufflepuff witches crowded in the corner, cheerfully beckoning her. Quick, the music has started. Pansy nudged her arm. Fiona immediately took her place alongside Daphne and Pansy, rising onto her toes in time with the upbeat rhythm produced by their wands. Their movements were crisp and playful, the sequined wristbands sparkling like stars, and as they twirled, the skirts traced little arcs, a reflection of the rehearsal they had conducted late into the night. Go, Slytherin! Fiona exclaimed as she completed the final spin, raising the pom-pom flower and calling out, her voice ringing clear above the surrounding clamor. Draco stood at the edge of the dueling platform, seemingly disinterested as he inspected his wand. Yet his peripheral vision discreetly scanned the figures beneath the sunshade. Blaise nudged his shoulder, chuckling quietly. Are you mesmerized? If you don't step up soon, that Ravenclaw chap will be left waiting. Only then did he retract his gaze, a barely perceptible smile creeping onto his lips. Fiona continued to high-five her companions, her pigtails swaying with each motion like two beams of sunlight tied with bows, infusing the entire dueling platform with an atmosphere of exuberance. The magical barrier atop the dueling platform emitted a low hum as Draco, Blaise, and the others formed a line, while a nervous Ravenclaw boy clenched his wand on the opposite side. Fiona, Pansy, and Daphne perched on a wooden bench that Goyle had carried over, their feet piled with uneaten candies. Are they going one by one, or all three at once? Fiona asked, unwrapping a candy and focusing intently on the stage. Her tone casual. I'll bet a galleon that the Ravenclaw 1T lasts 3 minutes. Pansy poked her arm. The rules are one-on-one, but judging by Blaise's demeanor, he likely wants a quick resolution. Fiona tossed the candy into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Actually, it's not necessary to win against all three. If he can defeat just one, it would be impressive, but I think it's unlikely. Just as she finished speaking, Blaise had already raised his wand, sunlight glinting off his silver-green robes as he executed a sharp motion. Fiona immediately straightened, her grip tightening on the pom-pom flower. Watch closely. This move is one Theodore taught me. A warm breeze wafted beneath the sunshade. Goyle and Crabbe munched on pies beside them, while Hufflepuff witches quietly placed bets. And cheers began to rise from the Gryffindor side. Fiona swung her legs, suddenly finding this duel far more entertaining than she had anticipated, especially watching Draco and the others leave their opponents in disarray. Speaking of which, Fiona suddenly pulled a strawberry candy from her bag and popped it into Daphne's mouth. What did I say last time in Hogsmeade? That bookworm couldn't he even handle a fake wand from Zonko's, and he thinks he can compete with us Slytherins? As she spoke, Blaise had already cast a disarming charm on the stage, sending the Ravenclaw's wand flying away and pinning it against a distant stone pillar. Fiona clapped her hands in delight. See, I told you so. He can't even withstand Blaise's warm-up spell. Pansy raised an eyebrow. Do you believe it now? You were worried they might lose yesterday. I was not worried at all, Fiona retorted with a defiant tilt of her neck, her eyes sparkling as they fixed upon the stage. I fear they might go too easy on him, making it seem as though we are the bullies, she remarked. Yet the outcome aligned perfectly with my expectations. Draco and his companions had yet to descend from the platform. Fiona looked up at him with a beaming smile, shaking the pom-pom flower in her hand. Of course, we won. Just like when we seized the last box of sour candies from the Honeyduke. No one has ever outmaneuvered Slytherin. Crabbe vigorously nodded beside her, crumbs of pie scattering from his mouth. Theodore silently offered a handkerchief, his gaze lingering on Fiona's empty wrist, as though recalling something. He turned and walked toward the back of the dueling platform. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the awning, illuminating the girl's face as she continued discussing spells with Pansy, her twin ponytails swaying gently with her laughter, blissfully unaware that someone behind her was quietly tightening their grip on a hidden object, a bracelet adorned with shards of crystal. With a few bits of grass clinging to the clasp, Fiona retrieved a bottle of healing potion from her bag and approached the Ravenclaw boy who had been knocked off the stage. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the bottle toward him. "This little injury is nothing. Just wipe it with this," she proclaimed loudly. The boy hurriedly caught the bottle. But before he could utter a word of thanks, she had already turned and dashed back towards the dueling platform, her skirt billowing as it swept over the stone steps. "You were incredible," Fiona exclaimed, leaping onto the stone platform without a glance at the surrounding cheers, heading straight for the trio who had just lowered their wands. Blaise reacted the quickest, catching her securely, though he stumbled back a couple of steps as a result. "I knew you would win." She wriggled free from Blaise's embrace and pivoted toward Draco, wrapping her arms around his neck and shaking him playfully. "Especially that spell you just cast. It was so cool." Draco furrowed his brows as she squeezed him, yet instinctively his hands found their way to her waist to prevent her from tumbling off the platform. "Let go. You look ridiculous," he chided, though his tone bore no trace of irritation. Standing nearby, Theodore observed her beaming expression and discreetly extended his hand, revealing the bracelet that glimmered in the sunlight, perfectly positioned for her to see. Fiona's eyes widened in surprise. "My bracelet. You found it?" Theodore nodded. Placing the chain in her palm, she immediately slipped it onto her wrist. The coolness of the crystal against her skin brought her immense delight, even more than when she had worn it the previous day. "I knew it could be found." She shook her wrist, the sparkling brilliance dazzling in the light. "Theodore, you're amazing. I'll treat you to the most expensive chocolate from the Honey Duke." The clamor around the stone platform continued, with Gryffindor students beginning to depart, while the Hufflepuff little wizards remained clapping. Fiona tugged at the sleeves of the three boys, insisting they demonstrate the spell again. Her twin ponytails swung with her movements, blending the joy of victory on the dueling platform into a sweet brew reminiscent of honeyed butterbeer. As Theodore was being jostled by Fiona while admiring the bracelet, he paused momentarily, a flicker of understanding passing through his dark eyes. "Got it," he said, adding, "ISNT at the roots of the mandrake we need to process?" "I heard the sound of scraping when I passed by his office yesterday." Fiona suddenly recalled the task at hand and clapped her hands together. "Exactly. He mentioned that the newly harvested mandrake is quite potent and must be soaked in a sedative before slicing. Otherwise, it will scream loudly enough to shatter glass." "Should we bring some earplugs?" Draco snorted derisively from the side. "Does Slytherin really fear the screams of a mandrake?" "I'm concerned about damaging my new bracelet," Fiona exclaimed, shaking her wrist again, the crystal glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight. "Besides, Professor Snape's office is so dreary. Wouldn't it be wise to wear earplugs for courage?" Theodore began calculating the time. "Let us head over at 7 after dinner. He should have just finished grading papers by then. And remember to bring the characteristics of 1,000 potion ingredients he assigned us to transcribe. He said he would be checking notes." "Oh, I almost forgot." Fiona stuck out her tongue, hurriedly rummaging through her robe pocket. "Good thing I brought it. But after we finish with the potions, can we stop by the common room for some pudding? I had the house elf save some strawberry-flavored ones for me this morning." Theodore regarded her sparkling eyes and answered quietly, his lips curving ever so slightly. Blaise teased from the side, "Don't worry, with Theodore around, Professor Snape will only make us slice a couple of extra pounds of roots. Which won't delay you from having pudding?" Fiona immediately brightened, shaking Theodore's arm. "That's settled then. We'll rush for pudding right after." The group of Slytherins chatted and laughed as they walked away, their twin ponytail shadows and silver-green robes gradually disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Beside the dueling platform, the Ravenclaw boy remained seated, his fingers clutching the bottle of healing potion, sunlight illuminating the glass to a brilliant transparency. His friend hurried down from the stage, reaching out to pull him up. "Why are you still sitting there? Is your arm all right? Let me help you to the hospital wing." The boy shook his head, raising the bottle in his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. "Look, this is what she just gave me." His friend paused, bewildered. "Fiona? She just..." "Yes," the boy said, caressing the label on the bottle with his fingertips, a complex light flickering in his eyes. "This is precisely why I noticed her." He gazed in the direction where the Slytherins had departed, his tone carrying an unrecognized tenderness. Though they are Slytherin, often haughty and blunt, there's a certain warmth in her that contradicts what others say. He shook the bottle gently, the potion swirling within. With her disposition, she could have easily won and walked away without a second thought. Yet, she not only offered me the potion but also, on stage. Blaise's spell could have been more intense. Perhaps she signaled him from below. His friend couldn't help but chuckle. "You can concoct stories from that. It's not a fabrication," the boy replied, rising to his feet and carefully placing the potion into his robe pocket. You didn't see how she looked when she handed me the potion. She tried to appear indifferent, yet her lips betrayed Slytherin-esque kindness, likely concealed within that bit of awkwardness. He patted his friend's shoulder as they walked towards the hospital wing. Let us head back. Perhaps we might have another duel next time. Sunlight fell behind him. The magical barrier of the dueling platform gradually dimming, while the potion nestled in his pocket still retained a trace of warmth, akin to a seed quietly sown, beginning to sprout in the space between the two houses. Fiona returned with Theodore, changing into fresh attire before making their way to Professor Snape's office. She rapped her knuckles against the somber wooden door, the cool texture of the wood palpable against her fingertips. Enter. Professor Snape's characteristic low voice emanated from within, akin to stone submerged in cold water. Fiona pushed the door open, with Theodore closely following. Their footsteps barely echoed on the flagstone floor. The office was suffused with the rich aroma of potions, mingled with the scent of aged parchment and tar. Snape stood with his back to them at the cauldron, the hem of his black robe trailing on the ground like a silent nightshade. The firelight cast elongated shadows on the wall, gently swaying with the motion of stirring the cauldron. Professor, Theodore spoke first, his tone steady. Fiona quickly extended the characteristics of 1,000 potion ingredients toward him. We brought our notes. Would you like to check them now? Snape slowly turned, the hem of his robe brushing against the edge of the cauldron, releasing a waft of potion scent. His dark eyes scanned their faces before settling on the bracelet adorning Fiona's wrist, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. First, process the mandrakes, he instructed, pointing towards a wooden box in the corner. Soak them in the sedative for 3 hours, and the slices must not exceed 1 inch in thickness. Should I discover any substandard pieces, we will reslice them, Professor. Fiona interjected eagerly. Fiona quickly interjected, discreetly nudging Theodore's arm. Theodore had already approached the wooden crate, lifting the lid, and from within emanated a faint whimper of the mandrake, akin to a baby with its mouth muffled. He cast a glance back at Fiona, his expression hinting at their earlier conversation about wearing earplugs. Fiona stuck out her tongue, rummaging through her pocket to retrieve 2 balls of cotton she had fortuitously grabbed that morning, which now proved to be quite useful. As the tweezers made their final contact with the porcelain plate, Fiona let out a long sigh of relief. The mandrake root on the table had settled quietly in a pale blue calming potion, its roots stretching out. Having ceased their earlier frantic writhing and screaming, exactly half an hour had passed, neither a moment more nor less. She and Theodore stood side by side at the table, resembling 2 domesticated house elves awaiting their grades. Fiona stole a glance at Theodore. He still clutched the silk cloth for cleaning the tweezers, his fingertips tense and straight, his profile appearing particularly serene in the green light of the cauldron. Finally, Snape lifted his gaze from the pile of parchment, his dark robes sweeping across the floor, stirring a breeze laden with the scent of potions. He approached the table, his slender fingers pinching a mandrake root, scrutinizing it against the light for a moment before using a silver spoon to scoop a bit of the calming potion, bringing it to his nose to inhale. The office was so quiet that one could hear the bubbling of the cauldron. Fiona clutched the hem of her robe, silently praying that he would not find any faults. As she was still thinking about the strawberry pudding in the common room. Acceptable, Snape finally set down the root, his voice maintaining its usual monotone. Yet it was enough to make Fiona breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced over at the 2 of them, instructing them to leave their notes on the table and to return for them in the morning. Yes, Professor, Theodore replied, extending his hand to stack their notes together. Fiona had already begun to stealthily inch towards the door, adding, Then we shall take our leave? Snape did not turn back, merely waving his hand, his black robes tracing an arc in the shadows. Fiona swiftly pulled Theodore out the door, and once it clicked shut behind them, she exhaled deeply. That scared me. I thought he was going to make us copy the school rules. Theodore observed her patting her chest, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let us go. The pudding should still be there. The torches in the corridor flickered, and their footsteps quickened, distancing them from the lingering scent of wormwood. As they turned the corner towards the common room, Fiona suddenly slowed her pace, trailing alongside Theodore, her voice soft as melting honey. Theodore, I can't walk anymore. She looked up at him, her twin tails cascading over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling. Dealing with the mandrake is so exhausting. My wrists are sore. Could you carry me back, just a short distance? Theodore halted, glancing down at her fingers clutching the sleeve of his robe, then casting a furtive look at the empty corridor, his ears subtly flushing red. This is the corridor, he quietly reminded her, though his tone lacked firmness. But there's no one here, Fiona said, tugging at his sleeve, her toes lightly tapping the ground. It's just a few steps. Look, my shoes are almost worn out. She deliberately extended her small black shoes forward, revealing a hint of dust on the tips. Theodore remained silent for a few seconds, as if coming to a resolution, then turned his back to her. Hold on tight. Yay, Fiona exclaimed, instantly bursting into laughter, leaping up to wrap her arms around his neck, her legs encircling his waist. Theodore securely supported her legs, taking careful, light steps, fearful of jostling her. "You're so light." Fiona rested her chin on his shoulder, whispering, "Much easier to carry than Draco, the last time he carried me. I nearly fell into the pumpkin patch." Theodore did not respond, merely quickening his pace. The green glow of the common room was just ahead when Fiona suddenly noticed the deep red flush on his ears and couldn't help but poke at them. "You're blushing?" He abruptly halted, muttering, "No, I'm not." Fiona's laughter grew more jubilant, and just as she was about to say something else, Theodore gently set her down on the steps leading to the common room. Weavy arrived. He turned away, deliberately avoiding her gaze, reaching out to straighten her disheveled ponytail. "Thanks." Fiona winked at him, turning to dash inside. "Pudding. My strawberry pudding." Theodore stood still, watching her silhouette vanish behind the green flames. Before raising his hand to touch his ear, his fingertips still tinged with the warmth of her hair brushing past. The torches in the corridor swayed gently, casting a long shadow, reminiscent of a boy unable to conceal his thoughts. As Theodore stepped into the common room, he inhaled a sweet fragrance. Fiona was seated cross-legged on the sofa, two crystal bowls on the small table before her, one filled with delicate pink strawberry pudding, dusted with sugar, and the other containing a pale yellow lemon pudding, its tangy scent mingling with the creamy aroma wafting through the air. "Theodore, come here." She beckoned. Already scooping a spoonful of strawberry pudding, the house elf specifically saved this for us. "I figured you might not enjoy something too sweet, so I also got you a portion of lemon." Theodore approached and sat beside her just as Draco turned from the fireplace, toying with a silver wand. "Finished? Snape didn't he make you copy potions and elixirs?" "The professor seems to be in a good mood," Fiona mumbled with her mouth full of pudding. Blaise, engaged in a game of wizard chess with Pansy, interjected with a grin. "Are you two the ones who did well, or was it Theodore? I recall someone nearly dropping their tweezers into the calming potion while cutting the mandrake." "That was an accident." Fiona shot him a glare, then scooped another spoonful of strawberry pudding into Theodore's bowl. "Hurry and eat. It'll taste awful if it cools down." Theodore picked up a small spoon, sampling the lemon pudding, the tartness causing him to squint slightly, yet he did not put down the spoon. The common room was hushed, the only sounds being the clinking of chess pieces and the crackling of the fire in the fireplace. Draco appeared to be lost in thought, though his gaze occasionally flitted towards the bowls of pudding beside Fiona and Theodore, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Having devoured most of her strawberry pudding, Fiona suddenly remembered something, reaching into her pocket to produce a candy, tossing it to Theodore. "Here. This lemon candy pairs perfectly with the pudding, the sweetness and tartness are just right." The sound of the candy wrapper tearing was particularly pronounced in the silence, and as Theodore held the transparent candy, he felt that tonight's lemon pudding possessed an inexplicable sweetness beyond the ordinary. Fiona stuffed the last bite of pudding into her mouth, wiping the sugary residue from the corner of her lips with the back of her hand before bouncing off the sofa. "I'm heading to bed. Tomorrow we have Professor Flitwick's charms class, and I can't be late or I'll have to write an essay." She grabbed her cloak draped over the chair, waving her empty bowl at Theodore. The pudding was delicious, thanks to the house elf. "Theodore, you should also get to bed early and not hide in the library with those ancient tomes." Theodore looked up at her, nodding. "Yes, you too. Don't stay up late playing with your extendable ears." "Got it." Fiona made a face at him, turning to sprint towards the girls' dormitory, her twin tails trailing behind her like two joyful arcs. Draco watched her disappear at the spiral staircase before leisurely rising. "I'll head back too, lest certain individuals claim I'm hindering her sleep." Blaise chuckled behind him, but he walked away without looking back. The common room gradually fell silent as Theodore gazed at the two empty bowls on the table, his fingertips unconsciously running over the candy wrapper Fiona had just given him. The firelight in the fireplace flickered in his eyes, as if harboring an unspoken goodnight. Chapter 15, Quidditch Practice. The Slytherin long table gleamed with the cold sheen of obsidian in the morning light, as Fiona delicately speared a piece of smoked eel with her silver fork. Just then, her companion, Aurelian, perched upon her shoulder, fluffed his wings, the pure black feathers shimmering subtly in the candlelight. His outstretched left wing nearly swept across the neighboring pumpkin juice jug, the nearly 2-meter wingspan causing nearby first-year students to instinctively retract their necks. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Quidditch pitch was alive with anticipation. Flint's voice rasped like sandpaper as he stood at the end of the long table, his fingers drumming against the tactical board nestled in his arms, insisting upon the new Seeker's speed trial. Not a moment to be tardy. When Fiona glanced up, she saw Aurelian had already seized the small piece of bacon she offered with his beak. "Understood, Captain," she replied, smiling around the bread. "I promise to be more punctual than your broomstick." Flint snorted, his gaze sweeping over the others at the table. Draco was nonchalantly cooling his hot cocoa with his wand. Theodore was leafing through an ancient runic manuscript, and Blaise was wagering with Pansy on how high Professor Flitwick would make the feathers float today. He rolled his eyes and turned away, well aware that this group never required extra reminders. After all, they had managed to master Newt-level spells during the summer holidays with more finesse than the 7th years, regarding classes and training merely as a means to pass the time. In the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall had just finished discussing the stability coefficients of living transformations when Fiona raised her wand towards Aurelian. Morphosis, focus on the core. Theodore's voice chimed in, his ferret standing steadily on the desk, transforming into an ornate silver cup in the next moment. With a flick of her fingers, Aurelian's massive form swiftly shrank in a soft golden glow of magic, his pitch-black feathers coalescing into a smooth obsidian glaze. Even his eyes becoming the onyx embedded in the cup's body. By the time she uttered the final syllable, a goblet adorned with dark patterns stood elegantly on the table, its slender stem as stable as a rock, surpassing even the textbook examples in perfection. McGonagall adjusted her glasses and marked a bright red star next to Slytherin in the roll book, 10 points awarded. Draco scoffed. His ferret cup had already spun around on the table, the rim deliberately tilting toward Fiona's direction. The feathers in Professor Flitwick's demonstration floated like clouds. Fiona observed her own white feather, making no move with her wand, merely raising an eyebrow, and the feather, as if guided by invisible strings, began to waltz gracefully above her fingertips, spinning and hovering, even tracing a perfect circle in the air. "Oh, such impeccable control," Flitwick exclaimed, hopping down from the stack of books, his small shoes clicking on the floor. 20 more points for Slytherin. Look at that precision, better than any student I've ever taught. Blaise whistled as his feather circled around Theodore's head. Theodore simply raised a finger, and the feather obediently fell back into his palm. Draco's feather, however, floated straight to the top of the professor's lectern, bobbing up and down as if bowing. Fiona chuckled as she tucked the feather into her textbook, while Aurelian, having reverted to his original form, affectionately brushed against her cheek with his wing. Glancing out the window, Fiona retrieved a small velvet pouch from her bag, stuffing her textbook and notes inside, before unclasping her spare wand from her wrist and fastening it to her waist. "Aurelian, catch." She tossed the pouch gently, and the sleek black owl deftly caught it with its talons, the enormous wings stirring up a gust that nearly toppled the nearby practice books. "Head back to the Olary," she said, reaching up to pat Aurelian's head. "I've already spoken to the portrait of Cassandra at my bedroom door, so you'll be allowed passage. Just don't peck at her feather adornments." Aurelian tilted his head, emitting a low coo as if in agreement. He extended his nearly 2-meter wingspan, soaring into the air with the pouch in tow, his dark silhouette gliding past the castle spires before disappearing into the twilight. "They've left. Flint must be getting anxious." Draco flicked his wand, the silver-green Quidditch team, robes billowing behind him. At his feet lay several brand-new protective gearboxes, emblazoned with the intricate family crests of the Malfoy snake eagle, the black family raven, and the silver fox of Fiona's lineage, gleaming in the sunset's glow. Blaise was admiring a brand-new Firebolt 2001, its polished shaft reflecting shadows. "Honestly, this broom my dad gifted me is at least 3 paces faster than Flint's old comet." Fiona playfully nudged him. "Careful, or the captain will hear you." He nearly had his eyes pop out when he saw our new gear. The group laughed and made their way to the pitch, pausing momentarily by the viewing stands. Now transformed from old wooden benches to obsidian surfaces intricately carved with winding serpentine patterns, the seats draped in soft silver-green velvet, even the awning adorned with subtle embroidered motifs. This was all the result of investments from their families, and Flint, each time he passed by, would stroke the railing with a certain tenderness that was unmistakable. "Quit dawdling," Draco urged, stepping onto the pitch first, the newly laid grass yielding softly beneath his feet. "Let Flint see what true speed looks like." Fiona grabbed the new helmet placed at the side of the field, its visor gleaming brightly, reflecting the joy in her eyes. In the distance, Flint stood before the goalposts, clutching his tactical board, and upon seeing them approach, he surprisingly displayed a hint of warmth in his expression. After all, this group of prodigies and heirs embodied the hopes for the revival of Slytherin Quidditch. As dusk deepened, the lights of the Quidditch pitch illuminated the pristine brooms and protective gear, casting a glow upon the eager faces of the young players. The twilight enveloped the Quidditch pitch in hues of deep blue, and the group, clad in grass-stained team robes, made their way back to the castle, the scent of new leather mingling with the evening breeze carrying the fragrance of fresh grass. Fiona kicked off her muddy shoes, relishing the coolness of the stone path beneath her bare feet, when suddenly she seemed to remember something and clapped her hands together. "Right." She turned to Draco, her eyes sparkling in the moonlight. "I've chosen the envelope, the eldest son of the Shafik family, the one I bumped into in Diagon Alley last time." We had quite an engaging conversation. Blaise whistled. Shafik? The guy who has a complete collection of ancient wands? Not bad. Fiona, sharp eye? So, I might be a no-show for training these days, she said, tugging at Draco's sleeve with a hint of playful persuasion. Busy with dates, you know. Just let Flint know. Once I have some free time, I'll definitely rejoin the team. There's still a spare seeker, right? Draco raised an eyebrow, twisting his silver cufflink between his fingers. You want me to fill in for you? You know my seeking speed. I know you're faster than I am. Fiona quickly interjected, rising onto her toes to pat his shoulder. Come on, cousin, it's just a few days. You care for me the most, don't you? Theodore suddenly chimed in. The eldest son of the Shafik family specializes in ancient magical history. Are you sure you want to discuss Quidditch tactics with him? We could talk about other things too, Fiona replied mischievously. He mentioned his family has a 17th century Quidditch atlas, and I'm quite curious to see it. Draco huffed, but refrained from voicing any further objections. Blaise had already started teasing. Looks like Flint will be sighing over his tactical board again. After all, no one knows how to concoct excuses better than our Fiona. It's called effective time management. Fiona shot him a glare before sprinting toward the girls' dormitory. I'm off. See you tomorrow. Remember to tell the captain for me. The silver-green figure vanished at the staircase, and Draco turned to Theodore, saying, for tomorrow as training. Let the spare seeker go first. I'll check out that atlas. Blaise laughed so hard he could barely stand upright. Admit it. You just want to find out what's so special about that Shafik kid. Moonlight spilled across the stone carvings in the corridor, elongating the shadows of the young men. The air, heavy with the scent of grass, seemed to carry an unnameable essence, tinged with a hint of bittersweetness in the evening breeze. Chapter 16. What? Someone passed the challenge. The morning at Hogwarts felt as though bewitched into silence, yet erupted at breakfast with the news of Fiona agreeing to confess her feelings to Shafik. A piece of gossip that spread like dandelion seeds caught in the wind across all four houses. At the Gryffindor long table, discussions erupted around the pumpkin juice jug, while the Hufflepuff wizards speculated with their loaves of bread in hand, and the Ravenclaw students even delved into the family tree of the Shafik lineage. Have you heard? Shafik actually passed her challenge. What challenge? I heard it's about surpassing Professor Snape's prized pupil in potions class. The chatter reached the Slytherin table, only to be coldly interrupted by Pansy. What are you all speculating about? Those so-called challenges are merely excuses she concocts for those she finds uninteresting. She tapped her silver spoon against her plate, declaring that Shafik was simply the name drawn from her confession envelope. To have it delivered to her by Malfoy and his crowd, and to be selected from dozens of letters, luck is certainly more valuable than skill. In the common room, Fiona sat opposite Theodore, twirling a quill between her fingers. I'll be paired with O'Foster for our subject partner, she announced, shaking the quill slightly. Is it too much to ask you to tolerate him as his original partner for a few days? Theodore paused in his perusal of the ancient runic dictionary, looking up at her. His herbology notes are a complete mess. Then you should help him out, Fiona said with a sly grin. Consider it a good deed. I might not be joining you for a while. A date should at least look like a date, right? Draco walked in just as she spoke, flinging his cloak over the chair back. Are you sure you want to partner with Shafik? She can't even memorize the 3rd volume of standard spells. It's just a subject partner. I'm not asking him to compete with me in spell speed, Fiona shrugged, adding, besides, he is quite good at ancient magic history, which should balance us out. Blaise whistled. Looks like we're temporarily losing our seeker and chief partner? Just temporarily, Fiona winked at them, grabbing her bag to stand. I'll still be on the same team for flying class. We can't let the other houses mock Slytherin, can we? As she turned to leave, Theodore suddenly closed his book. This afternoon in Transfiguration, we'll practice paired transformations. Shafik's wand movements are incorrect. Remember to remind him. Fiona paused, turning back to smile at him. Got it. You're so thoughtful. The green flames of the common room fireplace flickered behind her, and Draco scoffed at Theodore's interference, only to notice that a particular line in his reopened notes had been circled. Indeed, it was the key gestures for paired transformations. Blaise nudged Draco's arm, nodding subtly towards Theodore, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. In the corridor, Fiona pulled out the honeydew sweets that O'Foster had just given her, suddenly feeling that the sunlight today was warmer than usual, and even the cobblestone path felt less chilly. She brushed her fingers against the exquisitely wrapped candies, the honey-colored paper glimmering sweetly in the morning light. Thank you, she said with a smile, tucking them into her robes. But I'm not fond of such sweetness. I'll save them for Blaise. He loves the sticky stuff. A flicker of unnoticed disappointment crossed O'Foster's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. No worries. How about I bring some sour lime candies next time? I heard you like those. Sounds good. Fiona winked at him, turning towards the Transfiguration classroom. Come on. We'll be late for class. We must cooperate well as partners. We can't embarrass Slytherin. Her voice was as light as a jingling silver bell, and O'Foster hurried to keep pace. Watching her hair flutter in the morning breeze, feeling as though the textbook in his hands had grown lighter. Students passing in the corridor couldn't help but steal glances at them, whispers ebbing and flowing like the tide. Yet Fiona remained blissfully unaware, only calling back at the corner, "Hurry up. Professor McGonagall doesn't wait for anyone." Foster laughed in response, quickening his steps to catch up. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting their shadows close together, resembling a truly harmonious pair. The oak benches in the Transfiguration classroom gleamed with smooth wood grain. And just as Fiona tossed her bag onto the seat, Foster settled beside her, cradling a hefty volume of Principles of Transfiguration. "Had I known we were practicing cooperative transformations today, I should have brought my guide to living transformations from home," he chuckled, his fingers absently rubbing the book's edge. Fiona, twirling her quill with her wand, raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you study in advance? In Slytherin, it's almost a given to have a tutor during the summer to prep for all courses." Foster paused, scratching his head. "My dad had me focus solely on ancient magic history. Transfiguration is indeed a bit challenging." As Professor McGonagall's footsteps approached from the corridor, Fiona quickly masked her playful demeanor, lowering her voice. "When I give the signal, remember that the key to cooperative transformation is synchronizing our magic. Just follow my rhythm. Don't panic." By the time the professor stood at the podium, they were already adjusting their stances, two white mice awaiting transformation on the desk before them. "Today, we will practice paired transformations." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out clear and strong. "The goal is to turn the two mice into a pair of silver candlesticks, ensuring symmetry and unified detail. Begin." Fiona raised her wand first, softly uttering the initial part of the transformation spell. A pale golden thread of magic streaming from her wand tip to ensnare the left mouse. Foster immediately followed suit. His magic shimmered in a light silver hue, intertwining with Fiona's threads in a spiral. "Start with the front left paw," Fiona whispered. "Yes, maintain synchronization." The two mice began to elongate and merge in the radiant glow of magic, their fur transforming into shimmering silver metal, tails intertwining into the spiral design of the candlesticks. As the final syllable fell, a perfectly symmetrical pair of silver candlesticks stood proudly on the table. Even the details of the wicks aligned flawlessly. Professor McGonagall approached to inspect, her eyes behind the lenses revealing rare approval. "Well done, good cooperation. 10 points to Slytherin." Foster exhaled in relief, glancing at Fiona, his eyes brimming with joy. "Thanks to your reminders." Fiona spun her wand, smiling. "Don't forget, we are partners now. In this afternoon's charms class, we'll need to practice the disarming charm. Let us put in some effort." Sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating her face, casting delicate shadows from her lashes onto the pages. Foster suddenly felt that being her partner was far more enjoyable than he had imagined. In the Slytherin common room, the fireplace blazed with green flames. Draco lounged against the velvet sofa, twirling his serpent-headed wand with his fingertips. Pansy sat on the carpet, hugging her knees, while Blaise and Theodore gathered around the nearby round table, evidently waiting for her return. Finally back, Pansy was the first to speak, raising an eyebrow at Fiona. "How was your day with Shafik?" Fiona tossed her bag onto the sofa and walked straight to the fireplace to warm her hands, grimacing. "It was all right, just rather dull." She pulled the box of sweets from her robes and tossed it to Blaise. "He gave these to me. They're sickly sweet, not my taste. You guys can have them." Blaise opened the box, popped one into his mouth, and mumbled with a grin. "Sounds like it went south?" "Pretty much." Fiona sighed as she sank into the sofa, curling her legs beneath her. "That guy is as serious as a textbook on history of magic. I suggested a stroll by the Black Lake, and he said it was too windy at night and I might catch a cold. I mentioned sneaking some pudding from the kitchen. He said it would break school rules. I doubt I can endure 3 days of this." Draco scoffed. "I told you Shafik isn't worthy of you. Too much of a house elf rules." "Enough." Fiona kicked him lightly. "Keep an eye out for the next suitable candidate. They need to be clever." She winked at Pansy, adding, "Especially you. You're the most in the loop. If you find someone fitting, let me know first." Suddenly, Theodore looked up from behind his book, Tomorrow in Herbology. "We'll be grouped for planting mandrakes. Are you sure you want to be paired with him?" "I still need to be in his group," Fiona shrugged. "We can't let Slytherin lose points. As for the rest, I'll sort it out once I clarify things with him." The flickering flames of the fireplace illuminated the smiling faces of a few individuals, and the box of despised sweets was quickly depleted. No one mentioned Shafik's name again. For their little circle, an ill-suited person was as incongruous as ill-fitting shoes. Replacing them was the most natural thing to do. Chapter 17, The Breakup. At breakfast 3 days later, the buzz at Hogwarts was more pronounced than before. The news of Fiona and Shafik's breakup spread like wildfire, as if enchanted by a hasty spell, with even the house elves in the kitchen whispering in hushed tones. More astonishingly, it was rumored that Shafik received a severance payment. A box of limited edition ancient magical scrolls sent by Fiona via Aurelian. At the Gryffindor table, someone playfully patted Cedric on the shoulder, teasingly declaring, "The Hufflepuff champion has his chance. She is single now." Cedric's face flushed crimson. And as he attempted to wave it off, a nearby Hufflepuff student leaned in, asking, "Are you really not going to try? I heard the Slytherin say Shafik was dumped for being too rigid. You have much more charm." Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw wizards gathered around the Slytherin table, curiously questioning a familiar upperclassman. What exactly happened? Didn't she just agree a few days ago? The addressed Slytherin student set down his silver goblet, leisurely wiping his mouth. Shafik? He simply doesn't understand Fiona. He scoffed when she discussed Quidditch tactics, and when he inquired if it was a branch of ancient spells. She explicitly stated her aversion to overly sweet treats. He kept sending her honey sweets, and even when Fiona transformed a paper crane for him with her wand, he had the audacity to ask if it complied with school regulations. A straight man like that? Why keep him around for the holidays? Pansy chimed in. The most ridiculous thing is that he thought gifting her a copy of the complete guide to magical etiquette would win her over, oblivious to the fact that Fiona had just eavesdropped on Flint's tactical meeting using extendable ears. As the gossip reached Fiona's ears, she was busy enchanting Draco's hot cocoa with ice. "Did you hear that?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "The whole school is speculating about your next target." Fiona bit into her bread, chuckling. "Let them guess." She cast a glance at Cedric, who was fortuitously looking her way. Their eyes met, and he hurriedly lowered his gaze. His ears as red as ripe apples. "Cedric is quite decent," thought Blaise, leaning over. "At least he understands Quidditch better than Shafik." Fiona didn't respond but tossed a slice of smoked meat to Aurelian perched on her shoulder, her obsidian eyes glinting with mischief. Perhaps the game for the next suitable candidate had only just begun. Fiona poked at the roasted potatoes on her plate with a silver fork, raising an eyebrow at the mention of Cedric. "He's good, but he's the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, while I'm a seeker for Slytherin. With the match approaching, it wouldn't just affect the House Cup. Flint would dismantle my broom if we got involved now." She pouted. Slytherin's trophy could not be jeopardized over such trivial matters. Draco snorted, twisting the family ring on his finger. "At least you have some sense." He glanced towards Gryffindor, where Harry was whispering with Ron, his fists clenched in anxious contemplation, likely concerning Professor Snape. However, there was little cause for concern, with their group around. Slytherin's House Cup was always a foregone conclusion. "By the way, Christmas." Fiona suddenly clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. "The holidays are long, and the Quidditch match falls right during Christmas week. I plan to find a partner during that time, one for off the field." She winked at Pansy. "You must vet them for me. They should at least understand Quidditch rules and know that I dislike sweets." Pansy rolled her eyes. "Do you think all of Hogwarts revolves around you?" Yet, a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. "However, I did hear that Ravenclaw's chaser is quite good. I saw him practice last time, and he is much faster than Flint." "Ravenclaw." Blaise raised an eyebrow. "Aren't their students always buried in books?" "There are always exceptions," Fiona replied with a smile, taking a bite of her bread. "Besides, there must be a partner for the Christmas ball, right? I can try out romance. If it doesn't work out, at least I'll have a backup dance partner. What a bargain." Theodore lifted his head from Norse runes studies, adjusting his glasses. "I've already prepared your Christmas gift, a magical slate that automatically records Quidditch scores." "Wow, you truly understand me." Fiona beamed at him. "Then I must hurry to select gifts for you all. Draco surely wants the latest model of the Nimbus broom, right?" Draco did not deny it. Merely grunted, "Just don't pick anything gaudy." The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting a warm glow on the youthful faces at the Slytherin table. Outside, snowflakes began to fall, heralding the approaching Christmas season at Hogwarts. And for Fiona, this was not merely a time for matches and holidays, but the commencement of a new and intriguing selection game. Chapter 18, The Quidditch Match. In the Quidditch locker room, the silver-green team robes hung neatly. Fiona was tying her long hair into a high ponytail when Blaise leaned against the doorframe, chuckling. "I say, when you step out in that outfit, certain individuals might just gaze through their telescopes." "Certain individuals?" Fiona raised an eyebrow, pausing in her motion to don the fitted training outfit. The Slytherin robes, designed to accentuate her waist, highlighted her figure, and the silver and green stripes shimmered in the sunlight, indeed making her look more spirited than her usual robes. Who else could it be? Blaise nodded towards the window, where Cedric was indeed peering through binoculars in the Hufflepuff stands, his lenses nearly pressed against his eyes. Fiona followed his gaze, spotting Cedric standing in the Hufflepuff area, binoculars in hand. Although the distance was considerable, she could sense his eyes drifting towards the locker room. She couldn't help but smile, grabbing her broom to rest on her shoulder. "Let him watch. Today, I will show Ravenclaw who the true seeker is." Draco, fastening his wrist guards nearby, scoffed. "Don't get too cocky. Ravenclaw as Seeker SMT slow, don't underestimate them. Rest assured, Fiona patted her broom handle confidently. Once I catch the golden snitch, Cedric will likely have to swap his binoculars for a scoreboard. The locker room door swung open as Flint entered, clutching a tactical board. Everyone be alert. Ravenclaw as Chaser has plenty of tricks. Fiona, your mission is to be quick and decisive. Understood, Captain. Fiona saluted in a rather clumsy manner before turning to follow the team out. As they passed through the player tunnel, she deliberately lifted her gaze, momentarily locking eyes with Cedric, who quickly averted his gaze, his ears flushed like Christmas berries. Blaise chuckled behind her. Did you see that? I told you so. Fiona did not look back, but tightened her grip on the broom, the corners of her lips betraying a smile. Sunlight spilled onto the field, and a cold breeze swept past her ears, carrying snowflakes along with it. She took a deep breath, her eyes glinting with determination. Today, not only would she win the match, but she would also show certain individuals that Slytherin Seeker was never merely about beauty. The referee's whistle pierced the air like a hawk's cry, and at the same moment, Fiona propelled herself into the air, her silver-green figure shooting upwards like an arrow released from a bow. The Ravenclaw Seeker, a bespectacled blonde boy, was hot on her tail, his robe billowing in the wind. Left front. Draco's voice rang from below, having just used a bludger to push back the opposing chaser. Fiona caught a glimpse of the golden snitch. It danced close to the Ravenclaw goalposts, flitting about like a blurred golden leaf, its wings beating with a rapid frequency. She abruptly pressed down on the broomstick, her body nearly parallel to the ground, the rushing air stinging her cheeks. The golden-haired boy behind attempted to overtake from the right, but Fiona suddenly turned sideways, tapping her wand against her boot, a secret signal they had established for their clandestine practice. Blaise immediately understood, executing a precise feint that skimmed past the opponent's broom, forcing the boy to decelerate in order to evade. Thanks, Fiona called out without looking back, seizing the brief moment to accelerate towards the golden snitch. Just as her fingertips were about to brush against its cool metallic surface, it seemed to be bewitched, abruptly veering back towards the Hufflepuff stands. Cedric's face came into clear view behind the telescope. He appeared taken aback that the snitch would head in this direction, instinctively leaning forward. Fiona's broom nearly grazed the railings of the stands, the gust of wind sweeping away the tassels of Cedric's scarf. Their gazes colliding midair, his pupils reflecting her silver-green team robes and the snitch's dazzling gold. I've got it. With Fiona's triumphant shout, the golden snitch emitted a faint buzzing in her palm. The entire stadium erupted in a frenzy, the Slytherin stands bursting into deafening cheers. Flint leaped up from the ground in excitement, while even the usually reserved Theodore couldn't help but smile. Fiona circled in the air on her broom, raising her hand that clutched the snitch, her silver-green robes fluttering amidst the jubilant cheers. She glanced down at the Hufflepuff stands, where Cedric stood among the crowd, no longer using the telescope, simply smiling at her, clutching that wind-tousled scarf. Blaise's voice cut through the wind. Still watching? If you keep staring, someone might dash down to bring you flowers. Fiona rolled her eyes playfully, redirecting her broom towards the ground. Upon landing, Draco awaited with his arms crossed, though his words of good fortune couldn't conceal the amusement in his eyes. Flint clapped her on the shoulder with such force it felt as though he might shatter her bones. What a girl! Tonight's celebration banquet is on me. The crowd surged toward the changing room, and Fiona cast one last glance at the Hufflepuff stands, where Cedric remained, standing tall like a stately pine. She recalled Blaise's words and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps she wouldn't have to wait until the holidays for a dance partner. Later that evening, as the girls dined in the Great Hall, the flickering candlelight had barely danced twice when numerous figures approached Slytherin's table clutching envelopes. Fiona was delicately spearing roasted sausages with her silver fork when her peripheral vision caught the bustling footsteps, prompting her to set down her utensils and look up at the crowd. Those wishing to send love letters, by all means, she said, her voice low yet resonant enough to quell the surrounding whispers. But do remember the rules I mentioned before. No, wait, it's time for me to establish the rules. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her tone casual yet imbued with undeniable gravitas. First, you must be pure-blooded. At this declaration, several half-blood boys halted in their tracks, preferably from the 28 sacred families. If not, well, she tilted her head with a smile. Whether you catch my eye will depend on sheer luck. A ripple of commotion coursed through the crowd. Some bit their lips and retreated, while others displayed a glint of determination in their eyes. Ignoring them, Fiona continued, Second, intelligence is a must. Your IQ must be sufficient, and your emotional intelligence even higher to accommodate my whims, understanding my unspoken thoughts, and recognizing my status. Don't approach me with unrealistic fantasies. Her words pierced through the hopeful expressions of several younger boys like a fine needle. Suddenly, her gaze swept towards Draco, Blaise, and Theodore. Each engaged in their own activities, yet inadvertently listening intently. Third, she continued, do you see those three? She gestured towards them. Draco, Blaise, and Theodore have grown up alongside me. To stand beside me, you must surpass one of them, right? She raised an eyebrow. By any means necessary, outperform Theodore in grades. Win a Quidditch match against Blaise, or defeat Draco in a duel. The long table erupted into a cacophony, even students from other houses craning their necks to listen. Draco abruptly looked up, surprise flickering in his silver-gray eyes before melting back into his usual arrogance. Blaise chuckled softly, shaping his lips into the words. You're playing a big game. While Theodore paused, his finger lingering on the page he had just turned, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, right, Fiona suddenly recalled. Adding, there was a fool who made some unmentioned mistakes. Let me add a few more rules. She raised her fourth finger. You must be able to play Quidditch, at the very least, distinguish between a chaser and a seeker. Don't approach me like an outsider. Fifth, she licked her lips. Her tone lightening. I don't enjoy overly sweet candies, except for sweet ice cream. And if you can't remember that I'm allergic to mangoes, then don't waste your time. As she finished speaking, the crowd had thinned considerably, leaving only a few still clutching envelopes, their faces paling. Fiona picked up her spoon and resumed sipping her pumpkin soup, as if she had merely been voicing trivialities. Blaise leaned closer, his voice low enough for only her to hear. Are you trying to scare everyone away? Fiona shot him a glance, her lips curling into a mischievous arc. Those who are frightened shouldn't have come in the first place. Her gaze drifted over to the Ravenclaw table, where the golden-haired boy who had delivered an envelope earlier was whispering to his companions, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, as if deliberating something. The ones who remain are worth a second glance, wouldn't you agree? She took another sip of her soup, the candlelight casting fragmented reflections in her eyes. Nobody knew that as she established these rules, a thought quietly flitted through her mind. If someone could indeed surpass any one of the three, perhaps it would be rather interesting. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out to pat Draco's arm, then squeezed Blaise's wrist, finally giving Theodore's open book a gentle poke. Only those who can surpass you three and are willing to stay are worth my attention, she smiled, her eyes glimmering like starlight. But truly, with you three around, I feel quite satisfied. The bond forged from childhood isn't something just anyone can rival. Leaning back in her chair, her tone shifted to both relaxed and earnest. Even if I do find a boyfriend in the future, you three will always remain my closest companions. Never forget that. Draco's ears flushed slightly, yet he feigned indifference, scoffing. Who would want to be your closest companion? Just make sure you don't forget your training when you start dating. Blaise laughed, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Did you hear that? Someone S jealous. Theodore remained silent, merely pausing as he turned another page, his finger lingering at the spot Fiona had just tapped, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. The candlelight flickered on the long table, casting the shadows of the four close together, like a cluster of tightly entwined vines that no one could separate. Fiona twirled her wand with dexterity, the silvery shaft gleaming under the candlelight. She surveyed the few solitary envelopes on the table, their unfamiliar handwriting evident. The remaining letters are from faces I don't recognize. I can't be bothered to open them. With a flick of her wand, the envelopes neatly stacked in the corner of the table. After all, once Christmas is over, the holidays will soon follow. There would be time to deal with them then. She suddenly recalled something and turned to the three. By the way, are you planning to stay at Hogwarts over the holidays or return home? Draco scoffed, popping a segment of freshly peeled orange into his mouth. Of course. I'm going home. The Christmas feast at Malfoy Manor is far more entertaining than school. He glanced towards Gryffindor, where Harry and Ron were whispering to each other, their fists clenched tightly as they plotted against Professor Snape. Besides, we can't let certain fools think that Slytherins have to guard the school during the holidays. Blaise swirled the pumpkin juice in his cup. My mother insists I return home for a pureblood gathering. It seems I shall be spending some time at home. He winked at Fiona. However, if you decide to remain at school, I could concoct an excuse to depart later. Theodore closed his ancient etymological dictionary and remarked coolly, my father has tasked me with organizing the family library during the holiday, so I must return home. He paused to add, yet, I could return to school earlier. Fiona twirled her wand with a laugh. It seems my mother is the most agreeable. She said I could do as I please. Leaning back against her chair, she continued, in that case, I shall return home as well, to avoid the incessant scowls of those two Gryffindors as they glare at Professor Snape. Convinced that everyone shares their conspiracy-laden thoughts, the candle flames crackled softly, and the four of them engaged in a casual discussion about their holiday plans. The letters of affection strewn on the table already forgotten. To them, the approaching holiday and each other's company were evidently far more significant than the unfamiliar suitors vying for their attention. Suddenly, Fiona clapped her hands, her wand tracing a lively arc in the air. Oh, by the way, I recently acquired a small island in the Aegean Sea, fully stocked with supplies. We could spend a few days there fishing and swimming by day, and gathering around a bonfire with drinks by night. Who knows? We might even stumble upon some relics left by old pirates. Her gaze darted across the table to the three before her, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Speaking of which, will the Christmas ball at the Malfoy household adhere to tradition? You with Daphne, Blaise with Pansy, and me with Theodore? Seeing the trio offer no objections, she pondered further. Astoria will be joining us at Hogwarts next year. We cannot allow her to feel isolated upon her arrival. I was contemplating whether we should introduce a reliable boy into our little circle for her, ensuring she has a steady dance partner, to spare us the chaos of partner swapping akin to a Quidditch match. Draco furrowed his brow and poked at the turkey on his plate with his silver fork. Add someone? Who do you have in mind? Let it not be some insipid character. Rest assured, it will be a pure blood chosen with care, one who can withstand our scrutiny. Blaise chuckled, swirling his wine glass. But speaking of your island, does it boast a beach? I have no desire to visit a place devoid of sunbathing opportunities. Theodore nodded silently, tacitly agreeing with the arrangement of partners, yet his gaze lingered on Fiona's face, curious about her pre-selected candidate. The candlelight cast dancing shadows upon the long table, mingling with the flurry of snowflakes drifting outside, heightening their anticipation for the holiday. Fiona tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her tone imbued with resolve. I have already made my selection, the young man from the Selwyn family. She paused thoughtfully, then added, originally, our godfather wished for him to grow up alongside us, but alas, he was gone before his mother conceived him. Besides, he is a year younger than us, making him a perfect match for Astoria, with a minimal age gap, ensuring they get along splendidly. The Selwyn family? Draco raised an eyebrow, fingers rubbing the handle of his silver goblet. He had heard of them, known to be relatively well-behaved among purebloods, lacking any scandalous misdeeds. Blaise whistled lightly. So you have even pre-booked a future dance partner? Quite visionary, I must say. Theodore nodded in agreement. I've encountered the Selwyn boy once. Last year at the bookstore in Diagon Alley. He seemed rather quiet, not the troublesome sort. Fiona grinned, tearing a piece from a slice of toast. Then it settled. When he enrolls next year, we shall welcome him into our little group, ensuring Astoria feels included. Moreover, having another person will make our holiday on the island all the more lively. The candlelight reflected the delight in her eyes as the four exchanged knowing glances regarding this new addition, seemingly in unanimous agreement. After all, it was Fiona's choice, and it aligned well with Astoria. It was bound to be a sound decision. Chapter 19, The Christmas Ball. On the day of the holiday, Hogwarts lay enveloped in the tranquil hush of freshly fallen snow. Fiona and her companions carried no luggage, their school robes casually draped over their arms. Everything they needed awaited at home, and should anything be missing, their house elf could procure it effortlessly. Draco flicked his wand, and the castle doors slowly closed behind them. The silver-gray carriage already awaiting at the edge of the forbidden forest, the Malfoy family crest glimmering coldly in the wintry light. As they approached the carriage, a figure clad in a silver-green cloak dashed towards them, cradling a snow-white ferret in her arms. Fiona's sister, Draco brother, Astoria exclaimed, her face upturned, eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. I've been waiting for you for ages. Fiona bent down to embrace her, playfully poking the ferret's head with her fingertip. Little mischief maker, why did you come all this way to greet us? Mother told me to come, Astoria whispered, wrapping her arms around Fiona's neck. She said if you were alone, you might feel sad. A warmth spread in Fiona's heart, and she smiled as she pinched Astoria's cheek. With you here, how could I ever feel sad? Her parents had been imprisoned in Azkaban years ago, and she had spent nearly every Christmas holiday at Malfoy Manor, where Draco's parents treated her like their own daughter, and Astoria clung to her like a shadow. Draco cleared his throat beside them and opened the carriage door. Let us get in. It's cold outside. Blaise and Theodore would join them at the manor shortly. Astoria eagerly hopped into the carriage, pointing excitedly at the box of sweets inside. Look, Uncle Lucius prepared every flavor of ice cream except mango, along with your favorite dark chocolate. Fiona followed her inside as the carriage began to move away from the castle. Outside, the snowy landscape blurred into a soft white haze, and she watched Astoria dart about with the chocolate, suddenly feeling that this was quite perfect, an absence of blood ties, yet the presence of companionship more heartfelt than family. Oh, wait, she remembered, turning to Draco, at this year's Christmas feast, do keep an eye on Astoria regarding the ice cream. We don't want her overindulging and upsetting her stomach. Draco grunted in response, but nodded nonetheless. The carriage was warm, filled with the sense of sweets and Astoria's bright laughter, as they journeyed toward Malfoy Manor, leaving the clamor and troubles of Hogwarts far behind. As the carriage came to a halt outside the intricately wrought iron gates of Malfoy Manor, Fiona heard familiar footsteps approaching. Narcissa, clad in a flowing silver-gray silk gown, stood on the porch waiting for them, a gentle smile gracing her pale face. "Fiona, my dear," Narcissa stepped forward and enveloped her in a soft embrace. Her fingers brushing through Fiona's wind-tousled hair. "Of course, I missed you. It has been far too quiet here without your cheerful chatter." Fiona smiled, nuzzling her shoulder. "Annie, you tease me." She caught a glimpse of the elegantly adorned Christmas tree in the drawing room, its pine branches adorned with glistening silver bells. "The Christmas feast is tomorrow evening, isn't it? I remember last year's pumpkin pie was particularly delicious. Everything you adore has been prepared in advance." Narcissa assured her as she led Fiona inside, her gaze falling on the bouncing Astoria, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Lucius is attending to some matters in his study. He said he looks forward to hearing all about your exploits at school, especially the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw." Draco followed behind, tossing his coat to a waiting house elf. "Mother, Theodore and Blaise will arrive by noon tomorrow." "I am aware. Their rooms are all ready," Narcissa replied, glancing back at him with a hint of indulgence in her tone. "Quickly change into something warmer. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill." Fiona ascended the spiral staircase alongside her, the portraits lining the corridor nodding and smiling at her. She knew that in the days to come, this place would be filled with the warmth of the hearth, the aroma of desserts, and the tender murmurs akin to family. Perhaps that was the reason she anticipated Christmas here each year. The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting a golden glow throughout the banquet hall of Malfoy Manor. The clock on the wall had just chimed 8 when soft footsteps echoed from the top of the staircase. The first to appear around the corner of the spiral staircase were Draco and Daphne, clad in a silver-green embroidered suit. Draco's stature was striking, while Daphne's gown, adorned with delicate crystals, flowed gracefully. As they descended together, they resembled figures emerging from an ancient oil painting. Following closely were Fiona and Theodore, dressed in matching green attire of different styles. His suit was adorned with a silver serpent-shaped emblem, while her short dress featured intricately embroidered vines that sparkled like starlight as she moved. Fiona's hand lightly rested in the crook of Theodore's arm, their steps in perfect synchrony, as if rehearsed countless times. Occasional glances exchanged revealed smiles that could not be concealed. Lastly came Blaise and Pansy, with Blaise half-jokingly lifting her skirt while she pretended to scold him for touching it, her lips curving into a smile, the playful intimacy between them entirely natural. The three pairs glided down the crimson carpet, the soft rustle of their garments blending with the low murmurs of admiration from the guests. "Behold the Malfoy family, truly a match made in heaven." Among the younger generation of Slytherin, none could compare in elegance. The whispers were laced with envy, even Lucius rarely displaying a hint of warmth, raising his glass in their direction. Out of the corner of her eye, Fiona noticed Theodore's ears turning slightly pink, prompting her to gently tap his arm with her fingertip. He turned his head, his gaze warm behind the lenses, reminiscent of the flickering glow of a fireplace. "It seems everyone believes we are well matched," she whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. Theodore's fingertips gently squeezed her hand, and though he said nothing, he held her a bit tighter. As the music in the banquet hall began to play, the three pairs instinctively turned toward the dance floor, their skirts swirling as if enveloping the entire estate in the warmth of Christmas. The clamor of the evening gradually settled, the flames in the fireplace transforming to a soft amber hue. Fiona stifled a yawn, pulling her snake-patterned shawl closer around her shoulders. "No need to wait. Let us just make do here for the night and head to the island first thing in the morning." Draco, arranging the silver pieces of wizard chess on the board, raised an eyebrow at her words. "The house elf has prepared the guest room." He said this, yet he shifted slightly to make room for her. "What fun is playing chess on the sofa?" Fiona settled cross-legged, casually spinning the black king piece in her hands. "We can use apparition to get there at dawn, saving us from any delays." Blaise retrieved a few bottles of butterbeer from the cupboard, placing one in front of each person. "I have no objections. The manor's sofa is softer than my bed at home." Pansy had already curled up in the corner of the sofa, fiddling with the white knight piece, clearly not intending to leave. Theodore brought over a low table, setting the chessboard on it, and tapped the black pieces with his fingertip. "Shall we adhere to the usual rules and battle in teams?" "Of course." Fiona immediately stood by his side on the black team. "The losers will be in charge of grilling fish tomorrow on the island." Draco scoffed, joining Blaise and Pansy on the white team. "You two? Who was it last time that lost so badly they even lost their queen?" The pieces began to leap across the board, the silver wizards wielding their wands while the stone soldiers charged forward. Fiona directed the black chariot deep into enemy territory, while Theodore quietly repositioned the knight to guard the flank, their teamwork causing Draco to frown in frustration, while Blaise consistently made unorthodox moves at crucial moments, prompting Pansy to repeatedly swat at his arm. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows on the chessboard, the froth of butterbeer spilling from the bottles, mingling with the crisp sounds of clashing pieces. No one mentioned heading home, as if the sofa, the chessboard, and the people surrounding them were the perfect reason to stay. As Fiona's Black King declared checkmate against the White King, the sky outside was already tinged with dawn. She playfully nudged Theodore's shoulder. "Did you hear that? Tomorrow's fish grilling duty belongs to you." Draco pushed the pieces away and leaned back against the sofa. Who would care? The fish on the island might be foolish. Catching them could be a hassle. Despite his complaints, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The group sprawled on the sofa, wrapped in shawls and blankets, dozing off. When the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, it illuminated their sprawled forms and the scattered pieces on the carpet, making this night seem more like the essence of their childhood spent together than any exquisite guest room. Chapter 20. The Bonfire Feast. When Fiona awoke to the sea breeze, she found herself in a wooden cabin on the island. Sunlight slanted through the slats of the shutters, casting bright patches on the floor. Blaise was crouched in front of the fireplace, struggling to start a fire, the smoke causing him to cough. Awake? Theodore handed her a glass of warm water, his fingertips still dusted with leaves, evidently having just ventured into the nearby woods. Draco and Pansy went fishing by the sea, claiming they would demonstrate their skills, proving they are not merely consumers. Rubbing her eyes, Fiona stepped outside to find the two figures on the beach. Draco was wearing a floral shirt, holding his wand as if it were a fishing rod, with a silver spell wrapped around the hook, while Pansy crouched by the rocks, collecting seashells and occasionally yelling at him. "You fool, you'll scare the fish away." The sand here was warm beneath her bare feet, and as the sea water lapped at her toes, it felt cool, carrying colorful shells that were far more pleasant than those on the beaches of England. Theodore trailed behind her, holding a hand-drawn map. "I sketched this on the boat yesterday. There's a mangrove forest to the east. We might discover something intriguing." Just then, Draco suddenly shouted with excitement, "I've got one. Look, it's huge." He ran back, wand in hand, the silver line at the end dangling a shimmering fish, its tail splashing water. Pansy laughed as she followed him. "It was my fish-attracting spell that worked, so don't flatter yourself." Blaise had already set up the grill and raised a spice bottle upon their return. "Perfect timing. I brought black pepper and lemon. I guarantee it will taste better than anything from the Hogwarts kitchen." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the five of them gathered around the bonfire, the aroma of grilling fish mingling with the sea breeze, wafting far and wide. Draco was boasting about his fishing prowess, while Pansy displayed the shells she had collected, stringing them into bracelets for everyone. Blaise hummed an off-key tune, and Theodore discreetly slipped Fiona a piece of the grilled fish, having removed the bones and squeezed a bit of lemon juice on it. Honestly, Fiona chuckled, taking a bite of the fish. "It's better than the Christmas turkey." Draco raised an eyebrow. "That is only natural. Malfoys excel at whatever they do." The crackling of the bonfire cast the shadows of the five of them onto the tent, reminiscent of their childhood in the Malfoy Manor's living room, tightly huddled together. The waves crashed against the rocks, and the distant stars seemed to tumble into the sea. Fiona suddenly realized that, compared to the suitors who required careful selection, these noisy companions beside her were the most reassuring presence. "Shall we explore the mangrove forest tomorrow?" She tossed another log onto the fire, and as the sparks flew up, they illuminated the shining eyes of everyone around. Who dares to refuse? Whoever doesn't tea is a coward. Who wouldn't tea? Draco immediately chimed in. "Tomorrow, I'll show you who the true warrior is." Laughter echoed across the beach, intertwining with the sound of the waves, like a melody without a score, singing throughout the night on this island known only to them. The following morning, as the mist in the mangrove forest lingered, the five of them ventured in, stepping carefully over the damp roots. The twisted mangroves loomed like giants holding air roots aloft. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting moving patterns on the muddy ground. "Watch your step." Theodore suddenly grasped Fiona's wrist as she nearly stepped on a vividly colored crab. There's plenty to discover in this intertidal zone. Blaise was using his wand to poke at the hanging air roots when he suddenly exclaimed, "What's this?" He pointed at the symbols etched onto the tree trunk, their crooked forms resembling some ancient pirate insignia. Draco leaned in for a closer inspection and scoffed. "It's likely the handiwork of some foolish tourist." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them stirred, and a palm-sized hermit crab poked its head out of its shell, pinching at his pant leg. "Hey!" Draco jumped back a step, prompting Pansy to burst into laughter. "Are the creatures in this wretched place so uncouth?" Fiona squatted down and prodded the hermit crab's shell. "Perhaps it's leading us somewhere." Following the crab's movements, she took a few steps forward and discovered a trail of fresh footprints in the mud, clearly not their own. "Has someone arrived before us?" Pansy frowned, gripping her wand tightly. However, Theodore pointed towards the end of the footprints, nestled in a nearby thicket of low trees. "Look over there." As they parted the branches, they uncovered a rusted iron chest hidden behind the foliage, a faded pirate bandana still dangling from its lock. Blaise used a spell to pry open the chest, revealing not gold or jewels, but several yellowed nautical logs and a small glass bottle containing dried flowers. It seems these truly are relics of an old pirate from 1763. As he perused the logs, he chuckled at one entry detailing how the writer had stolen a crate of mangoes, only to toss them overboard due to a girl on board being allergic to them. Fiona paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This pirate seems rather considerate. She picked up the bottle of dried flowers, the petals, though withered, still exuding a faint fragrance, perhaps gathered for that allergic girl. Draco leaned in to take a look, wrinkling his nose. Boring. Yet, he still helped her stow the bottle into her backpack. As they retraced their steps, the fog had dissipated, and the sunlight illuminated the mangroves brilliantly. Fiona walked in the middle, with Draco occasionally nudging her from the left, and Theodore always there to steady her when she stumbled from the right. Blaise and Pansy were bickering behind them, their laughter startling the seabirds perched above. How about we roast crabs for dinner? Blaise suggested suddenly. I spotted plenty of plump ones earlier. Count me in. Fiona smiled back at him, but Draco has to catch them since he was bullied by that hermit crab. Who got bullied? Draco immediately retorted, but he slowed his pace to wait for her. Fine, I'll catch them. Just watch me get the biggest one. The branches of the mangroves rustled overhead, echoing their laughter. Fiona shook the small glass bottle in her hand, suddenly realizing that this adventure was more exhilarating than winning a Quidditch match. After all, it was rare to have companions who would chase hermit crabs and rummage through pirate chests in the mud with you. As night fell, a deep blue velvet blanket enveloped the island, and the bonfire on the beach crackled brightly, mingling with the crisp sound of coconuts being cracked open. Blaise skewered the crabs on iron rods over the flames, allowing the fat to drip into the fire, sending sparks flying. Pansy was using her wand to shell the seafood, the silvery green spell swirling elegantly at her fingertips, resembling a lively dance. Fiona sat cross-legged on the sand, cradling Astoria, who was tugging at the fringes of her shawl. Beside her, the boy from the Selwyn family sat upright, clutching half a coconut, his expression tinged with the shyness of a newcomer. This crab shell is as hard as dragon scales, Fiona remarked, holding up a brilliantly roasted crab, frowning as the edge of the shell nicked her fingertip. Can someone help me shell this? I don't want to wrestle with it. Almost simultaneously, 3 wands were raised in her direction. Hold still. Theodore was the first to move beside her, his long fingers gripping the crab shell, a gentle twist, and with a satisfying click, the entire crab body emerged. Even the delicate meat from its legs expertly extracted, handed over with a careful drizzle of lemon juice. Draco clicked his tongue, shoving his own shelled crab roe into her hand. Theodore excels at these delicate tasks. Eat this, it's more flavorful than the leg meat. Blaise then slid an entire platter of shelled seafood towards her, nodding at the Selwyn boy. Take notes. When Astoria wants some, you'll need to shell them like this. The boy's face flushed, and he quickly lowered his gaze to study the crab in his hands, only to clumsily send a claw flying, which landed right in front of Astoria. The little girl erupted into giggles, reaching for it, but Fiona held her hand down, shoving Theodore's crab meat into her mouth. Eat this. The other one was shelled by a klutz. The Selwyn boy grew even more embarrassed, scratching his head and mumbling, I'll learn the shelling charm tomorrow. No need to learn, Fiona laughed, ruffling his hair as naturally as she would with Astoria. Just stick with us, and you won't have to worry about poorly shelled food. The bonfire cast a warm glow on their youthful faces, the sea breeze carrying the salty scent, mingling with the aroma of roasted crab. Astoria yawned in Fiona's embrace, and the Selwyn boy shyly pushed a small pile of crab meat he had shelled towards her. Theodore leaned down to pick out coconut meat for Fiona, while Draco and Blaise playfully squabbled over the last skewer of grilled shrimp. On such a night, there were no pure-blood rules, no rivalry between houses, just the most genuine warmth and camaraderie, akin to the soothing comfort of crab meat warmed by the fire, softening hearts. As the bonfire gradually dimmed, leaving only a heap of glowing embers, the warm light cast a gentle glow on everyone's faces. Fiona added another log to the fire and suddenly recalled the nautical logs they had found earlier in the mangroves. She poked Blaise beside her. Did you finish reading those logs? What did they say? Read us some. Perhaps they conceal some treasure secrets. Blaise, who had been poking the embers with a stick, rummaged through his bag and pulled out the yellowed notebooks, brushing off the dust. No secrets found, just the ramblings of an old pirate. He opened the thickest book, cleared his throat, and began to read in an exaggerated tone. March 15th, 1763, rain. Today, I raided a French ship, and the captain had the audacity to hide a crate of mangoes, bright yellow like little suns. But Lilith is allergic to mangoes. A mere touch causes rashes. What a bother. Tossed them all into the sea. She scolded me for wasting, yet secretly swapped my stash of rum for honey water. Oh, the fickleness of a woman's heart. Fiona couldn't help but laugh. This pirate seems quite indulgent. Astoria, nestled in her arms, was too sleepy to keep her eyes open, mumbling that mangoes weren't tasty. Snuggling closer to Fiona, Theodore took another log and flipped to a page in the middle, calmly reading, July 2nd, 1763, sunny. Anchored on this island. Lilith said she liked the mangrove roots, likening them to dancing bones. I picked her a bunch of white star anemones, but she snapped at me, saying they were poisonous, and pushed me into the mud. Later that night, she secretly mended my coat, the stitches as crooked as a centipede. Pansy couldn't help but laugh. These two are just like you and Draco, always bickering. Draco shot her a glare. Who is bickering with you? He retorted, but shifted a bit closer to her to shield her shawl from the sea breeze. The Selwyn boy picked up the thinnest book and quietly read, January 1st, 1764, snow. The ship is returning to port. Lilith said she wants to live in a house with a garden, no longer wishing to drift. I buried the treasure map beneath the third thickest tree in the mangroves, planning to buy my freedom and bring her here to live. Oh, and she always says my handwriting looks like a crab's crawl. I shall practice my writing from next year. As the reading reached this point, silence enveloped them. Only the sound of waves lapping at the shore could be heard. The red glow of the embers illuminated each face, and though no one spoke, they all reminisced, perhaps about a quarrel after a Quidditch match, or a secret candy exchange in the library, or moments like this spent gathered around the fire. Fiona gently patted the sleeping Astoria in her arms and suddenly smiled. Looks like even old pirates long for a day of settling down. Theodore closed the log and pressed a warm piece of coconut into her hand. At least he achieved it. Blaise tucked the journal into his backpack and sketched a crooked treasure map in the sand with a twig. Perhaps tomorrow we shall uncover the buried treasure and share some sweets. Immature, Draco scoffed, yet he leaned closer to examine the drawing. The embers gradually faded into ashes, and the stars in the distance shimmered like scattered diamonds upon black velvet. No one mentioned the pirates or Lilith from the nautical log again. As night deepened, the sea breeze caressed their cheeks with its salty moisture, while the residual warmth of the coals enveloped their fingertips. The boy from the Selwyn family had already fallen asleep against the tree trunk, and Astoria nestled in Fiona's arms. Breathing evenly, Blaise and Pansy whispered about the plans for the following day, while Draco crossed his arms, gazing out at the sea. And Theodore quietly added a piece of firewood beside Fiona, ensuring the embers would burn longer. The waves lapped repeatedly at the shore, as if echoing an ancient promise, and their laughter, whispers, and breaths mingled with the sound of the surf, becoming the island's new secret, a secret of companionship, of the present moment, and of the future. Fiona gazed at the last flicker of the embers, her voice soft as wind-tossed sand. It wouldn't hurt to dig tomorrow, if we find nothing. We can pretend we have truly settled here, planted flowers, and raised cats, never to part again. She lowered her head to nuzzle Astoria's soft hair, her tone tinged with longing for such days, free from the burdens of blood purity and familial expectations, just two people tending to a small garden, harvesting fruits in the morning and gathering around the hearth at night, conversing as they did now. Theodore remained silent, merely pressing a warm roasted date into her hand, its sweetness spreading across her palate. Draco grunted but remarkably refrained from retorting, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his silver-gray eyes gleaming in the twilight. Blaise drew a small house in the sand with a twig. Who says it can't be done? When we grow up, we could build a few houses on this island, living side by side, just as we do now, gathering on the beach at night to drink and talk. Such fanciful thinking. Fiona laughed, her eyes sparkling. But perhaps by then, you all will be too preoccupied with family alliances to remember this little island. We won't forget. Theodore suddenly spoke, his voice low yet clear. I will remember. The waves once again washed up the shore, wetting Blaise's drawn house, yet they could not dissipate the air thick with a suddenly softened anticipation. Perhaps the future would indeed bear the weight of familial obligations and the scrutiny of society, but at this moment, they all believed Blaise's words, that the winds of this island would remember the promises of this night, that the companionship nestled within the warmth of bonfire embers could withstand the passage of time. Fiona stifled a great yawn, standing up with Astoria cradled in her arms, sand slipping from her skirt. All right, I'm utterly exhausted. Let us head back to the wooden cabin for sleep. She pointed out the sleeping arrangements. Pansy and Daphne can share a room, allowing you two to chat until dawn. Draco and Theodore shall share another, to prevent someone from kicking the blankets in the middle of the night without anyone to notice. Finally, her gaze fell upon Blaise and Scorpius. Blaise, you'll take Scorpius to sleep next door. Be sure to keep an eye on him. Don't let him sneak out for crabs in the middle of the night. Scorpius straightened up immediately. I won tea. Yet he instinctively inched closer to Blaise. Blaise chuckled, ruffling his hair. Don't worry. I'll tie him to the foot of the bed. Draco turned first to head towards the cabin, muttering about who would kick the blankets, while Pansy grasped Daphne's hand, and the two began discussing what dresses to wear the next day. Theodore silently hoisted the empty wine bottles off the ground. Following behind Fiona and helping her clear away the obstructing branches. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, resembling a tightly connected ellipsis, suspended between the beach and the wooden cabin. Astoria stirred in Fiona's embrace, whispering goodnight, prompting her to look down and smile, her steps becoming lighter. When the wooden door creaked shut, the final ember extinguished in the night. Yet, everyone knew that with the dawn, the liveliness of the island would return like the waves, arriving punctually. The wooden bed of the cabin carried the scent of pine resin, and Fiona gently placed Astoria on the inner side, tucking her in with a blanket. The sound of the waves outside resembled a gentle lullaby. As she lay down, she heard Blaise's voice next door, playfully scaring Scorpius, saying that the coconuts on this island could fall and hit people on the head at midnight, followed by Scorpius's soft retort, mingled with the faint creaking of the wooden bed. She couldn't help but laugh, turning over only to catch the moonlight slipping through the window, casting slender beams upon the floor. The adjacent room quieted suddenly, likely because Theodore suppressed the impulse to bicker with Draco, with only the occasional rustle of turning pages breaking the tranquil night. "Good night, little ones," Fiona whispered into the air, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the dried flower glass bottle she had collected during the day. The lines from the pirate log suddenly surfaced in her mind, bringing her here to reside. It turned out that a stable happiness, whether hidden in nautical logs from centuries past or found on this small island at present, was equally warming to the heart. As her eyelids grew heavier, she seemed to hear the waves lapping at the shore once more, accompanied by the distant starlight, quietly draping a silver veil outside the cabin. Whether the treasure would be unearthed tomorrow seemed inconsequential, at least for this moment. The people around her were present. The night was warm, and dreams ought to be sweet. At the first light of dawn, Fiona stood on the beach, clutching the bag containing the journal, with Astoria still drowsily hanging onto her arm, while Scorpius tightly clutched the makeshift map Blaise had drawn, his eyes sparkling like two morning stars. "Let us go to the mangroves." Her voice held an inexplicable anticipation mingled with a hint of secret fear, an eagerness to know the outcome while dreading that it might not meet her hopes. The five of them stepped into the morning dew, making their way toward the thickest tree as noted in the journal. Theodore first probed the soil with his wand, whispering, "There is something below." Blaise immediately waved his wand, and the sand seemed to come alive, parting to reveal a rusty iron box, considerably larger than the one they had unearthed the previous day. "It better not be empty." Pansy instinctively tightened her grip on Draco's sleeve. Fiona took a deep breath, reaching out to lift the lid, and inside lay a piece of yellowed parchment, its corners severely curled. Indeed, it was the treasure map. Beneath it rested a thick nautical log, its cover inscribed with crooked letters in charcoal, "For Lilith, if you can see this." Her fingertips trembled slightly as Theodore took the log and opened it, his voice significantly softer than usual. October 21st, 1764, overcast. "I finally gathered enough money. The captain said he'd let me redeem my freedom after one last trip. Lilith is knitting on the deck today, and the sunlight falls on her hair like a sprinkle of gold dust. I secretly hid the ring in her sewing basket. I'll propose when we return to port." November 3rd, 1764, rainy. "We encountered Blackbeard's fleet. Their first mate took a liking to Lilith and said he'd make her his captive bride. She bit that scoundrel and called him a filthy sea monster. And then he pushed her off the ship." The log bore a deep crease at this point, the ink appearing blurred as if smudged by water, revealing the author's trembling hand. November 4th, foggy. "I killed that first mate, staining the sails with his blood. The crew says I've gone mad, but they don't understand. When Lilith fell into the sea, she called my name." The last page contained only a single line, the handwriting so scrawled it was nearly illegible. November 5th, sunny. "The sea is warm, like her hand. Lilith, I have come to join you." The surroundings fell silent, save for the sound of the tide, as Astoria, seemingly comprehending, looked at Fiona's reddened eyes and reached out to wipe them. Cenarius buried his face behind Blaise's back, while Pansy turned her head away to wipe her eyes. Even Draco pressed his lips tightly together, his silver-gray eyes gazing out towards the distant sea, not uttering a word. Fiona picked up the treasure map and suddenly tore it into shreds with force, tossing the fragments into the wind. The pieces twirled and danced, drifting towards the sea like a flock of white butterflies. They were together again. Her voice, somewhat hoarse yet imbued with an odd certainty, declared that beneath the waves, there were neither pirates nor strife, only the two of them. Theodore returned the journal to the iron box and reburied it in the earth, planting a cluster of sea lilies on top, the very kind that Lilith had cherished as mentioned in the journal. This way, no one could disturb them again. Chapter 21. Island life on their way back. The mangrove roots swayed gently in the morning light, as if silently bidding farewell. Cenarius suddenly tugged at Blaise's sleeve and whispered, "Will they really meet at the bottom of the sea?" Blaise, for once devoid of jest, bent down to ruffle his hair and replied, they will. Just as stars will always find the moon. Pansy walked behind them, still clutching a piece of sea lily leaf she had unknowingly picked up. Droplets of dew rolling off the leaf and dampening her fingertips. She paused, her voice barely a whisper, as if sighing, compared to growing old in a small courtyard. This felt far more exhilarating. Draco cast a glance her way, remaining silent, but draped his cloak over her shoulders, the morning sea breeze carrying a chill. Fiona led the way, with Theodore silently at her side. She suddenly halted, gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea, and smiled. They weren't lying. The treasure map is real, and the desire for a peaceful life is genuine. It's just that fate can sometimes be more unreasonable than a pirate's blade. But they tried. Theodore's voice echoed in her ears. They tried tossing mangoes for each other. They tried quarreling in the mud. They tried saving enough to redeem themselves. And they even risked their lives for one another. Fiona turned to look at him, meeting his gentle gaze through his glasses. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft golden halo upon his hair. Suddenly, she recalled the words spoken by the campfire the previous night, wanting to live in a small courtyard with the one she loved, and the pang in her heart, stirred by the pirate tales, was quietly soothed. Indeed, she smiled and walked ahead, her steps lighter. At least they had no regrets. Upon returning to the beach, Astoria was fully awake, crouched beside the tent building a small house out of seashells. Spotting them, she immediately ran over holding the largest conch shell, exclaiming, "Sister, look! I built an underwater palace for them." Fiona bent down to lift her, placing the conch to her ear. The sound of the waves surged from within the shell, a soft, melancholic tune, as if someone were gently singing. It was beautiful. She kissed Astoria's forehead, saying, "That's them saying thank you." Blaise had already set up the breakfast grill, the aroma of buttered bread wafting through the air. "Stop daydreaming at that conch," he called to Fiona. "If you don't hurry, the last piece of bacon will belong to Draco." "Who said that?" Draco immediately reached for it, and the two of them began to tussle. Pansy laughed and played peacemaker, while Cenarius, imitating Astoria, built a lopsided castle out of sand. Fiona settled next to Theodore, watching the lively chaos unfold before her, suddenly feeling her heart swell with contentment. Perhaps, just as the old piratess journal had written, happiness comes in many forms. It could be the resolute embrace beneath the sea, or the bickering over bacon on the beach, or the treasure map hidden in an iron box, or the warm hot cocoa being handed over by a beloved companion at this moment. She accepted the cup Theodore offered, her fingertips brushing against the warm ceramic. When she looked up, she found herself meeting his gaze. Fiona bit into the roasted bacon, mumbling to the group, "This island is so comfortable. The sea breeze is gentle. The sand is not scorching, and there is an abundance of seafood. Let us stay a few more days. We still have more than half a month before we return to Hogwarts." Astoria immediately raised both hands in agreement, her small voice ringing clear. "I want to collect a whole jar of shells before we leave." Cenarius nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the distant mangroves, clearly still exhilarated from yesterday's adventure. Blaise spread honey on his bread, whistling at the suggestion, "I have no objections. After all, going home means being forced by my mother to learn boring family etiquette. At least here I can sleep in." Draco grunted, but then slid the last skewer of shrimp from the grill in front of Fiona. "Fine, we'll stay." "But it's agreed. Blaise is responsible for the grilled fish every day. After all, he lost at Wizard Chess last time." "Why me?" Blaise shot back, glaring. "You were the one who was clueless, trapped by Fiona's chariot." The two began to bicker again, while Pansy laughed, enjoying the banter. Theodore silently rose, refilling Fiona's water cup with warm water. As Fiona observed the raucous scene before her, she suddenly felt the sunlight becoming warm and thick, lazily warming her heart. "Let us make it official," she declared decisively, pulling Astoria onto her lap. "Today, we'll explore the rocky area to the west. Perhaps we can find some clams with pearls. Tomorrow, I'll teach Cenarius how to play wizard chess so he won't always be bullied by Blaise. And tonight, we'll have a bonfire on the beach. This time, I'll tell the stories." The sea breeze carried her words far into the distance, the waves seeming to respond, crashing against the rocks in a cheerful cacophony. No one mentioned returning home again, as if this little island was destined to hold them, preserving these days free from the burdens of family names and the tension of daily life, cherishing the warmth of the grill and the uncontainable laughter in their eyes. Theodore gazed at Fiona's sun-kissed cheeks and softly said, "I'll go make the mattress in the cabin thicker." Fiona looked up and smiled at him. "And perhaps find an extra blanket. It might get cold watching the stars tonight." In the distance, seabirds skimmed over the sparkling sea, leaving behind a trail of melodious calls. Life should be lived at this leisurely pace, she thought. There is no need to rush into adulthood or bear any burdens. Just to linger a few more days on this island with these people would be more than enough. Chapter 22. Island Life. The sun of the following day was awakened by the crashing waves. when Fiona opened her eyes. The golden light had already climbed the wooden window panes, and Astoria's little bed was empty, the blanket crumpled. She knew without a doubt that the little one had followed Cenarius to the beach to collect shells. Just as she slipped on her jacket, she heard Draco's voice outside, filled with irritation. "Blaise, if you throw sand into my shoes again, I swear." Followed by Blaise's laughter. "Who told you to stand by the sandpit? Besides, Cenarius is more agile than you." Opening the door, she found the beach bustling with activity. Blaise and Cenarius were engaged in a game of burying each other in sand, with Draco's pant legs submerged, infuriating him as he brandished his wand. Ready to cast Aguameni, Pansy was sitting under the sun umbrella, stringing together the shells they had collected yesterday. Upon seeing Fiona, she raised her half-finished necklace. "I made you a necklace, though the beads are a bit crooked." Theodore was not on the beach. Just as Fiona wondered where he was, she spotted him approaching from the rocky area, cradling a bamboo basket filled with green seaweed and a few round coconuts. "I went to check the rocky area," he explained. Placing the basket under the sun umbrella, "I found some edible seaweed and picked a few tender coconuts." "Are there any clams?" Fiona leaned in to look, and sure enough, nestled at the bottom of the basket were 2 palm-sized clams, their shells coated with slippery seaweed. Theodore nodded. "Shall we see what's inside?" He drew out his wand and gently tapped the clam, which opened with a satisfying snap, revealing a pearl the size of a grain of rice, shimmering pink and white like a tiny morning star. "Wow." Astoria, who had just returned, rushed over, pointing at the pearl with her tiny finger. "Can this be strung into a bracelet?" "Of course." Fiona delicately pinched a pearl and placed it in her palm, offering it to you as a talisman. Draco finally extricated himself from Blaise's sandy trap and, brushing off his trousers, approached. Upon seeing the pearl, he raised an eyebrow. "Is this all?" "There are countless pieces in the Malfoy Manor jewelry box that are 10 times larger." Nevertheless, he bent down to assist Astoria in picking up the small shells scattered in the sand. As the midday sun grew increasingly warm, the group sought refuge in the shade of the redwoods to enjoy a picnic. Blaise concocted a peculiar salad made from seaweed, which was unanimously deemed a culinary disaster. While Theodore's roasted coconut slices were quite popular, sweet and fragrant, Fiona rummaged through yesterday's leftover crab meat, mixing it with lemon juice to create a delightful cold dish, which even the discerning Draco partook of with relish. "Shall we go rowing this afternoon?" Sinas suddenly suggested, pointing towards a tethered wooden boat in the bay. "I saw Blaise secretly trying it out yesterday. He said we could row to the little rocky island across the way." Blaise immediately glared. "Who was sneaking around?" "I was merely checking for leaks." Fiona chuckled and nodded. "Sounds wonderful. Let us see if there are any bird eggs on the other side." She cast a glance at Draco, teasingly provoking him. "Let us hope you don't fall into the sea halfway." "Who would fall into the sea?" Draco puffed out his chest defiantly. "It's merely a rickety boat. Watch me." Sunlight filtered through the branches of the redwoods, casting dappled patterns on the picnic blanket. Fiona dragged a bulging cloth bag from the corner of the cabin, untied it to reveal a coiled fishing net inside, its fine mesh capable of ensnaring fish as small as a fingernail. "See, I came prepared." She shook the net, and the sunlight glimmered through the mesh, casting tiny speckles on the sand. "This afternoon, we will row to the rocky area where the water is shallow. Surely, there will be patterned little fish to catch, which we can keep in glass bottles by our beds." Astoria immediately leaned in, poking at the net's threads with her tiny finger. "I want those blue ones. I saw them at the pet shop in Diagon Alley. Their tails look like little fans." "That depends on luck," Blaise said, already hoisting the oar of the boat and nodding to Sinas. "Come on, lend a hand to push the boat into the water." The 2 young boys grunted as they pushed the boat, leaving deep tracks in the sand. Draco stood by, arms crossed, overseeing with a critical eye. "Be careful. If you scrape the bottom of the boat, you'll owe me." Yet, when the vessel was about to collide with the rocks, he discreetly cast a cushioning charm, making the boat feel as light as a feather. Pansy pulled out some breadcrumbs and tucked them into her pocket. "I heard that if you sprinkle breadcrumbs, the fish will come right over." She slipped a shell bracelet onto Fiona's wrist. "Wearing this might help you catch even prettier ones." Theodore, having inspected the oars, turned to Fiona with a pair of non-slip shoes. "There's moss on the rocks. This will keep you steady." Once everyone had jumped aboard, Blaise paddled first, but the boat veered awkwardly to the left. "Idiot, your strokes are uneven." Draco snatched the other oar, and together they adjusted their rhythm, finally steering the boat steadily into the depths of the bay. Fiona sat at the bow, lowering the fishing net into the water, watching schools of silver fish dart through the transparent sea, sparkling like a cascade of moving stars. "There," Sinas suddenly pointed at the stern. "There are colorful ones." The group turned to see several blue and purple fish swimming beneath the boat, their tails shimmering like fragments of light. Fiona, quick as a flash, cast the net, and when she pulled it up, it indeed contained 3 fish, their scales glinting in the sunlight, blindingly bright. Wow, they look like jewels. Astoria leaned over the side, poking the fish's tail through the net, causing them to flail in a frenzy. As the boat gradually approached the rocky island, the catch in the net increased. There were spotted fish and others with crimson-edged tails, illuminated by sunlight like a pouch of flowing rainbows. Blaise and Draco continued bickering over who was rowing harder, while Pansy began naming the fish, and Theodore quietly assisted Fiona in stabilizing the rocking boat. Fiona gazed at the thrashing fish in the net, suddenly realizing this was far more enjoyable than any pureblood gala. There was no need for pretenses, no thoughts of family honor. It was simply her drifting on the sea with them, catching fish, exchanging banter, with even the sea breeze tasting sweet. "We should keep the largest one in a crystal bottle tonight," she proposed with a smile, "right by the bonfire. It will surely look splendid." The oars sliced through the water, splashing cool droplets upon their faces. In the distance, the little island sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a lost emerald upon the sea. Such an afternoon was meant to be cherished. Chapter 23. Life on the Island 3. It was time to return. As the last evening approached, painting the surface of the sea in a vibrant orange hue, Fiona crouched in front of the cottage, packing her belongings. The glass bottles containing the little fish were wrapped in her sweater, and the shells she had collected were tightly secured in a cloth bag. Even the iron box containing the pirate's log had been secretly unearthed, her intent to take it back to the manor for safekeeping. "So, we really are leaving," Blaise remarked, leaning the last oar against the wall of the cottage, his tone tinged with reluctance, as if he had just buried Draco in the sand the day before. "That was your immaturity," Draco replied, adjusting his cuffs, the silver-green cufflinks glinting in the last rays of sunlight. "But honestly, after staying on this wretched island for so long, I fear I may not adjust to the manor's decorum again." Pansy distributed the shell necklaces she had strung to each person, and when it was Sinus's turn, she purposely slipped him the largest seashell. "Remember to write to us often, or next time we meet, we might just bury you in the sand again." Sinus blushed, nodding and clutching the seashell tightly, as if fearing the waves might sweep it away. Astoria had already fallen asleep in Fiona's arms, still holding a piece of the arum leaf she had picked from the redwoods that morning, claiming it as a bookmark. Theodore placed the glass bottle containing the fish into the travel trunk, patting it with a soft cloth. "When we return, let the house elf find a larger fish tank. These fish can grow to the size of a palm." Fiona gazed at the sun gradually sinking on the horizon, suddenly laughing. "Thank goodness I finished my homework early. Otherwise, I would still be fretting over parchment now." She recalled the last self-study session before the holiday, when they had huddled together to finish their assignments. Draco's constantly complaining about the poor ink, Theodore quietly assisting her with spell details, while Blaise surreptitiously copied Pansy's arithmetic answers onto his paper. "Isn't that the truth?" Blaise stretched lazily. "Returning means facing those dreadful family dinners. Just thinking about it makes my head ache." Yet, no one truly exhibited signs of annoyance. Perhaps, just like the time spent on the island. Whether it was the carefree holiday or the family obligations they had to face, it was all a part of their lives. Fiona glanced down at the sleeping Astoria in her arms, then at the noisy group around her, and suddenly felt a profound sense of contentment. As the last rays of sunlight slipped below the horizon, they gathered their luggage and set off on their journey home. As the carriage departed from the beach, Fiona turned to glance back, watching the little island shrink into a mere dot on the sea, like a lost pearl. "See you at school," she whispered. "See you at school," her companions echoed in unison. The carriage fell silent, save for the occasional soft clink of the glass bottle containing the fish. Fiona knew that the story of this summer would not conclude, just like those little fish brought back would continue to swim in the Malfoy Manor's fish tank. And the secrets of the redwoods, the bonfires on the sandy beach, and the words inscribed in the pirate log would transform into a light hidden deep within their hearts, quietly illuminating their days to come. The tranquility of the carriage was broken by Fiona's voice as she jingled the shell bracelet in her hand, the metallic clasp clattering with a crisp sound. "What's with the solemnity? There are still 3 days until school starts. Can't we plan a trip to Diagon Alley?" Draco snorted through his nose but tapped his fingers on his knee. "My mother asked me to go to the apothecary tomorrow to pick up some supplies. I could swing by Florian's ice cream shop while I'm at it. Count me in." Blaise immediately interjected, noting that the tip of his wand was somewhat worn and he needed to visit Ollivanders for repairs, while also hoping to catch a glimpse of any new posters for flying broomsticks. Pansy rummaged through her bag and produced a piece of parchment. "I've made a list. I need to buy a few newly released spellbooks from Flourish and Blots. Who will accompany me?" Theodore suddenly spoke up. "The day after tomorrow. My family's owl will be delivering a letter to Diagon Alley. Would you like to join? We could first stop by Slug Jigger's apothecary to pick up some peppermint humbugs. You mentioned liking the lemon-flavored ones last time." Fiona felt a warmth in her heart and was about to reply when Astoria nestled in her arms. rubbed her eyes awake and innocently asked, "Can I come? I want to see Yickle's new pet." "Of course you can," Fiona said, pinching her cheek playfully. "Let Draco buy you a sugar quill." "Why me?" Draco frowned, but when he met Astoria's sparkling eyes, he reluctantly added, "Just 2 at most." The atmosphere in the carriage instantly brightened, with everyone eagerly discussing the arrangements, even Scorpius chiming in quietly, "I want to go too. I know a shop that has a splendid selection of honeydew sweets." Fiona leaned against the window, watching the scenery rush by, and smiled. It dawned on her that they need not wait until school began. These friends had already filled the upcoming days with plans, much like their island trip. It seemed to be coming to an end, yet it was merely a transition to another lively gathering. It settled then, she clapped her hands. Tomorrow in Diagon Alley, the latecomers must treat everyone to the largest ice cream. Blaise immediately raised his hand. "Draco will definitely be late. He takes half an hour to do his hair. You're asking for trouble." Laughter mixed with the wind outside floated away like a string of uninterrupted wind chimes. With 3 days left until school commenced, their story was just beginning a new chapter. Chapter 24, the start of school. Draco did not respond, but naturally took Fiona's coat and draped it over his arm. Pushing the carriage door open first, "Let us go. If we dawdle, we'll be shoved to the back by the younger students." Soon, the day of returning to school arrived, and despite having been separated for merely 3 days due to family matters over the Christmas holiday, it felt as though everyone had transformed, especially the girls, who had grown taller, their faces blossoming into beauty and grace, exuding a subtle allure. Though they still remained shorter than Draco and the others, their figures had also matured, and they favored fitted clothing that accentuated their shapes. The school skirts that once fell just below the knee now grazed above it, revealing a portion of their fair thighs. The girls were currently bidding farewell to Astoria, who cheerfully remarked, "Sister Fiona, you look even more beautiful. Once we're back at school, I'm sure your admirers will multiply." Unbeknownst to her, Draco, Theodore, and Blaise were nearby, their faces darkening at her words. "All right, when we return, I'll accompany you and Scorpius for some fun," Fiona said, ruffling Astoria's hair before turning towards the Hogwarts Express. Blaise followed closely, carrying her newly acquired belongings and heading straight to their exclusive compartment at the rear of the train. Inside the compartment, Draco, with his golden hair, was seated by the window, his slate blue eyes fixing on Fiona as she settled in. "Why is your skirt shorter?" he casually inquired. They had always respected Fiona's choices, but his tone betrayed an undercurrent of tension. Fiona nonchalantly adjusted her skirt. "I suppose I've grown taller. The school uniforms are standardized. Just look at Pansy and Daphne. Their skirts are also a bit shorter." Draco fell silent, though his gaze lingered on her exposed calf, his brow furrowing slightly. Theodore hesitated in his reading, while Blaise deliberately made a sound as he placed his luggage in the corner. The air within the compartment seemed quieter than usual, with only the rush of wind outside breaking the silence. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the stillness, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Young wizards, do you need any snacks?" Fiona immediately sprang from her seat, hastening to open the door, and greeted the witch pushing a cart with a smile. "I do like some sour sweets. I'm not fond of overly sweet things." She carefully selected a few licorice wands and sour lemon drops, also grabbing a few boxes of coconut ice for Pansy and Daphne, not forgetting the chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties that Draco and the others often enjoyed. After paying, she returned to her seat, unwrapped a pack of sour candies, and let the tangy flavor spread across her tongue. Perhaps due to the lax schedule over the holiday, or the train's gentle rocking lulling her, she soon yawned, her eyes growing heavy. "Feeling sleepy?" Theodore asked softly, subtly adjusting his posture. Fiona nodded, kicked off her shoes, curled her legs, and naturally rested her head on Theodore's lap, drifting off to a peaceful slumber. Theodore gazed down at her serene face, reading even more quietly, while Draco and Blaise instinctively lowered their voices as well. Time passed unmeasured until the train gradually came to a halt. Blaise gently tapped Fiona's shoulder. "Fiona, we've arrived." Blinking sleepily, she rubbed her temples and reluctantly sat up, muttering, "Back to that wretched boat again, and then the dreadful stairs." She slipped on her shoes, her tone laced with disdain. "Every year we contribute so much to Hogwarts. Can't they repair these places? I truly wonder where all that money goes." Draco scoffed lightly, rising to adjust his robe, complaining, "Won't he help? Let us hurry before the professors get impatient." Despite his words, a flicker of shared exasperation with Fiona flashed in his slate blue eyes. Just as Fiona was about to step out of the carriage, large raindrops suddenly began to pour down, creating a torrential downpour. Instinctively, she withdrew her foot, her brows knitting together. "Had I known, I would have brought an umbrella. Now I'll surely end up drenched like a drowned rat. And with the boat ride and those rickety stairs, which are already slippery with moss and mud, I can only imagine how dreadful it will be." As her words faded, a rustling sound came from behind her, and several black wizard umbrellas were presented before her. No umbrella? No problem, we brought extras. Daphne's clear voice chimed in, only to be playfully scolded by Pansy. I just knew you'd be forgetful. Theodore's calm voice offered reassurance. Take one. The rain isn't going to stop anytime soon. Draco huffed, his slate blue eyes scanning her frustrated face. His tone not entirely gentle as he shoved the umbrella further towards her. Are you planning to stand in the rain? Blaise simply handed her an umbrella with a grin, adding, if it comes to it, we can take turns carrying you. Fiona looked at the umbrellas before her and then at the expressions of her companions, some exasperated, others indulgent, and the irritation she felt moments ago dissipated significantly. She accepted the nearest umbrella, opened it, and a smile crept onto her lips. Well, at least you have some conscience. The rain was loud, but as they stepped into it, the soft sound of the umbrella edges colliding with the rain was far more pleasant than their earlier complaints. Fiona had only taken a few steps when her attention was drawn to a group of flustered first-years not far off. They were evidently caught off guard by the sudden downpour, huddling and stumbling in the rain, their school uniform hems quickly becoming soaked. She turned her head to scan the surroundings and noticed that nearly every Slytherin student possessed an umbrella, each striding gracefully through the rain, contrasting sharply with the disheveled state of students from other houses. Fiona raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Splendid, splendid. We Slytherins have not brought shame upon ourselves. With that, she cast a fleeting glance at the wizards without umbrellas, lifted her skirts, and stepped forward through the puddles. Her gait light, as if she were sidestepping the waterlogged ground rather than braving an unexpected downpour. Draco and the others followed closely behind, Blaise's golden hair still striking amidst the rain, his slate blue eyes betraying their customary arrogance, as if the rain and chaos were of no consequence to them. Blaise walked alongside Fiona, deliberately tilting his umbrella a tad more toward her, chuckling softly. Only you would notice such things. Naturally, Fiona replied without looking back. The dignity of Slytherin must never be compromised. All eyes fell upon Fiona at the edge of the boat as she stood there, her brow furrowed in concentration as she stared at the rain-soaked little boat, the white hem of her dress fluttering gently in the wind, yet her feet remained firmly planted. Unwilling to advance, Draco approached, arms crossed, casting a glance at the muck and water stains on the boat's surface, his slate blue eyes instantly clouded with disdain. Speaking with an air of arrogant certainty, it is indeed filthy, drenched and sticky from the rain. Who would wish to sit there? Precisely, Fiona quickly concurred, as if she had found an ally. Just the sight of it makes me uncomfortable. I have no desire to step on it. No sooner had she finished speaking than Blaise suddenly unfastened his black coat, shook it out, and laid it down in the center of the boat. Then nodded toward Fiona with a hint of exasperated indulgence in his tone. Here, sit on this. Now can you board, my lady? Fiona regarded the clean fabric, then glanced at the collar of Blaise's shirt, her lips finally softening a bit, though she still feigned a haughty huff. You do know how to recognize a situation. With that, she cautiously lifted her skirts and perched on the edge of the coat, careful not to sully herself. Draco sat down beside her, Theodore following closely, the three of their umbrellas forming a small, dry enclave above them, shielding them from the tempest and muck outside. The little boat rocked gently as it neared the shore, and the group assisted Fiona, carefully maneuvering up the slippery stairs. The moss mixed with rainwater and mud required extra caution with every step. And after what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the entrance to the Great Hall. Thank goodness it's the holiday, Fiona exclaimed, brushing off the mud from her skirts, relief evident on her face. If this had been during the sorting ceremony, I would have been mortified, especially since the first years had to take the boat, arriving last. And the awkwardness of climbing the stairs had already caught the attention of many. Despite her carefulness, her exposed calves and the hem of her school skirt bore plenty of muck and mud stains, tarnishing her otherwise pristine appearance. Numerous onlookers in the Great Hall noted her disheveled state, and the boys who had intended to approach her with requests on the very first day of school promptly reconsidered. Observing Fiona's taut profile and pressed lips, it was evident to all that her mood was utterly foul, and approaching her at that moment would be a fool's errand. Fiona hastened to the Slytherin table, carelessly shoveling a few bites of food before setting down her knife and fork. I'm heading back to the common room. Draco and the others exchanged glances and quickly swallowed a few mouthfuls, immediately following her. By the way, Blaise, your coat got muddy. Should we ask the house elf to take care of it? Theodore initiated, his tone calm, yet deliberately soothing. Blaise promptly responded, no big deal. Compared to someone nearly tumbling into the mud, what's a coat? He was cut short by a glare from Fiona, prompting him to amend, though seriously. Your posture on the stairs earlier was akin to navigating a minefield. Would you like me to teach you a few balance charms? Draco scoffed, with your level of skill? Better for Fiona to learn from me. At least I'm reliable. The group exchanged playful banter, deliberately steering the conversation toward lighter matters. Initially, Fiona remained tight-lipped, but as they walked, listening to their playful exchanges, her tense shoulders gradually relaxed, and a subtle smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. Upon her return to the Slytherin common room, she nearly dashed into her chamber. The warm water cascaded down, washing away the mud and irritation, and after donning a clean, soft silk nightdress, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she emerged from her room, Draco and the others had already tidied up. The common room radiated warmth, the crackling fire casting a cozy glow, with Draco seated on the sofa, his golden hair shimmering softly in the firelight. His slate-blue eyes intently focused on the wizarding chessboard before him. Theodore and Blaise occupied opposite sides, evidently engaged in an intense match. The crisp sounds of their pieces clashing echoing distinctly in the tranquil space. All cleaned up? Theodore glanced at her, nonchalantly moving a knight piece. Fiona nodded, settling into the vacant seat beside Draco, her earlier discontent dissipating as she observed the fierce combat of the chess pieces. Fiona gazed at Draco's meticulously styled golden hair, her hand instinctively reaching out, only to retract as her fingertips met the stiffness of hair gel, causing her to frown. I dislike your use of hair gel, she remarked casually, surveying his hair with disapproval. It looks dreadful, so stiff. She deliberately shook her finger, which had just brushed against his hair. I can't even touch it. I can't have my hands all sticky with hair gel, can I? Draco paused, his hand hovering over a chess piece, and raised his gaze to meet hers. A hint of exasperation flickering in his slate-blue eyes, though his tone remained haughty. What does it matter if my hair looks slightly tousled? The dignity of Slytherin must be upheld. Blaise snickered from the side. Oh, come on, Malfoy, she just wants to touch your hair. Can't you skip the gel tomorrow? Draco ignored him, but when he placed his piece again, he did so with slightly less force. After a moment, he muttered under his breath, what a bother. His voice was low but just loud enough for Fiona to hear. Stifling a yawn, she rubbed her eyes and stood up. I'm tired. I'm heading to bed now. Good night. Good night. Theodore replied without lifting his gaze, still holding a chess piece. Blaise waved her off. Sleep well, and don't oversleep tomorrow. Draco replied with a noncommittal grunt, his slate-blue eyes shifting from the chessboard to her before he turned back, softly adding, I'll wake you in the morning. Fiona smiled in acknowledgement, turning toward her room, as the sounds of chess pieces clashing resumed behind her, mingling with the warmth of the fireplace, creating a sense of profound comfort. Chapter 25, The House Cup. A few days later, the long-awaited House Cup awards ceremony indeed arrived. Dumbledore stood at the podium, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall as he enumerated the points, with Gryffindor's score steadily climbing, ultimately securing second place due to the final points awarded, which elicited a fervent cheer from their table. However, all eyes were fixed on Slytherin, whose score consistently overshadowed the other houses, a feat made possible by Fiona. She consistently answered the professor's questions with precision in class, whether it concerned potion ingredients or the theoretical nuances of transfiguration, rarely making mistakes, thereby amassing a considerable amount of extra points for Slytherin, surpassing the original narrative by nearly 100 points. Finally, the triumphant house of the cup was Slytherin. As Dumbledore announced the result, the Slytherin table erupted into jubilant chaos. The once elegant and composed young wizards cast aside their silver and green badge hats, hurling them into the air, their cheers reverberating so loudly that it felt as if the very roof were trembling. Fiona stood up with palpable excitement, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She embraced Pansy and Daphne tightly, her voice brimming with exhilaration. Hooray! We did it! Slytherin has clinched the House Cup for the 8th consecutive year. Beside her, Draco stood, his golden hair shimmering under the light, and a rare, unreserved smile glimmered in his slate-blue eyes. Though he said nothing, he gently patted her on the back. Theodore and Blaise exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting a shared pride in their accomplishments. Silver-green ribbons cascaded from above, landing on each person's shoulders, while the jubilant cheers of Slytherin reverberated in the great hall, drowning out the noise of other houses, their glory firmly secured once more. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the atmosphere of celebration reached its zenith. The upperclassmen brought forth their treasured snacks, candies, and magical trinkets, gathering with the younger students to share in the merriment. Laughter and conversation flowed freely, continuing into the depths of the night. Blaise approached Fiona with a glass of pale pink fruit wine, offering it to her. It's low in alcohol, care to try? Fiona accepted, taking a small sip, the sweet, fruity aroma blossoming on her tongue. Just as she intended to speak further, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped her, and the figures around her began to sway. In an instant, she had succumbed to intoxication. A single glass? Draco exclaimed, rubbing his forehead, his tone laden with exasperation. Daphne and Pansy exchanged amused glances before finally waving their hands. We'll stay here to celebrate with everyone. You two take her back. Draco and Theodore supported the unsteady Fiona, with Blaise trailing closely behind. The three of them guided her back to their private lounge, and as soon as they laid her on the sofa, an unexpected event occurred. Fiona abruptly sat up, her gaze hazy yet stubborn, staggering to stand before Blaise, grabbing the collar of his tie. She tilted her head back to gaze at him for a few moments before slurring, "You're so handsome," and then leaned in to kiss him. Blaise stiffened, not retreating, allowing her soft lips to meet his. When she finally released him, he hoarsely inquired, "Are you certain about what you're doing?" Fiona nodded vigorously, her eyes never blinking. At that moment, Draco and Theodore approached, both harboring similar emotions in their eyes. Draco leaned in closer to her ear, his voice carrying an imperceptible allure. "Wake up. It's time for some sobering soup." They helped Fiona back onto the sofa, taking turns feeding her the restorative broth with a small spoon. She was delightfully dazed, obediently opening her mouth to swallow until she had consumed nearly half a bowl, at which point her eyelids drooped once more. The three of them carried her back to her bedroom, gently placing her on the bed and tucking her in. They did not depart, concerned she might feel unwell during the night, and sat vigil at the edge of her bed throughout the hours. The next morning, Fiona awoke to a throbbing headache, and upon opening her eyes, she saw three figures seated beside her. Draco's golden hair stood out strikingly in the morning light, while Theodore looked down at her. And Blaise had just turned his head. Fragments of last night's memories surged back, and her face flushed crimson. She hastily pulled the covers over herself, leaving only her eyes visible. Her voice, barely a whisper, asked, "What are you all doing here?" Draco raised an eyebrow, his tone returning to its usual haughty demeanor, laced with a hint of teasing. "Someone had a sip of fruit wine and became quite intoxicated. We couldn't just leave you alone." Theodore added, "Does your head still hurt?" "I had the house elf prepare some hangover tea." Blaise chuckled softly at her bundled appearance. "Now you're shy? You certainly were not like this last night." Fiona's face grew even warmer, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Suddenly, she remembered her identity, and the embarrassment faded away. She sat up abruptly, the covers slipping to her waist. Gazing at Blaise with a lazy yet sharp glint in her eyes, she grasped his chin, her tone undeniably assertive. "What? Want to experience it again? I certainly wouldn't mind." Blaise's gaze deepened, his throat bobbing slightly, yet he remained silent. Draco and Theodore's eyes were fixed on her, revealing unmasked intensity. Fiona met their gaze, a playful smile curling her lips, unabashedly returning their flirtation. "What? Do you want to experience the same treatment? I would be more than willing." With that, she leaned back, languorously resting against the bed, closing her eyes, her long lashes casting a small shadow on her cheek. Her posture inviting as though awaiting something. The wine-red silk nightgown she wore, which the house elves had helped her change into last night, was perhaps hastily arranged, with the top few buttons undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of her fair skin, glimmering subtly in the morning light. The air seemed to thicken with tension, leaving only the sound of their slightly hurried breaths. Draco's slate blue eyes were locked onto her open neckline, the tips of his ears subtly flushed beneath his golden locks. Theodore's hand resting on his knee tightened slightly, his fingertips turning pale. Blaise leaned in closer, his gaze fixed on her softly pursed lips. His voice husky, "Are you certain?" Fiona kept her eyes closed, yet her tone was unwaveringly resolute, her inflection rising slightly like a feather brushing against one's heart. "Of course, I am certain. Once I, Fiona, have spoken, there is no turning back." As soon as her words fell, the mattress beside her dipped slightly. Unbeknownst to her, Draco had drawn closer, his golden hair brushing against her shoulder, his slate blue eyes swirling with complex emotions, surprise, restraint, but predominantly, a fiery desire. His fingertips lightly traced the collar of her loosened nightgown. His voice low as a sigh, "Don't regret it." Theodore had also moved to the edge of the bed, his fingers resting on the back of her interlaced hands. A coolness seeping through her skin, yet imbued with an irresistible force. Blaise circled to the opposite side of the bed, leaning in closer, his breath caressing her ear. "This was your suggestion, Fiona." Fiona finally opened her eyes slowly, her gaze sweeping over the three faces before settling on Draco's golden hue. A radiant smile adorned her lips, exuding Slytherin's characteristic flamboyance and confidence. "Regret? Those two words do not exist in my dictionary. Do you want this or not? If not, I shall take my leave." "Impatient, are we?" Draco broke the silence first, his tone retaining its habitual arrogance, yet he gently pressed down on her shoulder, preventing her from rising. His fingertips, cool against her skin, sent shivers coursing through her. Blaise chuckled softly, sitting at the edge of the bed, his fingers brushing against the opening of her collar with a teasing note. "Slytherin never makes a bad bargain, since it was you who initiated." Before he could finish, Theodore had already retrieved the hangover tea from the bedside, offering it to her lips, his gaze calm, yet concealing an undercurrent. "Drink this first." lest you lack the strength to call for a stop later. Fiona arched an eyebrow, not accepting the cup, but instead wrapping her arm around Theodore's neck, pulling him down. Their faces mere inches apart. Who says I would call for a stop? She looked up at him, her eyes glinting with mischief and boldness. Or are you all afraid? The tension in the air tightened abruptly. Draco leaned in, his warm breath grazing her collarbone, exuding undeniable aggression. Blaise grasped her wrist, pinning her hand above her head, his thumb caressing her delicate skin. Meanwhile, Theodore grasped her hand entwined around his neck and lowered his lips to her corner, the motion gentle yet imbued with possessive intent. Afraid? Draco's voice whispered in her ear, husky with restraint. Today, you'll learn that Slytherin's patience is reserved only for those worthy. Morning light filtered through the velvet curtains, casting mottled shadows across her wine-red silk nightgown. Fiona's wrist was gently pressed against her head by Blaise, the calloused pads of his fingers igniting a cascade of delicate shivers as they grazed her skin. She could detect the cedar-like scent emanating from Draco, who was leaning down to gaze at her, his slate-blue eyes swirling with an unprecedented fervor. Golden strands of hair cascaded over her neck, brushing against her with a tantalizing tickle. Theodore's kiss meandered from the corner of her lips to her jawline, his movements imbued with a restrained tenderness that suddenly morphed into an unmistakable possessiveness as his tongue swept across her throat. Instinctively, Fiona tilted her head back, her hair brushing against Draco's cheek. He let out a low chuckle, kissing down the line of her skin, his teeth playfully tugging at the edge of her nightgown, the fabric being pulled down slightly. Don't move. Blaise's voice resonated above her, laced with amusement yet commanding, as he loosened his grip just enough to seize her chin, compelling her to face him. His kiss was direct and fervent, as if he sought to consume all her breath. And only when her fingertips curled gently against his back did he pull away slightly, their noses touching. His voice hoarse with desire. It's too late to think of escaping now. Fiona remained silent, merely raising her gaze to meet his, the mischief in her eyes shrouded by a mist of moisture. Yet when Draco's kiss landed on her collarbone, a soft sigh escaped her lips. Seizing the moment, Theodore offered her a glass of sobering tea at her lips, which she accepted without resistance, sipping it slowly, the warm liquid sliding down her throat. Unable to quell the fire igniting within her, Draco's hand brushed against the loosened buttons of her nightgown, pausing at the third button, his gaze lifting to hers, an almost imperceptible question lurking in his slate-blue eyes. Fiona met his gaze, an unexpected smile breaking forth as she reached up to tug at his tie, pulling him closer. Is it a trait of Slytherins to dawdle? Before her words could fully escape, Blaise had already nibbled at her earlobe, while Theodore's hand wove through her hair, gently pressing at the nape of her neck. A corner of the curtain was lifted by the wind, allowing more sunlight to stream in, illuminating the motes of dust floating in the air and reflecting the shared intensity of the three pairs of eyes. The silk strap of her nightgown slipped down quietly, causing Fiona's breath to become utterly disordered, surrendering herself to their lead as they spiraled into a vortex interlaced with possession and surrender. As the morning light gradually spilled over the edge of the bed, this intoxicating entanglement finally came to a halt. Fiona lay half-buried in the soft bedding, her wine-red nightgown crumpled and the neckline hanging loosely, revealing her skin adorned with varying shades of marks, red impressions from Draco's bites, faint pinks left by Blaise's fingertips, and the lingering warmth from Theodore's kisses. Her hair lay disheveled against her damp neck, her breath still slightly labored, yet her gaze had cleared considerably as she stared at the canopy above, momentarily lost in silence. Blaise sat at the edge of the bed, leisurely straightening his disheveled tie, recalling the force of her bite on his throat. He glanced up at her, the heat in his eyes still smoldering, yet now tinged with an indescribable sentiment. Ultimately, he merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. Draco leaned against the bedpost, his golden hair slightly tousled, and as the desire in his slate-blue eyes faded, a familiar languor took its place. However, when his gaze fell upon Fiona's open neckline, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He reached out, adjusting the fallen strap, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her skin, causing both to pause momentarily before averting their eyes. Theodore rose to pour a glass of warm water, offering it to Fiona with an ease that suggested he had performed this act countless times before. His sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Faint scratches adorned his forearms, marks from her earlier loss of control. As Fiona accepted the glass, their fingertips brushed, and in that instant, words failed them. Yet an electric current seemed to pass silently between them. None of them mentioned what had transpired moments ago. They did not speak of Blaise's grip on her waist that stole her breath, nor Draco's bite on her earlobe declaring possession, or Theodore's low, husky command to not look at anyone else while holding her nape. They had engaged in every act that blurred the lines, their breaths entwined, skin pressed together, merging their essences into their very beings, Yet just before crossing the final threshold, they halted in tacit agreement. It was as if a sheer veil separated them, none daring to pierce through it. Fiona sipped her water, finally breaking the silence, her voice raspy. I need to change. We'll wait outside, Draco said, turning first, with Blaise and Theodore following suit. As the three exited the bedroom, they gently closed the door, their movements delicate as if afraid to disturb something. Inside, Fiona stared at the closed door, slowly exhaling, her hand rising to caress her flushed cheeks. As her fingertips grazed the lingering marks, her heart raced once more. Outside, the three young men stood in the hallway, momentarily speechless. Blaise suddenly chuckled softly. She's wilder than I imagined. Draco shot him a glance, his tone sharp, better than some who can only gawk. Theodore refrained from the banter, merely gazing at the door, his expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's stained glass, casting vibrant shadows on the floor, elongating their silhouettes. That unbroken layer of window paper acted like an invisible net, binding them tightly to the girl within. Fiona scrutinized herself in the mirror for an extended period while changing, the red marks on her neck and collarbone glaringly obvious. She reluctantly retrieved foundation to conceal them, finally breathing a sigh of relief once her skin appeared smooth again. She chose a charcoal gray fitted dress, the hem resting above her knees, accentuating her slender legs, while the neckline featured delicate lace trim that preserved her youthful charm yet retained the elegance unique to Slytherin. However, upon rising, her legs inexplicably softened, and she steadied herself against the vanity, warmth flooding her cheeks as the memories of last night's fervent entanglement lingered. Her body now imbued with a languorous ache. Pushing open the door, she found the three boys seated on the sofa, their conversations halting as they turned to look at her, their gazes momentarily lingering. Blaise let out a teasing whistle. It's rare to see you dressed so demurely. Fiona ignored him, approaching the sofa to sit, but her legs weakened once more, nearly causing her to stumble. Draco, quick to react, steadied her waist, his fingertips brushing against the delicate skin beneath her dress, both of them freezing for a moment. Legs weak. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. Someone wasn't like this last night. Fiona swatted his hand away, pushing herself up with the armrest, shooting him a glare. Mind your own business. Yet the tips of her ears betrayed her, flushing as she recalled how brazen she had been while surrounded by them. Theodore handed her a glass of warm milk, his gaze drifting to her calves beneath the hem of her dress, softly suggesting, there are pumpkin pies in the kitchen downstairs. Care to try? Fiona accepted the milk, the warmth of the glass calming her inexplicably. She nodded. Sure, I'm quite hungry. As she stood, she instinctively slowed her pace, Blaise walking alongside her, casually extending his hand to lightly support her arm, his tone nonchalant. Take your time. No one else rushing you. Sunlight poured through the lounge window, casting a gentle glow on Fiona's dress. She walked between the three boys, the hem of her dress swaying lightly with her steps, concealing the slight ache in her legs and the unspoken intimacy shared among them. Fiona cradled the glass of milk and suddenly recalled something, casually asking, by the way, where's the envelope Cedric sent me? Blaise, lounging on the sofa while fiddling with his wand, lifted his gaze lazily, a hint of bemused scrutiny in his tone. Why do you ask that? Fiona took a sip of milk, her eyes still downcast, her tone as light as discussing the weather. Didn't you say I looked demure today? Naturally, I must go and flirt. She shook her cup, noting that there remained a week until the holidays, ample time for merriment. With that, she rose and rummaged through a low cabinet, swiftly locating the envelope emblazoned with the Hufflepuff crest. She tore it open and pulled out the letter. Draco and Theodore's gazes fixated on her hand, and the air grew slightly taut with an undercurrent of tension. Fiona glanced at the letter, then picked up a quill from the table, dipped it in ink, and inscribed her agreement at the bottom, adding a note to meet by the Black Lake. She folded the letter neatly and tucked it back into the envelope. Ollivander, she called toward the window, and her snow-white owl promptly flapped its wings and flew over to perch on her arm. Fiona secured the envelope to its leg and gently patted its head, instructing, deliver this to Senior Derry. The owl hooted and soared through the open window, straightening her skirt. Fiona turned to exit. Are you really going? Draco's voice cut through the air, laced with an imperceptible tension. What else would I do? Fiona glanced back at him, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. I can't keep him waiting too long, can I? With that, she stepped out of the common room, her skirt trailing behind her and leaving a faint fragrance of gardenias in her wake. Blaise watched her retreating figure disappear through the door, snickering. A romantic rendezvous? She seems intent on leading him in circles. Theodore lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest of the sofa, silent but gazing intently toward the Black Lake. Draco furrowed his brow. It was evident to all that his expression was less than pleasant. Fiona was not seeking romance, but rather a bit of amusement, with her target being none other than that exemplary Hufflepuff student. The breeze by the Black Lake carried a coolness tinged with moisture, brushing against Fiona's ash-gray skirt. Leaning against an ancient oak tree, she absent-mindedly fiddled with the clovers on the grass. It wasn't long before she spotted Cedric approaching in his Hufflepuff uniform, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Apologies for being late," he said as he came to a halt beside her, the sunlight highlighting his auburn hair, giving him an unusually pristine appearance. "No worries. I just arrived myself," Fiona replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, her lips curving into a perfectly measured smile. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, transitioning from amusing classroom anecdotes to Quidditch practice, occasionally eliciting laughter from one another. Their mirth carried off by the wind to the two large stones nearby. Behind the left stone, Blaise and Draco, along with Theodore, were concealed. Blaise whispered derisively, "Look at that feigned smile. Cedric actually believes her." Draco remained silent, his gaze fixed on Fiona's hair, which danced in the breeze, his frown deepening. On the right side, Cedric's Hufflepuff friends were also hidden, one girl covering her mouth and whispering, "Goodness, Cedric actually managed to ask her out. The Slytherin princess has quite a lovely laugh." Before long, a few passing Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students were drawn to the commotion. Harry and Ron, initially intending to stroll by the lake, peered curiously at the figures behind the stones and, upon spotting the two beneath the tree, quietly nestled themselves beside the stones. "Isn't that the Slytherin girl with Cedric?" Ron exclaimed, eyes wide. "How on earth did they end up together?" Hermione adjusted her glasses, observing intently. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. Before long, numerous heads were peeking from behind the stones, their hushed whispers akin to chattering raccoons, yet woven together by the wind into a delicate symphony. Meanwhile, beneath the tree, Fiona was recounting an incident from potions class where Snape had harried Neville, and Cedric listened intently, interjecting with a word or two. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them that indeed resembled a date. Just as Fiona reached up to smooth her wind-tousled hair, Cedric instinctively moved to assist her. But as his fingers nearly brushed against her, Fiona playfully stepped back, seamlessly shifting the conversation. Blaise chuckled softly behind the stone. "See, I told you she had ulterior motives." Draco's expression darkened further, his gaze sharp as ice fixed on the box Cedric held. After what felt like half an hour, Fiona glanced at the sky and stood up with a smile. "It's getting late. I promised a friend I'd chat tonight, so I should head back." Cedric rose as well, nodding kindly. "Shall I walk you to the entrance?" "No need. It's south quite close," Fiona replied, retrieving a beautifully crafted deep blue gift box from her bag and extending it toward him. "This is for you, Senior Cedric." Cedric hesitated, his fingers inadvertently brushing against hers as he took the box, causing both to pause momentarily. "What is this?" "It's a badge I crafted myself," Fiona replied, her smile genuine, yet concealing a trace of cunning. "It features the Hufflepuff badger. If you don't mind, please accept it." Cedric opened the box to reveal a silver badge, the badger exquisitely etched and adorned with tiny blue gemstones, clearly the result of thoughtful effort. He met Fiona's gaze, his auburn eyes sparkling with sincerity. "It's beautiful. I love it." "Thank you, Fiona. I'm glad you like it," Fiona said, waving her hand dismissively as she turned. Walking briskly toward the castle, her ash-gray skirt sweeping across the grass like a bird skimming over water. Cedric remained rooted in place, his fingers tightening around the gift box as he watched her silhouette vanish into the shadows of the trees, unable to suppress his smile. Behind the stones, Blaise scoffed. "Crafted it herself? Since when did she learn metalwork?" Draco's countenance was dark enough to drip, his focus locked on the box in Cedric's hands, his tone frigid as he commanded, "Let us go." As the three turned to leave, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students continued their hushed debates, while Cedric's friends rejoiced in his fortune. Only Theodore glanced back, catching sight of Cedric carefully pinning the badge to his uniform. A deeper emotion flickered in his eyes as he hastened to catch up with the others. The lingering scent of gardenias in the air mingled with an unexplainable bitterness for some. Just as Fiona rounded the corner of the castle, she spotted Draco and the others leaning against the wall, their expressions far from pleasant. Raising an eyebrow, she approached, shaking the empty bag in her hand nonchalantly, as if discussing someone else's affairs. "Did you really think I made that badge myself?" Blaise arched an eyebrow. "I merely drew up a design. The rest was all handled by the house elves." She shrugged, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. "But don't worry if things go awry. I have you all to pick up the pieces, right?" Draco scoffed. "We're not obligated to clean up your mess." Yet despite his words, he did not turn to walk away. Fiona ignored his remark, continuing, "I plan to invite him to the library tomorrow morning. What do you think?" She glanced at the three of them. "Someone needs to deliver a message to the Gryffindors. Who will go?" Theodore spoke first. "I'll have Goyle do it. He is not interested in the intricacies, but can always find the right person quickly." "All right," Fiona nodded, adding, Just tell him I enjoyed our chat today and would like his assistance with ancient runes notes in the library tomorrow. Blaise leaned against the wall, tapping his fingers against it. Once you've had your fun, know when to quit. Cedric is not someone to be trifled with. I know, Fiona chuckled, though her eyes lacked warmth, but I'm not done having fun yet. With that, she turned and headed toward the common room. Didn't I say I had a chat tonight? If I don't hurry, Pansy will start prodding. Draco watched her retreating figure, grinding his teeth in irritation before ultimately following her. Theodore withdrew his wand and murmured something to the air, evidently relaying a message to Goyle. Blaise lagged half a step behind, his gaze fixed on Fiona's swaying skirt, a complex smile curving his lips. This game, it seemed, was destined to grow ever more intriguing. Chapter 26, A Romantic Encounter at the Library. Fiona and Cedric's rendezvous by the Black Lake had somehow leaked, and overnight, it became the talk of Hogwarts. Coupled with Goyle's visit to the Hufflepuff dormitory this morning, where he was seen by several. The news of the Slytherin heiress meeting the Hufflepuff warrior at the library at 8 o'clock had spread like wildfire across the houses. As dawn broke, the library was already bustling with eager students before the doors officially opened. Hufflepuff's badgers clutched stacks of books, their eyes darting toward the entrance. Whispering amongst themselves, is Cedric really coming? Is he wearing that badge today? Meanwhile, the Slytherin snakes stood with their usual haughtiness, gathered in small groups by the bookshelves, appearing to peruse volumes while their peripheral vision remained glued to the empty table by the window, Fiona's habitual seat. The Ravenclaw students arrived a little later, clutching parchment and quills, pretending to research, but actually seeking the most inconspicuous corners to record the latest developments in this inter-house gossip. A few Gryffindor rascals mingled in, with Ron peering over the bookshelf. Harry, do you think they're really dating? The pairing of Slytherin and Hufflepuff is quite peculiar. At 7:50, Cedric entered, impeccably dressed in his school uniform, the silver badger badge gleaming proudly on his chest, the blue gem sparkling in the morning light. As he reached the table by the window, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, countless eyes converging on him like invisible threads. At precisely 8 o'clock, Fiona appeared on cue. She wore a moonlight-hued dress, elegantly draped in Slytherin robes. Upon reaching the table, she surveyed the clearly out-of-sorts crowd, yet feigned ignorance. Smiling at Cedric, "Good morning, upperclassmen." Cedric, seemingly oblivious to the prying gazes, returned the greeting with a gentle morning wish. Sliding the opened ancient runes notes toward her, "You mentioned there were a few parts you found confusing. I've marked them for you." The two dove into discussion, their voices neither loud nor soft, just audible enough for those pretending to read nearby to catch snippets. Fiona occasionally tapped her quill against the notes to pose questions, while Cedric patiently elucidated, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a harmonious glow upon them. Blaise, concealed behind a history shelf, scoffed quietly, remarking to Draco and Theodore, "Look at them. They're more enthusiastic than during the Quidditch finals." Draco remained silent, his gaze fixated on the delicate curve of Fiona's neck as she leaned over, recalling the unmasked red marks from last night, his expression darkening further. Meanwhile, the library buzzed with whispers, the Hufflepuffs blushing at Cedric's gentleness, while the Slytherins speculated on Fiona's thoughts. This library rendezvous, under the watchful eyes of many, had only just begun. The two engaged in discussion over the ancient runes notes for the entire morning, sunlight shifting from the window to the table, casting elongated shadows upon the parchment. Fiona closed the notes and smiled at Cedric. "Thank you, upperclassmen, I finally understand." Cedric gently shook his head. "I'm glad to be of assistance. However, I have matters to attend to this afternoon." Fiona picked up her small bag, having arranged to meet Daphne and Pansy for a trip to Hogsmeade. Cedric immediately stood, organizing her notes and handing them back. "Allow me to escort you to the common room. It's on my way." Feigning shyness, Fiona lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress, her voice soft as a whisper. "That would be much appreciated, Cedric." As they walked side by side toward the library exit, the crowd of pretenders held their breath, their gazes following them like searchlights. The Hufflepuff badgers exchanged excited glances, while the Slytherin snakes wore knowing expressions, as if the ladies' game was particularly engrossing. Hiding behind the shelves, Draco watched Fiona's feigned timidity, his knuckles whitening from clenching. Blaise chuckled softly. Quite the performance. Such talent should not go to waste. Theodore remained silent, his gaze fixed on Cedric's natural gesture of protecting Fiona from the sharp edges of the bookshelf, his eyes darkening. Upon exiting the library, Cedric instinctively slowed his pace to match Fiona's, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes about Hogsmeade. Fiona listened attentively, occasionally lifting her gaze to smile, sunlight glinting off her moonlight dress, lending her the appearance of a love-struck maiden. Approaching the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Fiona halted. "This is where I'll part ways, upperclassmen." "Thank you for walking me back." "Not at all." Cedric regarded her, his chestnut eyes sparkling with warmth. Enjoy your afternoon. Fiona nodded and turned, stepping into the corridor leading to the common room. Only after her figure vanished did Cedric turn to leave, the silver badge on his chest glinting in the sunlight, a gift crafted by Fiona herself, worn with utmost sincerity. Around the corner in the corridor, Fiona leaned against the wall, her feigned shyness evaporating, replaced by a playful smile. She adjusted her skirt and made her way to her room, already contemplating what props to procure with Pansy and the others during their trip to Hogsmeade that afternoon. Not long after Fiona returned to the Slytherin common room, Draco and the others pushed through the door. As she was about to inquire about Pansy and Daphne's whereabouts, she heard Blaise say those two had family matters and returned home early. She uttered a soft "oh" and, upon looking up, met Draco's gaze. His expression dark as a storm cloud, his gray-blue eyes betraying unmasked ire beneath his golden hair. Fiona raised an eyebrow, responding with a teasing smile. What's this? Jealous? Are we? She stood and approached the trio, her tone laced with casual banter. Do you really think it necessary? I'm practically yours. So why bother over something so trivial? Blaise leaned against the sofa, his fingers stroking his chin, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Trivial? Watching you emerge from the library with Cedric, surrounded by all of Hogwarts. Is that trivial? What if it is? Fiona shrugged, her gaze sweeping over the trio before landing on Draco's taut jawline. She suddenly stepped closer, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, her voice dropping to a tantalizing murmur. If you can't stand it. She paused, watching the tips of Draco's ears flush crimson, before laughing softly. This evening. You may handle it as you wish. No sooner had she spoken than Theodore suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. His tone calm, but insistent. Don't play with fire. Fiona leaned against him, tilting her head to meet his gaze, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Am I really playing with fire? She reached up, draping her arm around Theodore's neck, casting a glance at Draco and Blaise. Or are you all too timid to confront it? Blaise chuckled softly, stepping forward to grasp her chin, compelling her to face him. Timid? Fiona, you'd best remember your words. Draco finally moved, stepping in front of her, looking down from his height, his gray-blue eyes swirling with complex emotions, ultimately crystallizing into a cold warning. Don't regret it. Fiona observed the flames igniting in the eyes of all three, the subtle emotions stirred by Cedric swiftly eclipsed by a surge of anticipation. She laughed, breaking free from Theodore's embrace, turning toward her room. See you tonight. The three watched her retreating figure, the air in the common room seeming to ignite, charged with a dangerous yet alluring tension. As Fiona closed the door behind her, her fingertips still tingling with warmth, she leaned against the door, listening to the silence outside, where the trio had ceased their conversation, leaving only the soft rustle of fabric and the deliberately muted sound of footsteps. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. The playful act of teasing them was rather delightful. She approached the vanity and seated herself, gazing into the mirror at the glimmer of mischief lingering in her eyes, absent yet palpable. She reached up to smooth her hair at the temples. Cedric's gentleness resembled warm water, soothing yet lacking in flavor, while Draco's explosive temperament and Blaise's probing nature towards Theodore's restraint were akin to fine spirits. Harsh yet irresistibly intoxicating. As twilight descended outside, the candles in the lounge flickered to life. Fiona donned a silk nightgown, its neckline perfectly modest and its hem grazing her knees, allowing a glimpse of her calves with each movement. Upon pushing the door open, she found the three seated on the sofa. Draco was polishing his wand, Blaise perusing an ancient tome on magical history, and Theodore was gazing out the window, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping the armrest. At the sound of her entrance, all three turned their eyes toward her, and the air seemed to still for a moment. Were they waiting so eagerly so soon? Fiona sauntered over and deliberately took a seat beside Draco, her skirt brushing against his knee. Draco froze momentarily, nearly losing his grip on the wand. He turned his head, his gray-blue eyes swirling with a tempest. You said you'd meet tonight. I said I'd see you. Not what we would do, Fiona interjected, reaching toward his wand, only to have him grasp her wrist firmly. His grip was strong, tinged with a hint of reprimand. Yet it did not truly hurt her. Fiona, Blaise set his book aside, his tone laced with amusement but lacking warmth. Is this all merely a game to you? Quite amusing, isn't it? Not bad, she replied, glancing at him, allowing her wrist to lean into Draco's hold, finding it preferable to the sardonic remarks regarding Cedric. Theodore also withdrew his gaze, fixing it on her restrained wrist, his tone flat. Release her, Draco. Draco pressed his lips together, reluctantly loosening his grip. Yet as she attempted to withdraw, he captured her fingers in his palm. The warmth of his fingertips made her flinch, yet she did not truly pull away. Observing the myriad of emotions in the eyes of the three, possession, reluctance, and a deeply buried concern, Her heart softened unexpectedly. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer," she sighed. Straightening herself from Draco's embrace, "I will handle Cedric." Blaise raised an eyebrow. "How will you manage that? Will you simply tell him you're playing a game? And what else?" Fiona shrugged. "Should I truly engage in a romantic relationship with him?" She glanced at Draco, deliberately winking. "I wouldn't want to drive certain individuals to their wits' end." Draco's ears flushed crimson, but he stubbornly retorted, "Who would be exasperated?" Before he could finish, Fiona suddenly leaned in and placed a quick kiss upon his lips. The lounge fell into an instant silence. Draco stood frozen, his eyes wide, as if petrified by an unexpected spell. Both Blaise and Theodore were equally taken aback. The stillness in the room was palpable, with Draco's gray-blue eyes round and uncomprehending. His golden locks falling across his forehead, all traces of his usual arrogance vanished, leaving only sheer astonishment, as if caught off guard by a petrifying curse. His grip on her fingers slackened unconsciously, his fingertips trembling slightly, still reeling from that sudden contact. Blaise's raised brow faltered, his hand holding the book suspended in midair. His gaze transfixed on the point where Fiona and Draco's lips had met, the nonchalance in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a flicker of surprise that swiftly morphed into deeper intrigue, culminating in a smirk that hinted at danger. Theodore's fingers stilled against the armrest, his dark eyes lifting to the sofa, where the ripple of emotions mirrored in his gaze, which settled on Fiona's smiling face, then drifted to Draco's flushed ears, ultimately resting on the intimate proximity of the two, his fingertips curling slightly against his knee. The atmosphere felt as though the very air had been siphoned away, leaving only the crackling of candle flames and the rapid heartbeats of the four resonating clearly in the stillness. Fiona, witnessing Draco's bewildered expression, couldn't help but laugh, ready to speak when suddenly her neck was gripped, and in a whirl, she found herself pressed against the sofa. Blaise's face loomed above her, his eyes glinting with a dangerous playfulness. "Only for him? Fiona, have you forgotten something?" As she opened her mouth to respond, her lips were silenced. Unlike the gentle kiss she had bestowed upon Draco, Blaise's kiss bore an irresistible force, as if seeking to claim her very breath. In the midst of the chaos, she felt someone untie the ribbon of her nightgown, cool fingers brushing against her back. It was Theodore. At the same time, Draco leaned in, his breath betraying an awkward urgency as his lips found her neck. The candlelight flickered, casting elongated shadows of the four upon the carpet. The wind outside had ceased, leaving the lounge steeped in heavy breaths and the sounds of fabric against skin. Fiona closed her eyes, resigning herself to the night's unfolding. "Fiona." Her voice trembled slightly as she pushed against Blaise's chest. "No, that's not allowed." Her breathing became erratic, avoiding his encroaching kiss, her fingers clutching his collar. "Not there, anywhere else is fine." Blaise paused, the fierceness in his gaze softened, replaced with a playful curiosity. He lowered his head, observing the flush at the corners of her eyes, his thumb grazing her chin. "Where's not allowed?" Fiona turned her face away, her ears aflame, her voice barely above a whisper. "The place you were just about to touch." Behind her, Theodore also halted, his cool fingers resting at her waist, refraining from advancing further. Leaning closer, he murmured in a tone as deep as a cello's final note, "Are you frightened?" "Who's afraid?" Fiona retorted defiantly, yet instinctively shrank towards his embrace, colliding right into Draco's approaching face. The boy's nose brushed against her cheek, warmth tinged with panic in his gray-blue eyes, filled with uncertainty about whether to continue or withdraw. Blaise chuckled softly, finally releasing her shoulder, instead grasping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "All right, I'll heed your wishes." He stretched out the syllables, his eyes roaming over her taut lips and reddened eyes. "But there must be some form of compensation, right?" No sooner had he spoken than he lowered his head, placing a kiss upon her collarbone, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy, a touch laced with a sense of punishment. Fiona gasped, her breath hitching, her hand instinctively gripping Theodore's sleeve. Theodore, sensing her unease, intertwined his fingers with hers, gently squeezing her palm as if to soothe her. His other hand wrapped around her waist, drawing her closer, his lips brushing against her hair with an unparalleled tenderness. Witnessing their interactions, Draco could no longer contain himself, cautiously inching closer to plant a tentative kiss on the back of her hand, imbued with a reverent trepidation. The sensation was light, like the caress of a feather, yet it made Fiona's heart skip a beat. The candlelight flickered across their faces, the formerly aggressive atmosphere gradually softening, infused with clumsy indulgence and concealed tenderness. Fiona, eyes closed, savored the warmth of Blaise's breath at her neck, Theodore's warmth at the crown of her head, and Draco's gentle kiss upon her hand, her earlier apprehension fading, replaced by an odd sense of fulfillment. When Blaise's gaze met Theodore's, They exchanged a knowing glance, their actions becoming more delicate. Draco appeared to find his rhythm, no longer so uncertain. Simply holding her hand, his eyes glued to her profile, akin to a large dog that had just received a treat. Outside, the moonlight stealthily crept into the lounge, casting a hazy glow upon the carpet, intertwining with the flickering candlelight. Fiona nestled herself among the three, listening as their breaths gradually steadied, and suddenly thought that perhaps this was not so bad after all. The gentle morning light filtered through the Slytherin common room's window, casting delicate patches of illumination upon the floor. As Fiona opened her eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of languor. The slightest movement sent a subtle ache through her side. Turning her head, she realized she was curled up in Theo's embrace, his arm loosely encircling her waist, his breathing calm, clearly still lost in slumber. Meanwhile, Draco lay curled up on the nearby sofa, his tousled blonde hair falling messily over his forehead, his wand clutched unconsciously in his hand. As if still on guard, even in dreams, Blaise leaned against the armrest on the other side, his long legs crossed, a lingering hint of drowsiness gracing his features, casting soft shadows under his eyelashes. Fiona sighed softly, cautiously shifting Theo's arm away. Just as she intended to rise, her gaze met a pair of slate-blue eyes. Draco had awakened at some point, his unwavering stare fixed upon her, a hint of a blush gracing his cheeks, his eyes momentarily darting away before he murmured, "Awake?" His voice, still laced with sleep, lacked its usual sharpness. Fiona nodded, about to speak when Blaise opened his eyes, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed someone wasn't lying when they said anywhere else was fine last night. Blaise. Fiona felt her cheeks flush crimson, grabbing a nearby cushion and hurling it at him, only for him to catch it effortlessly. Theo stirred awake, rubbing his forehead, his gaze landing on Fiona's slightly swollen lips. His eyes darkened, though his tone remained calm. "Go wash up. Breakfast is about to start." Fiona shot a glare at the three of them before turning towards her room, her steps slightly unsteady. As she reached the door, Draco's somewhat awkward voice broke the silence. Your dress. I accidentally tore it a bit yesterday. I had the house elf mend it. And it's on your bedside." Fiona paused, glancing back at him. The boy's ears were flushed a deep crimson, his face turned away in embarrassment. Unable to suppress a smile, she replied, "Thank you." Fiona adjusted her slightly rumpled collar, her fingertips still cool from the morning air. She looked towards Blaise, her tone more composed than before. "The Great Hall should still be closed for breakfast, right?" Blaise raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers on the sofa's armrest. "Do you want to sneak in for breakfast?" "No." Fiona shook her head, casting a glance out the window, as if confirming something. "Could you do me a favor and find Cedric?" Draco's expression darkened instantly, but before he could speak, Fiona silenced him with a look. "Just tell him." She paused, lowering her voice slightly. "My family has discovered our recent closeness. They disapprove, and won't allow me to see him anymore." A flicker of surprise crossed Blaise's eyes, quickly replaced by understanding as he smiled knowingly. Using family as an excuse? That certainly saves a lot of trouble. He stood, adjusting his attire. "Fine, I'll go. But what if he asks for details?" "No need to elaborate," Fiona replied flatly. "He is clever enough to understand." Theo suddenly interjected, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No." Blaise waved him off, winking at Fiona. "Consider it done, my lady." As he turned to leave the common room, Draco scoffed. "Using family as a shield. How clever of you. What else would you have me do?" Fiona shot him a glance. "Should I tell him I'm merely toying with him? That I prefer to be with the three of you?" Draco was momentarily taken aback, his ears reddening once more. Theo regarded Fiona thoughtfully before speaking. He might be upset. "Better than prolonging this," Fiona replied with a calm demeanor. "Cedric deserves a more sincere approach. Treating him this way is simply unjust." The common room fell into a hush, the only sound being the distant chirping of birds outside. Fiona moved to the window, watching Blaise's figure vanish down the corridor. A fleeting pang of guilt washed over her, but was quickly replaced by a resolute certainty. She had made her choice and should no longer waver. Chapter 27. The performance. Once the girl had tidied herself, she exited her bedroom to find Draco and the others engaged in a game of wizard's chess in their exclusive common room. Casually, she asked Blaise, "The Great Hall should still be closed for breakfast, right? Now's a good time to head to the Ollery and find my owl, Orion. Please send this letter to the Lestrange Manor." Pausing momentarily, her fingers absent-mindedly traced the edge of the envelope, her tone imbued with an unyielding resolve. "Now, I'm agreeing to sever all ties with Cedric completely. That should suffice, right?" At her words, the sound of pieces being placed on the chessboard abruptly ceased. Draco lifted his gaze, a flicker of complexity flashing in his silver-gray eyes, while Blaise furrowed his brow, seemingly at a loss for words. "I need my grandparents and my grandparents' soul portraits to come and help me stage a little performance," she continued, disregarding their reactions with a steely tone. "Blaise, don't tell me they won't come." I'm inviting them as Voldemort's protege, the heir of Slytherin. The wax seal on the envelope glimmered ominously in the dim light, like an invisible shackle binding everyone into this unavoidable confrontation. Before long, the house elves, Jingle and Sparkle, appeared silently at the common room door, each carrying a beautifully framed portrait adorned with intricate silver patterns, a clear indicator of their considerable worth. The figures within the portraits seemed to awaken, tilting their heads slightly, their gazes warm as they settled upon the girl. Her grandmother was the first to emerge, half of her face peeking out from the frame, her eyes crinkled with affection. "What is the matter, my dear Fiona? Why the urgency in summoning us? Especially for these two soul portraits?" Her grandfather and grandparents followed suit, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. The girl, however, suddenly broke into a mischievous smile, leaning closer to the portraits, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as if sharing a secret. "I need you all to assist me with a little task, one only you can help with." She deliberately elongated her words, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes, causing the four elder figures to pause, exchanging intrigued glances. Reaching into her pocket, she retrieved a small silver frame, flipping it open to reveal a photograph of herself and Cedric, the young man beaming as he bent down to help her adjust her scarf, which had been tousled by the wind. Pointing at Cedric in the photograph, she playfully stuck out her tongue. "Grandma, Grandpa, I'm just playing around with him. Who knew he would take it seriously?" She scrunched her nose, her tone laced with a hint of distress. "But I don't want to tarnish my reputation, so I'm counting on you to help me out." The grandmother in the portrait immediately grasped the situation, playfully poking at her shadow. "You child, what mischief are you up to now?" Despite her words, the warmth of laughter shimmered in her eyes. "Breakfast will soon be served in the great hall." The girl straightened, quickly scanning the common room. "I'll go speak with Cedric for a moment to keep him steady. Let Jingle and Sparkle bring your portraits along. Draco, you should come as well." She turned back to the four elder figures, swiftly reciting the carefully crafted lines she had prepared, ending with a playful wink. "Just do as I say when the time comes, all right? Grandparents, dear ones." Grandfather chuckled at her antics, stroking the beard of his portrait and nodding. "You little rascal. Tell us, what play shall we enact?" The girl leaned closer to the portrait, her words tumbling forth in a rapid torrent as she meticulously conveyed her rehearsed lines, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Grandma, when the time comes, you must adopt a stern demeanor and call out to me as Fiona Black Lestrange, commanding me to come forth and kneel." She patted her skirt and added slyly, "I will obediently walk over and kneel. Fear not, I am wearing a long dress today, with knee pads discreetly tucked beneath, so it won't hurt." The grandmother in the portrait sighed in exasperation but still nodded in acquiescence. Turning to the other side, she addressed grandfather. "You shall follow up by asking, have you forgotten what your name signifies? It embodies innate nobility and power. This lad, though pure-blooded, belongs neither to one of the 28 families nor possesses a substantial fortune. He likely cannot even afford the pearl hairpin atop your head." She pointed deliberately to the silver pin adorned with emeralds, one of the family heirlooms of the Black Lestrange lineage. "I shall feign indignation and whine." But grandfather and grandmother, she mockingly pinched her throat to mimic a plaintive tone, eliciting light laughter from the elders in the portrait. At this point, "You must interject, grandfather." She quickly shifted to a serious expression, imitating a stern tone. "Have you forgotten your own identity? Do you wish to sever the 1,000-year legacy of our family? Do not forget what your godfather believes. He only recognizes pure-blood nobility." Grandmother raised an eyebrow in the portrait. "And what of me?" To which the girl replied with unwavering resolve. "You shall adopt an unyielding demeanor and declare, 'I do not care. I hereby command you to end this relationship within a day. Should you encounter him again, do not expect us to be courteous." The girl spoke with such conviction, as if she could already envision the scene unfolding. Finally, she turned to grandfather, softening her tone. "Grandfather, when you conclude, let your voice be gentle, saying, 'Fiona, we have always indulged you, but we cannot agree to this matter. Look at these 3 boys who have grown up alongside you. They are the carefully selected favorites of Voldemort. The Malfoy heir, the foremost among the 28 pure-blood families, possesses ample wealth, befitting your lineage of a millennium of pure blood. A family of dark wizards, and not to mention Zabini, also one of the 28 sacred families, who lacks for nothing. Your godfather has placed them by your side in hopes you would choose one of them to marry upon finishing." She anxiously gazed at the portrait. "Did you all remember? It must be performed convincingly, especially the anger. It must leave Cedric utterly convinced." The grandmother in the portrait chuckled and shook her head. "You, my child, have truly compelled us old-timers to showcase our acting skills." The girl leaned closer to grandfather's portrait, tapping the edge of the frame. "Grandfather, when you mention Draco and the others, remember to glance around as if just noticing them, then call their names to come over. It must appear natural, without revealing any hints." Grandfather stroked his beard in the portrait, deliberately adopting a serious expression as he pretended to scan the surroundings, making her laugh heartily. Understood. You little rascal. I shall ensure it appears as though I have just spotted them. She turned to Draco, her tone brisk. Draco, have Goyle go to the Great Hall and find Cedric, telling him I am waiting for him at the entrance. As Draco raised an eyebrow to speak, she quickly interjected. Do not raise his suspicions. Merely say you wish to speak privately. Once Draco nodded for Goyle to carry out the task. She continued her instructions. Once Cedric and I enter the Great Hall, you all will commence as discussed. Draco, you and the others should head to the Great Hall now. Feigning normalcy while having breakfast, and choose a spot close to us. Do not allow anyone to perceive that you have already conspired, especially Cedric. He must not sense anything amiss. Blaise let out a soft whistle. Fear not, when it comes to such performances. We are far more adept than the elders in the portrait. The girl shot him a glare, but was not truly angry. She merely winked at the elders in the portrait. Then let us each play our roles, ensuring a perfect execution. It should be nearly time for Goyle to have delivered the message. The girl said, casually picking up a small, rustic heater from the nearby low table. The cold metallic surface warming under her palm. She adjusted her skirt in front of the dressing mirror, applying a hint of rosy eyeshadow and a paler lipstick that gave her a slightly tearful appearance. I've deliberately applied some makeup. When the emotional moment arrives, I'll discreetly pinch my thigh, guaranteeing that my eyes will redden like a rabbit S, and the tears will come forth unbidden. She turned, shaking the heater in her hand. The coals crackled softly. Now, go according to plan, and do not deviate. Before she could finish, she had already stepped out. Her small leather boots echoing softly in the corridor as the cold wind swept past her skirt, the warmth from the heater seeping through the fabric into her palm, adding a touch of genuine warmth to this performance. The stone bricks at the entrance of the Great Hall felt slightly cool from the morning dew. Fiona tightened her grip on the heater, her fingertips brushing against the chilly metal edge when she spotted Cedric approaching from the far end of the corridor. He was clad in the deep red robes of Hufflepuff, his golden curls catching the sunlight, and upon seeing her, his eyes brightened as he hastened towards her. Did you call for me? Yes. She lowered her gaze, intentionally casting a shadow with her lashes upon her cheeks. I wanted to have breakfast with you. Cedric, oblivious to any oddity, chuckled as he brushed off the dust from her shoulder. Were you tired from yesterday's Quidditch practice? You don't look too well. Just as she was about to respond, the heater crackled loudly, as if urging her to begin. Fiona tightened her grip on the heater, softening her voice. Let us talk inside. Upon entering the Great Hall, Professor Sprout lifted her head from the long table, smiling warmly upon seeing them, and even raised her glass of pumpkin juice towards Cedric. Fiona's heart raced, her peripheral vision catching Draco and the others already seated at the Slytherin table, with Blaise feigning nonchalance as he idly poked at his bread with a silver fork. At that moment, the portraits of her grandparents were silently unveiled at the entrance. Her grandmother was the first to lean forward from the portrait, her voice suddenly sharp. Fiona Black Lestrange, come here and kneel. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Cedric spun around, bewilderment flooding his features. Fiona bit her lip and turned towards the portrait, her skirt sweeping the floor as she made her way. A gust of air rising as her knees touched the carpet, and she discreetly pinched her thigh, her eyes immediately welling with tears. Have you forgotten what your name signifies? Grandfather's voice followed, his portrait frowning, his gaze icy. It embodies innate nobility and power. This lad, though pure-blooded, is neither one of the 28 families, nor does he possess a substantial fortune. He likely cannot even afford the pearl hairpin atop your head. She raised her hand to touch the emerald pin in her hair, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. But grandfather and grandmother, have you forgotten your identity? Grandfather interrupted her sharply, his silver beard trembling in the portrait. Do you wish to sever the 1,000-year legacy of our family? Do not forget what your godfather believes. He only recognizes pure blood nobility. I do not care. Grandmother's voice fell like a hammer. You are to end this relationship within a day. Should you meet again, do not expect us to be courteous. Cedric stepped forward abruptly. Professor, they are. Stop. Grandfather barked, then turned his gaze towards the Slytherin table, feigning surprise as he surveyed the area. Malfoy, not Zabini, come here. The trio rose in a fluid motion, their silver, deep brown, and black robes gliding gracefully in the morning light. Grandfather's tone softened yet bore an undeniable authority. Fiona, we have always indulged you, but we cannot agree to this matter. Look at these three. They are the carefully chosen favorites of Voldemort. The Malfoy heir is the foremost among the 28 pureblood families, possessing ample wealth. The Knot family is a millennium-old family of dark wizards, and the Zabini family, too, lacks for nothing. Your father has placed them beside you with the hope that you would select one to marry. Professor Sprout could no longer contain herself and stood up, spilling a bit of pumpkin juice. Mr. Lestrange, concerning the children. At once, The voice of her grandfather echoed back from the portrait, a cold sneer accompanying his words. Do you truly believe our delicately nurtured little Rose deserves to be matched with a family that cannot even afford a manor? She has been carried in a palanquin since childhood and attended to by servants while dressing. Can Cedric's family provide such luxuries? Cedric's face turned ashen in an instant. Fiona observed the tension in his clenched fists, feeling a warmth akin to a furnace, yet she forced herself to avert her gaze, the tears streaming down her cheeks with renewed vigor. This time, there was no need to pinch her thigh. The genuine panic that mingled with the theatrics appeared far more authentic than any performance. At that moment, Draco, Blaise, and Theodore suddenly dropped to their knees, the silver green of their Slytherin robes spreading across the cold stone floor, starkly contrasting with the surrounding muted hues. Draco was the first to lift his head, platinum strands falling across his forehead, his gray-blue eyes reflecting a hint of urgency. Ancestors of the Black family, ancestors of the Lestrange family, it is bitterly cold, and snow is falling outside. Fiona kneels here, which cannot be good for her health. Blaise followed suit, his tone imbued with rare sincerity. Perhaps you should allow her to rise. Remaining on her knees will surely leave her knees bruised. Theodore, who had remained silent until now, lowered his head slightly, his voice steady yet laced with remorse. Elders, this is our fault. As her childhood companions, we failed to intervene when she needed us most. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon us. The three knelt on the ground, the silver-green patterns of their robes glimmering in the morning light, intertwining with the gazes of the ancestors in the portrait, adding an element of tension to this already deliberate confrontation that blurred the lines between reality and pretense. The grandfather in the portrait sighed heavily, his gaze sweeping over the three kneeling youths before returning to his granddaughter, his tone tinged with a helpless frustration. Look at them. Consider the bond you share. Is it not better to have such intimate companions, who have played together since infancy, by your side than to seek out mere acquaintances? He paused, ultimately softening his tone and waving his hand. Very well, you may rise. Upon hearing this, Fiona slowly stood up, her knees stiff from prolonged kneeling. She steadied herself by gripping the armrest of a nearby chair, her gaze lowered in silence, her shoulders still trembling, reflecting her growing sense of grievance. The silver-green hem of her dress was dusted with a hint of grime, further accentuating her genuine disarray. The grandfather's voice regained its seriousness, his sharp gaze sweeping over Draco and the others. We must return post-haste. You three, keep a vigilant eye on her. Such incidents must not recur. He paused, lowering his voice deliberately to instill a sense of undeniable authority. Should it happen again, you should understand the consequences. Draco and the others immediately nodded in agreement, the usual lightness in their gray-blue eyes replaced by a somber gravity. Blaise and Theodore also adopted serious expressions, responding in unison. Yes, elder. The house elves, Jinx and Spark, promptly bowed and retreated with the portrait, the silver filigree at the edge of the frame glimmering in the morning light before vanishing at the door of the common room. Fiona continued to lower her head, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her dress, only releasing a quiet sigh of relief once the portrait had completely departed. This performance had finally reached its conclusion. Cedric's lips moved, ready to call out Fiona's name, but he was coldly interrupted by Blaise. With a raised eyebrow and a tone dripping with sarcasm, Blaise remarked, "What? Is witnessing her punishment not enough for you? Do you wish for her to endure another reprimand from the elders?" Fiona's voice interjected, wearied and hoarse. "Enough, Blaise. I wish to return to the common room now. Please accompany me." Blaise immediately ceased his banter, swiftly moving to her side, his brow furrowing unconsciously. "How are you? Does your knee still hurt? Can you walk? If not, I can take turns carrying you back with Draco." Draco stepped closer, his silver-gray eyes scanning her knees. Though he did not speak, he instinctively drew nearer, as if prepared to assist her at any moment. Theodore stood a bit further away, his gaze resting on her slightly trembling legs, quietly waiting. Fiona shook her head, averting their offers of assistance, her voice barely above a whisper. "No, I can walk on my own." With that, she took the lead, her silhouette framed by the silver green of her robe, exuding an indescribable melancholy. News of this spectacle quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. Although they had arrived early that morning, and the Great Hall had not been particularly crowded, the rapidity of gossip ensured that many were informed. Those who had not attended the feast heard the details from their classmates, some even embellishing the narrative as they recounted the events. Skeptics sought out Slytherin students for confirmation, who provided an official account, one of whom added with a hint of arrogance, "Cedric ought to consider himself fortunate. His romantic interest is the cherished darling of the Black and Lestrange families. Otherwise, given his transgression against pure-blood customs, the elders would have undoubtedly cast a complete set of memory charms upon him, erasing even Fiona's name from his mind." Once this remark was made, No one doubted the authenticity of the events. The already delicate relationship between Hufflepuff and Slytherin became further charged with an inexplicable tension. And the news of Fiona and Cedric's forced separation due to familial opposition became the most discussed topic in the castle during that period. Chapter 28, A Reunion. Before long, whispers emerged from the Slytherin common room. Fiona had fallen ill. According to the Meta-Witches summoned to care for her, her emotional turmoil had taken a toll on her health, compounded by the chilling air she had endured while kneeling in the Great Hall that morning, resulting in her collapse. You should have seen it. A familiar Slytherin student commented privately. Her constitution has been coddled since childhood. How could she withstand such tribulations? I heard her knees are bruised and scraped, causing her considerable pain with any movement. This account circulated with an air of credibility, enhancing the verisimilitude of the earlier performance. Passers-by slowed their pace near the Slytherin common room, straining to catch any sounds from within, but only the soft patter of house elves could be heard as they scurried about. It was said that Fiona was lying in her bedroom, recovering, with Draco and the others prohibited from disturbing her. In no time, all of Hogwarts tacitly accepted that this pure-blood Rose was indeed suffering from the trials imposed by her family and heartache, casting more complex glances towards Cedric. During the final dinner 5 days later, the hall was filled with an atmosphere of excitement before the holidays, the candlelight dancing on the long tables, illuminating every face with a sense of anticipation. Fiona entered, flanked by Draco, Blaise, and Theodore. She wore no Slytherin robes, but instead donned a deep green velvet gown, adorned with delicate pearls at the neckline. As she walked, the hem swayed like a rose blooming in the dark of night. Her platinum curls were loosely gathered at the back of her head, revealing her slender neck, and her countenance radiated a perfectly measured smile. Her eyes bright and devoid of the pallor from her recent illness. Cedric, seated at the Hufflepuff table, paused mid-bite. He watched as she was enveloped by the three boys. Blaise leaning in to whisper something that made her eyes crinkle with delight, while Draco naturally pulled out her chair, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The seats of Pansy and Daphne lay vacant. They had departed from school 5 days prior due to family matters. At this moment, only a few remained at the Slytherin table. As Fiona took her seat, her gaze inadvertently swept towards the Hufflepuff direction, locking eyes with Cedric. Her smile remained unchanged. Yet the joy at once radiated failed to reach her eyes, appearing as if veiled by a delicate frost. Before she swiftly averted her gaze as though she had merely encountered an inconsequential stranger, a candle flickered audibly, accentuating the invisible chasm that lay between them. Fiona set down her silver fork and gently dabbed her lips with a napkin, softly addressing the three individuals beside her. I am quite full now. I shall return to pack my belongings. Upon hearing this, Draco and his companions hastily shoved a few bites of food into their mouths. With Blaise mumbling through a mouthful of bread, we're also satisfied. Let us leave together. Theodore had already risen, casually picking up the shawl Fiona had draped over her chair. Draco smoothly pushed her chair back, his movements fluid and natural. Blaise quickly followed suit, a roguish grin upon his face as he teased, My dear lady, your luggage must weigh more than you do. Are you certain you can manage it alone? Do you not require our assistance? Fiona turned to don her shawl, the exquisite fox fur collar enhancing her porcelain complexion. She shot Blaise a sidelong glance and huffed lightly. Very well, I suppose I shall trouble you all then. Let us be off. With that, she took the lead, her velvet skirt trailing behind her, leaving a faint trail of fragrance in her wake. Draco and the others swiftly followed, their figures quickly vanishing through the hall doors, with Fiona never once glancing back towards the Hufflepuff table. Once they departed, the hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers, the buzz of conversation surging like a tide. From the Gryffindor side, someone craned their neck in confusion towards the Hufflepuff table, questioning, has she truly forgotten Cedric? But that doesn't seem likely. The remaining Slytherin students chuckled derisively, chiming in, look how closely Malfoy and the others are trailing behind. They are no ordinary students in Slytherin. They have exclusive dormitories located just beneath the common room, accessible only to them. Aside from them, only Miss Greengrass and another young gentleman set to join next year have the privilege to enter. It was rumored that the young gentleman was a prodigious alchemist, handpicked by Miss Fiona for her sister, Astoria. Another Slytherin added, Astoria is the little lady of the Greengrass family. Their bedrooms are adjacent, and both are single rooms, complete with a private lounge. Fiona S. is the largest, filled with items that could astonish anyone. Someone drew closer, lowering their voice, not long ago. A girl who entered to assist her emerged claiming the room was filled with golden Quidditch models, and on the wall, there was a glass cabinet encrusted with jewels and diamonds, housing her little snake, Olus, such an extravagant name for a pet. The decorations in the aquarium were crafted from pure gold and silver. The mere cabinet alone could suffice for an ordinary person's lifetime. And her wall of bookshelves, someone exclaimed in awe, is filled with lost ancient tomes. Each could fetch over 1,000,000. Another wall was crammed with shoes and headpieces, enough to encircle the lounge. Her bedroom boasted a separate walk-in closet, filled with dresses of exorbitant value. It was said that the cost of customizing just one dress could buy 10 school robes. Amidst the chatter, everyone's gaze towards the Hufflepuff table held a new layer of meaning. The distance between Cedric and Fiona transcended mere inter-house rivalry. It was a chasm separating two entirely different worlds. Goyle and Crabbe animatedly gestured, embellishing the luxurious details of Fiona's lounge in an almost theatrical manner, drawing a crowd eager to listen. The golden Quidditch model even lights up when its wings move, Crabbe exclaimed in his deep voice, with Goyle nodding in agreement. Just then, Blaise sauntered over leisurely, hands tucked in his robe pockets, wearing his customary nonchalance yet deliberately raising his voice. "Ah, Crabbe, Goyle, Fiona's luggage awaits your assistance. If you dawdle any longer, I fear she might lose her temper." He paused, glancing pointedly at the two, his tone laced with warning. "She has been in a foul mood these past few days. Should you truly provoke her ire, we shall not intercede on your behalf." Goyle and Crabbe abruptly halted their chatter, exchanging glances before leaping into action like cats whose tails had been stepped on, muttering, "Coming, coming," as they dashed towards the Slytherin common room. Everyone knew that when this young lady was roused to anger, she was not someone they could withstand. The surrounding discussions dwindled once more, leaving only a few hushed chuckles, clearly acknowledging that even Malfoy and his companions must tread carefully in Fiona's presence. On the day of departure from Hogwarts, the courtyard outside the castle was thronged with people, the sound of carriage bells mingling with the lively chatter, creating an exceptional atmosphere. Fiona stood amidst the crowd, her silver-green velvet robe shimmering softly in the sunlight, adorned with intricate golden thread embroidery that bespoke its immense value. Observant students whispered amongst themselves, speculating that such fabric could fetch a fortune in galleons. She was engaged in light-hearted banter with Draco and the others, her hands conspicuously empty, devoid of even a small bundle. All eyes were inevitably drawn to Goyle and Crabbe in the distance. The two towering figures were nearly engulfed by a mountain of luggage. Several bulging packages precariously stacked upon their trunks, forcing them to tread carefully, sweat already beading on their foreheads. Soon, two ornate black carriages came to a halt before them, their silver family crests glinting in the light. "Fiona, sister," a melodious voice rang out, as Astoria bounded from the carriage like a cannonball, rushing towards Fiona, closely followed by a blonde youth, Seamus, who was clutching a pink cloak, evidently having chased after her. Fiona laughed as she opened her arms to embrace Astoria, but the force of the girl's momentum caused her to stumble back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. "Careful," Draco exclaimed, swiftly steadying her waist, while Blaise intervened to shield the luggage stack behind her from the collision. Astoria, however, was oblivious to the commotion, burrowing into Fiona's embrace. "Sister, I've missed you so much." Fiona regained her footing and ruffled Astoria's hair, her peripheral vision catching sight of Cedric standing not far off, watching them with a complex expression. She averted her gaze, maintaining her smile as she softly urged Astoria, "Let us get inside. It's chilly outside." Seamus stepped forward, draping the cloak over Astoria's shoulders while nodding at Fiona in greeting. Goyle and Crabbe huffed as they loaded the last of the luggage onto the carriage. Blaise patted their shoulders. "Leave the rest to the house elves. You two should get on." Fiona took Astoria's hand and walked towards the carriage. As they passed Draco, he quietly murmured, "Let us go," and the group boarded together. The carriage door slammed shut, sealing them off from the outside world. Fiona leaned against the plush cushions, watching the scenery retreat through the window, the tension she had held for so long finally beginning to ease. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron stood among the crowd, their eyes wide with envy. Not only they, but most students from other houses felt the same way. They would have to navigate the narrow stairs down, take that rickety boat across the lake, and then cram onto the Hogwarts Express to return home. But Fiona and her companions? They were met with elegant carriages sent by their families, and simply the display of such grandeur was enough to spark envy in anyone's heart. The surrounding murmurs never ceased, with exclamations of admiration for the pure-blood families echoing, as the opulent carriages drew attention for their impressive value. Soon after, several more carriages arrived. Although not as splendid as the first two, they were still quite respectable. It became clear that all the affluent pure-blood students from Slytherin began boarding the carriages, while those who were pure-blood yet not of noble lineage, or those of mixed Muggle heritage, were left to carry their belongings along the road to the station. Cedric's friend nudged him in the arm and whispered, "Stop staring. Everyone has boarded the carriages." Cedric snapped back to reality, withdrawing his gaze from the carriages with a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. The Ravenclaw students could not help but express their astonishment, particularly envious of Fiona. who had the most luggage yet did not lift a finger, relying entirely on Goyle and Crabbe, her two attendants, to handle it. Even more astonishing was the deference the two attendants, originally Malfoy-esque, showed to Fiona, following her every command without a hint of reluctance. Draco even specifically instructed them to attend to Fiona's belongings before their own. Theodore, concerned she might tire, brought over a cushioned stool for her to sit on, alongside a small table adorned with exquisite pastries and snacks. Draco and the others gathered around the table, either engaging in light conversation with Fiona or setting up a chessboard to play wizard's chess. The eyes of those around were almost magnetically drawn to the chessboard, which, if not mistaken, was crafted from pure gold and silver, with pieces distinguished by their respective colors, likely to avoid confusion during play. The sheer opulence left many in silent awe. Some pure-blood students from Slytherin, not belonging to the top-tier families, managed to board the carriages as well, either due to close ties with Fiona or remarkable talents that had drawn their family's favor, thus sparing them the arduous journey. Just as all the carriages were about to depart, another exquisite carriage arrived. As it came to a halt, a house elf leaped down and made a beeline for Harry Potter. Harry stood dumbfounded, gazing at the creature in confusion. The elf bowed deeply and introduced itself in a soft voice. "I am called Polly, Master Harry. You may not be aware, but the Potter family is also one of the pure-blood gentry in the wizarding world. Though not listed among the Sacred 28, our wealth is quite substantial." It hurriedly apologized. "I was unaware of your enrollment at Hogwarts, and the Potter Manor has been unoccupied for some time. News came late, which is why we could not send a carriage sooner. Please forgive me, Master Harry." Polly pointed to the key in Harry's hand. "The Gringotts key you possess is merely the childcare fund set aside by the late master and mistress. The true Potter family vault resides within the manor. You need not suffer in silence. Should you find yourself in need, simply write to the manor, and we will ensure everything is arranged for you." Harry was utterly bewildered, the key in his hand suddenly feeling significantly heavier. Ron stood beside him, mouth agape, unable to comprehend that his friend was, in fact, a concealed pure-blood aristocrat. The onlookers around them quickly turned their attention back, a mixture of surprise, envy, and curiosity dancing in their eyes. The Slytherin students who had already boarded the carriages merely cast a fleeting glance at the scene through the windows before redirecting their gazes to them. The revival of the Potter family was hardly noteworthy. With the final crack of the whip, all the carriages began to depart, leaving behind students lost in their own thoughts and the distant sound of the Hogwarts Express's whistle growing ever nearer. Chapter 30, Homecoming. Inside the carriage, warmth enveloped the space, the crackling fire in the hearth casting a cozy glow that warmed the exquisite carpet. Fiona slipped off her shoes, her bare feet sinking into the plush fabric. Her dress, a beautiful layered cake gown, swaying gently as she moved. The lace cascaded like cream, and the strapless design showcased her slender shoulders. The woolen cloak that had draped over her shoulders was carelessly tossed aside on the sofa, leaving her clad only in the refreshing dress cinched at the waist with a delicate satin ribbon, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of radiant white skin. "What plans do you all have for the 2-month break?" she asked languidly, plopping down onto Theodore's lap, tilting her head against the ancient tome in his hands. "Why not come to my house? We can all return home when the festivities begin, or simply go together. The more, the merrier." Theodore's arm naturally wrapped around her waist, his fingertips casually brushing against the satin bow, yet his gaze remained fixed on the pages of the book, responding with a low hum. Draco, seated across on the opposite sofa, was perusing a wizard's chess manual, glanced up at her words. "Has the skiing resort in your family's Forbidden Forest opened? We didn't have enough fun last year." Fiona did not respond, her attention shifting to Blaise, who leaned against the window sipping a drink, amber liquid swirling in his crystal glass. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly. "Blaise, how about I bake you some cookies?" As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, the curve of her waist becoming more pronounced, exposing a bit more of her luminous skin, the silver necklace around her neck slipping further down, its pendant hidden beneath her skin. Oblivious to her own allure, she playfully blinked, a hint of flirtation in her demeanor, confident that they had already crossed all boundaries, save for the final barrier. Blaise's gaze lingered on the delicate curve of her neck for a moment before he took a sip of his drink, his tongue brushing against his lower lip. "Only if the lady herself is baking? I'd better make a reservation to avoid being outdone by others." Draco scoffed. With her cookie baking skills, merely being edible is an achievement. Though he spoke dismissively, a smirk crept onto his lips. Fiona playfully nudged Theodore's leg and reached for the chess manual in Draco's hands. "At least I'm better than you, who can't even bake bread without burning it." The laughter and commotion within the carriage intertwined with the warmth from the fireplace, akin to melting honey, gently enveloping everyone's hearts. Fiona casually plucked a comic book from the shelf on the carriage wall, its cover adorned with silhouettes of entwined lovers, and flipping through a few pages. She noted the rather risque content. Yet, she was engrossed, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the edges of the pages. "Ah, so you enjoy this sort of thing?" Blaise leaned in, catching a glimpse, his tone teasing, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Draco and Theodore also leaned closer, their gazes lingering on the pages for a moment. Draco raised an eyebrow. "If you enjoy it so much, why not experience it firsthand? We might be capable of more than what is depicted in the book." Theodore remained silent, yet his gaze bore into her face, laden with a subtle intensity. Fiona, not lifting her head, replied casually, "No need for that. I'm just browsing." With that, she turned back to the comic, her legs crossed and propped up on the armrest of the sofa, her delicate ankles peeking out. The hem of her dress swaying in rhythm with her movements, unknowingly revealing a small expanse of her fair thigh. Suddenly, Blaise snatched the comic from her grasp, his fingertips grazing her hand, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "It's just us in this carriage, no one else. You might as well take a look at us. Don't you think we're more appealing than the characters in that book?" Fiona furrowed her brow, reaching out to reclaim her comic. Yes, you're all better looking than the ones in there. Now give it back." She lightly shoved Blaise. "Stop it. We're on a train." Draco chuckled softly, drawing her closer, the hem of her dress swaying once more. His gaze darkened as he leaned closer to her ear. "What are you afraid of? The soundproofing charm here is so effective that even house elves cannot hear us." "Beg you?" Draco raised an eyebrow, his fingertips teasingly grazing her waist, prompting her to recoil slightly. "The Malfoy family doesn't beg, but for you, an exception might be made." Theodore remained silent, but suddenly leaned in, gently biting her earlobe. His voice low and husky, "I beg you, Fiona." Blaise grasped her ankle firmly, holding her swaying leg in place, and looked up at her with a playful smile. "My lady, might you grant us a favor? Otherwise, we may have to take matters into our own hands." The three pairs of eyes were like hooks, ensnaring her in their gaze. Fiona felt her cheeks flush under their scrutiny and deliberately turned her head away with a huff, yet her foot subtly brushed against Blaise's palm. "Is this all you have? Your sincerity is rather lacking." Though Fiona's ears burned from their attention, she defiantly raised her chin, elongating her tone. "Could you speak a bit louder? Are you afraid the carriage might overhear? Or is your intention simply insincere?" Draco chuckled softly and suddenly raised his volume, his voice laced with a teasing drawl. "My lady, I implore you, grant us a chance to prove we are more enchanting than the tales tell, shall we?" Theodore leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her neck, his voice deep and resonant. "Please, Fiona." Each word felt imbued with heat, causing her skin to tingle. Blaise boldly pulled her ankle closer, gazing up at her with a mischievous grin. "Lady Fiona, I beg you not to keep us in suspense, or we might very well overturn the carriage." The air within the carriage seemed to thrum with their pleas, igniting a warmth that enveloped Fiona. Observing the determination in their eyes, she suddenly burst into laughter, raising her foot to gently kick Blaise. "Behave yourselves for just a moment. Let us not create too much commotion." As Fiona's words fell, Blaise seized her ankle, drawing her leg into his embrace, his fingers grazing her delicate skin with a gentle touch, his gaze burning with intensity. Draco loosened his tie, carelessly tossing aside his silver-green robes to reveal a meticulously pressed white shirt, 2 buttons undone, exuding an air of nonchalant allure. Theodore swiftly lifted her into his arms. She gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her skirt riding up slightly, revealing more of her fair legs. "Be careful," he murmured with a hint of amusement, setting her down on the cushioned bench, leaning in so closely that their noses nearly touched. Blaise knelt by her feet, teasingly tugging at the lace hem of her skirt, inching it upward. "In a moment, you won't have a say in this." His breath brushed against her calf, causing her to shiver slightly. Draco sat on the opposite side of the bench, his hand caressing her cheek, his fingertip grazing her lips. "Now you understand fear? You were not so hesitant when you were toying with us." His thumb pressed gently against her lower lip, his gaze dark as ink. Fiona found herself surrounded, the warmth in the carriage intensifying, causing her cheeks to flush. She attempted to speak, but Theodore kissed her first, a tender yet commanding embrace that silenced her protests. Blaise's lips trailed up her ankle, leaving a tantalizing tickle in their wake. Draco turned his head, placing a light mark upon her neck, complementing the pendant that nestled against her skin. Outside, the snow fell swiftly, the carriage swaying gently, yet it could not mask the rising breaths within. Fiona closed her eyes, reveling in their mingled warmth, the unbroken tension in the air becoming inconsequential at this moment. They were all aware of the unspoken game of intimacy that had already set its course toward surrender. The atmosphere inside the carriage was almost tangible with heat. As Theodore's kiss found its way to Fiona's collarbone, while Draco focused on loosening the ribbon at her waist, Blaise's hand lingered at the edge of her skirt, his fingertips radiating an astonishing warmth. "Sister, may we come in?" Astoria's voice called from outside the carriage, laced with childlike excitement. Sinas wants to see what you are playing. Fiona froze, about to push Theodore away, but he tightened his embrace, his lips still lingering on her neck. Draco's movements did not falter. The ribbon fell with a soft thud, her skirt loosening slightly. When he raised his gaze, it bore an intensity that brooked no argument. This carriage is for 4 and is already full. Fiona forced herself to sound casual, though her voice trembled at the end. Astoria, be a dear and return to your own carriage. There are freshly baked honey pies inside. But, focus, Blaise suddenly leaned in closer to her ear. His voice gravelly as if worn by sandpaper, his fingers teasingly pinching her side, causing her to emit a soft gasp, nearly breaking her composure. Outside, Sinas seemed to sense something amiss, tugging at Astoria's sleeve. Never mind, let us leave them be. We don't want to disturb them. Reluctantly, Astoria acquiesced, their footsteps fading into the distance. Fiona breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she prepared to glare at them, Theodore nipped at her earlobe. Now, no one is disturbing us. Once the knocking on the door faded entirely, the tension within the carriage surged into an overwhelming wave of heat. Before Fiona could steady her breath, Theodore captured her lips, swallowing her unvoiced complaints. His kiss was rife with an irresistible fervor, and as his tongue pried her lips apart, Draco tucked her stray curls behind her ear, his fingertip grazing her heated earlobe. You've grown bold, Blaise chuckled, tugging at her skirt, the lace brushing against her skin, sending shivers coursing through her. You were so fearful of being seen, and now you don't hide at all. Fiona melted under the kiss, her body growing weak, and she clung to Theodore's shoulder, offering a muffled sound of protest. The ribbon at her waist completely unraveled, her skirt hanging loosely, revealing more of her delicate skin. Draco's hand slid from her waist down to her knee, gently lifting it, and she instinctively curled inwards, but he held her ankle firmly, rendering her immobile. Stop. Her voice was barely a whisper, her eyes glistening with heat, but Blaise fanned the flames, his fingers tracing her inner thigh, drawing her closer to Theodore. Theodore finally released her lips, kissing a path to her neck, where the skin was thin enough to reveal faint blue veins, leaving behind a suggestive mark. Now you understand fear? He chuckled lowly, his hand sliding behind her back to unfasten the strap of her dress. As the silk fell, Fiona instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, only to have Draco capture her wrists, pinning them above her head. What are you hiding from? Draco leaned in closer, his breath hot against her chest. We've seen it all before. Outside, the snow intensified, the carriage crunching over the snow with a muffled sound that perfectly masked the delicate gasps within. Blaise had somehow maneuvered to the other side of the sofa, lifting Fiona's leg onto his shoulder, the skirt cascading down to her waist. Her toes curled, but he grasped her ankle firmly, planting soft kisses along her skin. Fiona's whimper was silenced once more by Theodore, his hands intertwining with Draco's at her waist, their movements synchronized, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The crackling from the fireplace filled the carriage, casting their shadows upon the wallpaper, intertwining into a blurred dance of intimacy. It was only when Fiona's breathing became utterly disarrayed that Theodore pulled back slightly, his fingertip brushing over her damp lips. Still reading? She shot him an indignant glare, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, turning her head away in defiance. Blaise, however, pinched her ankle playfully, not speaking. Then we shall continue. No sooner had the words left his lips than the carriage jolted unexpectedly, and Fiona gasped, tumbling into Draco's embrace. He caught her effortlessly, leaning down to kiss her, the taste of mint lingering on his tongue. Theodore and Blaise exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with a shared, unyielding determination. The snow continued to fall, the carriage gliding through the winter landscape, sealing all secret sounds within this intimate warmth. Fiona's voice, thick with emotion, trembled as she protested, I truly can't. We are almost at the station. The driver just knocked. There are probably only 10 minutes until we arrive at the manor. Her strands of hair clung untidily to her sweat-drenched neck, while the straps of her dress slipped down her arms, revealing expanses of alabaster skin adorned with several ambiguous red marks. Theodore was kissing her waist, momentarily pausing at her words, lifting his gaze as if the warmth still lingered on his lashes. Blaise released his grip on her ankle, his fingertips grazing her flushed skin, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Is this your plea for mercy? Who was it that claimed it would only be a moment? Can we discuss it later tonight? Fiona gazed up at Theodore, her eyes glistening with a soft, pleading warmth. Once at the manor, they would have a private room, free from interruption. She implored them silently. Draco pinched her chin, his fingertip brushing over her slightly swollen lip. Tonight, you will have no room for negotiation. As he spoke, he reached out to pull her fallen strap back onto her shoulder, his movements deliberately slow, causing her to flinch slightly. Theodore arranged her disheveled dress, readying the ribbon. Though the knot hung loosely, akin to a promise that could easily be unraveled. "First, tidy yourself," he murmured, his fingertip gliding over her heated cheek. "And don't let Astoria detect any flaws." Blaise picked up her shawl from the side, draping it over her shoulders and deliberately tucking it into her neck to conceal the conspicuous marks. "If you try to play coy tonight, you will have to face the consequences." Fiona nestled deeper into the couch, wrapping herself tightly in the shawl, her cheeks buried in the soft fabric, revealing only her eyes, still shimmering with moisture, as she murmured softly, "Understood." The sound of wheels crunching over cobblestones drifted in from outside the carriage, signaling their imminent arrival at the manor. The three of them instinctively returned to their original positions, adjusting their slightly disheveled clothing, while the lingering sweet aroma in the air silently recounted the fervor of moments past. Fiona gathered her hair, glancing down to see her necklace's pendant caught against the expanse of her pale skin, her cheeks flushing as she tugged it free, her fingertips brushing against her warm flesh, causing her heart to skip a beat. Tonight, she quietly raised her gaze, observing the three before her, leisurely fastening their shirt buttons, and suddenly felt a twinge of regret for her earlier suggestion. Chapter 31. Life during the holidays. As the carriage slowly approached the manor gates, Fiona had already composed herself, though the redness in her ears had yet to fade. Blaise opened the carriage door for her. A brisk wind carrying snowflakes rushed in, prompting her to instinctively draw the shawl tighter around herself, only for Theodore to pull her closer to him, saying, "Be mindful not to catch a chill." Astoria and Senez had been waiting on the porch, and upon seeing them, the little girl bounded over. "Sister, your carriage smelled delightful. Did you hide some treats?" Fiona's heart raced, and she feigned calmness as she ruffled her hair. "It's freshly baked butter cookies. I'll have the house elf bring you a plate later." Draco chimed in casually. "We were just experimenting with magical dessert recipes." The aroma likely wafted from the cauldron. As he spoke, he subtly shifted half a step back, effectively blocking Astoria's inquisitive gaze from the marks on Fiona's neck that the shawl failed to conceal. The butler bowed respectfully, leading the way into the warm castle hall, where the fire in the hearth blazed more fiercely than it had in the carriage, and the crystal chandelier refracted dazzling light. Fiona took her time changing her shoes, and Blaise whispered in her ear, "The room at the end of the upstairs corridor is prepared with warm water." Her fingers hesitated, and she nearly stumbled while kicking off her shoes. Theodore steadied her, the warmth of his palms seeping through the thin shawl, making her heart race again. The atmosphere during dinner was particularly delicate. Fiona sat at the center of the long table, Theodore to her left, Blaise to her right, and Draco directly across from her. When the house elf served roasted goose, Blaise sliced the meat for her, and as he passed her the fork, his fingertips deliberately brushed against the back of her hand. Theodore poured her red wine, his gaze lingering on the portion of her neck obscured by the high lace collar, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. While Draco observed her from across the silverware, his eyes icy and filled with an undeniable intensity. Astoria was too preoccupied with Senez to notice the tension in the air, eagerly vying for pudding. Fiona felt increasingly restless under their scrutiny, nearly choking on her sip of wine. Finally enduring until the end of the meal, she nearly fled upstairs. Just as she turned into the corridor, a hand grasped her wrist, and her back collided with a warm embrace. Blaise's breath, infused with cedarwood perfume, enveloped her. "Where are you running off to? Have you forgotten our agreement for tonight?" As she began to turn, another hand emerged from the shadows, gently covering her eyes. Theodore's voice resonated above her, low and husky like a cello. "Don't open your eyes. I'm taking you somewhere." Guided by unseen steps, she moved forward, the carpet muffling all sound. It wasn't until the blindfold was removed that Fiona realized she stood before an intricately carved wooden door, the very room Blaise had mentioned. Draco leaned against the column within, twirling a silver candelabrum with his fingertips, the flames dancing in his pupils. "Ready?" The room remained dim, illuminated only by the flickering firelight and a few wall sconces, casting a warm and intimate glow. The bed was adorned with plush velvet cushions, and a faint scent of lavender lingered in the air. Fiona's heart raced as if it might burst from her ribcage. She considered retreating, but the firelight flickered ominously, casting their shadows upon the velvet drapes, elongated and suggestive. Theodore encircled her with his arms, her back pressed against the warm stone wall, his kiss landing just behind her ear, infused with an urgency that brooked no denial. The unfinished business from earlier in the day beckoned as his fingers grazed the loosely tied satin ribbon, indicating that it was time to continue. Blaise, having approached her at some point, caressed her cheek, his fingertip brushing against her trembling lashes. "The way you were looked at during the banquet was quite beguiling." As he spoke, he lowered his head to plant a kiss at the corner of her lips, savoring her like a delectable dessert. Draco, from behind, unfastened her shawl, allowing the soft fabric to cascade to the floor, revealing the alluring cake dress beneath. His hand traced along her waist, stopping at the lace hem of her skirt, gently tugging at the layers of fabric, exposing more of her porcelain skin. Fiona's breath quickened, and as she reached for his wrist, Theodore restrained her hand, pulling it behind her back. "Don't move," he whispered against her neck, as his kisses trailed downward, resting upon her collarbone. Tonight, no one would come knocking at the door. Blaise scooped her up, striding toward the bed adorned with soft cushions, and as he gently placed her down, his fingertip caught the chain of her necklace. Slowly pulling it away from the expanse of her skin, the silver chain sliding out with a hint of coolness. He chuckled softly, deeming it a delightful mark. Draco, casually lifting her skirt, knelt on the bed, his gaze fixated on her bare calves, his calloused fingertips gliding softly upward. "You weren't quite like this in the carriage," he remarked, lifting his gaze to meet hers, the flames of desire almost spilling from his eyes. "Where did that boldness of yours vanish to?" Surrounded by their presence, Fiona felt trapped, biting her lip as a flush crept to her cheeks. Theodore settled at the edge of the bed, lifting her leg onto his knee, planting a kiss on her ankle as if to soothe, yet simultaneously declare ownership. Blaise's kiss found her lips, insistent and commanding, as his tongue pried open her mouth, while Draco deftly undid the last remaining restraint of her sash, allowing the fabric to fall to her waist, revealing the elegant curves defined by her corset. Fiona's whimper was swallowed by Blaise, her hands clinging to his shoulders as she felt the flames ignited by the fingertips of the other two against her skin. The crackling of the firewood in the hearth echoed, raising the temperature in the room. Fiona closed her eyes, immersing herself in their intertwined breaths, the unspoken affections, the repressed desires, finally breaking free from all constraints in that moment. Outside, the snow continues to fall, enveloping the entire estate in a tranquil white shroud, while the heat and entanglement within this room resemble an unquenchable flame, ready to ignite the lengthy winter night completely. Fiona's voice fragmented between her lips, laced with a heavy nasal tone, as the tingling sensation from her tailbone crawled up her spine, sapping her strength to even raise her hand. Theodore was kissing her sweat-drenched nape, and at the sound of her voice, he paused momentarily, his breath laden with warmth, almost scalding her. "Is this not acceptable?" His voice was hoarse, his fingertips gliding over her trembling waist. "Who was it that said we would continue this conversation later in the carriage?" Blaise enveloped her from behind, his palm pressed against her damp abdomen, his chin resting atop her head, laughter vibrating through him. "Has the young lady surrendered? But we have yet to indulge ourselves." As he spoke, his fingertips deliberately traced circles on her side, eliciting another shiver from her. Draco half knelt before her, his fingers gripping her ankle, coaxing her leg closer. His gaze fixated on her flushed skin, marked by the faint traces he had left moments ago. "What do you request from us?" He arched an eyebrow, his fingertip caressing her delicate skin. "Do you beg us to cease, or to be gentler?" Fiona turned her head, evading Theodore's advancing kiss, her eyes glistening like cherries soaked in water, her voice a mere whisper. "Can we please stop? We have to meet the elders tomorrow." Yet Theodore would not allow her to retreat, reclaiming her lips with a kiss that was both gentle and slow, as if to comfort her, or perhaps to prolong the moment. Blaise's hand shifted from her abdomen to her chest, his fingertip grazing the sensitive red spot, drawing a muffled moan from her, her body tensing involuntarily. "What does it matter if we meet the elders?" Blaise teased, biting gently on her earlobe, his voice heated. "We will ensure you are well covered. No trace will remain." Draco finally released her ankle, leaning closer, his fingertip brushing against the damp corners of her eyes. "Just endure a little longer, shall we?" His kiss descended upon her knee, traveling upward, bringing with it a tantalizing sensation. "Soon, you will feel pleasure." Caught between them, Fiona found herself unable to retreat, surrendering to the waves of heat that engulfed her. The flickering light of the fireplace cast a glow, accentuating the glimmer in her tear-filled eyes. Her pleas gradually morphed into muffled sobs, intertwined with the trio's breaths, creating ripples in the still night air. Fiona's voice trembled with a sob, her tears cascading down her cheeks, merging with the strands of hair at her temples. She flailed her hands weakly, attempting to push the men away, only to have Theodore easily pin her wrist against the pillow. What went awry? He leaned down, kissing away her tears, the taste of salt lingering on his tongue. Yet his voice was remarkably gentle. "Was it wrong to tease us during the day, or is it wrong to beg for mercy now?" Blaise lifted his head from her neck, resting his chin on her shoulder, his breath warm against her skin. "Do you realize your error now? Who was it that said, 'I beg you to continue this at night in the carriage'?" He emphasized the words, "I beg you," his fingertip lightly stroking her side, provoking another tremor from her. Draco, kissing her abdomen, glanced up at her, his eyelashes glistening. "It matters not if you are wronged. When we say tonight is non-negotiable, it must hold true." Fiona's sobs intensified, tears spilling like pearls from a broken string, soaking the velvet sheets beneath her. "I truly regret it. I shall never dare again." Please let me go." Her voice was fragmented, heavy with nasal tones, sounding particularly pitiful. Finally, Theodore slowed his movements, lifting a hand to wipe her cheeks dry, his fingertip gently caressing her reddened eyes. "Be good, do not cry." His kiss landed softly on her brow, tender and light. "Just a little longer, Blaise chuckled softly in her ear, his breath brushing against her earlobe. "Will you dare to tease us so freely next time?" As he spoke, he loosened his grip around her waist slightly. Draco also slowed his kisses, but his fingertips lingered on her delicate skin, as if to soothe her. The firelight in the hearth gradually softened, infusing the room with a more indulgent atmosphere. Fiona sobbed quietly, rendered speechless, allowing them to leave their marks upon her, whether gentle or firm, until her consciousness was entirely engulfed by the surging waves of warmth, leaving only intermittent whimpers and the restrained breaths of the three of them intermingling. Fiona's voice was but a whisper, thick with tears, her sweat-dampened hair clinging to her neck, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Her feeble attempts to push them away felt more like a playful gesture. "A bath." Theodore chuckled softly, finally halting his actions, his fingertip brushing against her damp hairline. Who was it that claimed they would never dare again? "Do you have the strength to think of other things now?" Blaise stood up from behind her, gathering her disheveled skirt, his palm pressed against her heated back. "The water has long been prepared, but we must first check to see if you've sustained any injuries." As he spoke, his fingertip intentionally pressed against her side, provoking another shiver from her. Draco crouched down, lifting her effortlessly, her surprised gasp escaping her lips as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face into his cedar-scented shirt. "Conserve your strength," he whispered, a hint of amusement in his voice. "If you lack energy to soak later, we shall not be held accountable." In the bathroom, steam swirled in the air. The grand golden bathtub filled with steaming water, lavender petals floating on the surface. Draco gently placed her into the water, the warmth washing over her skin, alleviating some of her fatigue but highlighting the hidden marks. Fiona huddled in the tub, submerging herself in bubbles, leaving only her glistening eyes visible, warily observing the three men standing at the edge. Blaise laughed, rolling up his sleeves, extending his hand into the water, his fingertips gliding over her calves. "Feeling shy? You were not like this earlier." "Do not touch her," she mumbled softly, yet lacked the energy to move away. Theodore retrieved a dry towel from nearby, dipping it into fragrant oil, gently wiping her arms. "Behave and wash, or else." He paused, noticing her shoulders tense, chuckling softly. "Then we might just drag you out to continue." Draco leaned against the bathroom door, observing the trembling figure in the tub, his fingers twirling the pendant he had removed from her neck, a smile of indulgence reflected in his eyes. The steam blurred their outlines, yet could not conceal the sweet, amorous atmosphere that lingered in the air, as if even the hot water carried a lingering sense of intimacy. Fiona, wrapped in a towel, nestled in the corner of the bed, her damp hair dripping with water, her cheeks still flushed, raised her chin defiantly like a disgruntled cat. "Humph, I'm parched. Go fetch me some water. Also, my pajamas are in the top drawer of the wardrobe. I want that silk one." After a pause, she added, "And bring me some food. I barely ate at dinner. Get that jar of honey almonds from the kitchen downstairs, and some chilled sour plum soup, without ice." Blaise emerged from the bathroom, having dried his hands, chuckling softly at her demands, reaching to pinch her cheek, only to have her turn away. "Is the young lady issuing commands now?" He raised an eyebrow but turned towards the door, saying, "Wait, I shall be right back." Theodore was adding logs to the fireplace when he glanced at her dripping hair, retrieving a dry towel from the closet and sitting at the edge of the bed, naturally beginning to dry her hair. "Do not catch a chill after your bath," he said, his fingers weaving through her damp locks, gentle and careful. "Once you finish eating, shall we summon the house elf to braid your hair?" Fiona remained silent, inching closer to him, allowing him to tend to her hair. Draco had disappeared into the wardrobe, returning with a wine-red silk nightgown, tossing it casually onto her lap. "Here, your precious nightgown." His gaze swept over her shoulder, which peeked out from the towel, revealing faint crimson marks. His throat bobbed slightly, yet he chose to remain silent, turning to descend the stairs in search of food. Moments later, Blaise entered with a cup of water, while Draco carried a food box containing honeyed almonds and a small pot of sour plum soup. Fiona seized the cup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls, then grabbed a handful of almonds to stuff into her cheeks, resembling a squirrel that had pilfered treats. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." Theodore draped her nightgown around her shoulders, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her collarbone, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. Though she still avoided looking at him, Draco sat in the armchair opposite her, observing her pouting expression as she munched away, and suddenly chuckled. "Who was it just a moment ago, crying that they couldn't take it anymore? Now you seem quite energetic, ready to boss us around." Fiona felt the sting of his words and retaliated by tossing an almond at him, which he effortlessly caught and exaggeratedly crunched between his teeth. "You," she retorted, her cheeks flushing deeper, but she could only lower her head and sulkily sip her sour plum soup, secretly vowing, "Wait until tomorrow when I'm feeling stronger. I'll show you all. Since you all have so much energy, why not refrain from pestering me here?" Fiona adjusted her silk nightgown, tilting her chin slightly, her tone laced with feigned indifference, yet a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. "My birthday is coming up in a few days, and last time you promised to celebrate it with me." She licked the remnants of sour plum soup from her lips, her voice brightening. "Just think how splendid it will be. Heirs from several esteemed pureblood families celebrating together. By the way, Pansy and Daphne are coming over tomorrow, so I'll need you to personally decorate the manor without calling for house elves. After all, since you all have such strength, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it?" Blaise, fiddling with the necklace she had tossed on the bedside, raised an eyebrow at her suggestion. "Personal decoration? Is the young lady trying to take advantage of us? How could ingratiating yourselves with me be of any assistance?" Fiona shot him a sidelong glance, deliberately elongating her words. "Whoever decorates to my liking might just be the one I choose to marry when I come of age." Theodore paused in drying his hair, glancing up at her with a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. "Are you serious? Didn't the Godfather mention it long ago?" Fiona idly played with the damp ends of her hair, her tone casual, yet keenly aware of the sudden tension among the three. "You three have signed a marriage contract with me, and when I come of age, I will either choose one of you," or she deliberately paused, observing Draco's face darken before leisurely adding, "or I might choose all of you. Of course, there is also the possibility of selecting someone else." Draco abruptly stood, striding to her bedside, towering over her as he pinched her chin. "Choose someone else? Fiona, do you dare? What is there to fear?" She met his gaze, her eyes bright and slightly defiant. "After all, you're all merely surrounding me in a ruckus, if you can't even manage to decorate a birthday venue properly. Why should I choose you?" Blaise chuckled softly, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her closer. "Very well, let us have a competition. But if I win, you must hold to your promise." Theodore had already put down the towel and was heading towards the door. "I'll fetch the decoration plans. The rose garden in the manor is perfect for an outdoor venue." Draco scoffed but headed to the storage room, soon returning with a stack of golden ribbons, a determined glint in his eyes. "Don't expect me to go easy on you." Fiona watched as their competitive spirits ignited, a smirk creeping onto her lips. Keeping them busy with decorations was far better than having them fuss over her all day. As for who to choose in the end, she winked, tossing an almond into her mouth, knowing she had plenty of time to decide before coming of age. Chapter 31. Life during the holidays 2. When Fiona opened her eyes to the morning light, her body felt as if it had been dismantled, with a particularly pronounced ache at her side. She frowned and groaned, raising her voice with irritation. "Blaise, Theodore, Draco, where on earth have you all gone?" No sooner had she spoken than the door swung open, and the three appeared almost simultaneously. Blaise's hair was tousled, clearly having rushed over from the next room, while Theodore clutched an open book in his hand, his eyes reflecting the confusion of being abruptly disturbed. Draco, on the other hand, was already dressed in a sharp morning suit, though the tie around his collar was askew, hinting at haste. "Awake, are you?" Blaise approached first, attempting to lean down to assist her, only to be swatted away. "What are you doing?" Fiona shifted further up the bed, raising her chin high. "Can't you see I can't move? Come help me get dressed." Theodore retrieved her morning attire, a moonlight-colored lace nightgown paired with a silk shawl, from the wardrobe. However, as soon as he offered it, she shot him a glare. "Who told you to bring that? I'll be seeing Pansy and the others today. Wearing this would be utterly inappropriate. Give me that gray-blue satin dress to match the pearl vest." Draco, with patience wearing thin, changed outfits and approached to help her put it on, but was met with her disdain. "Be gentle. Are you trying to strangle me? Did yesterday's antics not suffice? Now you wish to torment me again?" He froze for a moment, his fingers gripping the hem of the gown, his expression darkening, yet he softened his touch. Blaise picked up the nearby pearl necklace, carefully fastening it around her neck, only for her to suddenly turn her head. "It's crooked. It's half an inch off on the left, can't you tell? Aren't you all supposed to be meticulous about these details?" He sighed and readjusted it, his fingertips brushing against her nape, prompting her to exclaim, "Don't touch me. That tickles." Theodore set the breakfast on the small table beside the bed, and as he attempted to feed her a sip of hot milk, she pressed her lips together, immediately beginning to critique. "It's too hot. Let it cool for 5 minutes before bringing it back. And these muffins are burnt. Have the kitchen redo them. Oh wait, aren't you all supposed to be impressing me? You can't even manage these small tasks? Draco, go redo the muffins. I want honey-flavored and no cinnamon." Draco clenched his fists, his footsteps heavy as he turned to leave. Blaise began to style her long hair, weaving a simple braid, only for her to yank it apart. "Too ugly. I look like a country bumpkin." "Theodore, you do it." "He is clumsy." Theodore set down his book and patiently took up the comb, but she continued to frown at her reflection. This side isn't smooth, and that part is too loose. Can't you do anything right? How can you all discuss a marriage contract with me if you can't even serve properly? Leaning against the headboard, Blaise observed her determined attempts to critique despite the fatigue evident beneath her eyes. Chuckling softly, seems like the young lady is trying to make up for yesterday's lack of fun by nitpicking today. Fiona shot him a glare, swatting at his face. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and change the carpet in the living room. Pansy dislikes that color. And Draco, if you can't get the muffins right, don't expect me to score your decorations. As she continued to issue commands, she discreetly observed the three bustling about, the ache in her side seemingly easing. Having them toil for her all day was bound to yield some return. Pansy and Daphne had been waiting in the corridor, and upon hearing the commotion from the room, they pushed the door open, immediately spotting the faint marks on Fiona's neck and her commanding demeanor towards the three. All right, you three, step outside for now. Pansy waved her hand, ushering Draco and the others out, shooting a warning glare at Theodore before closing the door behind them. As soon as the door clicked shut, Daphne approached the bedside, gently tapping the mark on Fiona's collarbone, her expression darkening. Look at you. We leave you alone for just one night, and you let these boys have their way with you? Pansy's hands were on her hips, a mix of anger and urgency in her voice. Our precious little cabbage has been ravaged just like that? Tell me, why are you in such a foul mood this morning? Did they handle you too roughly? Fiona curled under the covers, feeling a bit embarrassed as she mumbled, Can't you see these marks on me? The two finally noticed the loosened collar of her nightgown, revealing an array of varying marks, causing their expressions to darken further. Daphne prodded her arm. Confess, when was your first time? Don't think you can hide it from us. Fiona blushed at the inquiry, her fingers twisting the bedspread as she whispered, It was the last time Slytherin won Quidditch, when they escorted me back to the common room. That time. Pansy nearly leaped up, incredulous. How long ago was that? You're only telling us now? However, Daphne suddenly laughed, pinching her cheek playfully. Well done. You've kept that secret well. But those fellows are utterly outrageous, daring to treat you like that. Just wait. Today they'll learn their lesson. With that, she called out loudly towards the door. Blaise, bring in the jewelry box from the top of the vanity. What's with the dawdling? How long do you expect Our Lady to wait? Blaise's resigned voice echoed from outside, while Pansy turned to the wardrobe, deliberately selecting the highest collared dress. Let us wear this one today, to avoid giving anyone a reason to laugh. Furthermore, when it comes to decorating the manor, have them replace all the roses with white ones. You know you adore white roses, right? As Fiona observed her friends working in tandem to avenge her, the awkwardness in her heart suddenly dissipated, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Don't bully them too much. Bullying? Pansy raised an eyebrow. This is about restoring your dignity. Rest assured, with us around today, they will surely pamper you comfortably. In the living room downstairs, Draco frowned at a bouquet of freshly delivered red roses, while Blaise adjusted the height of a hanging lamp, and Theodore knelt on the floor, arranging the carpet pattern. Upon hearing footsteps from the staircase, the three simultaneously looked up to see Fiona descending, flanked by Pansy and Daphne, clad in a high-necked white dress. The marks on her neck meticulously concealed, save for her ear tips which still glowed a faint red. Why are the roses still red? Pansy was the first to speak, her tone scrutinizing. Didn't we say to switch to white roses? Or can't you manage even this little detail? Draco tightened his grip on the rose stems, his voice icy. The white roses won't arrive until this afternoon. Then toss these aside, Daphne interjected. Our Lady doesn't wish to see red, it's too glaring. Just as Blaise adjusted the lamp to the appropriate brightness, he loosened the cord in response. The light's hue is too warm. Let us switch to cooler bulbs. Fiona's wearing white today. It must complement her look. As Theodore finished smoothing out the carpet, Pansy, in her high heels, stepped over and deliberately stomped on the edge. This part is wrinkled. Redo it. The corners must align perfectly with the floor seams, not a millimeter off. The three exchanged glances but offered no rebuttal. Fiona, watching them busily resume their tasks, Draco carrying the red roses outside, Blaise climbing a ladder to change the bulbs, and Theodore kneeling to smooth the carpet, couldn't help but tug on Pansy's sleeve. Isn't this enough? Far from it. Pansy shot her a glare, then turned to Theodore. Move faster. We still need to head to the garden to set up the flower arch. Do you expect Our Lady to stand around waiting? Daphne approached Blaise beneath the ladder, gazing up. Half an inch higher on the left. Yes, just like that. Oh no, it's still a bit crooked. Adjust it again. Blaise sighed atop the ladder, but complied with her request. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing Fiona in its warmth, as she observed the three pureblood heirs, typically so haughty, now bustling around at her behest, and glanced at Pansy and Daphne, who were fiercely advocating for her. She suddenly felt that this pre-birthday commotion was proving to be more entertaining than she had anticipated. Oh, right. Daphne seemed to remember something, calling out to Draco, who was moving the ladder. Is the bird's nest soup from the kitchen ready? I told you to watch it closely. Don't let it overcook, understood? Draco paused, turning back with an expression that could hardly be deemed pleasant, yet he still replied, got it. Fiona pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. Pansy leaned closer, whispering, this is just the beginning. Later, let us send them to pick strawberries, the sweetest ones, mind you, discarding all the sour ones. In the distance, Draco's footsteps echoed towards the kitchen. Blaise continued changing the bulbs, and Theodore rustled the carpet, all mingled with Pansy and Daphne's intermittent commands, resembling a chaotic yet lively overture, heralding the arrival of her birthday. All right, that should do it. Fiona waved her hand, watching the trio sweat at their labors before finally relenting. If they truly can't manage, we'll just summon the house elves. She called out into the air, Dobby, Winky. Two house elves adorned with oversized bows instantly apparated into view, bowing respectfully. Mississippi. Take these young masters to change into proper attire. Fiona glanced at the trio's crumpled formal wear, and make sure it's suitable. I cannot have them embarrassing me in front of guests. Once the three were led away by the elves, she turned to the other house elves who had appeared at her call. Lily, Duro. Dismantle all the decorations here and redo them according to the blueprint on my desk. The more extravagant, the better. Every corner of the manor must be accounted for, understood? Yes, miss. White porcelain. Lolly. She addressed two more elves. Take the others to the kitchen. Tomorrow, you'll oversee all the snacks and beverages. The drinks must come from the cellar, selecting only the oldest vintages, those rare finds that can't be found elsewhere, the kind that even the most affluent families would envy. Bring them all out. Birch, Frostfall. Fiona tapped the stone table of the gazebo. Take the gilded brush and gold paint to handwrite the invitations. Use regular script. It must be impeccable. All Hogwarts students and professors, as well as heirs and heiresses from prominent pureblood families, must be included. Finally, she turned to the remaining two elves, Lulu, Shuang. Go to Madame Malkiness in Diagon Alley, and have her prepare dresses, shoes, and jewelry that fit our sizes. The usual arrangement, gold thread for the hem, silver for the family crest. Go now. It must be completed by tomorrow evening. With a string of orders issued, the house elves sprang into action, and the manor was soon filled with the sounds of apparition and bustling activity. Fiona turned towards the garden gazebo, followed closely by Pansy and Daphne, who could scarcely contain their astonishment as they settled down. Your 12th birthday party is shaping up to be more extravagant than most coming-of-age celebrations, Pansy remarked, lifting a glass of lemonade just delivered by a house elf, her tone brimming with awe. Fiona bit into a strawberry tart nonchalantly. It's no big deal. Besides, we're celebrating together. She raised her gaze to her friends, her eyes gleaming with pride. This is a gathering of the most esteemed figures in the wizarding world. The occasion must reflect our status. Daphne chuckled, spearing a macaroon with her silver fork. Indeed. Once those guests arrive tomorrow, they'll truly understand what a real banquet looks like. Outside the gazebo, house elves were already transporting crystal chandeliers and silk drapes, and in the distant rose garden, rare black roses were being carefully transplanted into the flower arch. Fiona sipped her champagne, watching the lavish spectacle unfold before her, a smile gracing her lips, a celebration meant for them, just as it ought to be. Chapter 33, Holiday Routine 3. The lavish birthday banquet. The following morning, the manor's inhabitants rose exceptionally early. As Draco, Theodore, and Blaise descended the staircase, they beheld a grand carpet sprawling across the center of the living room. To the left, an array of men's formal attire was displayed, ranging from silver-gray morning coats to dark-patterned velvet suits, presenting a dazzling array of choices. To the right lay an exquisite collection of women's gowns, with layers of satin, lace, and tulle cascading like a flowing sea of blossoms. Fiona was rummaging through the ladies' section, clutching a royal blue silk gown and gesturing animatedly. Hurry and choose. Once you've made your selections, the house elves can focus on the manor's decorations. As Pansy approached, Fiona pulled her over. What do you think of this one? The pearl embroidery at the neckline seems a bit too plain. Shaking her head, she placed the gown aside and picked up a wine-red puff skirt. What about this? Is the feathered hem too extravagant? It's quite ordinary, Pansy remarked, casually retrieving a pale blue mermaid gown from the side. Try this one. The diamond belt will complement your complexion beautifully. Just as Fiona took the gown, a thought struck her. Where have Senna and Astoria gone these past few days? She called out, Lien, go fetch them. They need to choose their dresses quickly. The house elf vanished promptly, and she turned to the others, as per tradition. The pairings for the evening will be me and Theodore, Draco and Daphne, Pansy and Blaise, and Senna with Astoria. Make sure to remember, we can't afford any mix-ups. Blaise, holding a dark green gown for comparison, raised an eyebrow at this announcement. Why is it always me with Pansy? Who else would you prefer? Pansy shot back. glaring at him. Do you fancy teaming up with Fiona? Not bothering with their bickering, Fiona continued. This celebration marks our collective birthdays. Astoria and Cinna will later have their own separate 11th birthday celebrations, which will be their official entrance feast into the school, so it must be splendid. No one is allowed to be lackadaisical. She paused, glancing at the house elf responsible for distributing invitations. In the invitations I sent out, those for half-blood and muggle-born wizards included a key that will activate for transportation at the designated time. The ones marked must not be mistaken. Rest assured, miss. The house elf bowed. Everything has been prepared as per your instructions. At that moment, Cinna and Astoria entered, rubbing their eyes in astonishment at the sight of the myriad garments. Hurry up, Fiona urged. Astoria, go to the right. Cinna, the left. Move quickly. The keys will activate in 3 hours. The living room buzzed with excitement as the sounds of fabric rustling and animated discussions filled the air, watching everyone make their selections. Fiona glanced down at the pale blue gown in her hands and smiled. This grand birthday celebration, spanning several families, was finally about to commence. As night fell, the manor's lights glowed as brightly as day. Guests began to arrive for the feast in a steady stream. The muggle-born and half-blood wizards, hailing from modest backgrounds, were rendered speechless upon entering the banquet hall, confronted by a breathtaking spectacle. A chandelier adorned with diamonds hung from the ceiling, classical oil paintings that moved graced the walls, while silver cutlery and enchanting magical confections adorned the tables, with the very air infused with an expensive fragrance. The Weasley family stood at the entrance, Ron unable to suppress his gaping mouth, while Ginny stared wide-eyed, clutching her mother's dress tightly. Fiona happened to pass by them and noticed Ginny's hairband had come undone. Bending down to help, her fingertips brushed against the girl's roughened hand. You must be a Weasley child, she said, her voice sweet as honey, her smile radiant. You are absolutely adorable. As she spoke, she removed a string of sapphire beads from her wrist and gently placed it in Ginny's palm. Here, this is for you. Ginny cradled the cool gemstones, looking up at the beautiful girl dressed in a silver-gray starry gown, adorned with a pearl necklace and gold-flecked nails, her fingers as pale as jade, exuding an air of elegance that sharply contrasted with her own calloused hands. Before she could express her gratitude, a house elf hurried over to Fiona, presenting another string of ruby beads, which she nonchalantly put on, as if it were no different from a simple glass bead. As the number of guests swelled, the spectacle became ever more astounding. Some arrived in grand four-horse carriages bearing the crests of illustrious families. Others descended upon silver-scaled dragons, their horns adorned with golden tassels, while some even rode phoenixes, leaving trails of golden-red sparks in their wake. These were the most prestigious families in the wizarding world. Even more astonishing to Ron and his companions was the sight of several figures typically seen only in Muggle news, now gathered around a girl, speaking in hushed tones, their demeanor almost obsequious. Lucius Malfoy, clad in a silver-green robe, was smiling at Fiona. Fiona, you are becoming more remarkable by the day. Thank you, Uncle Lucius, Fiona replied, tilting her head with a smile, the diamond hairpiece in her hair sparkling. Where's Aunt Narcissa? I miss her delicious cookies. And thank you for allowing Draco to stay here and keep me company. No sooner had she finished speaking than a reporter from the Daily Prophet squeezed through, camera in hand, flashing incessantly as they captured images of the crystal chandelier, the magical desserts, and the elegantly dressed guests, even snapping several shots of the house elves in the corners. Meanwhile, Fiona and her friends lounged on a velvet sofa in the corner, casually playing wizard's chess. Where's Harry Potter? Fiona inquired, moving a piece with her wand. Surely the savior of the wizarding world ought to make an appearance to lend some star power? Blaise scoffed, probably afraid of being harassed by the Malfoys. Well, no one is paying us any mind, Fiona declared, rising and adjusting her gown. Let us head upstairs. We'll come down in order once the music starts. Draco and Daphne will go first, followed by Theodore and me, then Blaise and Pansy, and finally, Astoria and Cinna will bring up the rear. The group quietly ascended the stairs, standing in the shadows of the spiral staircase to gaze below. Fiona observed the curious guests, particularly the shy demeanor of the Weasley children, and suddenly chuckled softly. This is likely the day those from humble beginnings see the most prominent figures of their lives. Theodore brushed a few stray strands of hair from her face, his voice calm. Remember to keep your comments in check when we descend. The reporters are still around. Fiona blinked playfully, retrieving a mint from her pocket and popping it into her mouth, the sweet flavor blooming on her tongue. I know. I'll make sure they have plenty of material to capture. As the music began to swell downstairs, a gentle waltz filled the air. Draco adjusted his bow tie and took Daphne's hand, leading her down the spiral staircase, instantly capturing the attention of all present. It was only then that Ginny realized the warm smile of the beautiful girl who had gifted her the sapphire beads belonged to one of the hosts of this grand affair. As the group descended the stairs, Their steps were poised and graceful, yet imbued with the vibrant energy characteristic of youth. Occasional playful nudges and banter only added to their charm, enhancing the elegance with a touch of youthful exuberance. After all, they were heirs of pure-blood families. Yet at their core, they were merely a group of 11 and 12-year-olds. Originally intending to descend in pairs, the timing became a lively affair as they all moved together. They exchanged quiet laughter on the staircase. Blaise purposefully bumped shoulders with Pansy, who shot him an annoyed glance before he laughed and dodged away. Draco swatted away Senna's head as she leaned in, though a smile lingered on his lips. Fiona walked in the center, protected by Theodore from tripping over her gown, while she playfully tugged at Draco's tie. It was evident that their camaraderie was strong, perhaps due to Fiona's choice of a short dress. The others followed suit with similarly short silver-gray skirts, swaying gently with their steps, revealing slender calves, which added a touch of youthful brightness to the otherwise formal atmosphere. The guests instinctively parted ways, their eyes gleaming with amusement as they observed a group of adolescents frolicking down the stairs. Even the most decorous Lucius Malfoy merely raised an eyebrow at Draco's crooked bow tie, which Fiona had playfully tugged, without uttering a word of reproach. They descended the crystal staircase, Fiona's high heels clicking rhythmically against the steps, reminiscent of a series of jubilant notes. Spotting Ginny among the crowd, she eagerly approached her, her smile brighter than before, exclaiming, "You are truly adorable." Then, beckoning to her companions, she called out, "Astoria, Scorpius, come here." The two children, dressed in matching short dresses, hurried over, and she introduced them. "This is my good friend's sister, Astoria Greengrass, and Scorpius Selwyn. Why don't you play with them for a while?" Ginny shyly nodded, her cheeks warming as she accepted a piece of enchanted candy from Astoria. Just as Fiona lifted her gaze, a throng of reporters with cameras encircled them. A bespectacled male journalist was the first to inquire. "Miss Black, may I ask why you are celebrating your birthday together?" "Guess." Fiona winked, and in a swift motion. While Draco was momentarily distracted, she playfully tugged at his tie, prompting a frown as he turned to look at her. However, she had already darted behind Theodore with a laugh. The reporter's lenses immediately focused on the girls, whose short dresses, though varied in style, harmonized beautifully in color, Fiona's silver, Daphne's dark green, Pansy's burgundy, and Astoria's pastel pink, like a cluster of blooming flowers. The boys, clad in a modified version of the same style, sported Draco's silver green, Theodore's deep gray, Blaise's navy blue, and Scorpius's cream, subtly complementing the girls' attire, clearly a result of careful coordination. Their interactions, filled with playful banter, spoke volumes of their close camaraderie. Fiona still clutched half a biscuit, gifted to her by Narcissa moments earlier. Just as Draco was about to scold her for tugging at his tie, she boldly stuffed the remaining biscuit into his mouth, mumbling, "Your mother baked these." Aunt Narcissa's skills remain unparalleled. Draco, momentarily choked, was about to spit it out, but, upon hearing the word mother, obediently began to chew. Seizing the opportunity, Fiona slipped away to join Daphne and Pansy, distributing the biscuits she had just acquired, as the three girls leaned in together, chattering excitedly and giggling. In the midst of their play, Fiona accidentally stepped on her shoelace, which was about to come undone. Just as she bent to tie it, Blaise swiftly approached, half squatting down, deftly looping the loose lace into a beautiful bow, his movements as meticulous as if he were handling a rare magical artifact. He was so engrossed in his task that he failed to notice Fiona gently reaching up to stroke his hair, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Once he finished tying her shoelace and looked up, she had already bounced away like a nimble bird, racing off to compete with Theodore for a slice of pumpkin pie. The reporters' cameras clicked incessantly, capturing the tender moments of their interactions, the playful tug on the tie, the shared biscuits, the gentle act of tying shoelaces, and their coordinated attire, all becoming the vibrant highlights of this grand soiree. As the evening wore on, the festivities gradually approached midnight, and the guests, wearing tipsy smiles, began to take their leave. Fiona had already instructed the house elves to await at the door, where 4 elves presented silver trays adorned with meticulously arranged gift boxes, silk ties, and enamel badges for the gentlemen, and necklaces embellished with delicate gemstones and woven bracelets for the ladies, each gift reflecting thoughtful selection. "Thank you for attending the soiree," the elves bowed slightly, presenting the gift boxes with both hands. As Lucius Malfoy accepted his box, his fingers brushed against the tie, causing the silver-green threads to shimmer faintly, clearly a prized item under the preservation charm. He raised his glass toward Fiona at the door, a satisfied smile gracing his features. As the Weasley family exited, Ginny held her pink crystal bracelet, her fingers repeatedly tracing the intricate patterns on the beads. Molly Weasley glanced at the understated yet exquisite necklace within the gift box, then at her daughter's sparkling eyes. Unable to suppress a nod of gratitude in Fiona's direction, please thank Miss Black for us. The reporters, too, packed away their cameras, capturing one last group photo at the door, where the elves with their trays and the manor's brilliant lights formed a splendid backdrop for this grand feast. Fiona leaned against the doorframe, watching the guests depart with their gifts, stifling a small yawn. Blaise approached, draping a shawl over her shoulders. Everything is arranged. The keys will safely escort them back. MHM, she nodded, observing the last gift box being handed out, suddenly bursting into laughter. It's finally over. Theodore strolled over, carrying the remaining plate of biscuits and offering her a piece. Aunt Narcissa saved this for you. She said you could have it for breakfast tomorrow. Fiona bit into the biscuit, gazing at the now empty doorway, and felt an unexpected sense of tranquility in the deep night, more comforting than the earlier commotion. The carefully prepared gifts seemed like the concluding notes of this soiree, ensuring that all the merriment and decorum were graciously delivered to each guest. I'm tired too. I shall return to rest, Fiona murmured, rubbing her eyes as she turned to ascend the stairs. Upon entering her room, several maids in matching uniforms were already waiting at the door, greeting her softly as she stepped inside. They swiftly and gently helped her out of her silver-gray short dress, replacing it with a soft silk nightgown, and changed her high heels for plush slippers. One maid attentively removed the diamond hairpiece and pearl necklace from her, placing each piece into a velvet jewelry box. These will be cleaned and returned to their proper place by morning. Fiona leaned against the headboard, her voice thick with fatigue. Yes, miss, the maids replied, quietly retreating with the jewelry and gown, gently closing the door behind them. The room fell silent, save for the faint chirps of nightingales outside. Fiona curled deeper into her blankets, the lingering sense of the soiree and Narcissa's baked biscuits enveloping her, her eyelids growing heavier until she soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 34, Holiday Life 4. The following morning, when the girls awoke, they found everyone already seated downstairs, engrossed in the wizarding news. Fiona, rubbing her tousled hair, wandered over and poured herself a cup of red tea from the silver pot. Just as she took a sip, a gray shadow swept by the window. Her owl, Orion, landed on her shoulder, clutching a letter embossed with the Hogwarts crest. Is that for me? She paused, her fingers momentarily stilled as she tore open the envelope. As she unfolded the parchment, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she could not help but clap her hands on the table, exclaiming, "Oh my! Hogwarts is hosting the Triwizard Tournament next year. The Goblet of Fire will be on display." Draco peeked over the newspaper. So no classes for us, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Perhaps even exams will be waived. While I am not afraid of exams, who would refuse a day without writing? Blaise set down his coffee cup, tapping his fingers on the table. What has got you so giddy, like you've just drunk syrup? We have the Triwizard Tournament next semester. Fiona handed him the letter, her voice bubbling with joy. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be coming too. They must have performances lined up for us. In a few days, Professor Dumbledore will surely write to us pureblood families. Theodore raised an eyebrow. Why only the purebloods? Consider this. Fiona leaned back against her chair, her tone tinged with realism. Those muggleborns and half-bloods, or those from humble backgrounds. Where would they find the disposable income to indulge in such frivolities? Their funds are spent on textbooks and cauldrons. Yet, we are different. We cannot allow outsiders to perceive Hogwarts students as incapable of presenting a commendable performance, can we? Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the opposite end of the table where Daphne and Pansy sat, a glint of mischief sparkling in her eyes. Would you esteemed gentlemen and ladies be interested in collaborating on a performance? After all, we have all learned to play instruments, haven't we? I intend to perform on the gouging. The piece flowing light I practiced at Malfoy Manor will fit perfectly. Daphne immediately chimed in. I can play the harp. Its tones will blend beautifully with the gouging. Pansy took a bite of bread and added, I'll opt for the lute. Its strong rhythm will command the stage. Fiona then turned her attention to the three boys. Draco, your violin skills are quite commendable. Wouldn't you care to join us? Blaise, your silver flute is rather impressive. ISNT it. And Theodore, your concealed magical organ ought to make an appearance. Draco frowned slightly. Is there truly a need for haste? We have 2 months until school commences. Absolutely necessary. Fiona, Daphne, and Pansy retorted in unison. We each play instruments, yet we have never performed together. We must practice at least 100 times to achieve a semblance of proficiency. Daphne added. Pansy nodded in agreement, and the gowns must be ordered in advance. We cannot appear on stage in our school uniforms, can we? We also need to find the finest makeup artist. The magical makeup must match the style of the piece. Fiona tapped the table, her tone becoming serious. If we fail, it would tarnish the reputation of our pureblood families. This matter is non-negotiable. We shall head to Diagon Alley this afternoon to select our materials, and the instruments must be moved to my practice room by tomorrow, practicing from dawn until dusk until the term begins. Blaise chuckled softly, glancing at the letter once more. All right then, since I have little else to do. However, should we falter in our performance, you shall treat us. If we fail, the three of you can serve as assistants to the house elves. Fiona huffed, downing her cup of red tea, the anticipation in her eyes unmistakable. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon her hair, as if sprinkled with glitter, filling the air with an exhilarating excitement. Without hesitation, Fiona proclaimed, "Blink, sparkle." Two house elves immediately apparated into view, heads bowed in readiness. Off to Madame Malkin's in Diagon Alley to order a set of new performance costumes in our sizes. The headdresses must be adorned with moonstones, and the shoes should be short boots embellished with silver sequins. Ensure the finest materials are chosen. They must arrive within 3 days. Yes, miss. The house elves responded before vanishing. She turned back to Draco and the others. Hurry and write letters to have your house elves send over the instruments. Draco's violin, Blaise's silver flute, and Theodore's organ. None must be omitted. With that, she hastened up the staircase. I must find my gilded gouging. I stowed it away after the last use, but where could it be? Daphne and Pansy hurriedly followed, overhearing her mutter as she ascended the stairs. That gouging cannot be touched by house elves. If they were to nick a string or mar the finish, I would be devastated. It was custom made by an Eastern wizard, the strings woven with unicorn tail hair intertwined with gold threads. Upon reaching the deepest corner of the attic and uncovering a wooden chest, her eyes brightened. Carefully lifting the dust cover, she revealed a beautifully carved gouging, its body adorned with delicate golden patterns, glimmering softly in the dim light. She gently plucked a string, the clear sound ringing out like droplets of water on a jade plate. I found it, she called down the stairs, then remembered. Oh, we must finalize the piece quickly. It needs to be not only melodious, but also exceedingly challenging, preferably one that even the music professors would find daunting to truly showcase our talents. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will surely present their best. We cannot allow Hogwarts purebloods to be outshone by them. Do you hear me? Draco's impatient yet earnest reply echoed from below. Understood. Enough with the nagging. Fiona smiled as she cradled the gouging, her fingers gliding over the cool strings. The contest among the three champions had yet to commence, but their rivalry had already subtly begun amidst the dust of the attic and the vibrations of the strings. Soon, with Pansy and Daphne's assistance, she carefully brought the gilded gouging down from the attic. She brushed off the light dust and, with a gentle flick of her fingers on the strings, filled the living room with a crystalline melody. Perhaps feeling a surge of inspiration, she positioned the gouging at the center and began to play, her fingers dancing like butterflies over the strings, producing a rapid succession of notes that ebbed and flowed like a torrential downpour, then transformed into a gentle spring stream, revealing an exceedingly challenging solo piece. Pansy and Daphne were left speechless, and it was only after the final note faded that they collectively exhaled in relief. Your speed is astonishing, Pansy exclaimed, clutching her chest. If we were to perform together, I fear Daphne and I would struggle to keep up. Fiona shook her head with a smile, plucking the thickest string. This is not the piece we intend to perform. The true piece must be chosen collectively, allowing each of us to shine. While individually we may excel, together we must be even more spectacular. Her fingertips traced the gouging's body, her eyes glinting with calculation. I propose we have each of us take the stage one by one, playing a brief segment to showcase our skills, and when the last person performs, we shall commence the full ensemble. The piece should be lengthy, intertwining each individual solo in the middle and latter sections, ensuring a distinct layering. Draco leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. You have certainly thought this through. Of course, Fiona replied, glancing towards the staircase where Astoria and Scorpius were peeking over the railing. We can have Astoria and Scorpius watch from the audience. Once we finish performing, they can boast to everyone. Look, those are my brother and sister. Aren't they impressive? Scorpius puffed out his chest. I will tell everyone that when my sister plays the gouging, the strings sparkle. Astoria nodded vigorously. I shall inform the Beauxbatons students that Pansy's lute is far more melodious than their harp. Seeing the earnest expressions of the two youngsters, laughter erupted in the living room. Fiona adjusted the tuning of her instrument and looked at everyone. So, it is time to select the perfect piece. We must find one that not only demonstrates our skills, but also allows each of us to showcase our talents. What do you all think? Blaise whistled. Let us choose the most challenging one. After all, we cannot afford to lose to those French or Bulgarian students. Sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, glimmering on the gouging's golden patterns, refracting into a myriad of shimmering points, like promises scattered across the floor. A contest of music was quietly taking shape amidst laughter and melodic strains. Originally, they had planned to indulge in a leisurely holiday, perhaps hiring a private tutor to review the curriculum from years 1 through 7, as the spells and theories they had previously learned were easily forgotten with the slightest lapse in attention. They had engaged only the finest private instructors, intending to devote 2 hours each day to study, while the rest of the time would be spent lounging in the manor, basking in the sun and playing wizard chess, living quite the carefree life. However, since the decision to prepare for the performance was made, their rhythm had been entirely disrupted. Fiona's premonition proved accurate. Within days, Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fawkes, had delivered a letter to the manor's windowsill, mentioning the expectation that the children of pure-blood families would present a performance that exemplifies the essence of Hogwarts at the welcoming banquet for the Triwizard Tournament. Consequently, even Draco, the most reluctant among them, had lost his excuse for idleness. The remainder of the holiday felt as though it were on a clockwork mechanism. Each day began with a rush to the practice room, the Gouging's clear notes, the violin's lilting melodies, the lute's brisk rhythms, the flute's bright tones, and the organ's profound resonance filling the air from dawn until dusk, with the magical soundproofing charm in the living room remaining intact throughout. Occasionally pausing to catch her breath, Fiona meticulously sifted through the numerous samples of gowns sent by Madame Malkin. The silver-gray gown adorned with flowing golden threads was a vision, while Draco's tailcoat featured dark green velvet trim, and Pansy's burgundy skirt concealed shimmering golden threads. Each ensemble was distinctively unique, yet together they exuded an indescribable harmony. They even summoned a master alchemist who enchanted each instrument with special runes, ensuring that when the strings quivered or the flute's notes soared, corresponding imagery would manifest in the air, golden waves crashing during triumphant crescendos, and silver petals drifting down during softer passages. Additionally, they enlisted the most renowned makeup artist from Diagon Alley, who could magically concoct a visage that changed hue with the music, rosy peach blush during lively tunes, and a soft lavender haze under more somber melodies. Amidst the whirlwind of preparation, Blaise suggested more than once, "Why not practice all night? We have energizing potions." However, Fiona shot him a disapproving glare. "How will we conceal dark circles? Shall we have the makeup artist give us panda eyes for our performance?" Thus, despite the urgency and chaos, they gritted their teeth and adhered to their schedule, dutifully seated in the practice room at 7 each morning and extinguishing the lights promptly at 11 each evening. In the dimly lit room, one could occasionally hear Draco mumbling in his sleep, counting the beats of a violin, or Fiona murmuring about a discordant chord as she turned in her slumber. Outside, the sycamore leaves transformed from deep green to pale yellow, the holiday dwindling day by day, while the ensemble in the practice room grew increasingly cohesive, evolving from awkward beginnings to a point where they could close their eyes and seamlessly follow each other's rhythm. The letter from Fawkes was pressed beneath Fiona's violin case, its edges nearly worn away, brimming with anticipation and their competitive spirit, together nudging this grand performance toward fruition. Chapter 35. The school year begins. In the midst of their daily rehearsals, the day of the new term arrived in the blink of an eye. Fiona counted the days on the calendar, addressing her companions gathered around the breakfast table. "I've heard that Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive a day later than us, supposedly because of the distance." Blaise set down his cutlery. "Perfect, we can practice a bit more." Fiona scooped a spoonful of pumpkin porridge. "Let us skip the thestral carriage tomorrow. We'll take the family carriage instead, now that we've reached second year. We'll watch the sorting of the first years. And after dinner, we'll return to the common room to practice. I've already spoken with Astoria and Senes, and they wear earplugs while they sleep, so we won't disturb them." Draco adjusted the silver buttons on his cuffs. "Have you finished your assignments?" "All done." Pansy raised an eyebrow. "I can't very well practice our pieces while catching up on essays, can I? That would drive me mad." Daphne suddenly recalled something. "By the way, have you all tried on your black robes? We wouldn't want them to be ill-fitting and give us away at the long table." "No need to worry," Fiona replied with a smile. "Our performances last, so we can just sit there quietly until it's our turn. The robes are ample enough to conceal our performance outfits. When it's our time to shine, we can change backstage." The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on their youthful faces, tinged with fatigue, yet sparkling with anticipation. The thought of the melodies soon to resonate within Hogwarts Castle and the eager gazes awaiting their performance filled the air with an uncontainable excitement. "Let us go?" Draco stood up. "One last run-through before we head to school in high spirits." The group rose in unison, making their way to the practice room, the sound of quivering strings resounding like a cascade of vibrant notes, joyfully racing toward Hogwarts. After completing their final rehearsal, the group began to pack up their instruments, ready to retire for the evening, for tomorrow marked the beginning of the school year, and with it, the arrival of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students. They could not afford to play a wrong note due to fatigue. Just as they stepped out of the practice room, Fiona halted abruptly, turning to Draco with heightened enthusiasm. "Oh, do you remember the Quidditch World Cup? Victor Krum of the Bulgarian team. That genius seeker. He is reportedly the captain of Durmstrang and and we'll be coming to Hogwarts." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I adore Quidditch. Draco, don't you as well? Let us ask him for an autograph." "I've heard it's nearly impossible to obtain one now." Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Glancing up, she noticed Draco's expression darkening, as though drenched in shadows. Blaise's fingers turned pale around his silver flute. And even the typically gentle Theodore pressed his lips into a tight line, their faces as grim as a stormy sky. Fiona, realizing her misstep, quickly waved her hands. "Oh no, that's not what I meant." She leaned closer to Draco, tugging at his sleeve. "Your Quidditch team is incredible too. Draco, that sudden stop and turn you practiced at the manor was even more impressive than Crum's." She turned to Blaise. "Your speed in catching the snitch is astounding. You nearly mistook my silver whistle for a golden snitch last time. So impressive." Lastly, she looked at Theodore. "And you, though you don't play often. Your tactical analysis is sharper than the coach's. You guided me against the keeper so well that they didn't score a single goal." Her words grew more fervent. Her cheeks flushed. "I just genuinely love Quidditch. After all, Crumb is a world champion, and his autograph is a rare treasure. Please don't be upset." Draco huffed, turning his face away, though the corners of his mouth softened slightly. Blaise chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "All right, we know you're a Quidditch fanatic. You can ask for the autograph, but we'll need to accompany you." "Really?" Fiona's eyes lit up. Theodore interjected dryly. "Just make sure he doesn't overshadow our performance." "That won't happen," she assured, thumping her chest. "Our ensemble is 100 times more remarkable than his seeker skills." The magical lamp at the practice room door flickered, casting shadows on the faces of the young Slytherins, revealing a blend of frustration, awkwardness, and uncontainable youthful bravado. A minor tempest over an autograph had gently passed through the eve of the school year. The following morning, Fiona and her companions arrived at Hogwarts in the family carriage. During the sorting ceremony, they sat at the Slytherin table, their gazes occasionally darting toward the entrance, where Astoria and Senes stood nervously clutching their wands among the first-year students. As soon as the sorting hat announced Slytherin, Fiona was the first to applaud, with Draco, Blaise, and the others soon following suit. Their clapping ringing out clearly in the bustling hall. When the two little ones rushed over, Fiona immediately stood to embrace them, planting a kiss on each of their soft cheeks. "Well done, my dear Astoria and Senes. You were magnificent." Senes buried his face in her embrace, his cheeks flushed, while Astoria beamed up at her. "Sister, we didn't embarrass you, did we?" "Of course not," Fiona replied, tousling their hair. "Now go sit down and eat. We have things to attend to." As the two little ones settled into their seats among the younger students, Fiona and her friends quickly devoured a few bites of dinner, foregoing dessert in their haste to return to the common room. The surrounding students exchanged curious glances. Usually, they would engage in conversation with their younger housemates, but today they seemed unusually rushed. However, any lingering curiosity was soon drowned out by the greater clamor surrounding the Triwizard Tournament. Whispers filled the hall about where the Goblet of Fire would be placed, wagers were made on which school would triumph, and even the professors murmured amongst themselves regarding the welcoming feast's arrangements. As Fiona and her companions vanished around a corner, the chatter continued unabated. Oblivious to the group of young Slytherin nobles who, with their wands gripped tightly, felt the beads of sweat form upon their palms. Tomorrow evening, they would take the stage before everyone, performing the piece they had prepared throughout the entire holiday. Chapter 36, A Spectacular Performance. No one could have anticipated that. Early the next morning, Dumbledore would summon all the students to gather by the Black Lake, declaring that they were to welcome guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The morning breeze whipped across the lake's surface, its chill slicing against their faces like a knife. Fiona tightened her thick black robes around her, secretly grateful that she had chosen a fleece-lined version to conceal her performance attire. Draco pulled his scarf up, covering half his face, his tone thick with impatience. "What on earth is the headmaster thinking? Standing by the lake in this frigid weather, does he wish for us to become ice sculptures?" Blaise leaned against an ancient oak tree, exhaling a cloud of white vapor. "At least we're dressed warmly enough. Just look at those Gryffindors over there, clad in nothing but their thin black robes. Their faces are turning an alarming shade of purple." Fiona turned her gaze towards Astoria and Senes, who were huddled together, yet attempted to sit up straight, wrapping their black robes tighter around themselves without a hint of fear. She winked at them, mouthing the words, "Don't be scared." Senes cheekily responded with a grimace, his red-tipped nose peeking out from beneath his robe. In the biting wind, whispers began to circulate, speculating on how the guests would arrive, by flying carpet or perhaps on dragons. However, Fiona found herself mentally counting the beats of the ensemble, her fingertips unconsciously tapping a rhythm against the sleeve of her robe. Draco noticed her subtle movements and gently nudged her arm. "Don't be anxious. If you freeze, you won't be able to play the gouging." "Who is anxious?" Fiona shot back, though she couldn't help but inch closer to him, seeking a modicum of shelter from the cold wind. I was contemplating whether I should practice my autograph pose before meeting Crumb. As soon as the words left her lips, the expressions of the three boys darkened further. Fiona quickly laughed to diffuse the tension. Just kidding. Of course, our performance is far more important. We can't allow the Beauxbatons guests to see us as a laughingstock in this cold. Just then, the surface of the lake suddenly stirred, and the distant sound of oars slicing through the water reached their ears. Fiona straightened her back, tugging at the hem of her robe to conceal the performance outfit that accentuated her posture, no matter how cold it was. The competition that belonged to them was about to commence. As Durmstrang's massive ship broke through the thick mist of the lake and Beauxbaton's flying carriage descended onto the lawn, the guests who had traveled from afar were just settling into the castle when Dumbledore beamed and announced, "Tonight, let us welcome our friends with a special performance." The hall fell silent in an instant. The students of Hogwarts exchanged bewildered glances. The headmaster and professors had never mentioned preparing a program. And even the heads of the various houses looked perplexed until they noticed the area where the professors' chairs had been replaced with a velvet-draped stage, hinting at what was to come. At the Slytherin table, several upperclassmen began to murmur softly, "Where are Fiona and the others? Malfoy and Zabini were just here." Someone gestured toward the stage, a knowing smile creeping into their eyes. Just then, the magical lights in the center of the stage flared to life. Fiona, cradling an ancient guging, sat illuminated by the glow, the silver-gray fabric of her gown swaying gently with her movements. Taking a deep breath, as her fingertips brushed the strings, a clear melody flowed through the hall like a gentle stream. "Who is that?" The Beauxbatons girls whispered among themselves, their eyes alight with curiosity. "The one playing the guging is Fiona Black Lestrange," an upperclassman eagerly chimed in, a rare musical prodigy from a pure-blood family. "It is said that she brought this guging back from the east." Before the song concluded, Draco stepped onto the stage, violin in hand. The black attire accentuated his pale complexion, and as the bow descended, the harmonious strains of the violin beautifully intertwined with the guging. "The heir of the Malfoy family. Draco Malfoy," someone added. "Don't be deceived by his appearance. He looks far more agreeable when he plays the violin." Next, Blaise made his entrance with a silver flute, the lively notes dancing like flickering flames, while Theodore sat down with a lute, grounding the melody with deep chords. Pansy approached the side of the stage, her harp seemingly flowing with moonlight as her fingers plucked the strings. Finally, Daphne joined them with her flute, its clear notes reminiscent of birdsong. Amidst the murmurs from the audience, the music began to overpower the chatter. In the once boisterous hall, all eyes were now fixated on the 6 young men and women who, whether proud, aloof, or flamboyant in their everyday lives, harmonized flawlessly in this moment. Even the usually stern students from Durmstrang could not help but widen their eyes slightly, while the Beauxbatons girls whispered in awe, their fingertips tapping gently along with the melody. When Fiona lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with Draco, who wore a barely perceptible smile, yet the notes beneath his bow grew ever more resolute. In that instant, she felt that all those long nights spent in the manor, all the heated debates over a single note, had found their perfect resolution. As the melody on stage concluded, Fiona set down her guging and stood, the audience erupting into thunderous applause. Several Beauxbatons boys were captivated by the golden patterns flowing across her silver-gray gown, while the Durmstrang freshmen could hardly contain their whispers. Even the newly enrolled young wizards blushed, secretly stuffing half-written notes into their pockets, clearly smitten. The upperclassmen crossed their arms, watching the spectacle unfold. Without bothering to warn the eager young men, the young lady of the Lestrange family is not someone one can pursue so easily. As Fiona stepped off the stage, Draco signaled to Goyle and Crabbe, who promptly approached to carefully carry away the guging. Just as she, Pansy, and Daphne settled at the Slytherin table, a few boys approached with envelopes in hand, one golden-haired boy calling out loudly, "Miss Lestrange, may I have a chance to court you?" Fiona didn't even glance back, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the red marks imprinted on her skin from too many hours of practice. They were swollen and tender, aching even when she grasped her knife and fork. Blaise, however, turned around leisurely, gathering the envelopes with a casual air. "No, that won't do." He tossed the envelopes into the air. With a flick of his wand, flames erupted. The ethereal blue flames swiftly consumed the papers, leaving not a trace of ash behind. "Court her?" He raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the group of boys, suggesting they consider their own lineage first. "Don't tarnish her reputation here." Having said that, he turned back around, noticing Fiona frowning at her hands, and he straightforwardly offered her a piece of steak on his fork. "Open up." Draco and Theodore were not idle either. One offered her pumpkin juice while the other handed her peeled grapes. Their actions so natural it appeared they had rehearsed them 1,000 times. As Fiona chewed on her steak, She suddenly blinked her amethyst-like eyes and leaned closer to Draco. Her voice sweetly soft. Draco, I would like a signed photo of Crumb. Could you help me get one, please? The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, causing Draco's ears to turn crimson. He gazed at the candlelight reflected in her eyes, and a thought suddenly struck him. They had been tense for nearly 2 months for this performance. Without ever uttering a kind word, perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to seek some advantage? After all, there would be no classes this year. They had plenty of time. Clearing his throat, he adopted a deliberately stern expression. You want a signature? His fingertips subtly grazed her reddened fingertip. That would depend on your performance. Draco. Fiona's voice carried a hint of plaintive nasal tones. Noticing that he remained noncommittal, she swiftly turned to grasp Blaise's arm, shaking it gently, her violet eyes sparkling. Blaise, you must have a way to help me obtain a signed photo of Crumb, right? Just as Blaise was about to respond, Theodore adjusted his glasses and calmly interjected. I know the head boy of Durmstrang. Perhaps I could ask him. Fiona's eyes brightened even more, and she intentionally lifted her chin towards Draco, her gaze clearly proclaiming, Look, someone is assisting me. Draco's expression darkened instantaneously, and his fingers swiftly performed a gesture beneath the table, a private communication method they had created, audible only to one another. Have you both lost your minds? His voice penetrated Blaise's and Theodore's minds directly. How long has it been since we spent time alone? We practice that wretched performance every day, yet we haven't exchanged a single meaningful word. Blaise raised an eyebrow, relaying his thoughts through their private channel. So? Draco's tone bore an imperceptible urgency. What's wrong with seizing this opportunity to gain some leverage? She desires an autograph, doesn't she? Let her plead for it herself. Theodore's voice resonated in their minds, devoid of inflection. Are you certain she will fall for that? Draco glanced at Fiona, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with Blaise, and noticed her fingers absently brushing against a red mark. A surge of discomfort welled up within him. He ceased the mental communication and directly pulled Fiona away from Blaise. His grip firm, yet not overly forceful, emanating an undeniable authority. I'll procure the signature, he declared, locking his gaze with hers, his ears flushed, but there are conditions. Fiona paused, then mischievously smiled. What conditions? If you can get it, I'll agree to anything. Observing her demeanor, Draco felt that his earlier mental communication had been overly cautious. He leaned in closer, speaking in a tone audible only to her. Tonight? Wait for me. Perhaps not. I shall ask myself. Fiona pouted, rising from her seat. She had already spotted Crumb surrounded by several Durmstrang students, seated diagonally across from the Slytherin table. Do not go. Draco interjected swiftly, seizing her wrist. Her skin was warm, likely from her earlier exuberance during the performance. As he held her, her fingertips trembled slightly. Fiona struggled to free herself, glaring at him. You won't let me go, nor will you help. What do you truly want? Draco's heart raced under her piercing gaze. Yet he maintained his defiance. He is surrounded by people. How would you appear if you approached him now? He paused, lowering his voice. After the banquet concludes, I will intercept him. I guarantee you'll receive the signature without having to make a public appearance. Blaise chimed in leisurely from the side. Oh, who is it that just claimed to have conditions? Draco shot him an annoyed look, yet subtly relaxed his grip, now using his fingertips to trace the red mark on Fiona's wrist, a result of the string pressing against her skin while practicing, oddly resonating with the calluses on his own palm. The conditions remain unchanged, he stated, looking at Fiona with a fierce expression, though his ears reddened further. But I shall secure the signature for you. Fiona, witnessing his contradictory demeanor, suddenly burst into laughter, her violet eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Very well. I shall await your good news, young Malfoy. As she spoke, she gently released his hand, but refrained from mentioning her intention to seek out Crumb, instead returning to her seat and offering him a slice of pumpkin pie. Here, a little sweetness for you, as a deposit. Draco adjusted his black robe's collar and strode towards the Durmstrang guest area. Crumb was engaged in conversation with several compatriots, but upon spotting the Malfoy crest, he raised an eyebrow and concluded his discourse. What can I do for you, Malfoy? Crumb's English bore a slight Nordic accent, but was quite clear. Draco maintained his customary haughty demeanor, though his tone softened slightly. My friends and I are avid Quidditch enthusiasts and greatly admire your skill. We would like to request a signed photo. Crumb suddenly smiled, gesturing towards the Slytherin table where Fiona was bent over, conversing with Pansy, her silver-gray gown shimmering under the candlelight. Is it her? He asked, tilting his chin towards them. Before I came to England, I heard that the Malfoy and Black Lestrange families produced 2 heirs obsessed with Quidditch. She must have sent you. Draco was taken aback that Crumb was aware of this, his ears flushing, yet he straightened his back. Indeed, it was her suggestion. However, I am also one of your supporters. Could you kindly sign one for each of us? Crumb raised an eyebrow, retrieving 2 blank wizard cards from his pocket. With a flick of his wand, golden signatures appeared, accompanied by a small golden snitch at the end. "Tell her," he said, handing the cards to Draco, his gaze slightly mischievous. "Next time you wish to see Quidditch, feel free to ask me directly." Draco accepted the cards, nodding in gratitude, and as he turned, his steps felt lighter. Upon returning to the long table, he slipped one of the signed cards into Fiona's hand, feigning nonchalance. "Here. Crumb mentioned that if you truly enjoy it, you can feel free to approach him next time." Fiona's eyes widened in astonishment as she examined the lively signature on the card. She looked up and quickly pecked his cheek, exclaiming, "Draco, you're wonderful." The warm sensation brushed against his skin, causing Draco's face to flush. Just as he was about to say something further, he noticed Fiona already flaunting the card to Pansy. He cleared his throat, slipping the other signed photo into his robe, his fingertips involuntarily tracing the spot where she had kissed him. This interest felt unexpectedly sweeter than he had anticipated. Blaise, just about to offer Fiona a slice of strawberry cake, found himself startled as she planted a kiss on Draco's cheek, causing his fork to clatter back onto the plate. He raised an eyebrow at Draco, his expression icy. "Malfoy, you certainly know how to seize an opportunity." Theodore's glasses slipped slightly as he paused, his gaze from behind the lenses chillingly sweeping over Draco's flushed cheeks, then landing on the signed photo in Fiona's hand, his thin lips pressing into a straight line. Who is it that mentioned seeking interest? Is it only him who gets his desires fulfilled? Fiona was eagerly flipping through the signatures, oblivious to the tense atmosphere between the two. Draco felt uneasy under their scrutiny and deliberately raised his chin, his tone laced with a hint of pride. "What can I say? I'm simply quick on the draw." "Quick on the draw?" Blaise suddenly chuckled, wrapping an arm around Fiona's shoulders and pulling her towards him. "Nana, I happen to know the manager of the Bulgarian national team. I could procure as many signed photos as you wish, far more valuable than that one." Theodore followed suit, his voice unusually coaxing. "I could borrow a commemorative album from my father containing Crumb's signature from when he was 17. It would be far more collectible than the current one." The two of them harmonized their intentions, both their gazes fixed on Draco, making their meaning abundantly clear. Want to monopolize the sweetness? Not a chance. Caught between them, Fiona glanced back and forth, suddenly realizing something, and couldn't help but laugh. All right, you're all impressive. So, Blaise, can you help me get the manager's signature? Theodore, can I take a look at the album? Blaise's face lit up immediately as he pinched her cheek. Of course, but, he drawled, casting a pointed glance at Draco. "We'll have to see how our little Nana performs." Theodore nodded in agreement, and Draco, observing the sudden shift in their demeanor, felt a surge of irritation as he nearly crushed the silver fork in his hand. He regretted his earlier sense of pride. These people were indeed sharper than he had anticipated. "How would you like me to perform?" Fiona asked, her violet eyes twinkling with mischief. "Be specific. If you make it clear, I might just agree. How about my dormitory? Some time ago, I acquired a new garment, resplendent in its beauty." As I finished speaking, she suddenly caught sight of Astoria and Scorpius seated side by side in the shadows of the corner, their plates barely touched. Fiona paused momentarily, then swiftly approached to tousle their hair. "What are you two doing sitting here? Did I not reserve front row seats for you? Why aren't you sticking close to me today?" She feigned a stern expression, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. "Astoria, I half expected you to have a new sister by now. If you ever find yourselves without a seat, seek out the third-year prefect from Slytherin. He will surely accommodate you." Scorpius murmured softly, "We were afraid of interrupting Sister S' performance." Astoria nodded in agreement, adding, "Daphne said you would be quite busy after your show." Fiona's heart softened, and she planted a kiss on each of their foreheads. "Silly children, how could you ever be an interruption? Your sister is merely fatigued and will return to rest now." She further instructed, "When you head back to the common room, be sure to find your sister Daphne. Our common room is not adjacent to yours, so do not stray." "Understood, sister. Good night." The two little ones chimed in unison. Chapter 37. A choice at the coming-of-age ceremony. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, the day of their graduation from Hogwarts had arrived. Upon returning to the estate that afternoon, the girl's parents and godfather awaited her arrival. Due to the hurried nature of the occasion and Voldemort's recent preoccupations, the event prepared for her was rather understated. Attended only by the three closest individuals. At the ceremony's pivotal moment, when asked about her future plans, the girl stood in the hall, her gaze sweeping over Draco, Theodore, and Blaise. Without the slightest hesitation, she shook her head. "I shall not marry," with a nonchalant flick of her hair away from her face. Her tone carried an air of casual indifference. "I have not yet had my fill of life. Let us postpone such matters for another 2 or 3 years." As her words hung in the air, the expressions of the three boys morphed into sheer astonishment, as though they had not anticipated such a resolute reply. Voldemort exchanged a glance with the girl's parents, sharing a resigned smile, ultimately conceding, "As you wish." As night fell, the girl sat before her vanity, lifting her hands to remove the intricate adornments from her hair. Delicate pearls and rhinestones cascaded from her fingertips into a velvet tray, producing a crisp sound upon contact. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent knocks echoed from the courtyard, and before she could respond, the corridor was filled with hurried footsteps. In the next moment, Draco, Theodore, and Blaise burst through the door, their faces still etched with astonishment and an inexplicable urgency. Are you truly planning to wait 2 or 3 years? Draco was the first to speak, the tension in his voice barely concealed. Theodore and Blaise stood behind him, their eyes fixed on her, clearly eager for a belated explanation. Of course, I have not yet had enough fun. The girl plucked the last hairpin, adorned with sapphires, from her hair and tossed it into the tray, producing a sharp clang. She turned to face them, resting her elbows on the edge of the vanity, arching an eyebrow at the trio at the door. I mentioned to my godfather that I would be visiting Durmstrang soon, and I might wander around northern Europe for a few months before returning. Her fingertips absent-mindedly traced the silver-edged mirror of the vanity as her gaze flitted across their faces, a hint of playful provocation in her tone. What? Are you already dissatisfied? Draco's brow furrowed deeper, the shadows cast by his dark lashes accentuating his concern. Durmstrang? What could possibly draw you to such a place? Theodore adjusted his glasses, his expression growing serious. At the very least, you should have informed us in advance. Blaise leaned against the doorframe, tapping the wood with his fingers, his tone tinged with a casual frustration. A few months? Are you planning to leave us to fend for ourselves? The girl suddenly erupted into laughter, striding toward them and playfully poking Draco's taut cheek. What is this? Does young Malfoy truly care? She then turned to Theodore, tilting her head. If I had told you in advance, would you have permitted me to go? Finally, she winked at Blaise. Fear not, when I return, I shall bring back some Aurora ice crystals to brew for you. She patted the shoulders of the 3 boys, then turned toward her bed, leaving behind a light-hearted remark. After all, the wedding date is yet to be determined. You have plenty of time to wait. As she approached the bed, an idea seemed to strike her, and she halted mid-step, turning back. A mischievous smile danced on her lips as her gaze roamed over the 3 of them. Oh, by the way, I trust you won't mind if I indulge in a little romance. With that, she extended 2 fingers, lightly grasping a pinkish-white envelope, its corners adorned with delicate silver patterns, clearly a meticulously prepared love letter. Care to guess who this is from? She waved the envelope teasingly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. A hint. He hails from Durmstrang, and you've met him before, at the Triwizard Tournament during our 4th year. As her words settled, Theodore paused in his action of adjusting his glasses, his gray eyes sharpening with realization. You mean Victor Crumb? Oh dear, you guessed so swiftly. The girl feigned disappointment, placing the envelope on the vanity and tapping it lightly with her fingertip. Alas, no reward for you. Draco's expression darkened, as if ignited by a fuse, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Victor Crumb? That Bulgarian who can only wield a broom? Blaise straightened from the doorframe, his previously languid demeanor sharpening. Are you serious? The girl merely shrugged, bending down to retrieve an empty suitcase from under the bed, tossing in a few frequently worn robes. Who knows? I'll surely run into him while at Durmstrang. She did not look up, her voice laced with a carefree mirth. Perhaps there will be new stories to share? The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.